Class 2, Grade 11, at Songnan City Number 2 High School welcomed an unusual new student. The homeroom teacher introduced Lin Qiye, a boy with a black satin blindfold over his eyes. Though he appeared to be an ordinary blind teenager, he possessed an extraordinary ability, could clearly perceive everything within a 10-meter radius. His classmates warmly guided him to his seat, expressing their care and enthusiasm. Lin Qiye eagerly volunteered to be his lunch buddy, while the class monitor, Jiang Qian, assured him that she was always ready to help if needed. As Lin Qiye was taken aback by the warm welcome, a peculiar presence caught his attention. "And you are?" he asked. "I am Wang Shao," the boy replied. Wang Shao, who introduced himself with a bright, youthful smile like everyone else, stood out to Lin Qiye in an inexplicable way. Behind his seemingly ordinary demeanor, Lin Qiye detected an unusual aura. His eyes carried a mix of excitement, anticipation, and a faint trace of compassion. But what truly unsettled Lin Qiye was the air of battle-hardened resolve that clung to him. This anomaly immediately put Lin Qiye on high alert. Ever since his encounter with an angel, he had become particularly sensitive to anything out of the ordinary. Determined to uncover the truth, he approached Lin Qiye during the break to gather information. To his surprise, he learned that Wang Shao, who lived in the old district and came from a modest background, had undergone a remarkable transformation recently, quitting online games, focusing on his studies, and excelling in sports with perfect scores. He seemed like a completely different person. As Lin Qiye pondered this, Wang Shao suddenly approached him, placing an egg on his desk. He explained that it was a gift from one of Lin Qiye's relatives, asking them to take good care of him. "This is from your relative. She asked us to look after you well." As an EMP, Wang Shao abruptly stopped mid-sentence, quickly correcting himself. During their brief exchange, Lin Qiye became acutely aware of the immense power hidden within Wang Shao. In history class, both of them quickly became the teacher's favorites. Lin Qiye focused intently on the lecture, while Wang Shao not only excelled in every subject, but also frequently gazed out the window, lost in thought. "This place is so beautiful," he murmured softly. "Just as magnificent as the ancient terra described in the records. Emperor, my brothers in arms, are you all well? I will carry on my father's will and protect the people here." His cryptic words left Lin Qiye even more perplexed. On their way home after school, Lin Qiye mentioned a recent string of serial murders in the old district, where all the victims' faces had mysteriously disappeared. The news sent chills through the group, but Wang Shao remained unusually calm. Lin Qiye's heightened senses, however, picked up something even more alarming. Wang Shao's canvas bag contained a modified chainsaw. This discovery planted a seed of doubt in Lin Qiye's mind. Could Wang Shao be the murderer? After parting ways at the intersection, Wang Shao ventured alone into a narrow alley. He pulled out the chainsaw, which had been modified into a sword-like shape. Suddenly, a monstrous creature resembling a brown bear, reeking of decay, lunged at him. The roar of the chainsaw sword shattered the silence of the night. Memories of being devoured alive by this very creature in a past life flashed through Wang Shao's mind. His eyes burned with the fire of vengeance as he charged forward, shouting, "Abomination, meet your end." Boom! A muffled sound reverberated through the silent alley, as if heralding the arrival of unease. Lin Qiye was the first to notice something unusual, followed closely by the sharp instincts of Lin Qiye, while Jiang Qian sensed a different kind of wrongness. "Do you smell something foul?" Lin Qiye didn't catch any odor but stood still, listening intently to the strange noise from earlier. "Ugh, it stinks." The stench grew stronger, forcing Lu Yuan to cover his nose, the smell surpassing their worst expectations. Lin Qiye's stomach churned uneasily. Crash! The sound of a collapsing structure echoed through the air, originating from the alley where Wang Shao was. Lin Qiye pinpointed the source and immediately led the others in that direction. A sense of foreboding gripped Lin Qiye's heart. Could Wang Shao really be a deranged murderer? Wrestling with his thoughts, he gritted his teeth and followed the group. Wang Shao appeared normal, as if nothing was amiss. Just as they reached the mouth of the alley, a sharp scream pierced Lin Qiye's ears. What happened? The scream belonged to Jiang Qian, who had collapsed to the ground, covering her mouth with trembling hands, terror etched across her face. Lin Qiye and Lu Yuan stood frozen in place. Alarmed, Lin Qiye grabbed Lin Qiye's shirt, shaking him in an attempt to snap him out of it. "Lin Qiye, tell me what's going on." Though his vision was impaired, Lin Qiye could hear the hum of an engine and an inhuman growl, accompanied by Wang Shao's furious shouts. "Qiye, Wang Shao is fighting an alien." Jiang Qian stammered, clutching Lin Qiye's pant leg in fear. "What are you talking about?" Lin Qiye's voice trembled as he turned his gaze forward. There stood Wang Shao, wielding a fearsome chainsaw sword, locked in combat with a humanoid, monstrous creature with a ghostly face. Wang Shao was covered in blood, indistinguishable whether it was his or the creature's, and his left arm hung limply, clearly severed. The ghost-faced creature wasn't faring much better. One of its legs was severed, and its body was riddled with gruesome wounds inflicted by the chainsaw sword. Members of the Fire Lizard Battle Corps were all master blacksmiths, and forging a chainsaw sword in this world was no difficult feat. Though it lacked monomolecular teeth or promethium power, it was more than sufficient to handle such an alien. A single strike from the weapon would tear flesh into shreds, leaving nothing but a mess of mangled meat. Jiang Qian's scream caught the attention of both the ghost-faced monster and Wang Shao. The creature, shocked that the tenacious human before it had managed to sever its leg and wield such a terrifying weapon, decided to charge at Lin Qiye and the others. "Watch out," Wang Shao shouted, rushing forward and instantly pinning the creature underfoot. The monster, unbalanced without a leg, collapsed to the ground. "Die, alien!" Wang Shao roared, flipping the chainsaw sword in his hand and plunging it into the creature beneath him. The sharp teeth, driven by a roaring diesel engine, tore through the monster's flesh with a vengeance. Blood and chunks of flesh splattered in all directions, covering Wang Shao from head to toe. Using every ounce of strength left in his one good arm, Wang Shao pressed down on the chainsaw sword as the engine howled behind him. "Emperor, grant me strength." Not sure if it was due to the prayers, but the chainsaw sword seemed to rev up faster. With a wet squelch, Wang Shao stabbed the ghost-faced monster clean through from behind. Finally, the creature lay motionless at his feet, lifeless. Wang Shao pulled out the chainsaw sword and, to be safe, proceeded to sever the creature's head and limbs entirely. After completing this, he let out a long sigh. His body feeling somewhat weak, it was clear he needed more physical training. If not for his 300 years of combat experience, he might have been crushed just now. The sheer strength of this creature was overwhelming. "Wang Shao, are you okay?" Lin Qiye asked nervously from the side. He couldn't even begin to describe the scene they'd just witnessed. Was it a battle between a demonic muscleman and a predator? Wang Shao glanced at his limp left arm and said calmly, "I'm fine. Just a broken arm. I'll fix it. Are you all alright?" The four of them stared at Wang Shao in stunned silence. He was covered in blood and holding a fearsome chainsaw sword, looking as if he'd just crawled out of hell. "We're fine. We should call the police," one of them finally said. Just then, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed, accompanied by a foul stench wafting from the other direction. Lu Yuan turned to look and was about to scream when Wang Shao kicked him aside. In that instant, Lu Yuan felt a chill on his scalp as a sharp claw grazed the top of his head, leaving him with a sudden bald patch. "There's another one." Wang Shao stepped in front of the group as another monster appeared on the wall, glaring at them with sharp teeth and drooling foul-smelling saliva. Lin Qiye had no idea what was happening, but he caught one phrase clearly. "Run? I'll hold it off." Before anyone could react, Wang Shao had already charged forward with his chainsaw sword. Lin Qiye grabbed Lu Yuan, while Lin Qiye pulled the fallen Jiang Qian to her feet, and the four of them fled in the opposite direction. After rounding a corner, they stopped to catch their breath. "Are we being cowards for doing this?" Lin Qiye panted, leaning against the wall. "Wang Shao is so brave." Jiang Qian's chest heaved as she began to recover from the shock. "No, we can't just leave him. He's already injured. If he keeps fighting, he'll die," Lin Qiye said urgently. Lin Qiye pulled out his white cane and turned to Jiang Qian. "Jiang Qian, run outside and get help. The three of us will go back to save Wang Shao." "Yes, we have to save Wang Shao." Lin Qiye picked up a discarded steel rod from the ground, while Lu Yuan grabbed 2 bricks. Jiang Qian's face was still pale. "Are you really going to do this?" Lin Qiye hesitated as well, but Wang Shao had just risked his life to save him, couldn't abandon him now. "Even if we can't beat that thing, at least we can distract it long enough to rescue Wang Shao," Lin Qiye said firmly, gripping the steel rod. The youthful camaraderie and fiery determination clouded their judgment. "All right, I'll go find help." "Qiye, you shouldn't go. You're blind. Just leave with Jiang Qian." The word, blind, made Lin Qiye grit his teeth as a torrent of emotions surged within him. He tore off the blindfold covering his eyes. His gaze seemed on the verge of revealing something. "Don't worry. I can still see a little," he said. Lin Qiye and Lu Yuan paused, surprised, but didn't press further. "All right then. If things get too dangerous, run. Stay back and help us from a distance with the bricks." Within minutes, they had their plan. Jiang Qian dropped her backpack and ran toward the alley exit, while Lin Qiye, Lin Qiye, and Lu Yuan turned and sprinted deeper into the alley without looking back. The chainsaw sword had run out of fuel and ceased its rotation. Wang Shao's sweat mixed with blood, dripping onto the ground. In his heart, he silently prayed, hoping the enemy had retreated. He resolved to train harder. As a space marine, Wang Shao did not dwell on past failures. As long as he could protect the people here, he felt a sense of solace. "Emperor, I will burn everything I have. May my soul return to the throne after death." Wang Shao had only regained consciousness less than a month ago. This body was far from trained, not even at the level of an ordinary soldier, let alone a space marine. Before him, the ghost-faced creature stared at him with interest, as if it were studying its prey. Wang Shao's resilience had exceeded its expectations, even managing to take down one of its kind. As a result, the creature was in no rush to attack, seemingly content to toy with its prey. "Alien, you will die here," Wang Shao roared. charging forward with the powerless chainsaw sword. The ghost-faced creature dodged his attack with a swift movement, its razor-sharp claws slashing toward Wang Shao's back. Drawing on his extensive combat experience, Wang Shao anticipated the attack, spinning around to block with the chainsaw sword. However, the powerless blade could not withstand the impact. With a resounding clang, it shattered into pieces, and Wang Shao was sent flying, crashing heavily into the wall before losing consciousness. Wang Shao, we're here to save you, Lin Qiye shouted as he ran over, only to find Wang Shao lying in the corner, his condition unclear. Fear gripped Lu Yuan as he muttered, Lin Qiye, let's run. Wang Shao's already dead. Lin Qiye hesitated, unease written all over his face. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye stood with his eyes closed. Without the black silk covering his eyes, he couldn't see the creature, but the stench in the air was overwhelming. Hearing the others say Wang Shao was dead, Lin Qiye also hesitated. If Wang Shao was truly gone, attempting to save him might endanger all three of their lives. As they wavered, a brick Lu Yuan accidentally dropped made a clanging noise, catching the creature's attention. Its gaze immediately locked onto the trio. Oh no, run! Lu Yuan screamed as he bolted, leaving Lin Qiye and Lin Qiye behind. The ghost-faced creature, having pinpointed their location, decided to capture them first and savor them later. Lin Qiye broke into a cold sweat, while Lin Qiye cursed, Lu Yuan, you useless coward. But the creature didn't give them much time. It lunged forward. Lin Qiye, relying on his heightened senses, narrowly evaded the attack, but Lin Qiye wasn't so lucky. He was struck and thrown against the wall, his fate uncertain. Now, only Lin Qiye remained. The monster advanced toward him slowly. Fear consumed him, and he cried out in despair. I don't want to die. I can't accept this. What has the last 10 years of my life even been for? Meanwhile, though unconscious, Wang Shao continued to murmur a prayer. Emperor, grant me strength to fight to the end. Protect these innocent people. Suddenly, a burst of golden light erupted. Lin Qiye's eyes snapped open as the brilliance enveloped the entire alleyway, shooting straight into the sky. Wang Shao, too, became surrounded by the radiant glow. Suddenly, Wang Shao felt his body becoming light as a feather, an unprecedented sense of comfort washing over him. He attempted to stand, only to realize with shock that the surrounding space and time seemed to have frozen. Lin Qiye gripped a broken blind cane, thrusting it toward the monstrous creature, which had its foul-smelling maw wide open, ready to bite into him. In the corner, Lin Qiye lay motionless as if in a deep sleep, with half a discarded steel bar casually dropped beside him. Wang Shao's face was filled with confusion. Could this be some kind of psychic magic? A sense of vigilance rose in his heart when suddenly, an unfamiliar voice echoed by his ear. What a beautiful place, just as beautiful as Terra. Startled, Wang Shao spun around, and was immediately drawn to the sight of a man standing quietly before him. The man was about 1.8 meters tall, draped in a linen robe, with yellow-toned skin. His serene expression radiated a calmness that seemed to dispel all unease around him. His deep, contemplative eyes carried the weight of countless ages and untold stories, glimmering with wisdom and poise. A cascade of jet-black hair fell loosely, adding a dignified and commanding presence to this extraordinary individual. Though puzzled, Wang Shao's wariness only deepened. Such a large-scale time-stopping spell, only a chaos god could manage something like this. Who are you? Wang Shao asked cautiously. The man, seemingly engrossed in the scenery, turned his gaze toward Wang Shao at the question and smiled faintly. You are Vulcan's descendant, and Vulcan is my descendant. The words struck Wang Shao like a thunderclap, his mind reeling as his lips trembled. You are the emperor? The man nodded slightly, his smile unwavering. Confirming this, Wang Shao immediately prepared to kneel, intending to show his respect to the emperor. Wang Shao'er Hukan, forgive my insolence and lack of decorum. However, with a slight raise of his hand, the emperor stopped Wang Shao mid-motion, gently supporting him. This is your world, not Terra. There is no need for you to kneel before me. With that, the emperor began to stroll barefoot, surveying the surroundings, gazing at the sky, and admiring the trees with an expression of pure delight. He then approached the suspended figures of Lin Qiye and the ghost-faced monster. Forgive me, Emperor, I failed to protect the people of this land. Have you come to guide my soul to the throne? Lin Qiye inquired respectfully. The emperor studied Lin Qiye with curiosity, a faint smile playing at his lips. Interesting. This young man has a god dwelling within him. Wang Shao was taken aback, his mind racing. Could Lin Qiye be a follower of heretical gods? The emperor shook his head and said slowly, your world is very different from Terra. Even gods can be divided into good and evil, or rather, they each have their own agendas. Emperor, can you lead the people here out of the abyss? Wang Shao asked urgently. The emperor's response left him stunned once more. I cannot. If even the emperor couldn't do it, then what hope did this world have? If even you can't, then what is to become of this world? Wang Shao's face was etched with worry, his eyes glinting with unease. The emperor sighed softly. The moment your soul entered the Star of Nocturne, I noticed you. Your will and character surpass Vulcan's by far. I have been watching you ever since, and when you were betrayed and killed, a fragment of my soul followed you to this world. However, that fragment alone does not have the power to save this world. The Emperor gazed into the distant azure sky, his eyes filled with admiration. Emperor, what can I do? If burning my soul can save this place, I am willing, Wang Shao declared with unwavering resolve. The Emperor looked at the devoted warrior before him, a smile softening his features. I will grant you power. Whether you can save this world or not will depend on you. The Emperor stepped closer to Wang Shao, raising a finger to gently touch his forehead. Wang Shao felt a surge of heat rushing through his body. The Emperor gazed at the sweat-drenched Wang Shao and spoke slowly. I bestow upon you the genetic seeds of 20 offspring. However, your current body cannot yet bear their weight. These genetic seeds will gradually integrate into your being. As a descendant of Vulcan, the first to awaken will naturally be Vulcan's genetic seed. As his voice trailed off, the Emperor's figure began to blur, and the surrounding radiance faded away. The treetops swayed gently under the caress of the breeze. Emperor, what are you? Wang Shao stared in shock at the fading silhouette of the Emperor, confusion filling his heart. The Emperor's voice echoed once more. Fragments of my soul have transformed into these 20 genetic seeds of offspring. Now, I am about to vanish. He cast one last glance at the vast blue sky and white clouds, leaving behind a profound remark. What a beautiful world this is. Wang Shao, protect your world well. Do not act recklessly, do not become obsessed, and think deeply. With these final words, the Emperor dissolved entirely into the air, leaving no trace behind. Emperor, tears welled up in Wang Shao's eyes. He had never imagined receiving such a gift from the Emperor. At that moment, the incubation progress of the Fire Dragon Master's genetic seed displayed one, granting him extraordinary powers. The sounds of Lin Qiye's fierce battle with the monster jolted Wang Shao out of his grief. Lin Qiye's pale golden eyes were now open, and he held a broken blind cane, pointing it directly at the ghost-faced monster. Wang Shao was astonished to find that his body had completely recovered. Perhaps it was the genetic Primarch Vulcan's essence taking effect, as a continuous surge of power flowed from within him. His school uniform was now stretched so tightly that it tore apart. What he hadn't noticed was that his eyes had turned a fiery red, just like Vulcan's. The broken chain's word in his hand reappeared, roaring even without any fuel. Wang Shao knew this was the Emperor's final gift to him, and he could feel the machine's spirit exulting. Alien die. Wang Shao suddenly propelled himself forward, leaving deep marks on the green tiles as his body shot toward the ghost-faced monster like an arrow. The chain's word roared wildly. The ghost-faced monster turned to investigate, only to be met with the sharp teeth of the blade. In the narrow alley, the grotesque sound of flesh being torn filled the air. Lin Qiye watched in shock as Wang Shao rose to his feet once more, his severed left arm now fully restored. Moments later, the ghost-faced monster was brutally sawed in half by the chain's word, blood splattering everywhere. Wang Shao's fiery red eyes, devoid of expression, then turned to look at Lin Qiye. Is this guy still going to kill me? I came here to save him. Lin Qiye crouched on the ground, swallowing nervously under Wang Shao's menacing aura. Wang Shao stepped off the monster's corpse and approached Lin Qiye, chain's word in hand. Silence hung heavily between them before Wang Shao extended his left hand and said in a deep voice, "Are you all right?" Lin Qiye finally exhaled in relief, having feared that Wang Shao might use the chain's word on him. The two clasped hands tightly, and Wang Shao helped him up. "What's with your eyes?" They both blurted out simultaneously. Lin Qiye quickly explained. "It's because of something that happened when I was a kid." "What about you?" Wang Shao thought for a moment before replying calmly. "It might have something to do with my father." "Your father? Don't tell me you're mixed blood." Lin Qiye asked in surprise. Wang Shao didn't know how to respond, and could only nod silently. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps broke the silence. Someone was coming. Lin Qiye immediately tensed up, while Wang Shao gripped the chainsaw sword in his hand tightly, ready to face whatever threat might appear. Both of them felt uneasy, fearing the arrival of another monster. However, what appeared before them was not a creature but a man dressed in a dark cloak. With a sharp clang, he drew a straight blade from its sheath. Where was the monster? Wang Shao and Lin Qiye exchanged puzzled glances, wondering who this stranger was. Wang Shao stepped forward, pointing his chainsaw sword at the man and said coldly, "State your purpose, or he'll consider you an enemy." Zhao Kongqing froze in place. As a night watchman, this was the first time he'd been questioned like this. Confused, he thought to himself, aren't I here to save them? And what is that thing he's holding? He's treating me like an enemy? At that moment, Jiang Qian came running over, panting heavily. She asked with concern, "Lin Qiye, are you all right?" Noticing the three of them staring at each other, she quickly explained, "This is the helper I called to rescue you. His name is Zhao Kongqing." After confirming that Zhao Kongqing was not hostile, Wang Shao put away his chainsaw sword and patted Zhao Kongqing on the shoulder, speaking sincerely. "Thank you for your bravery, citizen. The danger has been resolved, so you can leave now. For a moment, Zhao Kongcheng was at a loss, thinking to himself, did I misunderstand something here? Ignoring Zhao Kongcheng, Wang Shao took out a canvas bag, placed the chainsaw sword inside, and then woke up Li Yifei. After confirming that Li Yifei was unharmed, Wang Shao was overjoyed. All right, everyone, the danger is over. Let me know if you need anything else. Just waking up, Li Yifei asked in confusion, what happened? As Wang Shao and Lin Qiye turned to leave, Zhao Kongcheng panicked. Wait a second. He had imagined a cooler entrance in his head, but the situation was veering further off track and becoming increasingly bizarre. Is there something else, citizen? Wang Shao asked coldly, his crimson eyes fixed on Zhao Kongcheng. Zhao Kongcheng took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to complain. Can you tell me what's going on here? Lin Qiye eyed Zhao Kongcheng warily, a sneaking suspicion growing that this guy might spell trouble. Wang Shao, on the other hand, remained calm as he replied, a xenomorph showed up. We killed it. That's all. Zhao Kongcheng cursed inwardly, damn it. A ghost-faced creature taken down by two high schoolers? And what was that beam of light earlier? That had to be a sign of the divine ruins. Suppressing his frustration, Zhao Kongcheng said, you too, come here. I need to talk to you. Wang Shao asked seriously, is it about killing another xenomorph? A faint hint of anger and excitement flickered across his face. Zhao Kongcheng looked into Wang Shao's blood-red eyes and thought, is this kid unhinged? And what's with that chainsaw? Should I call a psychiatrist? I need to grab my backpack, uncle. Lin Qiye said softly, though Zhao Kongcheng clearly wasn't interested. Taking advantage of Zhao Kongcheng's momentary distraction, Wang Shao and Lin Qiye each headed down different alleys, making their way home. For a moment, Zhao Kongcheng stood there, bewildered, thinking to himself, why do I feel like a rookie soldier in front of these two? Zhao Kongcheng returned to the peace affairs office with a heavy expression, as if the exhaustion of the entire day weighed on his shoulders. His colleagues immediately surrounded him, bombarding him with questions. Old Zhao, what's wrong? Did you get dumped? Only Wu Xiangnan remained calm and asked, what about the person with the awakened divine ruins? Why didn't you bring them back? Zhao Kongcheng slumped onto the sofa, hunched over, a cigarette dangling from his lips. After a moment of silence, he finally said with a faint sigh, I just got schooled by two high school students. Can you believe that? The other five exchanged bewildered glances, completely dumbfounded. Honging leaned in and asked curiously, you got played by two high school students? Zhao silently nodded. Just as everyone was about to ask more questions, the captain returned, interrupting them. The ghost-faced king has escaped. We need to come up with a strategy to track him down, the captain said with a stern face. Wu Xiangnan then added, Captain, Zhao Kongcheng failed to bring back the divine ruins wielder. The captain frowned and turned to Zhao. Old Zhao, what happened? Zhao finally straightened up and replied seriously. When I arrived, two ghost-faced individuals were already dead, horribly mutilated. One of the kids was holding a chainsaw, his eyes glowing red. The other had pale golden eyes, and his aura felt similar to the divine ruins. But in front of them, I felt like a rookie. The group was stunned as Zhao recounted his encounter with Wang Shao and Lin Qiye. You're saying that Wang Shao not only didn't thank you for saving them, but even praised your courage. Zhao's face showed a trace of embarrassment as he nodded. Hong Ying and Xiaonan puffed up their cheeks, trying not to laugh, while Wu Xiangnan analyzed seriously. So the readied student took out two ghost-faced individuals with a chainsaw? That's some incredible combat ability. Yeah, why would a high school student have such strength? It's likely he's awakened a forbidden ruins as well. Wu Xiangnan continued. Old Zhao, these two must be brought in. Their extraordinary one might be the divine ruins wielder, and the other is a high schooler who took down two ghost-faced individuals with a chainsaw. No matter what, they need to join the Night Watch team to prevent any evil organizations from recruiting them. Don't worry, I've already got their address from one of their classmates. They'll go find them first thing tomorrow morning, Zhao said, then began planning his next steps. Meanwhile, Wang Shao returned home to an old, rundown apartment building in the city's old district. He lived there alone. His parents had passed away years ago in a factory accident, leaving him to grow up on compensation money. Despite the modest living conditions, his small apartment was meticulously clean. Wang Shao lit 3 incense sticks in front of his parents' photo, silently expressing his longing for them. He thought about placing a picture of the Emperor of Terra there, but decided it didn't feel appropriate since the Emperor was still alive. Back in his room, Wang Shao took out the chainsaw sword. Blessed by the Emperor, the weapon seemed to have developed its own machine spirit, though it appeared to have a rather unruly temperament. After a simple meal, he began dismantling the chainsaw sword, carefully maintaining each component. He oiled the gears, meticulously sharpened every tooth of the blade, then reassembled it and refueled it. Finally, he lit a censer, affixed a mechanicus symbol made of parchment, and began chanting prayers to calm the machine spirit. Wang Shao stood in front of the mirror, staring at his crimson red eyes that were identical to his father's. He was overwhelmed by the shock of everything that had happened that day. The Emperor had mentioned the existence of gods in this world, But Wang Shao couldn't help but question whether these deities truly posed a threat to humanity and if they should be eradicated. Although the emperor had not executed Lin Qiye on the spot, Wang Shao found himself unable to let go of his doubts, his mind filled with unanswered questions. He recalled his encounter with Lin Qiye and felt that the world was still shrouded in countless mysteries. The alien creature he had killed last time lingered in his thoughts, as if hinting at the presence of more lurking in the foggy depths of this enigmatic world. Wang Shao resolved not to face these challenges alone anymore. Since there were no ready-made bolt guns or power armor at hand, he decided he would craft them himself. He thought of Zhao Kongcheng, the man in uniform wielding a long blade. Perhaps he knew more than he had let on. Wang Shao's train of thought was interrupted by the image of Lin Qiye. Perhaps, after some trials, Lin Qiye could become one of the Astartes. Wang Shao decided to talk to him the next day. However, another pressing issue came to mind. His clothes no longer fit. Due to the effects of the genocide, Vulcan's body had grown to over 7 meters tall, and Wang Shao himself had shot up from 1.75 meters to his current height of 1.8 meters, causing his school uniform to start tearing apart. He recalled the Emperor's cryptic message, the genocide incubation progress of the Lord of Fire Dragons, 2. A tribute acquired, superhuman strength. It seemed he would have to wear regular clothes to school the next day. The following morning, at 5 o'clock, Wang Shao got up, had breakfast, and began his daily strength training. He found an open space behind the communal building and used stones as his training equipment. After some time, he noticed the stones felt lighter. What he could previously lift only 5 times, he could now hold effortlessly with one hand. His strength had doubled, reaching an impressive 300 kilograms. Just then, his neighbor, Granny Zhang, struggled to push a cart and called out to him for help. "Xiao Wang, could you help me carry this bucket of water upstairs?" Wang Shao readily agreed, lifting the 20-kilogram bucket with ease. Granny Zhang marveled. "Xiao Wang, you seem to have grown taller." Wang Shao smiled and replied, "Yes, I can help you carry even more things from now on." Granny Zhang handed him a bag of potatoes and a bowl of milk, filling his heart with warmth. In the communal building, Wang Shao was well liked by everyone, and the neighbors often turned to him for help. After assisting Granny Zhang, he grabbed his backpack and canvas bag, ready to head out. As he walked out of the alley, a familiar figure appeared before him. Zhao Kongcheng had just lit a cigarette when he noticed Wang Shao walking out of the alley. Huh, did this kid grow taller overnight? He stubbed out his freshly lit cigarette and approached Wang Shao, saying, "Can we have a chat?" Wang Shao hesitated for a moment, then replied, "But I have school today." Zhao Kongcheng smiled faintly. "No need to worry. I've already taken care of your leave with the school." Wang Shao felt a slight stir in his heart. He had some questions for this mysterious man anyway, so he nodded and said, "All right, let's find another place to talk." Wang Shao followed silently behind Zhao Kongcheng until they arrived at a couple's hotel. The receptionist at the front desk couldn't help but gossip internally when she noticed that Wang Shao was taller than Zhao Kongcheng by half a head. She eagerly anticipated what might happen once the two entered the room. In her mind, she was already imagining a dramatic scene between them. "That boy is tall and handsome, with those striking red contact lenses. I bet he's the dominant one." Zhao Kongcheng led Wang Shao into the room. Wang Shao glanced around, remaining silent for a while, thinking to himself, "Is this room tainted by lustful energy?" Zhao Kongcheng, however, casually remarked, "What? It's just an ordinary hotel room. Make yourself comfortable." Wang Shao frowned slightly and chose a relatively normal-looking chair to sit on. Zhao Kongcheng, on the other hand, plopped himself onto the large round bed, pulled out a cigarette, and asked, "Mind if I smoke?" Wang Shao shook his head. "Doesn't matter." With a click, Zhao Kongcheng lit his cigarette, and the two began their conversation. "So, Wang Shao, let's talk. What's your story?" Zhao Kongcheng asked. Wang Shao didn't hold back. "Me? I'm the most loyal warrior under the emperor. My late father bestowed upon me another great name, Wang Shao or Hukan, and I was blessed with the emperor's power. Now, I've been entrusted by the emperor to protect this world." Amid the swirling smoke, Zhao Kongcheng's eyes grew hazy. What is this kid talking about? Emperor? Late father? Did his dad die in a factory accident? Is he secretly a forbidden ruin wielder? After some thought, Zhao Kongcheng asked slowly, "This emperor you mentioned, is it your forbidden ruin?" Wang Shao looked puzzled. What's a forbidden ruin? Finally, the conversation reached a point Zhao Kongcheng could understand. He began explaining the concept. In simple terms, a forbidden ruin is the source of your power. After listening, Wang Shao seemed to grasp it partially. By that logic, the emperor would be my forbidden ruin. Zhao Kongcheng pulled out a small notebook and a pen from his pocket and began jotting down notes. Wang Shao, forbidden ruin, emperor. Unknown classification. Personal goal, to protect citizens. An ambitious and determined young man. After finishing his notes, he looked at Wang Shao. "Is there anything you'd like to ask?" Wang Shao got straight to the point. "What's the state of this world?" Finally, Wang Shao asked a question Zhao Kongcheng could easily answer. He launched into a detailed explanation, giving Wang Shao a history lesson right there in the themed hotel room. He spoke about lunar exploration, the gods, the fog, and mysterious events. Meanwhile, the receptionist eavesdropping outside was bewildered. What are they even talking about in there? Why aren't they doing what people usually do in these rooms? After the explanation, Wang Shao frowned in thought. So, you're saying there are gods here, divided into evil and righteous ones, and that various mythical creatures are awakening and endangering the citizens? Zhao Kongqing nodded enthusiastically. Exactly. He lit another cigarette, and the conversation finally started to feel more grounded. This was Wang Shao's first exposure to such knowledge. After all, before his encounter with the faceless man, he was just an ordinary high school student. But then, he posed a critical question. So, what exactly have you done to protect the citizens? The question hit Zhao Kongqing like a punch to the chest. He choked on his cigarette, the smoke swirling in front of him. He coughed a few times, trying to steady his breath while organizing his thoughts. We established a secret organization called the Night Watchers, Zhao Kongqing replied, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. We protect the citizens from the shadows, doing our best to remain hidden. A sudden thought made him smirk. By the way, kid, how about my cloak and blade from yesterday? Pretty cool, huh? Want to join us? However, Wang Shao's reaction caught Zhao Kongqing off guard. The boy's scarlet eyes showed no excitement or admiration, but rather confusion and even a trace of anger. Why would you hide yourselves if you're protecting the citizens? Wang Shao questioned, his voice tinged with both disbelief and disapproval. From what I saw yesterday, your protection protocols are severely flawed. This is negligence that should be judged in a tribunal. Zhao Kongqing choked again, this time on his own breath, and coughed violently. Since joining the Night Watchers, no one had ever criticized their methods so bluntly. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. Hiding our identities is to avoid alarming the public, Zhao Kongqing explained. Mystical incidents aren't frequent, and staying in the shadows prevents unnecessary panic. If people knew deities existed, society might descend into chaos. As for yesterday, that was just an unfortunate accident. But Wang Shao's furrowed brows and stern expression made it clear that the explanation hadn't convinced him. That's a foolish decision, Wang Shao said bluntly. If your goal is to protect the citizens, you shouldn't hide. You should organize the public to create an intelligence network, so they can report mystical events as soon as they occur. Additionally, you should prepare substantial firepower and deploy it strategically, ready to suppress any incidents at a moment's notice. Zhao Kongqing was momentarily speechless, feeling as if he'd been transported back to his rookie days, being harshly lectured by his drill sergeant. Wang Shao's demeanor was eerily similar, and instinctively, Zhao Kongqing straightened his posture. Wang Shao's gaze seemed to pierce through Zhao Kongqing like an X-ray. And your weaponry is inadequate. Wang Shao continued, his critique unrelenting. Yesterday, you showed up with nothing but a small blade. That level of armament is grossly insufficient for combating mystical events. Why not carry more powerful weapons instead of relying on such inefficient tools? Zhao Kongqing felt a wave of embarrassment as sweat began to bead on his forehead. Furthermore, Wang Shao added mercilessly, I didn't sense much combat capability from you. In my eyes, the Night Watchers are an extremely incompetent organization. Your current system doesn't protect the citizens, it only leaves them perpetually at risk. Zhao Kongqing was utterly overwhelmed by the barrage of criticism, sweating profusely. He felt an almost instinctive urge to stand at attention, admit his mistakes, and then run 5 kilometers as punishment. But suddenly, something about the situation struck him as odd. Wait a second, Zhao Kongqing thought to himself. Isn't this kid supposed to be a high schooler? Why is he lecturing me? Wasn't I trying to recruit him? He wiped his sweat with a bedsheet, trying to compose himself. Then, he seized on a key point in Wang Shao's words. Kid, Zhao Kongqing said with a hint of irritation in his voice. You may have taken down 2 ghost masked men, but aren't you being a little too cocky? I'm a former Special Forces soldier, and you're questioning my combat skills? I could take on 5 of those ghost masked men by myself. Wang Shao simply shook his head calmly. I'm not questioning your personal combat skills, he clarified. But based on yesterday's events, the overall combat effectiveness of your Night Watchers is highly questionable. Because of so-called negligence, you abandoned the lives of 5 students. I can't take an organization like that seriously. Zhao Kongqing suddenly stood up, his chair screeching against the floor. Kid, don't push your luck, he said angrily. The Night Watchers aren't something you can insult like this. Every one of us puts our lives on the line to protect the citizens. Do you have any idea how much blood, sweat, and sacrifice we've poured into this? Wang Shao's crimson eyes locked onto Zhao Kongqing's, unwavering. He spoke slowly and deliberately. I've witnessed far bloodier battles and countless resolute warriors. On the battlefield, I've seen veterans who, even with half their heads blown off, stayed at their posts and fired at the enemy with their last remaining finger. He stood, his figure towering slightly over Zhao Kongqing. If sacrifice alone could guarantee victory, then my comrades and I would gladly give our lives without hesitation. I've seen too many sacrifices, and my comrades and I exist to prevent unnecessary ones. His voice was low but resolute. If your Night Watchers are truly as brave as you claim, then prove it to me. Otherwise, I won't join an organization that feels like a joke. In fact, I'll view you as unfit soldiers." Those words cut into Zhao Kongcheng like a blade, piercing his very core. He clenched his teeth, feeling as though all his years of dedication and effort had been reduced to a mockery in someone else's eyes. Anger surged within him like a volcano on the verge of eruption. "Kid, today I'm going to teach you a lesson," Zhao Kongcheng roared, unable to hold back any longer. With a furious yell, he lunged at Wang Shao, his fist swinging forward. A sharp jab shot straight toward Wang Shao's face, the sound of the punch slicing through the air seemingly audible. Faced with such an aggressive strike, Wang Shao moved with effortless grace, sidestepping the attack with ease. At the same moment, his right fist was already primed, aiming directly at Zhao Kongcheng's abdomen. Zhao Kongcheng, a man with a military background, relied on his combat instincts to react swiftly. His left hand, claw-like and precise, seized Wang Shao's wrist as he turned to execute a flawless back throw. However, he underestimated the difference in their physiques. Despite Zhao Kongcheng's full-force attempt, Wang Shao remained unshaken, as immovable as a small mountain. Damn it! A warning alarm blared in Zhao Kongcheng's mind, but it was too late. Wang Shao's left fist, powerful and unrelenting, smashed toward his underarm like a tiger unleashed. A dull thud echoed as the punch landed squarely on Zhao Kongcheng's ribs. Ugh! He gasped for air, choking and retching involuntarily. Outside the door, the receptionist blushed furiously as she overheard the commotion, thinking to herself, "Wow, these two are playing way too rough. They're even gagging now." Despite the setback, Zhao Kongcheng refused to back down. Gritting his teeth, he thought to himself, "Kid, get ready for something tougher. You won't see this coming." Wang Shao, on the other hand, responded with a disdainful scoff. Zhao Kongcheng assumed a grappling stance. His training in the special forces had equipped him with the deadliest, most efficient combat techniques. His hands moved with the speed and precision of a butterfly, targeting Wang Shao's joints with pinpoint accuracy. Seizing the moment when Wang Shao threw a punch, Zhao Kongcheng twisted his opponent's wrist sharply, aiming to dislocate the joint. To his shock, he found that Wang Shao's joints felt as unyielding as iron. There was no time to process this revelation before a heavy punch came hurtling toward him. Zhao Kongcheng ducked in an attempt to disrupt Wang Shao's balance, but it was as if Wang Shao could predict his every move. Wang Shao's legs remained firmly grounded, and in one swift motion, he grabbed Zhao Kongcheng by the back of his collar and effortlessly hurled him onto the bed. Inwardly, Zhao Kongcheng marveled. This guy's combat experience is incredible. Little did he know, Wang Shao carried within him the battle-hardened expertise of 3 centuries as an Astartes veteran. To him, Zhao Kongcheng's moves were as simple as a child's play. In the cramped room, Zhao Kongcheng found himself at a distinct disadvantage, reduced to muffled grunts as Wang Shao's blows landed with precision. Still, he clenched his teeth, determined not to surrender. Wang Shao thought to himself, his fighting spirit is admirable, but his experience is woefully lacking. Wang Shao's anger stemmed from the events of the previous day. The Night Watchers in action had left him bitterly disappointed they had allowed civilians to fall victim to alien creatures and couldn't even provide proper transportation. Meanwhile, the receptionist outside was thoroughly engrossed, her imagination running wild with images of 2 muscular men sparring. She even pictured one of them being the shy, silent type, biting his lip to suppress his voice. Finally, Zhao Kongcheng was utterly spent, his body battered and bruised, with what felt like several broken ribs. Wang Shao, on the other hand, remained as steady and imposing as a mountain. Just then, the shrill ring of Zhao Kongcheng's phone shattered the room's tense silence. Wang Shao paused mid-motion as Zhao Kongcheng answered the call. A voice came through it was Hong Yang. "Old Zhao, how's it going on your end? I couldn't track down that Lin Qiye you mentioned." Zhao Kongcheng replied curtly, "I've run into some issues here. He'll update you later." With that, he ended the call. A heavy silence blanketed the room. At last, Zhao Kongcheng broke it with a resigned tone. "It's a shame you're not an enemy. If you were, I'd fight to the death to bring you down." He had come to realize that in hand-to-hand combat, he was no match for this young man. Wang Shao responded calmly, "Instead of thinking about how to defeat me, you should focus on training yourself to better protect the people." With that, he turned to leave. But a sudden, commanding shout stopped him in his tracks. "Wait!" Wang Shao frowned, coming to a halt. "What else do you want?" he asked. Zhao Kongcheng endured the pain coursing through his body and forced a faint smile. His face still bore the bluish-purple marks left by the recent battle, and his voice was slightly hoarse. "I'm considered one of the weaker members of the Night Watch squad. If any of the others were here, you probably wouldn't last more than a few moves." Wang Shao paused slightly upon hearing this, a glimmer of thought flashing in his eyes. He nodded lightly, his tone carrying a hint of provocation. "All right, perhaps I should test your Night Watch squad myself. Let me see firsthand just how strong your team really is. Only then can I decide whether to judge you or integrate you into my forces." In truth, Wang Shao already had a plan in mind. Based on Zhao Kongcheng's account of the world's history, there were still numerous dark gods awaiting resolution, as well as the ever-present threat of alien incidents. Handling all of this alone in the short term was impossible. He needed to assemble a team similar to the Astral Corps to suppress these mysterious events. As for creating new Astartes, the key lay in whether he could extract gene seeds from his own body. If successful, he could potentially transform others into Astartes. Additionally, he needed to forge power armor, as relying solely on his physical body wouldn't be enough to resist divine powers for long. Zhao Kongqing was inwardly furious upon hearing Wang Shao's words. This kid is too arrogant, daring to think he can either absorb or destroy us. He's completely out of line. He calculated in his mind. I must bring him into the Night Watch squad and discipline him, correcting his twisted mindset. Even if Wang Shao refused to join, Zhao Kongqing was prepared to use forbidden methods to erase his memory and eliminate potential threats. Before taking any action, Zhao Kongqing made a call to his captain. Captain, it's me, Zhao Kongqing. I've met Wang Shao and talked to him, but things have developed in an unexpected way. He briefly explained the situation. That's right, this kid is unbelievably arrogant. He wants to judge us, and even says he might consider incorporating us into his forces. I plan to bring him back to the base to let him witness the true strength of the Night Watch squad. After hanging up, Zhao Kongqing walked up to Wang Shao with a look of disdain, his voice carrying a challenge. Let's go. I'll show you the strength of the Songnan City Night Watch squad. Wang Shao responded indifferently. I hope you don't disappoint me. Zhao Kongqing glared at him, gritting his teeth. That's my line. The two grabbed their belongings and headed downstairs to the front desk. The receptionist glanced at Zhao Kongqing, whose face was bruised and battered, and inwardly smirked, speculating about their relationship. Zhao Kongqing paid the bill and called for a car, heading straight for the Peace Bureau. Meanwhile, back at the bureau, Captain Chen Mai hung up the phone, his expression unusually strange. Wu Xiangnan, curious, asked, Captain, what did Zhao Kongqing say? Chen Mai recounted the entire situation. Wu Xiangnan fell silent after hearing it. They had come across plenty of capable troublemakers in the files, but someone this arrogant and yet this skilled was a first. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Mai made up his mind. If that's the case, then well, let this kid see the strength of our Songnan City squad. Otherwise, we'll be the laughingstock of others. He stood up and instructed Wu Xiangnan. Notify everyone to start warming up. Get ready to welcome a young visitor. When Shima grinned and said, Captain, do we really need to take a high school sophomore so seriously? I mean, come on, if old Zhao couldn't beat Hong Ying, there's no way this kid can, right? Hong Ying alone should be more than enough. Hearing this, Hong Ying puffed out her chest proudly and responded with a smirk. Heh, I just love teaching these arrogant little brats a lesson. Just wait, I'll have him in my arms and spank him so hard he'll remember it. Chen Mai, however, appeared more serious. He had just had a long conversation with Zhao Kongqing. Old Zhao mentioned that this young man seemed to have a certain disdain for the Night Watchers, so they needed to show him what the organization stood for and make him understand that being a Night Watcher required immense perseverance and a spirit of sacrifice. It was no joke. Yes, Captain, everyone replied in unison. Still, most of them thought to themselves that this was just a high school kid and hardly worth the attention. Before long, the door to the peace office opened. Was old Zhao back? As Zhao Kongqing stepped inside, a tall figure followed closely behind him. The room seemed to darken as the imposing figure entered. This was Wang Shao, a participant in yesterday's ghost mask incident and the one who took down two ghost-masked individuals. The group momentarily forgot about Zhao Kongqing's injuries as they stared in astonishment at Wang Shao, who stood over 6 feet tall. Almost everyone had to look up to see him properly. When Shima sidled up to Hong Ying and teased, well, go on then, hold him in your arms and spank him hard. Hong Ying gulped nervously, thinking to herself, old Zhao never mentioned this kid was this tall. Chen Mai, quick to recover from his initial surprise, stepped forward and looked up at Wang Shao. I'm Chen Mai, captain of the Songnan City Night Watcher squad. I hear you have some issues with the Night Watchers, he said. Wang Shao sized up Chen Mai before finally nodding and introducing himself. Wang Shao, sophomore, class 2, Songnan High School. I'm 17. You can also call me Wang Shao or Hukan. Everyone was stunned. 17? This guy is 17? They thought incredulously. But what Wang Shao said next immediately ignited the competitive spirit of everyone in the peace office. As old Zhao had warned, he was indeed as arrogant as expected. Wang Shao looked straight at Chen Mai and said seriously, out of everyone here, you seem to be the only one with a shred of fighting capability. The kindness and compassion of the Fire Salamander are meant for the suffering civilians, but you so-called Night Watchers, claiming to be their protectors, are disgracefully negligent in your duties. Chen Mai remained calm and replied evenly, very well. Who do you want to spar with then? Hong Ying clenched her fists, itching to teach him a lesson, while Lung Xian stared at Wang Shao with a cold and indifferent expression, thinking, so what if you're tall? You're still just a brat. Meanwhile, Si Xiaonan, who had recently joined the team, quietly took out some medical supplies and began tending to Zhao Kongqing's wounds. You think you're strong? Come at me all at once, Wang Shao said arrogantly. Even when Qima couldn't hold back his irritation, thinking, this guy is way too full of himself. Chen Mai raised an eyebrow slightly, fixing his gaze on the overconfident Wang Shao. All right, but you'd better think this through. If you lose, you'll have to join the Night Watcher squad and follow our orders from now on, he said. I won't lose, and frankly, your squad doesn't seem worth taking orders from at the moment. From what I can see, you all need a lot of training to improve your basic combat skills, Wang Shao replied with unwavering confidence. His self-assurance and provocations turned the atmosphere in the peace office tense and charged with anticipation. Every word from Wang Shao ignited anger among the members of the Peace Affairs Office. Everyone wanted to personally teach this guy a lesson. Without saying much, Chen Mai led Wang Shao to the training ground. For this session, Zhao Kongcheng and the relatively weaker Si Shao'er didn't participate. Ultimately, Wang Shao would face off against the 5 members of the Night Watch team: Hong Ying, Wen Qima, Wu Xiangnan, Lin Qiye, and their captain, Chen Mai. Captain, be careful. This guy is definitely no ordinary opponent, Zhao Kongcheng warned from the sidelines, his expression grim. Don't worry, old Zhao. Even if he's strong, we've been fighting the mysterious forces for so long we're not pushovers, Hong Ying replied while stretching her joints, her gaze fixed on the nearly 2-meter-tall Wang Shao. Weapons or bare hands? If we use weapons, I'm afraid you'll lose even faster, Wang Shao responded expressionlessly. Even the usually gentle Wen Qima couldn't help but clench his fists, his veins bulging as he forced a sarcastic smile. This guy doesn't even need to fight the mysterious force. She could probably anger them to death just by talking. At this, Hong Ying stopped holding back. She grabbed a wooden spear from the rack and pointed it at Wang Shao. Kid, this spear is made of wood, and the tip is hardened rubber. It won't kill you, but it'll hurt a lot. The others followed suit, picking up wooden swords, determined to teach this arrogant guy a lesson. Wang Shao walked over to the weapon rack, examining the choices before selecting a broad wooden sword. I usually use a hammer, but a sword should be enough to deal with you all. Holding the sword casually at his side, he stood there as if the 5 before him were nothing more than wooden dummies, not even bothering to take a fighting stance. To Hong Ying, this posture was riddled with openings. Old Zhao, you call the start, and we'll begin, she said, her wooden spear aimed directly at Wang Shao's forehead, her patience running thin with this smug kid. Zhao Kongcheng glanced at both sides, ensuring they were ready, and shouted, begin. His voice echoed in the spacious training room as Hong Ying charged forward impatiently. The other 4 held back momentarily, wanting to see if Hong Ying could handle Wang Shao on her own. Hong Ying twirled her spear in a dazzling display, aiming straight for Wang Shao's face. Zhao Kongcheng, watching from the side, praised, Hong Ying's spear skills are top-notch, before turning to Si Shao'er. You should learn a thing or two from this fight. Before he could finish his sentence, Hong Ying's spear stopped just an inch from Wang Shao's forehead, gripped tightly in his left hand. Despite her full strength, she couldn't budge it. He's this strong, she thought in shock. Before she could react, Wang Shao yanked the spear, pulling her directly toward him. Losing focus in a fight is a fatal mistake. In the same instant, his right hand swung the broad wooden sword down. Hong Ying raised her arm to block, but a powerful force struck her abdomen, like being hit by a car. She was sent flying by a single kick from Wang Shao. The entire sequence happened in the blink of an eye, before Zhao Kongcheng could even finish his second sentence. The whole exchange lasted no more than 3 seconds. As Hong Ying was sent crashing to the ground, Wang Shao charged toward Chen Mai and the others like an unstoppable tank. Chen Muiyue was the first to react. He quickly got up and caught Hong Ying, realizing she was almost knocked unconscious by the brutal kick. This guy had used all his strength. At this moment, Chen Muiyue decided not to hold back. Wen Qima and Lin Qiye swiftly charged forward, engaging Wang Shao in combat. Having been part of the Night Watch squad for so long, their combat skills were undoubtedly exceptional. When Kimo's wooden sword collided with Wang Shao's weapon, producing an ear-splitting sound that forced him to retreat repeatedly. Wang Shao's strength was overwhelming, and his agile movements made him hard to track. Wu Xiangnan, standing to the side, calmly analyzed the situation, instructing Wen and Lung to split up and attack Wang Shao from both sides. However, Wang Shao's reaction speed far exceeded their expectations. He moved like a seasoned soldier, showing no signs of weakness even under their combined assault. Wang Shao's moves were simple yet lethal, like a relentless killing machine. Finally, Lin Qiye made a mistake. Wang Shao disarmed him with a single stroke, sending his long blade flying, then grabbed his clothes and hurled him straight at Wen Qima. To avoid the incoming Lin Qiye, Wen Qima had to sidestep, but this gave Wang Shao the opportunity to charge straight at him. Damn it! With nowhere to dodge, Wen Qima braced himself to take the blow heated. Just then, a figure rushed in, intercepting Wang Shao's attack. The clash of wooden sword and blade reverberated through the training ground. It was Chen Muiyue who saved Wen Qima. He had noticed that Wang Shao's fighting style bore a striking resemblance to military training. Have you served in the army? Chen Muiyue asked. Wang Shao responded coldly, "The army? I am the Emperor's angel, a warrior of the fire lizards. I've served for 300 years." Chen Miyue exchanged a glance with Wu Xiangnan, both sensing something off about Wang Shao's mindset. When Qima stepped back, "Leave this guy to me," Chen Miyue said, gripping his dual blades tightly and fixing his gaze on Wang Shao. This high school sophomore's combat abilities far exceeded his expectations. It would be foolish not to seize the chance to attack together. After delivering his response, Wang Shao charged once more. Lin Qiye, supported by Wen Qima, focused on the intense battle unfolding before them. The training ground echoed only with the relentless clash of wooden swords and blades. This guy is actually holding his own against the captain, Wen Qima thought, watching the two fighters. Their movements were so swift that the trajectory of their attacks blurred, making it nearly impossible to follow. Both Chen Miyue and Wang Shao fought with such speed and precision that their strikes seemed like fleeting shadows. Wu Xiangnan's face grew grave as he thought to himself, "This guy's physique is massive, yet his speed is astonishing. Every move is precise and deadly. How is he achieving this?" The fight between Chen Miyue and Wang Shao was fierce, with wooden fragments flying everywhere. With a loud crack, the two fighters separated. Both Chen Miyue's dual wooden blades and Wang Shao's wooden broadsword had shattered under the immense force. Chen Miyue panted slightly, realizing that Wang Shao's combat prowess was beyond anything he had anticipated. Without resorting to forbidden techniques, defeating him seemed almost impossible. Meanwhile, Wang Shao glanced at Chen Miyue and Wu Xiangnan, his tone icy as he said, "What's wrong? One of you still has a weapon. Aren't you going to take advantage of this opportunity while your opponent is unarmed? Now's your chance." It was then that everyone fully grasped how terrifying Wang Shao was. With just his bare hands, he had overpowered Zhao Kongcheng, knocked Hong Ying unconscious with a single kick, and simultaneously suppressed both Lin Qiye and Wen Qima with ease. Even in a direct clash of blades, he matched Chen Miyue blow for blow. Such combat prowess would make him more than qualified to join the Night Watch squad. However, the real problem was that Wang Shao seemed to have no intention of joining them. Chen Mai and Wu Xiangnan exchanged a glance, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Wu Xiangnan stepped forward and said, "Wang Shao, are you considering joining the Night Watcher squad? With your abilities, this is the right place for you. Otherwise, it will be difficult for you to survive in ordinary society." Wang Shao, no fool, immediately grasped the underlying implications of Wu Xiangnan's words. He thought to himself, "Recruiting me? If I refuse, will my life be constantly surveilled and controlled by them? I'm not mistaken, these people must have some brainwashing tools, or they wouldn't have brought me to their base so casually." Compared to High Lords and the Mechanist cult, the Night Watchers' methods seem insignificant. Wu Xiangnan's words, though subtle, conveyed the inevitability of Wang Shao's formidable strength and combat skills attracting attention. If the Night Watchers couldn't recruit him, other national organizations would monitor him closely to prevent him from being recruited by malevolent forces. Wang Shao evaluated the group silently, concluding that they had potential for further training. With proper guidance, he could develop new equipment for them, significantly enhancing their combat effectiveness in the future. Chen Mai and Wu Xiangnan exchanged another glance before Chen spoke. "All right, let's hold a meeting and discuss this. Give us some time." The group dispersed, leaving Wang Shao alone to rest quietly in the training ground. Inside the meeting room, Wu Xiangnan spoke seriously. "The Emperor's forbidden ruin doesn't appear in any records, and it seems to be of extremely high danger. Although it's not a god-level forbidden ruin, his physical strength alone is on par with the captain's." Chen Mai nodded in agreement. "I could sense his swordsmanship highly efficient. No frills, just pure killing intent. In an actual fight, without using a forbidden ruin, I'm not sure I could beat him." Meanwhile, Hong Ying had recovered, though red marks still lingered on her pale abdomen. She had felt Wang Shao's strength at least twice her own, and it was clear he had held back during the kick. Regarding Wang Shao's combat ability, no one present had any objections. Wu Xiangnan looked at the group and said, "So far, I've identified a few characteristics of the Emperor's forbidden ruin. First, it embodies absolute peace, seems to have a strong sense of responsibility to protect ordinary people. During the Ghost Mask incident, he was the main force in saving the other children. Additionally, while his forbidden ruin is the Emperor, his role feels more like a guardian by the Emperor's side. I suspect his forbidden ruin is related to altered memories or imagination, granting him the so-called 300 years of combat experiencia, form of inherited memory." Chen Mai agreed. "Perhaps we can pretend to cooperate with him. Letting him train us might not be a bad thing. This guy has extensive combat experience and a well-thought-out approach. Keeping him around could benefit us." Zhao Kongcheng, his face bruised and swollen, muttered to Chen Mai, "I still think this guy is more of a fanatic. I'm worried that no one will be able to control him in the future." The room fell silent. After all, Wang Shao had initially sought to judge and punish the Night Watcher squad, and during the melee, the five of them hadn't gained the upper hand. When Qima broke the silence with a quiet remark, How many people with forbidden ruins can truly be called normal? Having a forbidden ruin means they're no longer part of the ordinary world. In the end, Chunmai decided to appoint Wang Shao as a combat training instructor for the Night Watcher squad. However, this role was only an internal designation within the Songnan City team. Officially, Wang Shao would join the Night Watchers as an ordinary member in the registration process. Wang Shao was led into the guest room of the Peace Bureau. Hong Ying and Zhao Kongcheng were busy applying medicinal alcohol on the side. Across from them sat Chunmai and Wu Xiangnan, who looked up slightly, their eyes settling on Wang Shao. Chunmai spoke first. Wang Shao, the Night Watchers are inviting you to join us as our combat training instructor. Would you be willing? Sure, Wang Shao replied without hesitation. He quickly added, however, I need to understand my authority, the resources I can mobilize, and the extent of my decision-making and command rights. Wu Xiangnan couldn't help but take a sharp breath, thinking to himself, this guy is clearly not easy to fool. We'll prepare a detailed report covering all of that and provide it to you later. Does that work for you? Wu Xiangnan asked. Yes, that's fine. Your administrative efficiency seems decent. Wang Shao nodded, silently comparing the Night Watcher's efficiency to the Empire's bureaucracy, which seemed far less competent. Seeing how easily Wang Shao accepted this, everyone felt a sense of relief. Great. Starting tomorrow, you won't need to attend school. Instead, report directly to the Peace Bureau for training, Chunmai continued. Hearing this, Wang Shao frowned and asked, does this bureau even have any significant tasks to handle? The bureau occasionally takes on private commissions to earn some extra funding. When Qima explained from behind Wang Shao paused for a moment. Then his expression darkened. Wu Xiangnan quickly added, it's like this since mysterious incidents aren't very frequent. Handling private commissions might sometimes help us uncover intelligence on such events. That's an incredibly inefficient way to gather intelligence, Wang Shao commented bluntly. Wu Xiangnan pressed on. Oh, and by the way, your position is temporary. There's no stipend, and we don't provide meals or housing. I take back what I said about your administrative efficiency, Wang Shao remarked, puzzled by the organization's arrangements. Chunmai, still seated on the couch, interjected. Additionally, if you want to officially become a Night Watcher, you'll need to undergo formal training before being accepted as a full member. The string of conditions and policies left Wang Shao increasingly silent. I'm already regretting joining. Unfortunately, the civilians of this planet still need protection, and I can't trust leaving them in your hands, Wang Shao finally said. The Night Watchers were left speechless, thinking to themselves, why does every word out of this guy's mouth sound so arrogant? Chunmai rubbed his face and stood up, addressing Wang Shao. Very well, the Night Watchers temporarily welcome you on board. Fine. In the coming days, they'll train you all to improve your combat capabilities as quickly as possible. Rather than fully joining, it felt more like a brief collaboration between the two sides. After signing a confidentiality agreement, Wang Shao returned home. The Night Watchers, having investigated his background and confirmed that he had no parents or relatives, allowed him to move freely. Back home, Wang Shao wasted no time. He began consolidating his assets, selling off most of his belongings, and relocating to an abandoned house in the suburbs. He also purchased some second-hand furnaces and other equipment. Before leaving, he repaired furniture and helped move heavy items for the elderly neighbors in his apartment block who had mobility issues. Everyone, you'll be leaving soon. This is the last thing I can do for you, he said. Upon hearing that Wang Shao was leaving, the neighbors expressed their regret. He had recently done a lot to help those in need in the building. That evening, Wang Shao arrived in the suburbs. The area was desolate, with no residents within a 2 to 3 kilometer radius. He didn't have to worry about disturbing anyone. Boom. The furnace flames roared to life under Wang Shao's ignition, their crimson glow reflecting on his resolute face. The heavy iron block within the furnace gradually turned red hot as Wang Shao murmured under his breath, Emperor, I will follow your orders and protect this planet. With that, he raised a massive hammer and brought it down on the glowing iron with a resounding clang that shattered the stillness of the suburban night. Meanwhile, the Peace Bureau sprang into action. They reported Wang Shao's information while dispatching Zhao Kongqing to approach Lin Qiye once again, hoping to persuade him to join the Night Watchers. However, Lin Qiye's response was both unexpected and unsurprising. I owe Wang Shao a favor, but joining the Night Watchers was his choice. If he needs me, he'll consider repaying the debt. This reply left Zhao Kongqing frustrated, but the Night Watchers had a long-standing principle of not forcibly recruiting anyone. For the Peace Bureau, having Lin Qiye, a possessor of divine ruins, join the Night Watchers was undoubtedly the best outcome. However, Lin Qiye clearly had no intention of getting involved in such dangerous affairs. With the ghost-faced king on the loose, the Peace Bureau shifted its focus to the pursuit, but Zhao Kongqing remained determined to convince Lin Qiye. In the Peace Bureau's training grounds, an intense battle was underway. The petite Hong Ying was sparring with the towering Wang Shao, the space filled with the sound of sweat dripping, heavy breathing, and the clash of blows. Wang Shao critiqued seriously. Your strength is too weak. Why don't you focus more on strength training? Hong Ying retorted indignantly. Enough. You're that huge and still criticizing others? This is a natural difference. The entire morning saw Hong Ying, Wen Qima, and Lung Xian thoroughly exhausted by Wang Shao's relentless training. Despite the high-intensity combat, this man like a human-shaped monster remained brimming with energy, his combat skills nothing short of despair-inducing. After the session, Wang Shao calmly offered advice. If you lack innate strength, why not compensate for it through acquired means? During battles, you're neither using powered armor nor employing genetic enhancements to improve strength and speed. His words prompted the trio to reflect. Eventually, when Shima broke the silence, mystical incidents are rare. Most of the time, we can handle them ourselves, so there's no need for extreme measures. Ordinary armor isn't effective protection either. Lung Qian added, placing his pistol on the table. Most mystical events can be resolved from a distance with firearms. Those advanced tools aren't necessary. Besides, we have people who can use forbidden ruins to enhance their strength. Wang Shao glanced at the pistol on the table and said bluntly, You call this a gun? It seems the technology here is rather underdeveloped, had no powered armor at all. His remark thoroughly provoked the trio. Lung Qian snapped back. If you're so capable, why don't you go build some powered armor? Watched too many movies, have you? Unfazed by the provocation, Wang Shao calmly replied. The materials are insufficient. If I had enough, I could create powered armor. This piqued Wen Shima's interest, and he grabbed a pen and paper. All right, write down the materials you need. I'll do my best to find them. Without hesitation, Wang Shao began listing the materials. When Wen Shima took the list, his smile gradually froze. Staring at the paper in disbelief, he asked, Why do you need uranium-235? Wang Shao replied earnestly, without any surprise. Of course, it's for the energy source of the power armor. Wen Shima was speechless, not expecting this guy to actually be serious. He glanced at the remaining materials and noticed that most of them were metals and rare metals. Apart from uranium-235, the other metallic materials posed no issues. As someone familiar with the area, Wang Shao naturally knew that finished ceramic steel couldn't be purchased and would have to be forged by himself. All right, I'll leave it to you, he said with a hint of politeness in his tone. Seeing the three utterly exhausted, Wang Shao decided that further training was pointless. He headed back to his small house on the outskirts to continue forging equipment. To make traveling easier, he had purchased a second-hand motorcycle with a retro look, though he thought to himself that its speed seemed no match for the White Scar brothers' rides. With his massive frame astride the motorcycle, he looked like a Terminator, drawing frequent stares from passers-by. After receiving the Emperor's blessing, the material of the chainsword seemed tougher, but its 1-meter length was no longer suitable for Wang Shao's size. Back at the peace office, they had measured his height, which turned out to be 2.02 meters, leaving everyone astonished. It seemed he was still growing. Thus, Wang Shao began working on extending the chainsword's length. The forge's flames burned throughout the night. The next morning, after only 2 hours of sleep, Wang Shao started assembling the new chainsword. He extended its length to 1.2 meters and enlarged the fuel core to ensure it could sustain prolonged combat. The blessed teeth of the chainsword now neared the sharpness of a monomolecular blade, and Wang Shao could almost feel the machine's spirit responding to him. Carefully, he maintained and assembled each component while chanting prayers to soothe the machine's spirit. By afternoon, Wang Shao sat in meditation, his mind flooded with fleeting visions. A larger alien creature roaring in an alley, a solitary figure wielding a long blade standing against it. The images were blurry and fragmented, and Wang Shao strained to see more clearly. Eventually, he saw a young man embracing the blade wielder, facing the alien with rage. The vision abruptly ended, and Wang Shao snapped out of his meditation, wide-eyed. What was that? A prophecy, he wondered, puzzled. At that moment, the gene seed of the Lord of Fire Dragons was 5 incubated, granting him extraordinary strength, while the gene seed of the Holy Blood Angel was 1 incubated, endowing him with psychic perception. He looked out the window. The sky was dimming, clouds thickened, and the air grew damp, as though rain could fall at any moment. Wang Shao realized the scene from his vision resembled the old alleys in the city's old district. Packing the chainsword into its case and strapping it to his back, he donned a cloak to shield himself from the rain and mounted his motorcycle. The engine roared to life as he headed toward the old district. Raindrops began to fall steadily, and Wang Shao dialed Wu Xiangnan's number, who had instructed him to notify him immediately if anything unusual occurred. Wang Shao, is there something urgent? Wu Xiangnan's voice came through the phone. With his right hand gripping the throttle, Wang Shao weaved skillfully between vehicles, rain splashing against his face. Wang Shao had a premonition that a larger alien was about to appear in the alleys near the old town. He was rushing there, preparing to evacuate the nearby residents. On the other end of the phone, Wu Xiangnan frowned, while Chunmai looked puzzled. In front of them, a trail of bright red blood in the sewer abruptly ended at a fork, one path leading to the old town, the other to the city center. Wang Shao had already deployed most of his forces to the city center, a densely populated area where the appearance of the ghost-faced king would undoubtedly cause widespread panic. Meanwhile, Hong Ying, Lin Qiye, and others were also en route to the city center. What did Wang Shao say? Chen Mai asked. He said he foresaw that a larger alien would appear in the old town. He's heading there and wants us to assist in evacuating the residents. Wu Xiangnan replied. Foresaw? Chen Mai frowned deeply. Such an unreliable claim was hard to believe. Did you hear that? Are you taking action? Wang Shao urged over the phone. Chen Mai rubbed his temples, thinking Wang Shao was acting like a madman. Maybe he needed a psychiatrist. Thinking about the people near the old town, Wu Xiangnan quickly said, Old Zhao should be in the old town. He mentioned wanting to talk to the agent of the divine ruins. All right, let old Zhao assist him and have him keep an eye out for any sign of the ghost-faced king, Wu Xiangnan decided, picking up the phone to contact Wang Shao. Zhao Kongsheng is near the old town. I'll have him assist you in your operation, Wu Xiangnan informed Wang Shao. However, instead of sounding pleased, Wang Shao asked, just one person? Wu Xiangnan could only respond. If the ghost-faced king appears in the city center, the consequences will be unimaginable. The old town has fewer people and older buildings, so the damage would be less severe. Beep, beep, beep. Wu Xiangnan looked at Chen Mai. Captain, he hung up on me. Ignore him. We can't change our deployment based on an unreliable prediction, Chen Mai said decisively. His decision was sound. Even without Wang Shao, Zhao Kongqing would still be tasked with the old town's safety. After hanging up, Wang Shao cursed under his breath, thinking that the tribunal should handle these people. He then slammed on the accelerator, speeding toward the old town. The ability to foresee events. This was likely a power of the 9th Legion's blood angel, Sanguinius. When the Emperor bestowed Wang Shao with the genocide, the traits and information of the Primarchs were embedded in his mind. Wang Shao understood that he was currently absorbing the abilities of Vulcan, the Lord of the Salamanders. The appearance of this foresight ability might mean that Sanguinius's genocide was also beginning to awaken. But now is not the time to dwell on such thoughts. With the prediction of a new alien's imminent appearance, his priority was to protect civilians at all costs. Upon hearing the news, Zhao Kongqing ran out of Lin Qiye's house without saying a word. After a heartfelt conversation with Zhao Kongqing, Lin Qiye watched his departing figure, a mix of indescribable emotions welling up inside him. Unaware of the world's unfolding events, Wang Shao rode his motorcycle through the alleys of the old town, searching for any trace of the ghost-faced king. After patrolling for a long time, the motorcycle's engine began to emit faint steam from overheating. Just then, his phone rang. It was Wu Xiangnan's voice on the other end. Wang Shao, I'll send you the location. Zhao Kongqing has spotted the ghost-faced king. Head there first. We'll arrive in no more than 10 minutes. After confirming the location, Wang Shao wasted no time. He twisted the throttle, speeding toward Zhao Kongqing's location as fast as he could. Wang Shao arrived at the last known location where Zhao Kongqing was supposed to report. The air was tinged with a faint, unpleasant smell, a clear sign that an alien presence had been here. However, all he could see before him was a signpost and an invisible barrier blocking his path. Wang Shao called out loudly, "Soldier, are you nearby?" But Zhao Kongqing was in the middle of an intense battle and could not respond. Could this be some kind of shield? Would psionics work against it? Wang Shao wondered to himself, though he wasn't sure if he possessed such abilities. He had seen the psychers in the group use psionics before, but he himself had no such power. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from the alleyway. Wang Shao gripped his chains word tightly, his eyes locking onto the approaching figure. To his surprise, it was a familiar face. Lin Qiye. Wang Shao, Lin Qiye exclaimed, his expression a mix of surprise and confusion as he took in Wang Shao's imposing 2-meter-tall frame. What are you doing here? I'm currently collaborating with the Night Watch squad. I received orders to rescue a soldier named Zhao Kongqing, Wang Shao said calmly. Collaborating? Lin Qiye didn't dwell on it, his mind more preoccupied with Zhao Kongqing's safety. Have you seen Zhao Kongqing? Where is he? Wang Shao's gaze fell on the signpost before him as he thought aloud. I suspect this sign is separating us from Zhao Kongqing. Lin Qiye, growing anxious, shouted, Zhao Kongqing, are you in there? Can you hear me? A voice, faint but firm, came through the barrier. What are you doing here? Get out of here. This isn't a place you should be. Go home and have dinner. Zhao Kongqing's tone was laced with pain, clearly indicating he was injured. Wang Shao frowned, sensing the severity of the situation. It seems he's seriously hurt, he thought. Zhao Kongqing, lower this barrier. I'm here to back you up. Wang Shao shouted. Leave as well. Zhao Kongqing's voice was urgent. You're not even a reserve soldier yet. You haven't been trained. Don't throw your life away here. Wang Shao froze, caught off guard by Zhao Kongqing's words. Lin Qiye glanced at him, urging, think of something fast. Old Zhao can't hold on much longer. Wang Shao looked down at his palms, recalling the psycher's description of how psionics felt. Closing his eyes, a faint blue glow began to ripple along his veins. Lin Qiye, desperate, murmured a prayer under his breath. Whether it's angels or Nyx, lend me your strength. Help me break this barrier and save him. With a sharp crack, a small fracture appeared near Wang Shao's hand. Meanwhile, Zhao Kongcheng gasped for air, the rain pelting his face. He thought to himself, those two should have left by now. Wang Shao may be strong, but he's no match for the Ghost-Faced King. Wiping the rain from his face, he fixed his steely gaze on the Ghost-Faced King. I won't let you destroy anyone else's family dinner. Clutching the emblem of the Night Watch tightly, Zhao Kongcheng prepared himself. Is it finally time to use this? He murmured. With a determined press, the spikes on the emblem extended, readying him for his ultimate technique, the Demon God's Call. Just as he was about to pierce his own skin, a large hand gripped his arm, shielding him from the relentless rain. I'm here, soldier. You don't need to resort to such dangerous measures, came Wang Shao's voice, firm and resolute. Wang Shao had encountered this type of potion countless times before. He could judge its level of danger simply by its scent. Lin Qiye glanced at Zhao Kongcheng, who was covered in wounds but seemingly not in any life-threatening condition, and exclaimed in surprise, Zhao Kongcheng, you're still alive. Zhao Kongcheng coughed and asked, how did you get in here? Lin Qiye turned his gaze to Wang Shao, who replied, I just used a bit of force and got in. Zhao Kongcheng seemed to find this response somewhat odd. At that moment, the ghost-faced king, feeling ignored, let out an enraged roar as a foul stench filled the air. I almost forgot about you, you beast. Zhao Kongcheng quickly stepped in front of Lin Qiye, shielding him. No matter how you got in, leave now. My mission isn't over yet. But before they could move, an even larger figure blocked Zhao Kongcheng's path. Leave this to me. You've already done enough. I'll handle the rest. Wang Shao revved up his chainsaw sword, its roar echoing through the rain as he charged toward the ghost-faced king. Watch out for his forbidden domain. It can disorient your senses, the soldiers warned. Watching Wang Shao's broad back, Zhao Kongcheng felt an unexpected sense of reassurance, even though his own body had reached its limit. He sat on the ground, gasping for air. That guy looks even scarier than the ghost-faced king, he murmured. Lin Qiye reached for his blade, intent on joining the fight, but Zhao Kongcheng stopped him. You? Forget it. Wang Shao can go toe-to-toe with the captain. Do you think you can match that? Lin Qiye glanced at Wang Shao, who had undergone remarkable changes in just a few days, and felt a whirlwind of emotions. As Wang Shao engaged the ghost-faced king, he managed to sever one of its arms in an instant. Blood and flesh splattered from the chainsaw sword, but Wang Shao remained expressionless. He neither taunted nor gloated, continuing his relentless assault. Zhao Kongcheng observed Wang Shao's combat style closely, growing increasingly astonished. This guy? Every move he makes is precise and calculated for the kill. Where did he learn these fighting techniques? In the blink of an eye, Wang Shao and the ghost-faced king exchanged multiple rounds. The beast's body was covered in wounds, its fetid blood mixing with the pouring rain. Roar! The ghost-faced king let out a piercing screech, and Wang Shao suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. Is my vision being distorted? The beast had activated its forbidden domain, throwing Wang Shao's senses into disarray. Standing still, Wang Shao quietly attuned himself to the movements in his surroundings. Seeing this, Zhao Kongcheng grew uneasy. Using his long blade for support, he struggled to stand. No, this kid's never faced a forbidden domain before. I need to step in. He patted himself down, but realized he didn't have the Night Watcher's emblem. Damn it, I must have put it away earlier. Where could it be? Meanwhile, Lin Qiye discreetly tightened his grip on his pocket, where the emblem was hidden. Wang Shao, you better handle this, he muttered, preparing to step in if needed. He didn't want to owe Zhao Kongcheng such a massive debt, nor did he want to see him die right in front of him. The ghost-faced king, noticing the motionless human before him, grinned wickedly beneath its ghostly mask. How could a mere human ever compare to me? With its injured body, it lunged at Wang Shao once more, aiming to crush his skull in a single blow. The hum of the chainsaw sword erupted. In the blink of an eye, the ghost-faced king was cleaved in two before Zhao Kongcheng and Lin Qiye's astonished eyes. With such weak skills, as a warrior of the emperor, losing your senses and being unable to fight is truly disgraceful. Wang Shao snorted coldly, retracting his chained word. He reached into his coat and pulled out a plastic bottle. Without a trace of emotion, he poured the liquid from the bottle onto the corpse of the ghost-faced king. Then, he took out a lighter and set the intimidating remains ablaze. The flames consumed the ghost-faced king's body instantly, burning so fiercely that even the torrential rain couldn't extinguish them. Satisfied, Wang Shao nodded to himself, silently evaluating. The extraction of the new fuel seems successful. While it's not as powerful as plutonium, it's still significantly better than regular gasoline. Zhao Kongcheng stood dumbfounded, staring at the scene until the roaring flames snapped him out of his shock. You actually defeated the ghost-faced king in the ghost-faced domain? He asked in disbelief. But then, his tone turned urgent. Wait, don't burn the body. How are we supposed to write the report if you burn it? But it was too late. The ghost-faced king's body emitted a nauseating stench of charred flesh as it turned to ash in the fire. Wang Shao walked back toward them, his gaze landing on Zhao Kongsheng. "You're brave," he said. "I acknowledge your determination to protect civilians." A flicker of joy crossed Zhao Kongsheng's face, had finally earned Wang Shao's recognition. But then he caught himself, thinking, why do I even need his acknowledgement? In the official night watchman here. However, Wang Shao's next words quickly reminded him of the young man's cold and ruthless nature. "But your combat skills are lacking," Wang Shao said flatly. "From now on, he'll make sure to train you properly." Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongsheng slumped to the ground, utterly drained. The pain from his wounds made him grimace. In the pouring rain, he fumbled to light a cigarette, but his lighter was too wet to work. Seeing this, Lin Qiye extended a hand to shield him from the rain, allowing him to finally light the cigarette. Taking a deep drag, Zhao Kongsheng exhaled slowly and said, "Fine, whatever. At least we survived this time. You say it, he'll do it." A few minutes later, Hong Ying arrived on the scene. She froze momentarily at the sight of the three, then rushed forward to check Zhao Kongsheng's injuries. "Old Zhao, where's the ghost-faced king? How bad are your wounds?" she asked urgently. Zhao Kongsheng coughed a few times before replying with difficulty. "Not fatal, but not great either." "The ghost-faced king?" "Wang Shao took care of him. Burned the body, it's already ashes, probably washed down into the sewers by now." Hong Ying shot Wang Shao a surprised look. This towering high schooler had defeated the ghost-faced king and appeared completely unscathed. But for now, the priority was to get Zhao Kongsheng to a hospital. After everything settled, Wang Shao and Lin Qiye found themselves at the Peace Bureau. This time, there were no tears, only a tense and serious atmosphere. Wu Xiangnan sat across from Lin Qiye and was the first to speak. "So, you're the one Zhao Kongsheng mentioned, the one with the divine ruin. We're the Night Watchman squad, as he probably told you. Have you considered joining us?" Lin Qiye glanced around the room. He wasn't familiar with anyone present. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Out of respect for Zhao Kongsheng, he'll consider joining the Night Watchman. But from what Wang Shao has told me, your organization has quite a few issues." His words immediately ignited a spark of anger among the group. But the sight of the mountain like Wang Shao standing nearby forced them to keep their tempers in check. After all, this young man had single-handedly defeated the ghost-faced king, a feat that placed his strength on par with their captain, Chen Mi at least, based on the current understanding of his abilities. Lin Qiye continued, "So, he'll give it a try and join the Night Watchman. But I want to work alongside Wang Shao. If it turns out the organization really does have significant problems, he'll leave." After hearing Lin Qiye's conditions, Wu Xiangnan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As expected, those who possess advanced forbidden ruins tend to have some mental issues. To keep the situation under control, Chen Muxiao had no choice but to speak up. "Joining the Night Watchers is not something you can casually quit. Unless there's an unexpected situation or you have enough capability to convince the higher-ups, you won't be allowed to leave." Lin Qiye pondered for a moment before finally agreeing to the decision. Chen Muxiao breathed a sigh of relief. Then, on behalf of the Cangnan City Night Watchers squad, "I welcome you." "Oh, and Lin Qiye, I need to tell you, once you join the Night Watchers, you can't go back home. We'll take care of the aftermath." Lin Qiye froze. "If I can't go home, where will I live? Do you guys cover food and lodging?" Chen Muxiao shook his head. "We don't cover food and lodging. You'll have to take care of that yourself." Lin Qiye turned to Wang Shao, who nonchalantly said, "If you don't mind, you can stay with me, but my place might not be very comfortable for you." In the end, Lin Qiye decided to move into Hong Ying's villa. After introductions were exchanged, Lin Qiye gained a general understanding of the Night Watchers. Wu Xiangnan then turned to Wang Shao. "Wang Shao, I need you to provide a detailed account of your battle with the ghost-faced king. Please ensure it's as accurate as possible." Wang Shao thought for a moment before replying seriously. "I used my psychic energy to enter the field you had set up. First, I stopped Zhao Kongsheng from using a dangerous substance, and then I engaged the mutated ghost-faced king. The ghost-faced king disrupted my senses, but I relied on my extensive combat experience to take him down. That's the whole process." After hearing Wang Shao's account, Wu Xiangnan couldn't help but take a sharp breath. What is going on here? What exactly is psychic energy? How did you know Zhao Kongsheng was using a dangerous substance? The Ghost God Seal is only known within the Night Watchers, right? You just charged at the ghost-faced king the moment you saw him? And then you countered after he used the Forbidden Ruins by relying on combat experience? There are so many points to question here that I don't even know where to start. Chen Muxiao, standing nearby, also fell silent. Even without using the Forbidden Ruins, the ghost-faced king would be a tough opponent for him to face alone. Yet Wang Shao had defeated him so effortlessly it was hard to believe. Wang Shao continued to explain, "Psychic energy is a power I obtained from the emperor. It's similar to what you call magic. When I encountered Zhao Kongsheng, his demeanor was one of someone prepared to die, and I could roughly infer what was on that emblem. Additionally, I identified it by scent. As for the ghost-faced king, he only disrupted my senses but didn't alter physical laws. Using the rain and my combat experience, defeating such a simple mutant wasn't difficult." Wang Shao answered their questions calmly. As an Astartes, he had written many battle reports before, so this was nothing new to him. When Shima, observing Wang Shao's composure, exchanged glances with Lin Qiye. Their eyes conveyed the same thought. He's really pulling this off smoothly. Left with no other choice, Wu Xiangnan documented the battle report according to Wang Shao's account, including the appearance of the high-risk Forbidden Ruins power known as the Emperor, which exhibited abilities resembling magic. After completing the report, Wu Xiangnan sighed. The mysterious events over the past few years had grown increasingly bizarre, and the characters involved had become even more extraordinary. All right, Chen Muxiao concluded. Starting tomorrow, the two of you will undergo basic training at the peace office. Once the formal training location is determined, someone will take you there. After confirming the training schedule, Wen Shima suddenly spoke up. By the way, Wang Shao, the materials you requested have been delivered to your residence. Please check them when you have time. Thank you, Wang Shao replied. You're welcome. With today's battle against the ghost-faced king coming to an end, the rain stopped in the evening. Wang Shao stepped outside, mounted his motorcycle, and saw the crimson sunset spreading across the land, a rare sight on Nocturne Star. He suddenly recalled the Emperor's words. Think more, reflect more. He murmured to himself, I will, Emperor. With that, he twisted the throttle and rode off toward his residence. Wang Shao returned to his residence, a shabby courtyard piled high with boxes of high-quality steel and various unknown materials, specially allocated to him by the Night Watchers squad. He picked up a piece of steel, weighed it carefully, and confirmed it was top-notch material. The Astartes of the Salamanders chapter were renowned for their mastery of forging and mechanics. Despite their relatively small numbers, they boasted the highest proportion of Terminator armor among all chapters. Thanks to their blacksmithing expertise, the Salamanders were capable of independently manufacturing power armor without relying on the Adeptus Mechanicus. Their Terminator armor was not only more powerful, but far superior to the cataphracta pattern Terminator armor. Wang Shao took out a small hammer and tapped on the steel pieces one by one, judging their quality by the sound they made. After confirming their excellence, he lit the forge. Although creating Terminator armor or standard ceramite armor was out of reach for now, he could enhance a chainsword or forge another hammer. Wang Shao had a particular fondness for hammers, as his Primarch's weapon of choice was also a hammer. Once the hammer was completed, he considered crafting a set of armor that could be operated solely by his Bodhi's strength, without the need for power assistance. Though no longer an Astartes, Wang Shao was still much stronger than a standard human soldier, even if he couldn't match the physical might of a Primarch. What he lacked most at the moment was proper equipment. The hammer began to swing, and the forge roared with flames. The next morning, Wang Shao arrived at the Peace Bureau on time for training. Lin Qiye, seeing Wang Shao riding his motorcycle with such ease and confidence, couldn't help but feel curious. He turned to Hong Ying and asked, why is he allowed to move around freely every day? Hong Ying sighed and explained, because he has no family and lives alone, the higher-ups allow him to stay outside. Lin Qiye was shocked to hear this, realizing how bleak Wang Shao's circumstances were. He thought to himself, even so, he was willing to risk his life to save me. What kind of person is he? How did I not notice any of this back in school? Wang Shao smiled and nodded at Lin Qiye before they walked together to the training grounds. As soon as they entered, Chun Mai stood waiting with two wooden swords in hand, staring intently at Lin Qiye, preparing to personally train him. It was Lin Kai's first time in the training grounds, and he felt a bit nervous. He quietly asked Wang Shao, hey, is the training here going to be brutal? Wang Shao smiled and shook his head. Not really. Their combat experience isn't all that great yet. There's still plenty of room for improvement. Lin Qiye nodded, but then noticed Hong Ying clenching her fists tightly. Wang Shao stepped forward and addressed Hong Ying, Wen Shima, and Lin Qiye, saying, the three of you will attack me together today. If you can make me move a single step, you pass. Lin Qiye was puzzled and thought to himself, wait, we're all just reserves, what makes him qualified to train them? Wang Shao then led the three to another part of the training ground, while Chun Mai tossed a real sword to Lin Qiye and said, stop standing there. Your training isn't going to be any easier. Minutes later, the training room echoed with groans and cries of pain. Lin Qiye noticed that the sounds of suffering from Hong Ying and the others were even louder than his own. By the end of the morning's combat training, Lin Qiye was left bruised and battered, and Hong Ying's group didn't fare much better. As their eyes met, Lin Qiye felt a strange sense of relief, as if his own pain was lessened. Aren't you all full-fledged Night Watchers? How come you ended up just as beat up as me, he asked. While receiving treatment from Si Xiaonan, Lin Qiye took the opportunity to question Hong Ying further. No one knows why this guy is so strong. We have no information about his Forbidden Ruins, but his combat skills are top-notch. Only the captain and vice-captain can barely hold their own against him. Hong Ying clenched her small fists, wishing she could stomp Wang Shao underfoot right then and there. When Shima, standing nearby, couldn't help but add, this guy is a total monster. He doesn't follow any specific fighting style or technique, just pure killing moves. Simple, but impossible to defend against. Lin Qiye sighed, frustration evident on his face. Damn it. If it were a contest of marksmanship, There's no way I'd lose. Lin Qiye, after the Forbidden Ruins course ends, I'm going to teach that guy a lesson during the firearms class. Seeing the indignation on their faces, Lin Qiye remarked with a touch of sympathy. The official employees of the Night Watchers sure have it rough. The next lesson on mysteries and forbidden ruins was led by Wen Qima. At this time, Wang Shao sat quietly, listening intently to Wen Qima's lecture, looking as obedient as a child despite being 2.8 meters tall. When Wen Qima began discussing the number of the strongest individuals, Wang Shao suddenly asked, why not clone these strongest people, have them conduct intensive patrols, track the source of mysterious incidents, and eliminate them all at once? Wen Qima broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, how could he ask such an inhumane question out of nowhere? He wiped his forehead and cautiously replied, that would be unethical. Besides, we're already handling mysterious incidents effectively. Wang Shao frowned slightly and responded curtly, not necessarily. Wen Qima felt a surge of anger but knew he couldn't win against Wang Shao in a fight. Helplessly, he said, no worries. We've been able to resolve every mysterious incident so far. After the class ended, Wang Shao and Lin Qiye headed to the firearms training session. Lin Qiye, spotting Wang Shao, smirked with a sense of satisfaction, finally seeing a chance to vent his frustration. He loaded a handgun with bullets and handed it to Lin Qiye. You try first. As expected, after firing a full magazine, Lin Qiye completely missed the target 30 meters away. Lin Qiye fell silent, thinking to himself, even him at a loss for words with talent like this. Shaking his head, he said, your performance isn't just bad, it's on a whole new level of terrible. At that moment, Wang Shao stepped forward confidently. Let me give it a shot. Lin Qiye raised an eyebrow, handed him a Desert Eagle, and said, be careful. Don't hurt yourself. The recoil on this gun is massive. Most people can't handle it properly and end up with broken bones. The Desert Eagle, renowned for its power, recoil, and size, looked like a toy in Wang Shao's massive hands. Before Lin Qiye could finish speaking, Wang Shao had already raised the Desert Eagle and aimed at the target 30 meters away. A thunderous series of gunshots echoed, so rapid that it sounded like a single shot. Lin Qiye was stunned. Shooting that fast, can he even hit anything? The target was brought over for inspection. Lin Qiye burst into laughter when he saw it. His talent is about the same as mine, there's just one hole on the target. But Lin Qiye swallowed hard, then smacked the back of Lin Qiye's head. What do you mean about the same? He landed all 7 bullets in the exact same spot. The target in Lin Qiye's hands had a single slightly enlarged hole in the bullseye. 7 shots. One Heleno one in the entire Dacian military could pull that off. Wang Shao felt something was off. Judging by the recoil and caliber of this gun, its power seemed insufficient. Against alien creatures, such a weapon would likely be ineffective. Lin Qiye helplessly complained, thinking Wang Shao's demands were too much. Frustrated, he went to the warehouse to rummage around and finally brought out the big Guna Barrett anti-material sniper rifle. With a 12.7mm caliber, semi-automatic firing, and capable of shooting various types of ammunition, it was a formidable weapon. Seeing the Barrett, a hint of satisfaction appeared in Wang Shao's eyes, as if the power of this gun was finally up to par. Under Lin Qiye's watchful gaze, Wang Shao deftly ejected the magazine, loaded the ammunition, and pulled the bolt to chamber around. After a quick aim, he was ready to fire at the target. Lin Qiye suddenly shouted, wait. He stopped Wang Shao, saying, this training ground is too small for such a powerful gun. We need to test it in the open. They drove out to the countryside, where Lin Qiye also revealed that the peace office had its own vehicle. Taking out binoculars, he scanned the area to ensure no one was nearby, before pointing to a black rock in the valley below. There 500 meters away, that black rock. If you can hit it, I'll agree to your demands. Wang Shao squinted, focusing on the distant rock. A distance of 1,500 meters was near the limit of human sight. Lin Qiye, who was searching the valley, couldn't even locate the rock. Confidently, Wang Shao replied, no problem. He disengaged the safety, pulled the bolt to ready the rifle, and began aiming through the 12x optical scope. A minute later, with a thunderous boom, the gunshot echoed through the valley. The Barrett's 12.7mm bullet traveled at incredible speed, striking the football-sized black rock with pinpoint accuracy. Witnessing this, Lin Qiye was thoroughly impressed. Wang Shao's shooting talent surpassed anyone he had ever seen. It was astonishing, considering the Barrett had been sitting in the warehouse for ages without calibration, and they hadn't accounted for factors like wind speed or gravity in the valley. Yet Wang Shao had managed a perfect hit on the first try. That shot must have been partly luck, Lin Qiye muttered reluctantly. But then, the Barrett roared again, unleashing a series of deafening shots. Boom, 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 boom. The next 4 bullets hit the large rock in the valley without pause, eventually shattering the water tank-sized stone into pieces. Only after emptying the magazine did Wang Shao rise and calmly remark, the power and accuracy are decent. But it can't fire fully automatic, so the rate of fire is a bit slow. It could use some simple modifications. Hearing Wang Shao's casual evaluation, Lin Qiye was filled with surprise and confusion. Was his emperor's word ability somehow enhancing his firearm skills? What kind of emperor was skilled with guns? Lin Qiye, even more astonished, stared at Wang Shao's flawless performance. That precision. Looks like I need to practice a lot more. Lin Qiye nodded silently. Yeah, you definitely do. On the way back, Lin Qiye couldn't help but ask, how did you get so good at shooting? Wang Shao froze for a moment, surprised by the question. Hundreds of years of warfare have made me proficient with all kinds of firearms. My most frequently used weapons are the explosive rifle and the thermal lance. Later, I was issued a plasma pistol, but it overheats too easily. Wang Shao's words sounded like a string of unfamiliar code to Lin Qiye, who could only nod in half-understanding before adding, all right, but you're still an unofficial member, so you can't be issued a weapon yet. Maybe once you become a full member. Wang Shao responded softly and then closed his eyes, seemingly reflecting on the day's training. Lin Qiye couldn't help but marvel silently, thinking, this Wang Shao is a monster. How could someone who was just an ordinary high schooler have such an extraordinary level of combat ability? After training concluded, everyone returned to the office. Wang Shao was about to hop on his battered motorcycle to leave when Chunmai called out to him. I made dinner today. Stay and eat with us, Chunmai said, his tone inviting but casual. Aren't meals not provided here? Wang Shao asked, frowning slightly in confusion. Chunmai sighed and explained, come on, we're not that heartless. We're just a team, not a corporate machine. Join us, or it'll just go to waste. After a moment of thought, Wang Shao nodded in agreement. Chunmai personally prepared the meal table full of hearty dishes intended for Lin Qiye. But since they were all reserve members, it wouldn't have felt right to invite one and not the other, so Wang Shao was included as well. When Hong Ying handed Wang Shao a bowl of rice, he solemnly expressed his gratitude. His earnestness made Hong Ying mutter under her breath, so strange he's so polite sometimes, yet so ruthless during training. Once everyone was seated, Chunmai announced, all right, dig in. After a long day of training, most of them were starving. Even Lin Qiye started devouring his food without a second thought. Wang Shao, however, this towering figure over 2 meters tall sat upright, holding his bowl and chopsticks with precise movements. He ate with surprising grace, taking a bite of rice, then a bite of vegetables, his gaze carrying what seemed like reverence for the food. Chunmai noticed and couldn't help but ask, so, how does my cooking taste? Wang Shao nodded, his tone filled with genuine praise. It's delicious. Even my battle brothers rarely had the chance to enjoy such fine meals. Hong Ying, her mouth stuffed with ribs, mumbled, what do you guys usually eat then? Wang Shao answered calmly, when we're not in combat, we eat grains and meat. During intense battles, we rely on military ration sankow cans or corpse starch. The term corpse starch immediately froze everyone in their tracks. Lin Qiye's eyes widened in shock as he stammered, what? Corpse starch? You mean you've eaten people? Wang Shao shook his head and clarified, no. Corpse starch is food distributed by the empire made from recycled materials. Strictly speaking, it isn't just human corpse, it also contains remains of insectoids, greenskins, and other species. Upon hearing this, Si Xiaonan nearly vomited on the spot. Wu Xiangnan quickly changed the subject, asking, what about ant cow cans? They sound alright. Is it some kind of cow? At the mention of ant cow cans, a hint of nostalgia flickered in Wang Shao's eyes. Ant cow cans taste good too, but they require full protective gear to handle. Once, due to improper handling, one of my comrades lost an arm to an ant cow can. Fortunately, it was reattached later. This revelation plunged the dining table into an awkward silence. A can that bites off someone's arm? Everyone's mind raced with the same incredulous thought. Chunmai coughed awkwardly, trying to ease the tension. All right, no more talking during meals. Just eat. After dinner, Wang Shao once again expressed his sincere thanks to Chunmai before riding off on his motorcycle. Watching Wang Shao disappear into the distance, Chunmai mused aloud. His forbidden ruin seems unusually unique. Wu Xiangnan, her eyes reflecting the golden hues of the setting sun, said with a tone of amazement, it really is strange. Lin Qiye mentioned his firearm skills are incredibly advanced. Our guess about his forbidden ruin might be way off. Zhao Kongqing really brought back a monster. Days passed quickly amidst the intense training until the arrival of someone disrupted the tranquility. Li Yifei, what are you doing here? Lin Qiye, who had just finished training, exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Li Yifei. Lin Qiye, didn't you join the army? And who is that giant creature next to you? Li Yifei asked in disbelief. Wang Shao remained silent with a faint smile, while Lin Qiye explained, this is Wang Shao. He's just had a bit of a growth spurt recently. Over the past few days, Wang Shao had grown to a staggering height of 2.5 meters, resembling a true giant. What? You're saying this is Wang Shao? Li Yifei stared at him in shock, his eyes filled with both worry and fear. At that moment, Chunmai appeared and interrupted. All right, let's get down to business. Li Yifei has signed the confidentiality agreement and can now contact us. He's encountered something strange. The Peace Affairs office quickly convened a meeting to hear about the incident Lin Qiye had experienced. Lin Qiye wasted no time describing the horrifying event he had witnessed. Lu Xiaoyan ate the grade director right in front of me, and then vomited out a new one. I knew something wasn't right, so I came straight to you for help. When Shima, standing nearby, teased, well, you're pretty lucky to have seen something like that, and made it out alive. However, he immediately fell silent under Wang Shao's cold, piercing gaze. In other words, citizens are now in danger, and we must act immediately, Wang Shao said gravely. With this level of transmission efficiency, the longer we wait, the greater the risk. Shunmai agreed with Wang Shao's assessment, but emphasized the importance of a well-thought-out strategy. If we act rashly and alert these mysterious beings, it could lead to catastrophic consequences for the city. Hong Ying nervously glanced at Wang Shao, worried he might oppose the captain's decision and spark a conflict. However, Wang Shao's response was unexpected. He proposed monitoring Lu Xiaoyan and the grade director's families, as well as investigating those around Lu Xiaoyan at school, including her roommates and others on her floor. Surveillance won't alert them, Wang Shao explained. These transmitted anomalies are all subordinates. If we disturb them, it's likely the main host will also be alerted. I suggest we monitor these households tonight and conduct a coordinated capture operation at school tomorrow morning. Finally, Wang Shao turned to Wen Qima with a stern expression. You'd better not joke about citizens' lives. This is not a laughing matter. His words brought an immediate hush to the meeting room. All eyes were on Wang Shao. Wu Xiangnan took off his glasses and remarked in astonishment. I didn't expect you to have such a high level of strategic insight. How did you come up with such a meticulous military plan? Wang Shao, unfazed, replied. I've faced cunning opponents before. Their tactics weren't much different from these. Chunmai and Wu Xiangnan exchanged a glance, their understanding of Wang Shao deepening. Zhao Kongcheng, standing nearby, exclaimed in surprise. I can't believe you came up with such a comprehensive military strategy in mere seconds. Your ability to think on your feet is commander level. Wang Shao didn't dwell on the praise. Instead, he issued orders decisively. All right, let's move out. Begin monitoring Lu Xiaoyan's family and the grade director's family immediately. The other night watchman looked toward the captain. Chunmai had no choice but to nod in agreement. Wang Shao's plan was the right approach. Following his instructions, the team would also prepare for the operation at the school the next day, assigning the task to Lin Qiye and Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye immediately agreed, fully understanding the situation. Chunmai clapped his hands and announced for everyone to take action. As the planner of the operation, Wang Shao led Lin Qiye to the vicinity of the grade director's home. The grade director lived in an old residential building. When Wang Shao arrived on his motorcycle and looked up, a surge of blue psychic energy flickered in his eyes. Lin Qiye glanced at his classmate, whose genetic mutation had turned him into a towering figure of 2.5 meters, and couldn't help but feel a tinge of fear. Wang Shao, sir, do we really need to go inside? Lin Qiye asked nervously. Sensing his unease, Wang Shao reassured him. No need to worry. We don't have to go in. We've already confirmed that the entire family of 3 has turned into aberrants. Now, we just need to monitor them here to prevent them from leaving and infecting others. After confirming the situation, Wang Shao contacted the Night Watcher team, and the task ultimately fell to Zhao Kongqing. Once the other families in the area were deemed clear of issues, Wang Shao returned to the Peace Affairs office. He announced that the school would be surrounded the next day, with the situation inside the school to be handled by Hong Ying, Si Xiaonan, and Lin Qiye. Hearing the assignment, Lin Qiye raised a question. Wang Shao was a student too, why isn't he going? Wu Xiangnan replied calmly. Are you sure Wang Shao's presence in the school wouldn't cause a commotion? Lin Qiye glanced at the 2.5-meter-tall Wang Shao and hesitated. Wang Shao's appearance was indeed attention-grabbing. However, Chunmai suggested an idea. Perhaps Wang Shao's presence might have an unexpected effect. Could his robust build attract the Nandanaga? Everyone pondered this possibility, but they ultimately decided against it. Wang Shao's current appearance was undeniably unusual, even among their group. Forget it. Wang Shao will stay on the perimeter with Lin Qiye to keep watch and prevent anyone from escaping. If necessary, they can enter the school to provide support. With the tasks assigned, everyone responded in unison. Understood. Back home, Wang Shao maintained his chainsaw sword before sitting cross-legged and silently reciting the creed of the Empire. The gene seed of the Fire Dragon Lord had a hatching progress of 10, granting him the attribute of superhuman strength. The gene seed of the Holy Blood Angel had a hatching progress of 3, granting him the attribute of psychic perception. Wang Shao realized that psychic perception could help him gather information on aberrants, and he resolved to train more in utilizing psychic powers. He looked at his reflection in the mirror, his muscular physique perfectly proportioned but undeniably conspicuous in modern society. If I could learn psychic magic, I might be able to alter my physique. Of course, if I could gain the abilities of the traitor Primarch Alfarius, I could even change my appearance, he mused. Yet, he quickly admonished himself. No, I can't let these thoughts sway me. Stay calm. Later, Wang Shao approached his drawing board and began sketching the visage of the emperor. The next morning, Lin Qiye and the others coordinated their efforts to infiltrate the school, while Wang Shao waited in a van for instructions. Lin Qiye infiltrated the school, searching for clues to confirm the mysterious entity. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan headed to the girls' dormitory. Lung Xian positioned himself for long-range support, ready to provide firepower at any moment, and Wang Shao remained on standby. After receiving reports, Wang Shao closed his eyes, deep in thought, as he awaited further orders. At that moment, a hazy image flickered in his mind. The screen flickered with blurry, fragmented images. Wang Shao squinted intently, but could only make out the shadow of a non-human figure darting into the woods. The situation was dire. Around 60 students and teachers on campus had already been infected, making containment and cleanup a monumental challenge. Lin Qiye's report caused everyone to frown. No one had expected the creature to infect so many people at once. Chen Moi remained calm and stated firmly, "I'll lock down the school. Do what you must to eliminate these creatures. We have forbidden relics that can erase their memories." A low, heavy voice came through the communicator. "I've foreseen the direction the host may attempt to escape. I'm entering the school now." Another prophecy? Outside the school, Chen Moi paused while battling the Nanda snake demon spawn. Remembering Wang Shao's accurate prophecy during their last mission, he decided to trust him this time. "Wang Shao, you may enter the campus. Be careful not to harm ordinary people," Chen Moi added. "I'll ensure the civilians here are safe." With those words, Chen Moi stepped out of the vehicle. Draped in a rough, heavy cloak with a hood concealing his head, he surveyed the wall that stood at about his height. With a single leap, he vaulted over it. "Report. The girls' dormitory is in the worst condition. Multiple human skins have been found here." Wang Shao's steady voice came through the communicator, offering an inexplicable sense of reassurance to Hong Ying. As Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan prepared to leave the girls' dormitory, they encountered several female students in the corridor. "Wow, such beautiful people," one of the girls exclaimed. "Yeah, so beautiful I could just eat them up," another giggled. The next moment, their mouths stretched grotesquely wide, revealing rows of dense teeth at the back of their heads, with viscous saliva dripping down. "Damn it, we're surrounded." Just then, a towering figure burst into the dormitory, accompanied by the deafening roar of machinery. "Abominations, prepare to die." Wang Shao had arrived. His chainsaw sword roared to life, slicing one of the girls cleanly in half with a single swing. Pale blue energy glimmered in his eyes as he surveyed the scene. These girls were nothing more than indistinct masses of flesh and blood to him. Despite their human appearance, there wasn't an ounce of hesitation or mercy in his actions. "In the name of the Emperor, purge this heretical evil." A Nanda snake demon lunged at Wang Shao from behind, screeching, but he didn't even turn around. With one hand, he grabbed its head and crushed it with brutal force, reducing it to a gory mess. Hong Ying and the others weren't idle either. With her spear thrusting forward, Hong Ying fought alongside Si Xiaonan, cutting a path through the chaos to regroup with Wang Shao. The dormitory was now drenched in crimson. Wang Shao was in a frenzy, tearing through the Nanda snake demons. They swarmed him, but his chainsaw sword carved through them in a relentless, impenetrable whirlwind. Even if one managed to get close, it met its end with a single, skull-shattering punch from Wang Shao's terrifying strength. Each swing of his sword and each punch carried immense force, and his towering frame of over 2 meters moved with surprising agility among the snake demons. His combat skills were unparalleled, leaving Hong Ying momentarily stunned. "So strong," Si Xiaonan murmured in awe, realizing she hadn't even had a chance to strike. Minutes later, the girls' dormitory was cleared of all Nanda snake demons. Wang Shao, now soaked in blood, resembled a giant forged from gore. "The dormitory is clear. We can now prepare to support Lin Qiye and continue searching for the host," he said. Before he could finish, Wang Shao suddenly looked up sharply toward the window at the end of the hallway. A serpentine figure with a human torso loomed there, its jet-black pupils reflecting the trio's images. Its face had entirely mutated, resembling both a human and a snake, as it drooled while staring at them. The host had appeared. Wang Shao didn't bother to explain further and charged forward with long strides. His massive frame barreled through the corridor like a giant vehicle. The Nanda serpent let out an ear-piercing screech that echoed across the entire campus, and distant screams of panic could be heard from the teaching building. Seeing Wang Shao approaching, the serpent immediately leaped from the windowsill in an attempt to escape. Without hesitation, Wang Shao smashed through the window and leaped from the 3rd floor, landing heavily on the ground. Sensing the pursuit behind it, the serpent quickened its pace, but Wang Shao was not one to back down. Even without the Astartes power armor, he could reach speeds of 60 kilometers per hour, with bursts of acceleration up to 20 meters per second, making him an almost impossible force to evade. Inside the teaching building, the serpent began to rampage, attacking innocent students. Lin Qiye's anxious voice came through the communicator, shouting, "We need help." Hong Ying immediately realized that the brood mother had just awakened all its offspring, putting the students in the building in grave danger. Hearing Lin Qiye's call for help, Wang Shao didn't hesitate to turn around and sprint toward the building. "I'm coming, hang in there," he bellowed. At that moment, Lin Qiye and Lin Qiye were trapped inside a classroom, with the door barricaded by desks and chairs, unable to hold off the Nanda serpent outside in the corridor. "Do we have backup? How strong is your backup?" And Qingyu asked Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye replied, "There are still more than a dozen monsters on the first and second floors. Whether one person can handle them all is uncertain." His tone turned slightly mysterious as he added, "I can sum him up in 3 words." And Qingyu, curious, asked, "What 3 words?" Lin Qiye smiled and said, "The Terminator." And Qingyu looked puzzled. He had seen the movie but couldn't understand why Wang Shao was being compared to a robot. Lin Qiye, however, knew that Wang Shao's combat prowess far exceeded that of ordinary people and even suspected he could effortlessly crush the Terminator's head. Wang Shao's massive figure, combat skills surpassing those of most Night Watchers, and flawless firearm handling made him seem almost inhuman to Lin Qiye. "Heretics! For the sake of the civilians, we will annihilate you." A thunderous roar echoed through the teaching building. Lin Qiye breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Qingyu, saying, "See? He's almost here." The sound of chaotic footsteps filled the corridor, accompanied by the roar of an engine, followed by the growl of a chain's word and the anguished cries of serpents. Minutes later, the corridor fell silent, save for the sound of heavy footsteps. Wang Shao's voice rang out, "It's safe outside now. Get the students and evacuate." His words allowed Lin Qiye to finally relax. The students began moving the desks blocking the doorway. If Wang Shao hadn't been concerned about scaring them, he would have simply burst through the door himself. When Wang Shao appeared, everyone gasped softly, overwhelmed by his enormous presence. His linen-colored coarse coat was stained with a mix of bright red and dark crimson, exuding a strong metallic scent of blood. "All right, everyone, it's safe outside now. Stay here, and once I've cleared out all the remaining creatures, I'll come back to escort you out." Despite his intimidating appearance, Wang Shao's words carried a warmth that reassured the students. Instead of fear, they felt an immense sense of safety, as if a faint glow of protection emanated from him. The only exception was in Qingyu, whose gaze differed from the others. He stared at Wang Shao with a look of shock, but more than that, a sense of curiosity and excitement gleamed in his eyes. And Qingyu looked at Wang Shao, her eyes sparkling with excitement. As his classmate, she was well aware of Wang Shao's previous demeanor, but the drastic transformation he had undergone was beyond anyone's imagination. This unusual phenomenon ignited a strong research interest in her, and she couldn't help but wonder, what could have caused such a significant change in Wang Shao in just a few days? Lin Qiye shook his head, indicating that he, too, had no idea why Wang Shao had changed so dramatically. Maybe it's the influence of the Forbidden Ruins, he speculated. However, and Qingyu pressed further, asking, "Does your organization still recruit members? Can I join?" After ensuring that the 3rd floor was clear, Wang Shao picked up his chainsaw sword and headed toward the 4th floor. Lin Qiye finally let out a sigh of relief. After all, it wasn't nighttime, and his physical abilities were only slightly above average. Facing so many Lantern Realm creatures alone left him with little confidence. However, the roars echoing from the 4th floor made Lin Qiye tense up again. Suddenly, Lu Yuan's angry voice rang out. "Wang Shao, you're no different from a monster. Why are you grabbing Han Nuonyuo? Let her go? I'll report you." At that moment, Wang Shao's massive hand was gripping Han Nuonyuo's head tightly as she struggled and cried out for help in a trembling voice. "Lu Yuan, save me. I'll do anything you want. Just please save me." Seeing the girl he had been planning to confess to being toyed with by Wang Shao, Lu Yuan's heart burned with rage. He charged forward, punching and kicking Wang Shao, but his attacks had no effect on the towering giant. Wang Shao looked down coldly at the furious Lu Yuan and said in an icy tone, "Your eyes have been deceived by the alien. Considering you haven't been infected yet, I can erase your memory. But if you persist in your delusions after that..." Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Shao crushed Han Nuonyuo's head with a single squeeze. Blood splattered everywhere, staining Lu Yuan's face. The gruesome scene jolted Lu Yuan into a moment of clarity, but the next instant, he felt a warm dampness in his pants. The stench of fear filled the air as his legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground, trembling as he stared at the blood-soaked giant before him. Wang Shao paid him no attention and continued clearing out the remaining Nanda serpent demons. Just then, a sudden change, a Karita massive figure leapt into Lin Qiye's view, crashing through the 4th floor wall with a thunderous sound and confronting Wang Shao. "Red Ing, the mother body has appeared. Requesting immediate backup." Lin Qiye urgently called out before leaping upstairs. He was uncertain whether Wang Shao could handle the mother body alone, and new reinforcements were desperately needed. The Nanda serpent demon standing before Wang Shao spoke in a human voice. "You're not even human. Why are you killing my offspring?" Wang Shao's response was cold and unwavering. "Heretics must die. He had no intention of reasoning with the creature. Sensing Wang Shao's resolve, the chainsaw sword roared to life, spinning even faster. The Nanda serpent demon's tail lashed out like a blade, aiming for Wang Shao. Yet, he stood his ground, his legs firmly planted like the roots of a mighty tree. Taking a deep breath, his entire body tensed, veins bulging as the immense power of the fire dragon lord surged through him. Just as the tail was about to strike him, Wang Shao suddenly extended his left hand like an iron clamp, catching the Nanda snake demon's tail with precision and force. The Nanda snake demon was utterly shocked, unable to believe that this seemingly bulky giant could react with such agility and possess such immense strength. It twisted and writhed desperately, trying to break free from Wang Shao's grip, but his hand was like forged steel, unyielding. Trying to escape? Wang Shao sneered coldly, his eyes glinting with icy killing intent. With a powerful swing, he hurled the massive body of the Nanda snake demon as if it were a sandbag. The creature slammed heavily against the wall, leaving a huge dent as bricks and dust rained down. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Shao launched his next attack. Gripping his chainsaw sword with both hands, he raised it high and brought it down fiercely towards the Nanda snake demon, which had just slid off the wall. The chainsaw sword roared like a ravenous beast, emitting a chilling metallic gleam. The friction between the blade and the air created white streams of turbulence, as though tearing through the very fabric of space. The Nanda snake demon, its eyes wide with terror, could feel the overwhelming power emanating from the chainsaw sword. It opened its gaping maw and spewed a jet of black venom in an attempt to block Wang Shao's strike. The venom sprayed forth like a dark fountain, corroding the ground wherever it landed, leaving deep, foul-smelling pits. Yet Wang Shao remained unfazed. With a slight shift of his body, he easily dodged the venom. The chainsaw sword continued its descent, striking the Nanda snake demon with precision. The blade tore through its hardened scales in an instant, sending green blood splattering everywhere. The creature let out a harrowing scream, its body thrashing in agony. But Wang Shao held the chainsaw sword firmly, pulling it with force to carve a long gash across the demon's body. Blood and entrails gushed out in a grotesque torrent. "Heretic, this is your fate," Wang Shao roared, swinging the chainsaw sword again like a silver lightning bolt aimed at the demon's head. The Nanda snake demon, already battered and covered in wounds, was too sluggish to evade the fatal strike. The chainsaw sword struck its head without mercy, severing it in an instant. The demon's massive body wavered before collapsing to the ground with a thunderous crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. Wang Shao stood still, breathing heavily, his body smeared with the Nanda snake demon's blood and entrails. Yet his gaze remained resolute and cold. He knew that in this perilous and unpredictable world, only relentless combat could safeguard what he held dear. At that moment, Lin Qiye arrived upstairs. Seeing how effortlessly Wang Shao had defeated the Nanda snake demon, he couldn't help but feel a deep admiration. "Wang Shao, you're incredible," he exclaimed sincerely. Wang Shao gave a slight nod, but said nothing. He turned his head, scanning the surroundings cautiously for any other potential threats. In the distance, faint footsteps echoed. It seemed Sister Hongying was bringing reinforcements. This guy wasn't supposed to return according to the prophecy. Did the prophecy fail? Or did my actions disrupt it? Wang Shao pondered. Still, in his heart, rescuing civilians always took precedence. The Nanda snake demon, surrounded and unable to escape, had surprisingly dared to come back. By the time Hongying arrived, all that remained was the gruesome aftermath of the battle. Behind her, Si Xiaonan gasped in astonishment. Is this guy even human? The Nanda serpent demon's mother body, a creature with strength nearing the Qi realm, was effortlessly slaughtered in front of Wang Shao, as if it were nothing more than a feeble pest. Wang Shao didn't even break a sweat. Lin Qiye approached him, gazing at the twisted corpse of the serpent demon, and couldn't help but marvel. Impressive. You managed to take care of this thing all by yourself. Now that the mother body is dead, it should be much safer, right? Wang Shao looked down at the corpse, put away his chainsaw sword, and shook his head. Not quite. Why not? Isn't the mother body already dead? Lin Qiye asked, puzzled. Wang Shao's crimson eyes locked onto Lin Qiye's, his tone grave. Lin Qiye, this is the moment for you to prove your resolve. Li Yifei is the real mother body. Now, you have two choices. Either you deal with him yourself, or he'll do it. What? Lin Qiye was stunned, disbelief and shock flooding his mind. Li Yifei was the true mother body. Wang Shao wasn't joking, his expression was dead serious. Li Yifei is your friend. I understand this might be hard for you to accept, but you must face it. In my eyes, Li Yifei has long become an aberration, but I want you to grow through this experience, Wang Shao said calmly, his eyes devoid of emotion. If you can kill him with your own hands, I believe you'll become a capable warrior. But if you can't, I will. Lin Qiye felt the weight of Wang Shao's words and realized this was no joke. By all accounts, Wang Shao had known Li Yifei for a long time, yet he was giving Lin Qiye the chance to act. At that moment, the protective barrier in the sky began to fade, and darkness descended as the power of the star dancer took effect. Lin Qiye looked at the blade in his hand and finally nodded. Understood. He'll take care of it. As he passed by Hong Ying, she asked with concern, do you need help? Lin Qiye shook his head and headed downstairs without a word. A while later, when Lin Qiye reappeared before the group, he was covered in blood. Well done, Wang Shao said with approval, nodding. Remember, no sacrifice is too great to bear, and no betrayal is too small to overlook. And with that, the Nanda Serpent Demon incident finally came to an end. The atmosphere in the car on the way back was heavy with silence, until Lin Qiye broke it. When did you realize Li Yifei was an aberration? Wang Shao answered directly. I knew the moment he went to the Peace Bureau. What? He was already a serpent demon back then? Si Xiaonan exclaimed from the back seat. Wang Shao nodded. That's right. To me, he was already just a grotesque pile of flesh and blood at that point. From the back seat, Hong Ying asked, then why didn't you deal with him then and there? To gather more intel, Wang Shao replied coolly. I noticed something was off about Li Yifei at the time, but it seemed like he was orchestrating some kind of plan. Rather than alarming him, I decided to play along to get the whole group in one sweep. Wow. Si Xiaonan rested her chin on her hand, marveling. Didn't expect you to be such a strategist. Wang Shao remained serious despite the teasing. 3 centuries of battle have taught me the importance of strategy. Recklessness alone rarely wins, and often leads to unnecessary sacrifices. From the driver's seat, Lung Xian grinned quietly to himself, thinking, this guy he's more interesting than I thought. The Nanda Serpent incident finally came to an end, with all its offspring completely eradicated. During the post-event debriefing, Chenmai specially apologized to Wang Shao and expressed his gratitude. We never expected your ability to predict the future to be real. I want to apologize for doubting you during the Ghost Mask King incident, and thank you again for saving Zhao Kongqing. Zhao Kongqing stood up and solemnly performed the Watcher's salute toward Wang Shao. Wang Shao nodded in acknowledgement. It's fine. I've also seen your resolve in battle. I can now truly recognize you all as a legitimate combat team. Although his words sounded somewhat peculiar, everyone present felt an inexplicable sense of joy, as if they had finally earned his approval. Lung Xian discreetly snapped a photo, capturing Wang Shao's stern expression with a faint trace of warmth. Chenmai nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. This incident was handled perfectly. We've already erased most of the students' memories. Today, we can finally celebrate properly. Yay! Si Xiaonan cheered excitedly, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Hong Ying flipped her long hair and looked expectantly at the captain. Captain, how are we celebrating? Wu Xiaonan suggested, the weather's so nice today. How about we have a barbecue? It should be relaxing. Agreed. Everyone chimed in unison. Before long, the courtyard buzzed with activity. A grill, charcoal, small stools, and various drinks were set up, and the team busied themselves preparing for the barbecue. Somehow, Si Xiaonan ended up with soot all over her face. Helplessly, she turned to Hong Ying. Hong Ying, I can't light the fire. Can you use your ability to ignite it? Inside the house, Chunmai and others were cutting and marinating meat, surprised to hear that Si Xiaonan couldn't even start a fire. Wang Shao approached, his enormous frame crouching down as he skillfully lit the charcoal with a lighter. Wow, you're amazing. Do you light fires often? Si Xiaonan exclaimed in awe. Watching the yellow flames dance, Wang Shao's mind wandered back to Nocturne Star. He recalled the days spent learning forging techniques with his battle brothers at the Sacred Forge, surrounded by similar blazing furnaces. A hint of nostalgia flickered in his eyes. It's a shame I can never go back, he murmured softly. Yes, I used to handle fire often. The most common weapon in our battle group was the Promethium burner, highly efficient. It left no trace of the enemy, not even their bodies. Si Xiaonan gave an awkward laugh. Okay. You seem to relate everything back to your experiences. Wang Shao smiled faintly and said no more. Meat's ready, Hong Ying announced, carrying out a large tray of skewers. The chunks of meat were generously coated in marinade. The fire's going strong. Great job, Xiaonan, Chenmai praised. It was Wang Shao who lit it, Si Xiaonan clarified. He stared at the flames like he was lost in thought. Hong Ying grinned confidently. Hee, wait till you try my special barbecue. You'll be drooling for more. She picked up a skewer and placed it on the grill. However, a few minutes later, a charred black skewer was presented to Si Xiaonan. Is this even edible? Si Xiaonan asked, eyeing the burnt meat skeptically. Let me handle it, Wang Shao said, taking over the grilling duties. He deftly arranged the skewers on the grill, flipping them occasionally and sprinkling on seasonings. Soon, the rich aroma of roasted meat filled the courtyard. Each piece sizzled with oil, its surface glistening with a perfect golden brown hue, the tantalizing scent of the Maillard reaction wafting through the air. All right, it's ready. Dig in, Wang Shao announced. Lin Qiye couldn't wait and grabbed a skewer, taking a big bite. Juices burst in his mouth, and the meat was cooked to perfection. This is delicious, he exclaimed. Everyone else followed suit, each bite winning them over. This meat is so good. Did the captain buy premium cuts? Someone asked. No, it's just regular meat. I didn't expect it to turn out this well, Chenmai replied. Finally, Wang Shao picked up a skewer and took a bite himself. The familiar taste spread through his mouth as he looked up at the starry sky, as if seeing his comrades from afar. Brothers, the barbecue here is really good, he said softly, his voice tinged with nostalgia and contentment. The training ground echoed with the clash of steel and the sound of labored breathing. Wang Shao stood in the center, his gaze sharp and penetrating as he surveyed his opponents. Again, he barked. Your attacks are still lacking, your precision is off. If you lack strength, find a way to compensate. Don't think technique alone can make up for a lack of power. In response, Zhao Kongcheng, Lin Qiye, Hong Ying, and Wen Qima launched a coordinated assault on Wang Shao. This time, their combined efforts finally forced him to move and evade. However, landing a hit on Wang Shao remained an unattainable goal. Zhao Kongcheng gritted his teeth, cursing internally. Damn it, this guy is ridiculously strong. Losing to him at that couple's hotel doesn't feel so unjust now. Nearby, Lin Qiye was locked in an intense sparring session with Chun Mai, while Wu Xiangnan focused intently on recording various data points about Wang Shao, his brow furrowed. Such exceptional combat skills, and he's also proficient in firearms? This is nothing like the image of an ancient emperor, Wu Xiangnan thought to himself. Even after gathering so much intel, I still can't find any information about his restricted void. By the end of the morning's training, Hong Ying and the others were sprawled on the ground, utterly exhausted, like limp ragdolls. Meanwhile, Wang Shao hadn't even broken a sweat. Not bad, Wang Shao said with a satisfied nod. Your combat techniques have improved significantly. Next, we'll focus on strength training. The past month had been relatively uneventful, but Wang Shao hadn't allowed anyone to slack off. Lin Qiye lay on the ground, panting heavily, and looked up at Wang Shao. Unable to hold back his curiosity, he asked, have you ever tested Wang Shao's genes? Are they really the same as a normal human's? At that moment, Wu Xiangnan clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. All right, he announced. This year's training camp location has been decided. It'll be right here in the outskirts of Songnan City, not far from here. Hong Ying groaned dramatically. What? Songnan City? Does that mean all the stuff I bought was for nothing? Wu Xiangnan nodded and explained. This is the newest directive from the top. The base in the outskirts has already been built, and it's just a short drive away. Wang Shao wasn't surprised, though he thought the timing was a bit late. So, we're allowed to bring our own belongings this time, right? He asked. Yes, Wu Xiangnan replied. But no dangerous items are permitted. Wang Shao nodded in agreement. All right, Wu Xiangnan concluded. Pack your things today. We'll head out early tomorrow morning. The next morning, a van packed with people and gear headed toward the outskirts. Everyone was clamoring to see Lin Qiye off. Meanwhile, Wang Shao rode a motorcycle ahead of the van, as there was no room left inside. Before long, the base came into view. Outside the secure perimeter, Wang Shao and Lin Qiye disembarked with their luggage. After saying their goodbyes to the others, they began walking toward the training base. Suddenly, Wang Shao stopped and surveyed the surroundings, his brow furrowing. He sensed something dangerous lurking in the mountains, a warning instinctively ringing in his mind. At that moment, the snipers stationed around the base began shouting in alarm. Holy crap! Captain, there's a giant outside the base. What are you talking about? Sniper 3, are you sure? I'm serious, Captain. There's really a giant. All the snipers immediately aimed their scopes at Wang Shao. He could feel his instincts screaming louder than ever. Isn't this a bit rude? Wang Shao muttered under his breath. The snipers continued their chatter. Damn, how tall is this guy? I feel like he's towering over even Yao Ming from the history books. At least 2.5 meters, minimum. This guy's either a genetic anomaly or has been affected by a restricted void mutation. This year's new recruit training is going to be interesting. When Wang Shao and Lin Qiye arrived at the checkpoint, the officer in charge glanced at them and said, You must be Wang Shao and Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye paused, confused. Wait, you know who we are? Lin Qiye looked up at Wang Shao and understood immediately this giant could only be him. After their identification was checked, military personnel escorted them to the dormitory area. A military officer wiped the sweat from his forehead and spoke solemnly to Wang Shao. Given your unique physical condition, we've arranged a private dormitory for you. Wang Shao nodded slightly, already aware of the reasoning. Humans naturally harbor some fear toward colossal beings like him. Being around someone of his stature could indeed be overwhelming, as his height far exceeded that of an average person. Inside the dormitory, Wang Shao saw a specially designed, oversized bed measuring 3 meters long and 2 meters wide. The room was thoughtfully equipped, including an equally massive desk. Later that night, as Wang Shao and Lin Qiye headed to the supply station, they drew the attention of many soldiers. Look at the size of him. Just how strong is he? Could 10 of us veterans even take him down? Someone whispered. No idea. Maybe we should find a chance to test it out? Another replied. Wang Shao paid no attention to the murmurs, quietly purchasing his supplies and heading back to the dormitory. Lin Qiye glanced at the soldiers and asked in a low voice, Aren't you upset by what they're saying? Wang Shao shook his head. It doesn't matter. They're not insulting me, just talking. The next morning, The two sparred on the training field. This time, there were no weapons, just pure physical combat. As time went on, Lin Qiye began to feel something was off. I can't make a dent, he exclaimed. Wang Shao smiled calmly. I won't fight back. Just use your techniques against me. After half an hour of sparring, Lin Qiye was completely exhausted. Panting heavily, he said, impressive. Your stamina is unbelievable. Wang Shao handed him a drink with a grin. Here, free drinks are included. Lin Qiye shook his head in amazement. You're beyond incredible. With physical strength like yours, I doubt anyone below the Divine Ruins level could handle you. Wang Shao said nothing, simply sitting with Lin Qiye on a bench by the training field, basking in the morning sunlight. Not far away, Yuan Gang observed the scene and couldn't help but marvel. Good heavens, what kind of monster is this Tomater Plus giant? He was thoroughly familiar with their records. Lin Qiye's physical stats were comparable to an ordinary soldier, but Wang Shao's numbers were astonishing. A height of 2.8 meters, nearly 300 kilograms in weight, and the ability to sprint 100 meters in just 5 seconds. Yuan Gang chuckled and said to his adjutant, Songnan City has really delivered a huge surprise this year. I doubt ordinary mystics could even stand a chance against a muscle-bound monster like Wang Shao. He thought to himself, itching with curiosity. I'd love to see just how far this guy's limits go. In the dormitory, others had arrived as well, including Bai Li Tuming. However, when facing Chao Yuan, Wang Shao frowned slightly. Clearly, the aura of killing intent surrounding Chao Yuan had caught his attention. Wang Shao, can I stay in your dorm? Lin Qiye asked slyly. I feel like that Bai Li Tuming and Chao Yuan are both a bit off. Wang Shao paused for a moment before replying. It's fine. Bai Li Tuming seems relatively normal, but you should be cautious around Chao Yuan. Hearing this, Lin Qiye let out a sigh of relief. Apart from his odd hobby of making people smell his feet, Bai Li Tuming was mostly normal. Chao Yuan, on the other hand, unnerved Lin Qiye with his cryptic remarks about being a breaker of fates the moment they met. Lin Qiye couldn't help but wonder, are all night watchers this strange? When Bai Li Tuming saw Wang Shao, he looked genuinely surprised. Qiye, what does your classmate eat to grow like that? Look at those muscles, wow, and that height, wow. Got a meal plan? I might try it. Lin Qiye glanced at Bai Li Tuming and teased, if you eat a bit more, maybe your width could surpass Wang Shao's height. Meanwhile, Chao Yuan followed Lin Qiye around like a shadow, paying no attention to Wang Shao. Wang Shao, too, found himself questioning these individuals. The selection for the Astartes was undeniably brutal, but so were the enemies they would face. Without a resilient spirit, unwavering faith, and a strong physique, one couldn't hope to eliminate threats for the Empire. The eccentricities of the Night Watchers only deepened Wang Shao's doubts. On the third day, everyone received their training uniforms and gathered on the field in the morning. Wang Shao's towering figure, standing at a height of 2.8 meters, stood out like a crane among chickens. Lin Qiye whispered beside him, be careful not to step on your shorter classmates. Not only were the surrounding students staring at Wang Shao, but the instructors also took notice. Even standing in the last row, Wang Shao remained the most conspicuous figure in the crowd. Yuan Gang grinned, sensing that this year's training would be far more interesting. Stand up straight. You lot look like a mess, no discipline at all. Yuan Gang barked, and the group hastily straightened up, forming a somewhat proper formation. I know some of you are discontented, Yuan Gang began. Among you are prodigies, heirs of prestigious families, the wealthy, and even those who possess divine relics. His gaze landed on Wang Shao. And some giants think their stature gives them an edge. Wang Shao listened expressionlessly, though inwardly he thought, such an inefficient way to train. The methods on this planet are still too primitive. Yuan Gang continued. But today, to quell your dissatisfaction, I've invited a team of experts to spar with you. As he finished speaking, 7 figures descended from the sky. Moments later, they landed silently in front of the crowd. Each wore a mask, their cloaks billowing in the wind. Some of the trainees recognized this renowned squad, the legendary masked team. Naturally, Wang Shao's gaze also fell on the 7. Suddenly, with a loud thud, one of the masked figures dropped to their knees. The field went silent, the atmosphere awkward yet tense. No one dared to laugh. This was, after all, the infamous masked team. Yuan Gang suppressed his laughter, took a deep breath, and continued. This is the expert I've found for you. From now on, if any of you can remove their masks, you'll be exempted from the training. His words were like a bombshell, causing an uproar among the students. But soon, voices filled with doubt rose one after another. Fight the masked squad? Is this for real? Someone whispered in explanation. That's one of the 4 elite squads of Daxia. They've never failed before. At that moment, a member of the squad wearing a mask with the character King stepped forward. His voice was low yet commanding. We'll give you a chance too. You can all come at us together. From now until 9 p.m., as long as you can take off a mask, you'll win. A sly glint appeared in Yuan Gang's eyes as he added provocatively. If you can't, then you're just a bunch of losers. No matter how privileged your family backgrounds are, or how strong your forbidden ruins may be, it won't change that fact. Sensing the students' hesitation, He quickly added, I know what you're worried about. To make it fair, the masked squad will suppress their abilities to match your level. 7 of them against 240 of you surely. You're not scared, are you? These words ignited the students' fighting spirit. Most of them had been top performers in their respective schools before coming here. Now that the masked squad had made such a concession, backing down would be shameful. Even Bai Li Tuming couldn't hold back and shouted, Bring it on. Who's afraid of who? Seeing the students' enthusiasm, Yuan Gang knew his plan had succeeded. He quietly whispered a few words to the king, whose gaze then shifted to Wang Shao. A giant? A new Forbidden Ruins emperor? Interesting. Let's see how strong this guy really is, the king thought to himself. He stepped forward confidently and declared, To deal with you kids, 5 of us are more than enough. The students erupted in disbelief once more. Some shouted angrily, How arrogant. Others taunted, I don't believe so many of us can't handle just 7 of you. Someone even exclaimed eagerly, Let me grab my gear, and he'll join the fight. At this moment, a woman from the masked squad, wearing a flamboyant rose-patterned mask, stepped forward. She held a small hammer that appeared out of thin air. With a light shake, it magically grew larger in the wind. We can start right now, she said with a hint of provocation in her voice. Whoa, sneak attack. Bai Li Tuming panicked instantly. Qiye, what do we do? Lin Qiye made a quick decision. Run for now. Without hesitation, he sprinted toward the back of the field, with Bai Li Tuming and Chao Yuan following closely behind. Why are we running? Bai Li Tuming asked as he ran. Lin Qiye, without looking back, explained, Are you stupid? We don't even have weapons. How are we supposed to fight? Good point. Let's grab weapons first, Bai Li Tuming realized. Under Lin Qiye's lead, the students scattered across the field like startled birds, fleeing in all directions. No one wanted to face the masked squad barehanded. The king watched Lin Qiye's actions and nodded to himself. This young man could quickly assess the situation and make the best decision truly worthy of being a representative of the divine ruins. Captain, there's a smart one among these students, the Rose remarked. But where's the giant? The Rose had only intended to scare the students with her hammer, but as it was about to strike, she felt something unusual. Someone caught my hammer, she exclaimed, her eyes flashing with surprise. Wang Mian was taken aback upon hearing this. Even without using her full strength, Rose's hammer carried the force of thousands of pounds. What kind of creature could withstand that? Just as the hammer came crashing down, a giant figure stepped forward and forcibly withstood the blow. The new recruits stared in terror at the massive hammer, momentarily forgetting to flee. Although Rose had no intention of truly harming them, Wang Shao wasn't aware of this. Without hesitation, he rushed forward, bracing himself against the descending hammer and urgently shouted to the recruits beneath him, Run, now? Thank you, thank you. The recruit scrambled out from under the hammer and dashed off the field. At that moment, Yuan Gang froze, stunned by Wang Shao's courage in daring to take on Rose's hammer Hedon. Wang Mian suddenly issued a command. Rose, increase your strength. I want to see how long he can hold out. Rose, who had been about to withdraw the hammer, hesitated only briefly before applying more force. Vortex, standing to the side, voiced concern. Captain, increasing the strength further, are you sure this won't go wrong? Don't worry. Don't you trust Rose? She knows her limits, Wang Mian replied calmly, observing the situation closely. He was prepared to step in and save Wang Shao should anything go awry. Rose's hammer steadily increased its power. Little brother, if you can't handle it, just let big sister know, Rose teased. But Wang Shao remained silent. At this point, the gene seed of the Fire Dragon Lord had reached 10 incubation, granting him the attribute of extraordinary strength. Meanwhile, the gene seed of the Holy Blood Angel had reached 4, bestowing the attribute of psychic perception. When the Fire Dragon Lord's gene seed fully incubated, Wang Shao gained complete extraordinary strength. The first to give way was not Wang Shao, but the ground beneath his feet. Cracks began to form in the specially reinforced concrete. Rise! Wang Shao roared, exerting immense effort to lift Rose's hammer. Rose was utterly shocked. She hadn't expected Wang Shao's strength to be this overwhelming. Like a towering pillar of strength, Wang Shao hoisted the hammer high and hurled it aside with great force. Rose quickly recalled her hammer, and Wang Shao stood ready, facing off against Yuan Gang and the masked squad from a distance. Unbelievable, it's like he's a monster. Vortex couldn't help but exclaim. To endure Rose's hammer without even breaking a sweat, this level of physical prowess was unheard of. Captain, what now? I really want to test this guy's limits, Rose said excitedly. She was intrigued by Wang Shao. It had been a long time since anyone had withstood her hammer. All right, go ahead and test him. But be careful, I've heard he might have some kind of magical abilities, Wang Mian instructed. Got it, Rose responded, leaping into the air. Her hammer extended to a two-handed length as she playfully taunted. Hee, let's see how strong you really are. With that, she swung the hammer down toward Wang Shao. Boom! Wang Shao met her hammer with his bare fist. Each clash between them sent tremors through the ground. Rose's initially playful and teasing demeanor gradually turned serious. She could feel the waves of power emanating from Wang Shao's punches growing stronger with each strike. The force reverberating through her hammer left her arms slightly numb. With every collision, she had to muster all her strength to maintain her footing and avoid being forced back. Wang Shao fought with increasing vigor, his movements growing faster and more ferocious. His punches were so swift they left afterimages. Spotting an opening, he surged forward with sudden speed. His massive fist, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, hurtled toward Rose's face like a cannonball. Rose was startled and instinctively dodged to the side. Even so, the force of Wang Shao's punch still grazed her cheek, sending a few strands of her hair fluttering in the air. This seemingly ordinary boy was surprisingly powerful. Rose silently exclaimed in shock. She quickly discarded her earlier underestimation of him and swung her hammer with increased ferocity, trying to regain control of the battle. In the heat of the clash, Wang Shao suddenly let out a thunderous roar. His entire body seemed to channel an overwhelming torrent of power into his right fist, which he swung down toward Rose with the force of an avalanche. In a rush, Rose raised her hammer in defense, only to feel an unstoppable force pressing down on her. Her feet involuntarily sank into the ground, and her knees bent slightly under the pressure. Wang Shao pressed his advantage, his left hand darting out like lightning, with his fingertips nearly grazing the mask on Rose's face. At this critical moment, cold sweat broke out across Rose's body. Summoning all her strength, she twisted her body and used the momentum of Wang Shao's attack to execute a desperate side flip, awkwardly leaping several meters back. Wang Shao stood his ground, his gaze as resolute as steel, exuding an aura that sent shivers down the spine. Nearby, Xuanhua observed the intense confrontation in awe. This kid's physical strength must be in the tons. Even those with enhanced strength from forbidden realms can't compare to him. Just as he spoke, he received an order. Stop standing around. Go test that divine realm holder. Yue has already started moving. Xuanhua acknowledged the command and set off in pursuit of Lin Qiye and the others. Yuan Gang, watching Wang Shao's fierce battle with Rose, voiced his concern. This is tough. Do you think she can handle it? Though Wang Mian wasn't entirely confident, he reassured him. She should be fine. This training was never designed for the students to win. Worst case, we can always bend the rules. Despite his words, he still cautioned Rose. Be careful. If the current state isn't enough, retreat and let someone else handle it. Rose had been locked in a prolonged struggle with Wang Shao, yet she failed to gain any advantage. Several times, her hammer was nearly snatched away, and she herself narrowly avoided being captured. Fully aware of Wang Shao's terrifying strength, she knew that if she were subdued, it would mean far more than just losing her mask. She reported to Wang Mian. Captain, this guy is really tough to deal with. Wang Mian made a decisive call. Stop holding back. We can't lose this exercise. Tianping, assist her. Following the order, Rose adjusted her stance and swung her hammer with all her might, pushing her Forbidden Realm's power to its absolute limit. In an instant, her hammer expanded to the size of a car. This time, Rose held nothing back, launching a full-force attack. Sensing that evasion was impossible, Wang Shao prepared to withstand the blow heated. However, he suddenly felt the ground beneath his feet give way, and his entire body was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, hurtling into the distance. Seeing Wang Shao retreat, Rose finally exhaled in relief and returned to Wang Mian's side. Noticing her disheveled appearance, Wang Mian asked, "How do you feel?" Rose, still wearing her mask, nodded heavily. He's incredibly strong. Not only is his physical strength astonishing, but his combat skills are beyond description. I can clearly sense that he's still holding back. Without fully utilizing the Forbidden Realm, I don't think I could beat him. Yuan Gang was incredulous. Is he really that strong? Rose nodded in confirmation once again. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wang Mian fell into deep thought before saying, "The Divine Realm representatives are still developing. We can nurture them over time. But this kid seems to need little to no further training." He then made up his mind. If he's this formidable, I'll test him myself. You rest and recover your strength for now. Lin Qiye and the others arrived at the armory, only to find the main door locked. This is bad. The base was prepared for this. Lin Qiye thought to himself, surprised by the unexpected obstacle. Li Tuming, panting heavily, complained, "Running such a long distance in one go is really pushing me." Suddenly, a figure plummeted from the sky with a thunderous crash. Chao Yuan instinctively stepped in front of Lin Qiye, alert and wary. Had the masked squad caught up with them? Dust billowed into the air from the impact, making everyone cough. As the dust settled, they finally saw the figure clearly. Lin Qiye exclaimed in shock, "Wang Shao." To their surprise, Wang Shao had been sent flying and landed right in front of them. The three rushed to help him up, but Wang Shao stood up on his own as if nothing had happened. His abilities were quite unique. Sheer force wouldn't be enough to defeat him. You flew all the way here without a scratch. Li Tuming stared at Wang Shao in disbelief, noticing his tattered clothes from the friction, but no injuries, not even a scratch. Lin Qiye, on the other hand, was overjoyed. Perfect timing. We were just worried about not being able to open the armory door. With you here, it shouldn't be a problem. Hearing the word armory, Wang Shao looked up at the iron door in front of him, thinking to himself, with the right equipment, my chances against that hammer-wielding opponent would increase significantly. But one of them seems to have the ability to make me fly. Li Tuming quickly realized that the gravity manipulator must be the masked squad's scales. Wang Shao nodded, saying, that explains it. If I had magnetic combat boots, I probably wouldn't have been affected. He sighed inwardly, troubled by his incomplete Taogang armor. After a month, it was still in the early stages of assembly, and he was running low on funds. While the materials for the Taogang armor were provided by the Cangnan City Night Watchers, the internal electronic components had to be purchased on his own, leaving him nearly broke. Wang Shao, can you open this door? If we can get in, we might stand a chance against the masked squad. Just then, the sound of footsteps drew their attention. Turning around, they saw a red-haired girl approaching. It was Molly. She had noticed someone flying toward the area and, thinking it might be a member of the masked squad, came to check if the armory door had been opened. Instead, she found Lin Qiye and the others gathered there. The appearance of the red-haired girl made Li Tuming's eyes light up. Want to team up? Lin Qiye offered. If the armory door can't be opened, leave it to me, Wang Shao said as he faced the door. Channeling his strength into his right hand, he delivered a powerful punch. The steel door shattered instantly. Molly gasped. This armory is stocked with military-grade weapons, and the steel door was specifically designed to be explosion-proof. Wang Shao just broke it with one punch. Even the moon ghost, observing from the shadows, was taken aback. He thought to himself, if it comes to hand-to-hand combat, I might not stand a chance against this guy. Wang Shao confidently declared, all right, time to pick your weapons. Everyone immediately rushed into the armory. Lin Qiye was the first to grab a standard-issue longsword commonly used by night watchers. Molly chose an extra-long katana. Scanning the room, Wang Shao eventually settled on a long-handled axe, though he wasn't particularly fond of using axes as weapons. A renegade brotherhood seemed to have a particular fondness for axes, which unsettled Wang Shao slightly. By the Emperor, I will never waver in my faith. Lin Qiye, finally relieved after securing his weapon, turned to Molly and suggested, shall we team up? One of us happens to be incredibly strong. As he spoke, he patted Wang Shao on the shoulder. This guy here is the giant of Cangnan City, a formidable fighter. You city folks haven't seen anything like this, have you? Watch me and the giant team up. Molly glanced skeptically at Wang Shao, thinking to herself, can someone this bulky really fight? Lin Qiye chuckled at her expression. Bulky. This is my certified powerful partner, recognized by the Shinshu Agency. And you're doubting his combat skills? Hearing Lin Qiye mention the Shinshu Agency, Molly's interest was finally piqued. Watch out. Wang Shao suddenly shouted, swinging his axe toward Molly. A sharp metallic clang resounded behind her as she quickly dodged and unsheathed her katana. A shadowy figure emerged, grinning wickedly. Wow, that was heavy. I almost didn't catch it, Yugui sneered. Earlier, he had made a probing strike, only for Wang Shao to detect it and retaliate with a powerful axe swing. Though Yugui managed to block it, the immense force left him uncomfortable. What a monster! Xuanhua, get over here and help me, he yelled. On my way, Xuanhua appeared beside Yugui, clearly having been lying in wait for some time, taking on two masked squad members at once. Lin Qiye thought to himself, feeling the odds were against them. Work with me. Wang Shao stepped forward, his massive frame shielding the group. Molly, you get it now? Lin Qiye shouted from behind. Molly, no longer hesitating, drew her katana. I get it. In sequence 076 under the Shinshu Agency morphic vibration. I can make objects within a certain range vibrate upon contact. With her abilities now clarified, Lin Qiye confirmed Molly's strength. At that moment, another group of recruits arrived at the armory, armed with a variety of firearms. They stood behind Lin Qiye and the others, having witnessed Wang Shao's earlier display. Let's take them down. No more training drills. Li Tuming shouted, rallying the recruits. They aimed their weapons and their Shinshu abilities at Yugui. This isn't looking good, Yugui muttered as Rose warned him. That big guy is tough, avoid close combat if possible. Yugui's heart sank as he dissolved into moonlight to escape. But Wang Shao didn't give them much time. Wielding his massive axe, he charged at them like a truck barreling forward. Terrifying. It's like a freight train heading straight for me. Xuanhua could only rely on his Shinshu ability to counter. The speed of the axe swing was so intense it seemed to cut through the air itself. However, the space before Xuanhua distorted, forcing the axe's trajectory to shift. Without even turning, Wang Shao struck backward with his elbow. Yugui reappeared, using his blade to block the blow. How did you spot me? Yugui asked in shock. Wang Shao didn't respond. Revealing one's abilities on the battlefield was foolish, but his psychic perception had reached its peak, allowing him to sense Yugui's position. After all, Yugui wasn't truly invisible. Without pause, Wang Shao launched a relentless and ferocious attack. With their abilities suppressed, Xuanhua and Yugui struggled to hold their ground in close combat. So strong. Molly stood to the side, unable to find an opening to strike. Lin Qiye froze for a moment, gripping his longsword tightly before charging into the fray without hesitation. These people were absolutely insane. Beside him, Molly stood dumbfounded, especially at the sight of the giant wielding a massive axe. The speed of his movements was utterly disproportionate to his enormous frame, making it almost unbelievable. Even Vortex couldn't help but comment through the communicator. By common logic, someone over 2.3 meters tall would either have gigantism or some genetic anomaly, but this person defied all norms. The arc of his axe swings even left afterimages in the air. Vortex and Moon Ghost were tasked with assassination and defense, respectively, but they were clearly struggling against this beast, Wang Shao. Lin Qiye roared and joined the battle, giving Moon Ghost an opening to vanish into thin air, ready to exploit his invisibility against Lin Qiye. Vortex, hold this guy off. I'll deal with that so-called divine agent. Moon Ghost quickly strategized. However, Vortex felt a sinking sense of dread. Wang Shao's attacks came like a relentless storm, overwhelming and nearly impossible to fend off. Wang Shao was like an unstoppable war machine, his massive axe swinging with such ferocity and precision that there was no room to counterattack. Every strike carried immense power and an imposing momentum. Under this onslaught, Vortex was barely holding his ground, expending all his energy just to parry and evade. Spotting a gap in Vortex's defense, Wang Shao lunged forward with a single powerful stride, closing the distance in an instant. He raised his axe high with one hand and brought it crashing down like a falling mountain. Vortex hastily dodged to the side, feeling a gust of wind graze his face. His heart pounded as he realized how close he had come to being struck. This isn't working. My current strength is nowhere near enough to suppress this guy. Before he could regain his footing, Wang Shao spun around, his left hand darting out like a steel claw toward Vortex's mask. His fingertips nearly brushed against the mask, sending a chilling sensation down Vortex's spine. In that critical moment, Vortex twisted his body forcefully and leapt backwards several feet in a desperate, awkward motion. His breathing was ragged, and his eyes were filled with fear and apprehension. This guy, how is he so hard to deal with? He thought, knowing full well that if this continued, it was only a matter of time before Wang Shao broke through his defenses. Meanwhile, Moon Ghost, still invisible, crept closer to Lin Qiye, who remained on high alert. His eyes scanned his surroundings, and his grip on the long sword never wavered, ready for any attack. What Moon Ghost didn't realize was that within a 20-meter radius of Lin Qiye, his movements were entirely detectable. When Lin Qiye suddenly blocked a strike from Moon Ghost with a backhanded sword stance, the latter exclaimed in shock, "Huh? How did you know I was here?" Lin Qiye replied calmly, "Just a guess." "Not bad, kid." Molly and the others finally sprang into action, rushing forward to assist. Bai Li Tuming glanced at Chao Yuan with a look of eager anticipation. "Old Chao, why aren't you joining in?" he asked. Chao Yuan's expression turned serious. "I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself." "Wait, what? Is that even a thing?" Bai Li Tuming asked, puzzled. "Yes," Chao Yuan replied grimly. "Once I activate my Forbidden Ruins combat mode, I lose control. If no one here can suppress me, the consequences could be disastrous." Spatial Vortex. Vortex activated his ability once again, twisting the trajectory of Wang Shao's axe attack just enough to narrowly evade the blow. "I can't take it anymore. Captain, help me." Whirlpool cried out in agony. It seemed like no mission before had ever faced such a formidable opponent. "What a useless guy. Captain, should we consider kicking him out of the masked squad?" Rose's voice came through the comms. 3 figures swiftly descended from the sky. The other members of the masked squad had arrived. "Whirlpool, you're unbelievable. You got beaten up and were wailing like a child in no time," Rose teased. Seeing the 3 arrive, Wang Shao paused his actions. At the forefront, Wang Mian exuded a menacing aura. He didn't look at Wang Shao, but instead glanced at the Moon Ghost, who was battling Lin Qiye in the distance. "You two took so long, and there are still so many freshmen left standing here?" Wang Mian said coldly. "Come on, Captain, that's not fair." Whirlpool complained from the side. "This giant freshman is a monster. His hand-to-hand combat skills are beyond imagination." Wang Mian sneered. "Oh really? Let me see for myself." He took a slow step forward, unsheathing the blade of his Yuan. Wang Shao instantly felt an overwhelming pressure, as if the very fabric of time and space around him had frozen. A psychic spell time stop? But no, it was actually Wang Mian's divine relic, the Temporal Marauder, activating. In an instant, the flow of time around Wang Shao slowed dramatically. Wang Mian unleashed a series of strikes, targeting the massive axe in Wang Shao's hands. "See? The captain always gets it done. He'll finish this guy in no time." Whirlpool sighed in relief, ready to take a break. But Rose suddenly spoke up. "Wait, something's not right. That guy, he's still moving." "What? The captain's Temporal Marauder can manipulate time. How is this guy still moving?" Wang Shao's eyes began to emit a crackling blue light. Soon, the blue currents spread across his entire body as he focused completely. The words of the Warband's think tank echoed in his mind. Psychic energy is a dangerous power, but if utilized properly, it can unleash unparalleled strength. Against psychic heretics, one can reduce the effects of psychic magic. Advanced armor may even be inscribed with psychic runes to counter demonic magic. Recalling the think tank's teachings, Wang Shao began to explore the use of psychic energy. As Wang Mian's blade slashed toward him, just before it could make contact, psychic energy surged across Wang Shao's body, pulling him out of the slowed time. To the others, it all happened in an instant. Wang Mian slowed time, struck with his blade, and within a second, Wang Shao's body was enveloped in blue light, allowing him to dodge the attack in a flash. He dodged it. Whirlpool shouted in disbelief. Wang Mian realized it too. Suddenly, a giant figure crackling with blue energy appeared before him, raising a massive axe high and bringing it down. Wang Mian drew a yuan to block the attack. The clash of blade and axe rang out sharply, forcing Wang Mian to take 2 steps back to dissipate the immense force. However, Wang Shao's axe could no longer withstand the strain and shattered. So this is psychic energy? Wang Shao murmured, staring at the blue currents coursing over his body. Fire Dragon Lord Gene Seed Incubation Progress. 12. Attribute acquired. Superhuman Strength. Holy Blood Angel Gene Seed Incubation Progress. 10. Attribute acquired. Psychic Sensitivity. Psychic Sensitivity fully developed, enabling basic psychic energy manipulation. Wang Shao felt as though he had become one with the psionic energy, wielding it like an invisible force that obeyed his every command. He silently thanked the Emperor. Though he had yet to master the art of psionic magic, he could at least break through Wang Mian's temporal marauder restrictions. Wang Mian, on the other hand, observed the scene calmly, secretly noting that the young giant before him indeed possessed some magical abilities, just as intelligence reports had indicated. However, it seemed the giant himself was not fully aware of his own potential. Wang Shao began to grasp the true purpose of this exercise. The opposing side wasn't taking the battle seriously. Their real goal was to assess the abilities of these new recruits while simultaneously curbing their arrogance. Normally, this kind of training was reserved for the astral forces, as the Astartes rarely resorted to such archaic methods. Behind him, Lin Qiye and Yu Guo had also concluded their battle with the help of other recruits. Yu Guo vanished into the shadows and returned to Wang Mian's side. This divine emissary was indeed extraordinary. No matter how well Yu Guo concealed himself, he was always discovered when he tried to approach. It was uncanny. Yu Guo, renowned for his stealth assassinations in forbidden ruins, had earned his place in the masked squad through sheer strength and skill. Before him, Wang Shao and Lin Qiye stood out as the most formidable opponents, one wielding a mysterious forbidden ruin, the other a divine emissary. Wang Mian pondered the situation. This would not be easy to handle. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Pointing at Wang Shao, he declared, "You may not be able to defeat us, but I'll give you a new opportunity." The recruits exchanged confused glances, while Wang Shao remained expressionless. Wang Mian continued, "If you all work together to take down this giant, Yuan Gang's earlier promise still stands. Surely, that's easier than defeating us, isn't it?" Beneath his mask, a sly grin formed, as though he could already envision Wang Shao being overwhelmed. The recruits, including Lin Qiye, stood in silence, their skepticism toward Wang Mian's proposal evident. Then, Wang Shao's single sentence shifted the entire dynamic. "What if I win?" Wang Mian raised an eyebrow, seemingly pleased that his plan was progressing. "If you win, we'll grant you a reward," Wang Mian replied. Still, Wang Shao's expression did not waver. "Fine. If I win, I want to fight you. We'll discuss the reward after I defeat you." His audacity left everyone stunned. To challenge all the remaining recruits alone, and then demand a match with the masked squad, it was outrageous. Did he truly believe he could emerge victorious? Shen Qingzhu smirked mockingly at Wang Shao. "I can't wait to see this giant fall," she sneered. Lin Qiye, however, grinned mischievously. "Wang Shao, are you serious about this?" he asked. "No problem," Wang Shao replied confidently. "I stake my honor on this I won't lose." Slowly, he turned to face the recruits, his gaze sweeping across them. The blue glow of psionic energy shimmered around him, and his long-handled axe struck the ground with a heavy thud. "Come on then," he challenged. The recruits exchanged uncertain looks until someone finally broke the silence. "Let's go? Taking him down is better than fighting the masked squad." With that, the battle erupted. Lightning bolts, fireballs, and other attacks rained down on Wang Shao, but his psionic energy deflected them all. Shen Qingzhu scoffed, her voice dripping with disdain, as she unleashed her attack. "Let's see how long you can hold out." In an instant, all the oxygen around Wang Shao disappeared, and even Lin Qiye, who was closest to him, felt the suffocating pressure. Lin Qiye quickly leaped out of the range of Qi Min's influence. "You guys really don't hold back, do you?" Shen Qingzhu exclaimed recklessly. He knew that while Wang Shao could counter attacks from the Forbidden Void, he was powerless against the vacuum environment created by Qi Min. "Now's the time." Before the words fully left his mouth, The new students launched an attack on Wang Shao. Wang Shao calmly assessed the situation. 1, 2, 3, 4. He deflected an oncoming blade with his long-handled axe, then hooked the enemy's sword with the axe and flung them aside with a swift motion. Pivoting, he seized the arm of another attacker attempting a sneak assault from the side, giving a pull and a push that sent them flying several meters away. Despite the onslaught from all directions, Wang Shao countered with precision and composure. His figure stood like an unyielding mountain, unmoved by the tidal wave of attacks. While skillfully wielding his long-handled axe to fend off melee assaults, each swing of the axe cutting through the air with a fierce whistle, Wang Shao kept a watchful eye on those using long-range forbidden void abilities in the distance. Shen Qingzhu, frustrated by Wang Shao's resilience even in a vacuum, intensified Qi Min's output, attempting to further constrict Wang Shao's living space. Now, while he's weakened, Shen Qingzhu shouted, amplifying Qi Min's force to create an air barrier around Wang Shao. A long katana appeared before him, slashing toward Wang Shao. Clang, 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 clang. The relentless strikes of the katana against Wang Shao's axe echoed sharply, as if trying to shatter the weapon in his hands. Wang Shao snorted coldly, grabbing the katana with his left hand. The previously vibrating blade was instantly stilled by his immense strength. Impossible, Molly gasped, momentarily stunned and forgetting to let go of the weapon. In the next moment, Wang Shao hurled her aside effortlessly. Every tactic seemed futile against this towering titan. His moves were simple, yet devastating, grabbing, tossing, smashing. The new students were sent flying one after another. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye observed the battle closely. He was fully aware of Wang Shao's overwhelming strength, but he couldn't resist the allure of this exhilarating fight. His long blade glinted with a cold light as he contemplated how to breach Wang Shao's defenses without causing him harm. Suddenly, Lin Qiye darted forward like a shadow, unleashing a swift and fierce flurry of strikes. His blade gleamed like a ribbon of light, aiming to disrupt Wang Shao's defensive rhythm. Sensing Lin Qiye's approach, Wang Shao's expression remained unshaken. His axe traced a graceful arc through the air, clashing with Lin Qiye's blade in a shower of sparks. Their forces collided, locking them in a temporary stalemate. The other new students seized the opportunity, launching a more ferocious attack from all sides. Yet Wang Shao remained unperturbed. His feet seemed rooted to the earth, unyielding. With a sudden stomp, a surge of power radiated outward, forcing the surrounding attackers to stagger back. He then raised his long-handled axe high, its blade glowing with concentrated spiritual energy, and brought it down with tremendous force. A wave of spiritual energy surged forward like a raging tide, carving a deep trench into the ground and sending those too slow to evade crashing to the ground. This guy is an absolute monster, someone cried out in disbelief. Wang Shao's gaze remained sharp and unyielding as he scanned the remaining opponents. Who's next? He asked, his voice low and commanding, sending a chill through the hearts of those still contemplating another attack. Meanwhile, Wang Mian stood quietly on the sidelines, a flicker of surprise and admiration flashing in his eyes. He had initially thought the combined efforts of the new students would trouble Wang Shao, but Wang Shao's strength far surpassed his expectations. Wang Mian began to ponder how he would face the challenges ahead if Wang Shao truly defeated all the students. Lin Qiye picked himself up from the ground, brushing the dust off his clothes. Wang Shao, you're as strong as I expected, but I won't give up so easily, he declared, gripping his blade tightly once more, preparing for another round of battle. The sky gradually darkened, and the power of the starry sky dancer activated within Lin Qiye, granting him a five-fold, all-around enhancement. Ever since joining the Night Watchers squad, the gap in strength between Lin Qiye and Wang Shao had become increasingly evident. At this moment, a surge of intense curiosity rose within Lin Qiye. He was eager to know just how vast that gap truly was. Wang Mian found a clean spot to sit down, his eyes glinting with anticipation. This is going to be interesting, he murmured softly. The showdown between the two strongest rookies in Songnan City, how exciting. Beside him, Xuanhua also took a seat, his expression brimming with interest. Boss, he asked, have you considered what would happen if this kid actually beats him? Could you still take him on? Wang Mian, sensing something beneath the surface, responded. Haven't you noticed? This kid is cooperating with us. My guess is he wants something from us. Wang Mian's deduction wasn't unfounded. Wang Shao did indeed have something he couldn't accomplish alone and required their assistance. The battle had already begun. Lin Qiye and Wang Shao were locked in a fierce struggle. With the Starry Sky Dancers all-around enhancement and the 20-meter range vision boost, Lin Qiye moved with ghostly agility. His long blade glinted coldly in the night, and each swing unleashed a sharp flash of light, like a silver ribbon slicing through the air toward Wang Shao. He maneuvered deftly around Wang Shao, his keen perception allowing him to predict his opponent's moves and search for openings. Wang Shao, on the other hand, was like a moving mountain. Each swing of his long-handled axe unleashed tremendous power. The axe blade tore through the air with a sharp whistle, meeting Lin Qiye's attacks heated. Sparks flew with every clash, and the ground beneath them cracked under the immense force of their blows. The fight reached a stalemate, and the air around them seemed to boil with intensity. Seizing an opportunity, Lin Qiye lunged forward, his long blade aimed directly at Wang Shao's chest. Wang Shao calmly countered, raising his long-handled axe to block the fatal strike with precision. He then spun around, sweeping the axe handle horizontally toward Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye leapt nimbly into the air, flipping mid-flight, and brought his blade down toward Wang Shao from above. Wang Shao's eyes gleamed with battle spirit as he tightened his grip on the axe and lifted it to deflect the strike with a resounding clang. Using the momentum, Lin Qiye propelled himself backwards several meters, creating distance between them. He panted lightly, sweat beading on his forehead. Despite the Starry Sky Dancer's enhancements, the prolonged high-intensity combat was wearing him down. In contrast, Wang Shao, who had already been fighting for over a minute in Shen Qing's oxygen-deprived environment, was only slightly perspiring. Suddenly, Shen Qingzhu let out a strained shout. I can't hold on anymore. Maintaining the oxygen-deprived field had drained his mental energy, and he could no longer sustain it. Fresh air rushed back into Wang Shao's lungs. Lin Qiye, having reached his limit as well, threw in the towel. That's it, I'm done. I can't beat you, he declared, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. Looking at the still dominant Wang Shao, Lin Qiye couldn't help but exclaim, Man, someone should dissect you and figure out what's going on inside. Wang Shao glanced around at the disheveled freshman nearby, his lips curling into a gentle smile. With steady steps, he approached Wang Mian, his towering figure casting a shadow that enveloped Wang Mian entirely. Wang Mian had no choice but to stand up, tilting his head to meet Wang Shao's gaze. So, I've completed your request. Now how about we have a match? He said. Raising an eyebrow, Wang Shao asked. Aren't you going to rest first? Doesn't matter, Wang Mian shrugged, a trace of pride in his tone. I can fight for more than 10 days straight. Monster, Xuanhua muttered quietly from the side, a mixture of surprise and admiration flashing in his eyes. Wang Mian nodded, scanning the surroundings before suggesting. All right, but there are too many people here. Let's find a more open space. The two moved away from the crowded area near the armory and made their way to the training field where they had gathered earlier. News of the impending battle spread quickly, and the freshmen swarmed to the field, eager to witness the showdown between the strongest newcomer and Wang Mian. Wang Shao and Wang Mian faced each other in the center of the field, surrounded by an audience holding their breath in anticipation. The atmosphere was thick with tension and excitement. Wang Mian struck first. His figure blurred like a flash of lightning, disappearing from his original position. In the next instant, he was on Wang Shao's right side, his Yuan blade slicing through the air with a cold gleam, aiming for Wang Shao's waist. The strike was both swift and precise, exuding an intense killing intent. However, Wang Shao seemed prepared. His massive frame shifted slightly, and with a downward press of his long-handled axe, he blocked Wang Mian's attack with pinpoint accuracy. The sharp clang of metal echoed across the field, sparks flying from the collision. Not bad. Your reflexes are pretty quick, Wang Mian remarked softly, a hint of approval in his tone. With a flick of his wrist, the Yuan blade slid along the axe's edge. He spun gracefully, reversing his grip to slash at Wang Shao's back. Wang Shao stepped forward sharply, swinging his axe backward. The axe handle met the blade midair, effortlessly deflecting the blow. Seizing the momentum, he swung his axe in a wide arc, aiming to sweep Wang Mian off his feet. The axe cleaved through the air with a menacing whoosh, its sheer power intimidating to behold. Wang Mian lightly tapped the ground with his toes, leaping several meters back just in time to evade the strike. His gaze sharpened with focus as he launched another flurry of attacks. His movements were like a shadow, darting around Wang Shao with dizzying speed, the Yuan blade striking from all directions. The blade's gleam flashed relentlessly, creating a dazzling spectacle. Wang Shao, however, remained calm and composed. His feet seemed rooted to the ground, and with his overwhelming strength and keen instincts, he deflected each of Wang Mian's attacks with precision. In a brief pause between exchanges, Wang Mian suddenly appeared directly in front of Wang Shao. Locking eyes with him, he asked, What do you need? Tell me, and maybe you'll consider helping you. While fending off Wang Mian's strikes with his axe, Wang Shao replied, I need a research lab and sufficient materials. I have important work to do. Also, I'd like to reduce my training hours. I don't want to waste too much time on that. Wang Shao's physical abilities far exceeded those of the other freshmen. His immense strength, lightning-fast reflexes, agile movements, and incredible stamina were beyond what ordinary newcomers could achieve. For someone like him, physical training seemed almost redundant. Wang Mian nodded slightly. I see. That's not an unreasonable request. If you agree to one condition of mine, it'll make it happen. What condition? Wang Shao asked, his brows furrowing slightly. For this fight, you need to pretend to lose to me, Wang Mian said firmly. meeting Wang Shao's gaze with unwavering determination. Wang Shao hesitated for a moment before a thought crossed his mind. After brief consideration, he deliberately exposed a flaw in his defense, his movements slowing down just enough. Noticing the opening, Wang Mian seized the opportunity. His Yuan blade accelerated, targeting Wang Shao's vital points with a series of rapid strikes. Wang Shao feigned inability to dodge in time, allowing Wang Mian's blade to rest against his throat. "You've lost," Wang Mian declared, his tone carrying a hint of triumphant satisfaction. Lowering his long-handled axe, Wang Shao responded calmly. "All right, you win. Just make sure you keep your promise." Sheathing his blade, Wang Mian nodded solemnly. "Don't worry. I'll arrange everything for the lab and materials." The surrounding freshmen reacted with a mix of awe and contemplation. Some were thrilled by the spectacular duel, while others seemed to sense something amiss. To most, the captain was an unbeatable figure, so Wang Shao's loss to him felt natural. As expected from the Phantom squad, truly the strongest, an enthusiastic student exclaimed, admiration shining in his eyes. "That combat skill and control are absolutely incredible." No matter their individual reactions, the breathtaking duel left an indelible impression on every onlooker, destined to become a favorite topic of conversation among the Night Watch recruits. Standing at the edge of the crowd, Lin Qiye smirked subtly, his expression tinged with intrigue. "Wang Shao, what exactly are you up to?" he murmured, his sharp gaze glinting as if seeing through everything. The orientation training for the new recruits concluded successfully, and the issue with Wang Shao was finally resolved. Doctors quickly entered the scene to treat the injured recruits. Yuan Gang, maintaining his usual demeanor, sneered and coldly said, "I was right, wasn't I? You're all a bunch of worthless trash, pathetic excuses for so-called prodigies. Tomorrow, if any of you dawdle during assembly, I'll make sure you regret it." After dispersing the recruits, Yuan Gang called Wang Shao to his office alone, with several members of the masked squad present. Wang Shao hunched over as he entered the office, and Yuan Gang, seated in his chair, had to look up at the towering figure. The office's height was just enough for Wang Shao to avoid hitting the ceiling. Yuan Gang scrutinized him, filled with curiosity. What could this kid have gone through to maintain such a composed demeanor? Even in the office, the masked squad members kept their masks on. "Take a seat. No need to be formal. You can also discuss your requirements with Yuan Gang," someone said. Wang Shao sat on a single-seater sofa, which seemed slightly cramped for him. Yuan Gang nodded and added, "That's right. Judging by your physical condition, you clearly don't need standard physical training. I heard from the leader of the masked squad that you want a lab for research. Can you share the specifics of your request?" Understanding Yuan Gang's inquiry, Wang Shao began. "I need a large workshop equipped with a furnace. The required materials are listed here." He handed over a small notebook. "My goal is to build a suitable set of power armor for myself. In the future, if others choose to join, I can craft more power armors for them." Yuan Gang opened the notebook with curiosity, noting the neat handwriting inside. As he read, his eyes widened in surprise. "Fusion ceramic steel power armor, Mark IV? Are you certain you can build this?" Wang Shao replied confidently. "Yes, I can. I used to be a technical sergeant in the war band, and constructing this type of power armor is well within my capabilities." Yuan Gang frowned slightly, primarily due to the outrageous nature of the materials Wang Shao required. Steel and carbon ceramics are manageable, but this uranium-235 you're asking for is nearly impossible to obtain. You know that in our country, this material is strictly reserved for nuclear warheads, and even those are currently in storage. Can't you consider an alternative energy source?" Wang Shao had anticipated this question and responded, "Based on my calculations, if powered by batteries, the armor can only operate for 5 minutes. With gasoline, it could last 10 minutes. Diesel might extend it to around 13 minutes. However, with my newly refined fuel, it could sustain operation for 20 minutes. This explanation left everyone in the room uneasy. Mishandling uranium-235 could turn the entire Songnan city into a hazardous zone. "Here's a compromise," Yuan Gang suggested, placing the notebook on the desk. "Build a prototype powered by gasoline or electricity first. Once it passes testing and proves viable, we can apply for the special materials you need to construct the advanced power armor. How does that sound?" Wang Shao, seemingly having anticipated this proposal, nodded and agreed without hesitation. Wang Shao stood in the laboratory, surveying the advanced equipment around him with silent admiration. Turning to Yuan Gang, he calmly reported, "The construction progress of my power armor has reached 50%. If all the materials are available, I can complete a finished product within a month." Yuan Gang nodded in satisfaction, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. In a deep voice, he said, "Good. You may skip the regular physical training, but you must participate in special activities. It's essential for fostering team cohesion." Wang Shao frowned slightly, clearly disagreeing with the last statement. After a moment of thought, he cautiously voiced his opinion. "Team cohesion is more often forged through shared beliefs and life-and-death battles. It's hard to genuinely develop it through daily training." Yuan Gang merely smiled faintly at this, offering no rebuttal. In his eyes, Wang Shao was still young. Some things required time to understand. Wang Mian, standing nearby, interjected. His voice, filtered through his mask, carried a serious tone. From the data we've gathered, your forbidden domain seems to be called Emperor. Could you explain your abilities in detail? This is crucial for our documentation and development work. Without hesitation, Wang Shao met Wang Mian's gaze with unwavering determination. The Emperor is the source of my powers. It is because of him that I possess such immense strength. I am entrusted by the Emperor with the mission of protecting this planet and its people. Currently, I wield extraordinary strength and possess psychic perception. The staff behind Wang Mian swiftly jotted down notes, their brows furrowed. Psychic perception? That seems like a new ability we haven't documented before. Wang Mian pressed further. In what form does your psychic energy manifest? Can it nullify others' abilities just by covering your body? Wang Shao responded candidly. I'm afraid my application of psychic energy is still at a very basic level. For now, I can only use it to dispel certain magical interferences. I believe, with time, I may develop more ways to harness it. Wang Mian nodded in acknowledgement, and the recorder behind him continued their work. Yuan Gang suddenly spoke up. Then where do your aura and the technology for creating power armor come from? This question seemed to stir Wang Shao's memories. His gaze turned contemplative. That comes from my past. I served the Emperor for 300 years. It was during that time that I acquired such extensive knowledge and skills. Yuan Gang and Wang Mian exchanged a meaningful glance. Clearly, this answer added another layer of mystery to the Emperor forbidden domain. They realized it would be difficult to extract further insights solely from Wang Shao. Finally, Yuan Gang made one last request. Would you allow us to conduct some tests on your body? Specifically, would like to measure your limits in strength, speed, and reaction time. Wang Shao agreed readily. No problem. The group proceeded to the testing room. After half an hour of rigorous assessments, Wang Shao's physical data was revealed. When Yuan Gang and the masked team saw the results, they couldn't help but gasp. The data read, height, 2.85 meters, weight, 310 kilograms, maximum strength, 8 tons, maximum speed, 25 meters per second, reaction time, approximately 0.05 seconds. Is this even human? Someone muttered under their breath. A single punch from him could probably kill an elephant. Rose, looking at the data, was equally astonished. Reflecting on her past encounters with Wang Shao, she silently breathed a sigh of relief. 8 tons of strength? He must have been holding back during our fight. Though Wang Mian's face was hidden by his mask, the gravity in his tone was unmistakable. It's a pity that this emperor still seems to fall short of a divine domain. However, if it's ultimately confirmed as a divine domain, this kid will undoubtedly become an incredibly formidable warrior. As Wang Shao's figure receded into the distance, Yuan Gang murmured thoughtfully to himself, perhaps, in the future, the Special Task Force will gain another great asset. Wang Shao's military competence had already been acknowledged, so he no longer needed to participate in training. However, the morning assemblies and regular team practices were still mandatory, as granting special privileges could harm overall morale. Back in the dormitory, Lin Qiye asked Wang Shao with concern, "Did anyone give you a hard time?" Wang Shao shook his head. "No, I just made a few personal requests." Bailey Tumming leaned in excitedly and said, "Big guy, your moves in today's battle were incredible. Can you teach me? I want to slim down a bit." Wang Shao smiled and replied, "Sure, as long as you're willing to learn seriously, I'll teach you." Behind them, Chao Yuan quietly recited prayers. Wang Shao, in truth, needed capable allies. He wasn't certain he could protect civilians on this dangerous planet all by himself, so he decided to form his own battle group. Lin Qiye lightly patted Wang Shao's stomach and teased, "You better be prepared. Wang Shao as an instructor is quite strict." Bailey Tumming chuckled, "Doesn't matter. I'm here to endure hardship. Today's battle was just too cool. I have to learn from you. Here's a little token of appreciation." Looking at the neatly packaged gifts, Wang Shao declined. "Get some rest and prepare for tomorrow's training." Back in the dormitory, Wang Shao cleaned himself up and sat at his desk. He began silently reciting the imperial truth. After finishing, he took out a piece of parchment he had purchased and started sketching and writing on it. He understood that after witnessing time manipulation in the presence of the king today, he might encounter abilities that could manipulate thought in the future. He needed to prepare early. The next morning, Wang Shao attended the morning assembly as usual. Such training was mandatory, as his sudden absence would surely stir curiosity among the new recruits. A completely unfamiliar instructor was already waiting for them with a stopwatch in hand. Wang Shao reached the training ground within a minute, earning a nod of approval from Instructor Hong. Internally, Hong thought, not bad. He's not abusing his privilege. Soon after, Lin Qiye and the other recruits, including the new ones, began arriving. At the 3-minute mark, Instructor Hong stopped his watch and gave a sly, mischievous grin, waiting for the latecomers. As expected, Wang Shao foresaw what was coming next: punishment. Instructor Hong singled out a few troublemakers and made them run laps. Eventually, Lin Qiye and a few others joined in for a few laps. The most conspicuous among them was Shen Qingzhu, who not only arrived late, but also spat at the instructor after being assigned punishment before grudgingly starting her laps. Wang Shao frowned slightly, thinking that such arrogance might make someone like her an unsuitable addition to his battle group. After the morning's disciplinary session, Wang Shao helped Lin Qiye carry the chubby Bailey Tumming back to the dormitory. "You're a lifesaver. I wouldn't have been able to move him alone," Lin Qiye said as he watched Wang Shao effortlessly lift Bailey Tumming onto the bed like a crane. Bailey Tumming lay on the bed murmuring unintelligibly, seemingly exhausted. "You really need to work on your physical fitness. On Nocturne Star, someone with your stamina would end up as a meal for a ground dragon," Wang Shao remarked. At this, Bailey Tumming's eyes shot open. "What's a ground dragon? Is it tasty?" Wang Shao sighed and tried to reason with him patiently. But then, another whistle blew, and the order for an emergency assembly echoed once more. Bailey Tumming let out a wail of despair, feeling a pang of helplessness, and followed Lin Qiye and the others as they sprinted to the field. Instructor Hong flashed a sly, almost sinister smile. "Excellent. Next up is your mealtime. You have 20 minutes to eat. If you're late, there won't be any food left." Hearing the word mealtime, Bailey Tumming's spirits were instantly lifted. He thought to himself, "Just wait. I'll show you the kind of appetite I have. Every pound I lose, I make sure to gain it back tenfold." With time ticking away, the group rushed to the cafeteria. However, what greeted them was raw meat and a massive basin of steamed buns. The buns appeared unfermented flat, rock hard, and seemingly solid to the core. The other container held chunks of raw meat streaked with blood, emitting a nauseating metallic stench. Without hesitation, Wang Shao grabbed a bun and a piece of raw meat, chewing stoically as if he were eating ordinary biscuits. Another Special Forces recruit also began devouring the raw meat without a second thought. Seeing this, Lin Qiye followed Wang Shao's lead and started eating. Bailey Tumming, on the other hand, looked as if he were about to cry. "I guess I have no choice but to eat this if I don't want to starve," he thought miserably. Meanwhile, the rebellious Shen Qingzhu sneered in disdain and muttered angrily, "Who the hell made this crap? Is this even fit for humans to eat?" Just as he finished speaking, an old man holding a ladle stepped forward, seemingly ready to teach him a lesson. However, a giant of a man walked up beside Shen Qingzhu and said sternly, "You should respect your food. Every morsel you eat comes from the hard work of countless people." It was Wang Shao. Shen Qingzhu immediately fell silent, intimidated by the sheer authority in Wang Shao's tone. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Wang Shao picked up another bun and piece of raw meat, his voice resolute. "This is actually pretty good compared to what you'll have to eat on the battlefield. Out there, you might end up eating the corpses of your enemies." His words made several female recruits turn pale, their minds racing with horrified thoughts. Eating enemy corpses? He's seriously hardcore. Overwhelmed by Wang Shao's commanding presence, Shen Qingzhu had no choice but to obediently eat the bun and raw meat. As Wang Shao returned to his seat to continue his meal, Shen Qingzhu's lackey approached him cautiously and whispered, "Boss, are you really eating this?" Shen Qingzhu bit into the bun with gritted teeth and growled, "Just wait until the day I can beat him. I'll spit all of this right back in his face." Meanwhile, Bailey Tumming chewed on his bun nervously, casting a terrified glance at Wang Shao. "Big bro," he stammered, "if I die on the battlefield, you're not going to eat my corpse, are you?" Wang Shao gave him a faint smile. "No, we never eat the corpses of our comrades. Only the enemies." Bailey Tumming instinctively shuffled closer to Lin Qiye, his heart pounding with dread. "This guy? He won't actually eat people, will he?" he thought. Lin Qiye's response only deepened his unease. "Hard to say. He once admitted he's eaten corpse-derived starch before." Bailey Tumming froze in shock, his mind racing. So he was serious about it? Eating corpses? That's just terrifying. Meanwhile, the old man with the ladle observed Wang Shao with approval, thinking to himself, "This kid has potential." As many of the new recruits continued to grumble about the food, the masked squad entered the cafeteria. The old man, whose name was Grandpa's son, brought out trays of impeccably prepared dishes, each more mouth-watering than the last. The sight left everyone salivating. Wang Shao and Lin Qiye were then called aside. Hearing Wang Mian's call, Wang Shao and Lin Qiye quickly set down the half-eaten steamed buns and raw meat in their hands, stood up, and walked over. Bailey Tumming, watching from the side with envy written all over his face, muttered under his breath, "Look at this special treatment. Those two must be getting some exclusive perks. Makes you jealous, doesn't it?" Wang Mian smiled and gestured toward the table laden with steaming, aromatic dishes. "Care to join us for a bite?" "No, thank you," Wang Shao and Lin Qiye replied in unison, as if they shared a tacit understanding. Wang Mian raised his eyebrows slightly, surprised by their restraint. He hadn't expected them to be this measured. "All right then, let's cut to the chase." Wang Mian turned to Wang Shao, his expression becoming serious. Wang Shao, regarding your scientific research project base, the organization will allocate you ample time to focus on it. However, you're also expected to participate in team-based projects to help maintain morale among the others. You understand this, right? Wang Shao nodded slightly, indicating his understanding, as if he had anticipated this. Wang Mian then shifted his attention to Lin Qiye, his tone softening. Lin Qiye, I called you here to discuss the matter of divine agents. Wang Shao's current Forbidden Ruins attribute is uncertain. We don't know if it's a divine ruins type or not. So, I thought it might be helpful for both of you to listen and brainstorm together. Taking advantage of the mealtime, Wang Mian began explaining the origins of divine agents in detail. Lin Qiye listened intently, and once Wang Mian finished, he spoke thoughtfully. So, you're saying that gods usually assign tasks to their agents as a condition for granting them power? Wang Mian nodded in agreement. Exactly. That's how I obtain my identity as a divine agent. However, Lin Qiye spread his hands in frustration, a look of confusion on his face. The problem is, Michael gave me power, but he hasn't assigned me any tasks yet. Isn't that odd? Wang Mian was taken aback. How is that possible? But seeing the earnest expression on Lin Qiye's face, he realized this wasn't a joke. Besides, someone like Michael wouldn't mess around with his agent. That is strange. Normally, gods always issue tasks. Wang Shao chimed in with a suggestion. Perhaps the task will only appear at a specific time. For instance, my task is to protect this planet and its inhabitants. This revelation startled Wang Mian. Wait, you mean your source of power actually assigned you a task? Which god gave you this mission? After a moment of contemplation, Wang Shao answered seriously. The emperor gave me this mission. But he explicitly said he's not a god, doesn't acknowledge himself as one, and forbids us from calling him a god. Wang Shao adhered to this principle strictly, recalling how a traitor had once tried to proclaim the emperor as a god, much to the emperor's fury. Wang Mian fell silent, contemplating the implications. A being who claims not to be a god grants immense power to a mortal and forbids being called a god? The complexity of it all left him pondering. Meanwhile, Xuanhua and Xiangwei exchanged glances, the unspoken words evident in their eyes. At that moment, a sharp whistle signaling an emergency assembly interrupted their thoughts. The recruits immediately realized it was time to regroup. We need to assemble, Wang Mian said, nodding in acknowledgement. All right, let's continue this conversation later after we complete our mission. What mission? Lin Qiye asked curiously. Wang Mian replied. A mysterious incident has emerged in the sea realm, and we're tasked with resolving it. With that, the group headed toward the assembly point, ready to face the new challenge ahead. As soon as Lin Qiye finished speaking, he hurriedly left to join the assembly. Wang Mian watched the two figures disappear into the distance, lost in thought. He murmured to himself, compared to Lin Qiye, Wang Shao is far more enigmatic. What kind of mysterious force chose him? And why entrust him with the responsibility of protecting this planet and its people? Xuanhua couldn't help but joke. Maybe this deity has a deep love for humanity and is willing to give everything for them. Wang Mian was left speechless by the remark. That possibility seemed far too far-fetched. After breakfast, everyone gathered on the training field. This time, a new face had taken on the role of instructor. The man was tall and broad-shouldered, holding a wooden long sword in his hand. The blade gleamed with a warm luster under the morning sunlight. My last name is Han. From now on, you can call me Instructor Han, he announced in a booming voice. As he spoke, he gently swung the wooden sword with fluid, graceful movements that captivated everyone's attention. For the next period, I'll be teaching you advanced combat techniques. Instructor Han's sharp gaze swept across the group. Think carefully, what do we rely on to dispel the mysterious and protect the human world? That's easy. It's the Forbidden Ruins, shouted Shin Qingzhu from the crowd, his voice loud and unrestrained. Known for his straightforwardness, he was the group's infamous troublemaker. Instructor Han raised an eyebrow and zeroed in on Shin Qingzhu. Oh, and what's your Forbidden Ruin? Qi Min, Shin Qingzhu replied proudly, puffing out his chest, as if this high-risk Forbidden Ruin made him invincible. Instructor Han suppressed a wry smile, but maintained a calm demeanor, nodding slightly. A high-risk Forbidden Ruin is indeed impressive. Make sure to use it well. He concealed his inner frustration and continued his lecture. The truth is, we all know that us Night Watchers possess extraordinary abilities. But in real combat, when facing most mysterious incidents, we often have to rely on cold weapons in our hands to resolve the situation. Modern firearms have very limited effectiveness in these scenarios. No sooner had he finished speaking than a deep, resonant voice cut in. Is it because firearms lack sufficient power? If their power were strong enough, wouldn't they be more effective than cold weapons? Instructor Han turned toward the source of the voice. At the back of the group stood a towering figure, nearly 3 meters tall, Wang Shao. Instructor Han sighed inwardly, but forced a faint smile. He had been briefed that this young man possessed exceptional close combat skills and was here primarily to boost morale. But who would have thought had asked such a question? Patiently, Instructor Han explained, the reasoning is simple. We're here to protect cities and civilians. Most mysterious incidents occur in urban areas. The destructive power of firearms is too great, and a slight misstep could lead to civilian casualties. If that happens, we night watchers would become the villains. Wang Shao nodded slightly, falling silent. His brow furrowed as he began to seriously contemplate the practical application of firearms in mysterious incidents. Indeed, avoiding civilian casualties was a matter that required the utmost caution. Now then, I'm going to call someone up to demonstrate some combat techniques, Instructor Han announced, scanning the crowd. His gaze landed on a figure deep in thought with his head lowered. That one, mumbling to himself, yes, you. Come on up. Chao Yuan looked up in confusion. You mean me? Yes, you. Instructor Han confirmed. Chao Yuan hung his head low, his reluctance evident as he dragged his feet toward the stage. Instructor Han observed him with a subtle smirk, silently concluding that this boy was an easy target to handle. Pick up the wooden sword on the ground and spar with me, Han commanded, his chin slightly raised, exuding an air of authority. He gave the wooden sword in his hand a light swing, cutting through the air with a sharp whistling sound, as though issuing a challenge to Chao Yuan. Chao Yuan glanced at the wooden sword on the ground, but made no move to pick it up. Instead, he stood still, calm and composed, as if the world around him had nothing to do with him. After a brief pause, he finally spoke in a low, steady voice. I can't. I won't pick up the sword. Instructor Han's brow furrowed, and a flicker of irritation crossed his face. He raised his voice sharply. Why not? Are you defying your instructor's order? To him, this freshman seemed insubordinate, brazenly challenging his authority. Chao Yuan appeared unfazed by the instructor's stern questioning. He gently rolled the prayer beads in his hand, his eyes half closed, and said slowly, It's not defiance. I'm just afraid that if I pick up the sword, I won't be able to control my strength. If I accidentally kill you, that would be troublesome. The moment these words left his mouth, the crowd erupted into laughter. The students below the stage were momentarily stunned before bursting out in waves of laughter that echoed across the training field like sharp slaps to Instructor Han's pride, leaving his face burning with embarrassment. Are all the freshmen this cocky this year? Han thought to himself, grinding his teeth in frustration. His anger flared uncontrollably as he shouted. I said, pick up the wooden sword. Seeing that Instructor Han was genuinely furious, Chao Yuan sighed lightly, as though he had made a significant concession. He raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the laughing crowd below before landing on Han's enraged face. Slowly, he said, All right, but you all better be prepared to stop me if things get out of hand. With that, he bent down and grasped the hilt of the wooden sword. The moment Chao Yuan's fingers touched the wooden sword, a sudden transformation occurred. With a deafening roar, an overwhelming black aura, thick and almost tangible, erupted from his body like a tidal wave. The dark energy surged upward, rapidly forming a massive black pillar that shot into the sky, as if threatening to pierce through the heavens. In an instant, everyone present felt an immense, crushing pressure descend upon them, so heavy it was difficult to breathe. Even those in distant offices, including Yuan Gang and his colleagues, were startled by the sudden surge of power. They abandoned their tasks, their expressions grave as they turned their attention toward the training field. At that moment, Chao Yuan seemed possessed by a demon. His entire demeanor shifted drastically. The once calm and composed expression on his face twisted into a grotesque grin. His wide, menacing smile was directed at Instructor Han, accompanied by a chilling laugh that, entwined with the black aura, was both sinister and terrifying, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Instructor Han, what is going on with this batch of freshmen? Is there no one normal among them? In the crowd below, Wang Shao suddenly lifted his head, a chilling glint flashing across his eyes. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, piercing directly toward Chao Yuan on the stage with an intensity that was almost tangible. His expression carried a hint of scrutiny, and beneath it, a faint, almost imperceptible trace of caution. Lin Qiye, being the proxy of a god, naturally wouldn't be easily suppressed by Chao Yuan's forbidden ruin. However, at this moment, he frowned slightly, keenly sensing something unusual. The violent aura emanating from Chao Yuan filled him with unease. Chao Yuan had completely succumbed to madness. The wooden sword in his hand seemed to be engulfed in endless black flames, burning fiercely and distorting the air around it. With an overwhelming, destructive momentum, he swung it mercilessly toward Instructor Han. Seeing this, Instructor Han's eyes narrowed. Years of close combat experience sharpened his instincts. With agility, he sidestepped and rolled cleanly out of harm's way, evading the strike with ease. Without hesitation, he drew the razor-sharp long blade from his waist in a fluid motion, its cold glint flashing as he engaged Chao Yuan Heaton. The training ground instantly became a scene of breathtaking intensity. A frenzied figure shrouded in dense black malevolence, wielding a wooden sword ablaze with dark flames, clashing fiercely with Instructor Han, whose long blade gleamed with a chilling light. Each collision of the wooden sword and the long blade sent deafening metallic reverberations echoing through the air, like the roars of a colossal mechanical beast. Lin Qiye and Bai Li Tuming stood pale-faced, staring in shock at the brutal battle. With a trembling voice, Bai Li Tuming asked Lin Qiye, "Didn't they say there was something here to suppress the forbidden ruins? Why is Chao Yuan still able to unleash his power so recklessly?" Lin Qiye's gaze remained locked on the battlefield, his expression grave as he replied, "It seems the object meant to suppress the forbidden ruins has little effect on high-level ones. The higher the level, the less restricted the forbidden ruins are. Chao Yuan's forbidden ruin must be of a very high level." Bai Li Tuming, growing increasingly anxious, pressed on, "Then what should we do? Instructor Han's forbidden ruin level doesn't seem very high. Isn't he in grave danger?" Sure enough, despite Instructor Han's exceptional close combat skills and formidable strength, he was clearly struggling against the frenzied Chao Yuan, empowered by a high-level forbidden ruin. Furthermore, he was acutely aware that Chao Yuan was a freshman and couldn't be fatally harmed, leaving him constrained and at a significant disadvantage. "All freshmen, evacuate the training ground immediately," Instructor Han shouted urgently. However, at that moment of distraction, he suddenly felt a chilling rush behind him, like the scythe of death slicing through the air. Instinctively, he turned his head, only to see the wooden sword, wrapped in black malevolence, hurtling toward his face like a bolt of dark lightning, brimming with murderous intent. "Damn it!" Instructor Han cursed inwardly. In that critical instant, a resounding crash echoed bang, as a massive hand seemed to descend from the heavens, gripping the deadly black sword with unyielding force. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. It was Wang Shao, who had somehow made his way onto the stage. At this moment, Wang Shao fixed a piercing glare on Chao Yuan, his sharp, menacing gaze so intense it sent shivers down the spines of those watching. "There's something wrong with the godly aura on you, and you've killed someone," Wang Shao roared. However, Chao Yuan, consumed by madness, seemed deafened by the endless darkness surrounding him. He couldn't hear a word Wang Shao said. His bloodshot eyes burned with rage as he struggled violently, like a trapped beast, trying to wrest the wooden sword free from Wang Shao's grasp to continue his frenzied assault. Chao Yuan was like a wild beast completely out of control, consumed by madness. He threw his head back and let out a piercing, frenzied roar, the sound slicing through the air and making everyone's eardrums ache. The black aura surrounding him surged like tumultuous waves, growing increasingly violent, as if it were about to devour everything in its path. His left arm shot up, muscles taut and bulging, forming a fist the size of a saucepan. With a fierce whooshing sound, he unleashed a relentless barrage of punches toward Wang Shaoru like a storm. Wang Shaoru stood his ground, unmoving, as the icy, bone-chilling aura wrapped around him like venomous snakes, seeping into every pore, slithering through his body, trying to erode his flesh and willpower. Behind him, Instructor Han called out in desperation, urging Wang Shaoru to retreat from the dangerous scene. He was well aware of how perilous Chao Yuan's current state was. Once the violent power of the Forbidden Abyss fully erupted, it would be beyond what any ordinary person could withstand. Yet, Wang Shao's gaze remained locked on Chao Yuan, his eyes unwavering with determination. In the next moment, he lunged forward, his broad, powerful hands reaching out like iron clamps to seize Chao Yuan's shoulders with precision. With a forceful lift, he heaved Chao Yuan into the air. Boom! A deafening crash reverberated like thunder, shaking the surroundings as Wang Shaoru hurled Chao Yuan toward the podium with the force of a catapult. The reinforced concrete podium crumbled under the impact, leaving a deep crater as fragments of stone scattered and dust filled the air. Chao Yuan lay in the pit, seemingly oblivious to pain, thrashing wildly and roaring incoherently. His bloodshot eyes gleamed with unhinged madness, as though controlled by the most malevolent force in existence, stripped of all rationality. Wang Shao's eyes burned with fury as he raised his right fist high, the sheer force of his punch generating a gust of wind capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones. He was ready to deliver a crushing blow to Chao Yuan's head. At the critical moment, Lin Qiye dashed forward like a streak of black lightning. "Wang Shaoru, wait. Bai Li Tuming has a way to calm him down." Lin Qiye's urgent voice rang out. Bai Li Tuming fumbled in his pocket, retrieving an object resembling a strip of tape. Together with Lin Qiye, he sprinted toward the podium with the agility of a hunting leopard. "This is the seal scroll. It can temporarily suppress the Forbidden Abyss. All we need to do is wrap it around Chao Yuan's neck," Bai Li Tuming explained breathlessly as he ran. Wang Shaoru hesitated, his brows furrowing slightly as a flicker of doubt crossed his eyes. "I'm certain this guy has killed before, and the divine aura in him reeks of some kind of heretical deity. Are you really going to save him?" Wang Shao's voice was low and questioning as he addressed the two. "At the very least, without the Forbidden Abyss, Chao Yuan hasn't done anything wrong, has he?" Lin Qiye met Wang Shao's gaze with unyielding determination. You heard Wang Mian earlier becoming a god's proxy isn't a personal choice. Maybe he never wanted this power. We can help him. Lin Qiye's words were like a pebble dropped into a still pond, sending ripples through Wang Shao'er's heart. He lowered his head slightly, sinking into deep thought. The emperor's teachings echoed in his mind, as vivid as if they had been spoken just yesterday. The silence around them was so profound that even the sound of a pin dropping would have been audible. Only the incessant, piercing cries of Chao Yuan from the pit broke the heavy atmosphere. After a long while, Wang Shao raised his head. A mixture of compromise and determination flickered in his eyes as he finally nodded in agreement with Lin Qiye's suggestion. All right, let's work together to find a way to expel the evil god from his body. Lin Qiye breathed a quiet sigh of relief at Wang Shao's response. He was grateful that Wang Shao was not someone who clung stubbornly to his own views. With Wang Shao's cooperation, Bai Li Tuming and Lin Qiye carefully wrapped the scroll of sealing around Chao Yuan's neck. In an instant, the surging black aura of malevolence surrounding Chao Yuan dissipated like a receding tide. He seemed completely drained of strength and collapsed into unconsciousness. Seeing the situation finally under control, Lin Qiye allowed himself to relax fully. I've seen many comrades fall, seduced by the whispers of evil gods. Wang Shao's deep voice broke the silence, reaching Lin Qiye's ears. Holding the unconscious Chao Yuan in his arms, Lin Qiye looked up at Wang Shao. The man's gaze was distant, as if lost in a painful memory he wished to forget. They were once my brothers in arms, fighting alongside me. But once they succumbed to the evil god's influence, they forgot all the bonds we shared and turned their weapons against us. We fought with everything we had to save them. Wang Shao's voice was resolute, though the pain in his eyes was unmistakable. But without exception, we failed every time. Since then, for those who fall to the evil gods, the only thing we can do is purify them. With that, Wang Shao slowly turned away, his steps heavy as he descended from the platform. If there's a way to rid him of the evil god, that would be ideal. But if not, I will deal with him myself. His voice echoed in the air, carrying an unyielding finality. Lin Qiye watched Wang Shao's retreating figure and said firmly, "Don't worry, I will find a way." Wang Shao did not respond, continuing steadily on his way. Clearly, the next phase of training no longer required his presence. In the dormitory, Chao Yuan woke up to see Lin Qiye and Bai Li Tuming standing by his bedside. "Did I lose control again?" he asked, his eyes falling on the blade in Bai Li Tuming's hand. Could you put that away first? I lost control. What is going on with your forbidden ruins? Why is it so dangerous?" Lin Qiye asked. He then listened as Chao Yuan explained the origins of his forbidden ruins. Chao Yuan sighed deeply and began to recount his story. "I'm sorry, I really can't control it. Every time it takes over, I completely lose consciousness. But a master once told me that as long as I found you, the problem could be solved." "Me?" Lin Qiye's eyes widened in surprise. Did he really say me? Honestly, if Bai Li Tuming hadn't acted in time with the scroll of sealing today, I was afraid Wang Shao would have killed you right there on the platform. Thinking back to that perilous moment, Lin Qiye still felt a lingering sense of fear. Hearing how he had been restrained, Chao Yuan couldn't help but feel a wave of guilt. Clenching his teeth, he asked, "Where's Wang Shao? If possible, I want to thank him in person." Lin Qiye shook his head slightly, a trace of helplessness in his expression. "I don't know. Wait until he gets back tonight, then you can talk to him." Wang Shao arrived at the lab that had been specially set up for him at the base. As soon as he stepped through the door, a crisp voice greeted him. "You must be Wang Shao." A young woman stood in the center of the lab. She had a slender figure, dressed in a pristine white lab coat, and wore a pair of delicate glasses perched on her nose. Behind the lenses, her eyes sparkled with a lively intelligence, exuding the sharpness characteristic of an academic. No wonder Yuan Gang had mentioned that she was easily recognizable. With her height, she stood out in a crowd like a crane among chickens. It was impossible not to notice her. "I'm Yuan Yu, specializing in automated mechanical engineering and electronic software engineering, holding dual PhDs." Yuan Yu offered a faint smile as she extended her hand toward him. Wang Shao slightly bowed, shook her hand politely, and said humbly, "Nice to meet you. I'll be relying on your support for the work ahead." After releasing his hand, Yuan Yu didn't immediately look away. Instead, she observed Wang Shao with growing curiosity. In her experience, researchers were typically lean and scholarly in appearance. Seeing someone as tall and robust as Wang Shao, who looked as sturdy as a tower, was highly unusual. And to top it off, this man claimed he was capable of building an unprecedented power armor. How could she not be skeptical? His imposing physique made it hard to imagine him tinkering with the intricate technology required for such an invention. Yuan Yu tilted her head slightly, though she kept her doubts to herself. After all, since the gray fog had enveloped the world, communication between nations had nearly ceased. Information exchange was obstructed, and the global research environment had fallen into disarray. The supply of raw materials became scarce and unreliable, and the uneven distribution of scientific talent across regions further compounded the challenges. Together, These factors had dragged global scientific progress into a quagmire, leaving it struggling and stagnant. Fortunately, the ancient land of Xia, with its vast resources and rich heritage, managed to sustain its technological capabilities through its abundant reserves and relatively intact talent system. It was precisely because of this context that Yuan Yu's curiosity had surged uncontrollably when she heard Wang Shao's bold claims, prompting her to volunteer to assist in his research. In such dire scientific conditions, what gave this brawny, towering man the confidence to make such audacious promises? As Yuan Yu pondered this, Wang Shao turned to a nearby staff member who was busy at work and asked, "The semi-finished power armor I made, it's been transported here, right?" The staff member quickly set down their tools and nodded. "Yes, it's already here and stored over there." Wang Shao nodded in appreciation and said, "Take me to it. I need to inspect it thoroughly and make sure there are no issues." Yuan Yu followed Wang Shao as they made their way to the storage area where the armor was kept. The armor Wang Shao had built was the Mark IV model. So far, only the external shell had been constructed. The internal drive system and the helmet software program were still incomplete. When Yuan Yu saw the armor, her eyes lit up with excitement. The towering three-metal armor exuded an indescribable aura of power just by standing there. "Can I touch it?" Yuan Yu couldn't contain her excitement and eagerly asked for permission. "Of course, but I must apologize for showing you such a rough piece of equipment. I haven't had the chance to refine it yet. The paint on this armor hasn't even been applied." During times of peace, the Astartes enjoy carving and crafting their armor as a way to hone their minds. All the children of the Lord of Fire Dragons envy the golden dragon head on their Jennifather's pauldron. Seeing such a bold design filled Yuan Yu with joy. He couldn't help but gently touch the armor, feeling the cold, heavy ceramic steel forged by Wang Shao himself. The helmet featured sleek, sharp lines, with the visor resembling two deep, mysterious blue gemstones. The chest plate was broad and solid, its pronounced curves and bulges exuding strength. The shoulder armor rose high, with a bold and imposing design. The arm armor hugged the contours of the muscles, with advanced hinge mechanisms at the joints. The leg armor was thick and powerful, tapering from the thighs to the calves to create a stable and agile form. The knee sections were specially reinforced to handle high-intensity combat movements such as jumping, running, and kneeling to shoot. The back of the legs might even include thrusters or auxiliary jumping devices, and the intricacy of the joint design was truly impressive. But what could power such heavy armor? It required a nuclear fusion-powered backpack for operation. However, my application for this technology was denied, so for now, it runs on diesel-electric power, which can last for over 10 minutes. Yuan Yu had always been fond of watching old films from the bygone era, especially Iron Man. He was captivated by the design of the Iron Legion in the third movie. If such a design could be realized, it would significantly ease the burden on the Night Watchers. However, given current technological limitations, achieving Iron Man-level designs was nothing short of a fantasy. Yet the armor before him challenged Yuan Yu's preconceived notions. How could Iron Man's design possibly provide adequate defense? Even the strongest materials couldn't withstand a direct hit from a tank shell, let alone the thin layer of metal covering Iron Man's body. The armor in front of him was the right choice. Armor, half a palm thick, offered a true sense of security. "It's magnificent, Mr. Wang Shao. What should we do next?" Yuan Yu eagerly wanted to get to work. The next steps involved strengthening the joints, embedding the pipelines, adding internal drive structures, and finally completing the electronic circuits and reconnaissance drive programming. Wang Shao's clear and organized response convinced Yuan Yu that he wasn't a fraud. Excited, Yuan Yu enthusiastically agreed. "Rest assured, Mr. Wang Shao, I will do everything I can to assist you." "All right, let's start by making the internal components of the armor." The forge roared to life as Wang Shao prepared to recast small ceramic steel parts. He skillfully added large quantities of materials into the forge in precise proportions. "Is this the formula for a new type of material?" Yuan Yu stood by, carefully noting the ratios and sequence of materials Wang Shao used. "Yes, this is the method for smelting ceramic steel. It's much tougher than ordinary steel." Once all the materials had been added, Wang Shao sat cross-legged, closing his eyes and murmuring something under his breath. Yuan Yu leaned in to try and hear what he was saying, only to realize it was in another language. Sitting there cross-legged, Wang Shao exuded an almost divine aura, and Yuan Yu dared not disturb him. When Wang Shao opened his eyes, Yuan Yu curiously asked, "What was that just now?" It was a chant to appease the forge and the new materials, ensuring a high-quality product. This response shook Yuan Yu's scientific understanding. "Chanting for smelting?" Wang Shao nodded solemnly and glanced at the time. "All right, it's ready to pour." The forge let out a deep rumble as molten, glowing red metal slowly flowed into the molds. By the time they returned to the dormitory that evening, it was already dark. Lin Qiye and the others had just finished washing up. Lin Qiye was the first to notice Wang Shao entering through the door and casually asked, "Wang Shao, you're finally back. Where did you disappear to during the afternoon training?" Wang Shao paused briefly before calmly responding. That kind of routine training isn't particularly necessary for me. I went to the workshop to start preparing to build a power armor. Power armor? The words seemed to possess a magical allure, instantly capturing Bailey Tumming's full attention. His previously lazy expression lit up with excitement as he eagerly leaned forward and asked, "What does power armor look like? Can I take a look at it?" Wang Shao replied unhurriedly. "Once it's completed, perhaps you can take a look." In his mind, Bailey Tumming's physique was far from that of a space warrior, but letting him see the finished product wouldn't hurt. "Oh right." Lin Qiye suddenly seemed to remember something and quickly added, "Chao Yuan has been looking for you all day. He said he wanted to thank you for what happened at the training grounds today." At the mention of Chao Yuan, Wang Shao's brow instinctively furrowed slightly as the intense scene from the training grounds earlier that day surfaced in his mind. The image of Chao Yuan in his berserk, frenzied state was still vivid, and the overwhelming, dangerous energy of the forbidden void left Wang Shao with a lingering sense of unease. However, since Chao Yuan genuinely wanted to express his gratitude, Wang Shao pondered for a moment before nodding slightly, signaling his agreement. When he arrived at Chao Yuan's dormitory door, he found it ajar. Chao Yuan was sitting on his bed, holding a string of prayer beads, murmuring something. A flood of emotions surged through Wang Shao's heart, like relentless waves crashing one after another, making it hard for him to find peace. His mind involuntarily conjured up images of comrades who had once fought alongside him, but ultimately succumbed to betrayal and corruption. In the river of memories, their faces grew increasingly blurred, yet the pain of their betrayal remained as sharp as a blade, piercing deep into his soul, refusing to heal. Each recollection felt like salt rubbed into a wound, spreading pain throughout his body. And now, standing before him, Chao Yuan stirred a deep conflict within him. This young man seemed different from those who had fallen before. Though his eyes carried the anguish and confusion brought by the forbidden void, there was also a faint glimmer of yearning for redemption, a light flickering in the darkness, offering Wang Shao a glimpse of hope. But was this sliver of hope truly worth the risk? A single misstep in judgment could spell not only Chao Yuan's downfall, but also jeopardize the lives of his comrades and the entire mission of the Night Watchers. This weighty decision loomed over Wang Shao like a mountain, suffocating him. Unconsciously, Wang Shao's thoughts drifted back through time, returning to that harrowing and unforgettable rebellion on Nocturne Star. Smoke filled the air, battle cries echoed, and former comrades, twisted by the influence of malevolent gods, turned on their own with unrecognizable faces, wielding blades in a frenzy of destruction. The bloody scenes replayed in his mind like a recurring nightmare, impossible to escape. "Wang Shao." Chao Yuan's voice broke the silence, pulling Wang Shao abruptly out of the abyss of painful memories. He saw Wang Shao standing at the doorway and quickly walked up to him, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you. If it weren't for you stepping in to stop me today, I don't know what might have happened." Chao Yuan lowered his head slightly, a trace of guilt evident on his face, his voice filled with helplessness and self-reproach. "My forbidden void is too unpredictable. The moment I come into contact with weapons like swords or blades, the power inside me goes berserk, like an untamed wild horse. I've tried everything to suppress it, but every time, it's beyond my control. It's just too hard." Wang Shao silently gazed at Chao Yuan, taking in the sincerity and regret etched on his face. He didn't speak for a moment. In Chao Yuan's eyes, he could clearly see that this wasn't a lie. It was the genuine helplessness and anguish of a young man tormented by the forbidden void. In that moment, Chao Yuan seemed like a beast trapped in a dark cage, struggling desperately but unable to find a way out. After a brief pause, Wang Shao turned slightly and walked straight out of the room without saying a word. His steps were heavy, as if burdened by endless thoughts. Watching Wang Shao's departing figure, Chao Yuan couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. He thought Wang Shao had rejected his gratitude, and the retreating figure seemed especially indifferent to him. However, to his surprise, Wang Shao returned moments later, holding something tightly in his hand. "This is a method that was once taught to us by the war chaplains, a pure emblem infused with purifying power," Wang Shao explained as he handed the object to Chao Yuan. It was a finely crafted necklace, its pendant engraved with mysterious and ancient symbols, as if whispering the secrets of a forgotten history. "In our faith, it is said to suppress malevolence and resist the corruption of demons. I've followed the ancient techniques to craft it into a necklace. Try wearing it, it might help you." Taking the necklace, Chao Yuan felt a strange sensation wash over him, calming his restless heart. He lowered his head to study the symbols meticulously, pondering silently. He wasn't sure if the tranquility he felt was due to the powerful energy of the emblem or merely a psychological effect. "Thank you truly. Thank you so much." Wang Shao placed his broad hand gently on Chao Yuan's shoulder. "I believe that with your willpower, you can overcome the temptations of the evil god." With that, Wang Shao left Chao Yuan's dormitory again, leaving him alone, holding the emblem of purity that carried hope and trust, lost in thought. Back in his own quarters, Wang Shao continued to inscribe the pure emblems. As the late-night silence descended, he finally set down his tools. As an Astartes, he was becoming more aware of his growing humanity. Yet, wasn't the Primarch himself endowed with great humanity? No, this was different. The Primarch's compassion extended only to humanity, but when faced with traitors and heretics, the Salamanders never showed mercy. However, when Wang Shao looked at Chao Yuan, he found himself hesitating. For the first time, he questioned whether he was betraying his own ideals and faith. He wished for the Emperor to appear again and guide him, but recalling the Emperor's final words, Wang Shao understood that the Emperor might never return. The Emperor told me to think deeply, to reflect. Perhaps I should stop viewing everything solely from the perspective of an Astartes. Wang Shao stared out at the radiant moonlight streaming through the window, lost in thought for a long time. Today's primary training activity is mountain climbing. Instructor Hong's commanding voice echoed over the training ground, carrying an undeniable authority. This mountain climbing exercise was a group outdoor activity, and Wang Shao was among the participants. However, he wasn't there as an ordinary recruit. Instead, Yuan Gang had specifically arranged for him to participate as a demonstration performer. Pay close attention, all of you. Watch how this guy, the epitome of physical strength, makes his way to the mountain peak. Take note of how long it takes him, so you can have a sense of the challenge you're about to face, Instructor Hong said, raising his hand to point at Wang Shao. Under the gaze of every recruit, Wang Shao strode confidently to the center of the field. He was dressed in a sleek green combat uniform, the fabric clinging to his muscular frame and highlighting his powerful build. On his back was an enormous, bulging backpack that looked heavy enough to crush an ordinary person at just a glance. This man here, I'm sure you all know him well. The strongest among our new recruits, unmatched in physical prowess, nicknamed the Muscle Demon. Today he'll show you how to conquer the Jinan mountain range and successfully reach the summit. Instructor Hong announced loudly, his eyes reflecting a hint of admiration for Wang Shao. The recruits turned their attention toward the Jinan mountain range. The mountains stretched endlessly, their winding ridges resembling a slumbering dragon sprawled across the land. At first glance, the summit seemed deceptively close, not far at all. Is that it? The peak doesn't look that far. One recruit muttered under his breath, his tone dismissive. Another recruit, Li Tuming, was even more excited, grinning widely as he exclaimed, "Huh, it's just mountain climbing. I thought it'd be something really challenging." He eagerly imagined the training to be more relaxed than usual, even fantasizing about stumbling upon some wild game in the mountains for a hearty meal. Stop dreaming. Lin Qiye interrupted without hesitation, frowning slightly as he spoke with a tone of caution. There's an old saying. The mountain looks close, but the journey can kill a horse. Once you're on the trail, you'll realize just how tough it really is. Clearing his throat, Instructor Hong continued. Each of you will carry a load of 35 kilograms while climbing. As for this giant here, he'll be carrying a whopping 350 kilograms. Whoa! The moment he finished speaking, the recruits erupted in a chorus of astonished exclamations. Climbing with 350 kilograms? That's not humanly possible. It's like he's a walking crane. And that's not all. Instructor Hong raised his voice, a sly glint in his eyes. You'll also have drones tailing you, randomly launching surprise shots. If you get hit, you're out. As he emphasized the word eliminated, a mysterious smile crept onto his face. Let me warn you in advance. The punishment for elimination this time is nothing short of brutal. It's unlike anything you've ever experienced, said so harsh you can't even begin to imagine it. Hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but gulp nervously in unison. Over the past few days, the recruits had endured rigorous training and were well aware of how intense the methods here could be. However, when they heard about the impending punishment, they were filled with a mix of curiosity and unease. All right, Comrade Wang Shao, step forward and give these rookies a proper demonstration. Instructor Hong's voice echoed across the mountains. Wang Shao tilted his head slightly, his gaze sweeping over the mountain range before him. The sunlight cascaded over the undulating peaks, outlining a stark contrast of light and shadow. The lush greenery interspersed with exposed rocks created a breathtakingly surreal landscape. Even on the distant planet Nocturne, such majestic scenery was a rare sight. Instructor Hong raised his starting pistol, drawing out his command, "Ready." Instantly, everyone's nerves were taut. Bang! The crisp gunshot shattered the silence. Wang Shao shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, moving with such speed that only a faint blur was left in his wake. The 350-kilogram load on his back seemed as light as a feathered cape, barely hindering his momentum. Whoa, how fast is that? One recruit exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. That speed is insane. I can barely follow him with my eyes. A giant carrying such a heavy load and running like that, it's unreal, echoed others, their voices filled with awe and astonishment. At that moment, every recruit was dumbfounded, their mouths hanging open in disbelief. Even though they had heard of Wang Shao's incredible physical abilities, witnessing it firsthand left them deeply shaken. Incredible. Yuan Gang, stationed back at the camp and observing the race through binoculars, couldn't help but exclaim. Beside him, the adjutant's face was filled with awe and unease. 350 kilograms is the absolute limit of the sturdiest backpack we could find. Anything heavier, and the pack would just fall apart. He shook his head gently, his eyes filled with a mix of fear and admiration for Wang Shao's immense strength. 8 tons of force, all generated purely by his body. It's hard to imagine if this kid's strength will keep growing and just how terrifyingly powerful he could become. Meanwhile, Wang Shao's figure had transformed into a black whirlwind, darting through the forest with astonishing speed. Leaves and dust swirled in his wake, and even the drones tasked with tracking and attacking him struggled to keep up. Despite their best efforts, they couldn't match his pace, let alone aim accurately. By the way, what was the previous record for crossing the Jinan mountain range? Yuan Gang suddenly asked. 6 hours. That's the fastest time on record, the adjutant promptly replied. A slow grin spread across Yuan Gang's face. Well, it looks like that long-standing record is about to be shattered and by a considerable margin. When Wang Shao reached the mountaintop, it seemed as if he had merely taken a leisurely stroll rather than hauling 350 kilograms up the steep ascent. A faint sheen of sweat glistened on his forehead under the sunlight, adding a touch of rugged charm to his demeanor. His breathing was only slightly heavier, his chest rising and falling rhythmically, with none of the gasping or exhaustion one might expect. The staff at the finish line, responsible for recording the time, stared in disbelief, their eyes as wide as saucers and their mouths agape. Stammering, one of them reported the result to Yuan Gang. Report. Wang Shao's time is 2 hours, 35 minutes, and 20 seconds. Hearing about this astonishing achievement, Yuan Gang let out a long sigh of relief, his face filled with satisfaction and ease, silently feeling fortunate. This young man's limits far exceeded those of ordinary people by tenfold. From now on, the focus of training would have to shift to Lin Qiye, the agent of Xinqiu. As for Wang Shao, there was no need to follow the usual training regimen anymore. The adjutant tentatively asked, should we make Wang Shao's achievement publicly permanent this time? Yuan Gang paused thoughtfully, his eyes lighting up as he made the decision. Yes, of course. We must let future recruits see that there was once such an extraordinary predecessor who set such an unbelievable record. It will inspire them. Just imagining the new recruits marveling at the record, which surpassed the previous one by over 2 hours, brought a smile to Yuan Gang's face, unable to hide his delight. When Wang Shao returned to the base of the mountain, refreshed after washing off his sweat, Instructor Hong was shouting at the recruits. Did you all see that? You better have an idea of how long it took that giant. If anyone dares to slack off, he'll make sure you experience punishments so harsh you'll wish you were never born. With that, Instructor Hong raised his hand and fired a starting gun. Bang! The recruits scattered in all directions like startled birds and beasts. Wang Shao, however, didn't move. Standing silently beside Instructor Hong, he asked unhurriedly, what kind of punishment are you planning for the eliminated recruits? You're not going to do something barbaric like bloodletting, skinning, feeding them to wolves, or enforcing some cruel 11-strike execution, are you? Hearing this, cold sweat immediately formed on Instructor Hong's forehead as he muttered to himself, good grief, that's not punishment. That's outright murder. He waved his hands hastily, explaining, no, our punishment isn't that scary. It's actually quite amusing. You'll see once some of the eliminated recruits come down. Wang Shao wasn't easily fooled. He frowned slightly, his tone firm. They'll stay here and watch. If the punishment is too severe, they'll have to intervene. They're just new recruits, just starting their training. There's no need to be too harsh. Instructor Hong's lips curled into a sly smile, and he laughed heartily. Haha, just wait and see. I promise, it'll be particularly amusing. His tone hinted at some mysterious and unexpected secret. Before long, the first eliminated recruit appeared. The instructors, acting as if they had stumbled upon some rare treasure, were so excited their eyes lit up. They jumped around like monkeys, letting out a series of peculiar chuckles. 2 instructors strode forward, one on each side, hoisting the recruit before rushing back to the camp. At the camp, one of them quickly retrieved a large loudspeaker and cradled it in his arms. The commotion instantly piqued everyone's curiosity, and heads craned as people tried to figure out what this so-called cruel punishment entailed. The recruit was then strapped to a chair, unable to move. Instructor Hong's expression turned serious as he barked, hook up every loudspeaker we've got. Make sure every corner can hear this loud and clear. As he spoke, Wang Shao noticed Instructor Hong pulling a small, ornate box from his pocket. He opened it gently, revealing a uniquely designed ring that caught everyone's attention. The ring glimmered faintly with a metallic sheen. On the surface, it seemed ordinary, but the mischievous smirks on the instructors' faces sent a chill down one's spine. What was this? What were they planning to do? Wang Liang, the new recruit tied to the chair, looked around at the instructors' expressions. His voice trembled involuntarily, filled with fear and confusion. Put the truth ring on him. Turn on the speaker. Instructor Hong ordered sharply. The instructor next to him grabbed Wang Liang's hand without hesitation and slid the ring onto his finger. Then, with a swift motion, the speaker was turned on. Wang Liang stared at the ring on his hand, trembling, barely daring to breathe. Just then, Instructor Hong's voice boomed into the speaker. Testing, testing, can everyone hear me? The sound echoed through the mountains, reaching every recruit's ears loud and clear. Now let me show you what a truly brutal punishment looks like. Instructor Hong deliberately stretched his words, each syllable carrying a chilling authority. Lin Qiye, Li Tuming, and the others, who were struggling to climb the mountain, stopped in their tracks as they heard the voice. They perked up their ears, focusing intently on what was about to come through the speaker. What's your name? Instructor Hong asked slowly. Wang Liang. The recruit instinctively replied, his voice tinged with nervousness. What's the most shameful thing you've ever done? Instructor Hong continued, his tone laced with amusement. Wang Liang instinctively tried to clamp his mouth shut, but was horrified to find he couldn't control his words. I was 12, and I peeked at the girl next door while she was taking a bath, he blurted out, his face instantly flushing a deep red as he stammered through the confession. Was she pretty? Instructor Hong pressed on mercilessly, giving no room for escape. She was beautiful, so fair and lovely. I kept dreaming about her after that, and then, Wang Liang's voice grew quieter and quieter, wishing he could vanish into thin air. But his glorious secret was already broadcasted to every single recruit through the speaker. The other recruits, upon hearing this, all darkened visibly. This isn't punishment. This is public humiliation, someone shouted from the crowd. If you don't want to die of embarrassment, you'd better run. In an instant, the recruits who had been dragging their feet suddenly seemed to be injected with adrenaline, scrambling up the mountain with all their strength. Even Wang Shao, observing the scene, was left speechless. All right, this punishment. Well, I guess it works. The first recruit's ordeal ended quickly, and soon it was the turn of the next one. What do you think? Fun, isn't it? Wang Shao asked, nodding slightly. It's fine, as long as it doesn't harm them, he replied. Before long, the truth ring was placed on a recruit named Li Liang. Who do you admire the most? Instructor Hong asked. My brother Shinshin Qingzhu, Li Liang answered without hesitation. Hearing the name, Wang Shao's mind conjured an image of someone, possibly the guy who could manipulate air to suffocate others. Why do you admire him? Instructor Hong continued. Because Shinj is an incredibly kind person. He stood up for me and my little brother when we were being bullied. He fought against over a dozen thugs from our school, all by himself. He got expelled for it and had to go home, but from that day on, we swore to follow him, Li Liang said, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Wang Shao listened, and a figure emerged in his mind. Cold on the outside, warm on the inside. No, that didn't quite fit. This personality seemed complicated, reminiscent of someone else he couldn't quite place. Time passed slowly. When Wang Shao saw Chao Yuan, a rare trace of curiosity arose in his heart. He asked, do you have any regrets? Chao Yuan replied, yes, I regret not drowning myself when I was a child. Wang Shao was stunned and pressed further. Why? Chao Yuan's voice was low as he said, if I had drowned myself, the 172 people in my hometown wouldn't have died, and neither would the 161 officers at the police station. Hearing this, Wang Shao's fists clenched tightly, and Instructor Hong's face showed a hint of something unusual. He sighed and said, it's not your fault. But Chao Yuan replied firmly, it was my body that killed them, so it is my fault. Wang Shao reluctantly released his fists and thought to himself, maybe this child can still be saved. He was just deceived by an evil god. I can't abandon anyone who has a chance to be saved. The emperor granted me power to save every person here. After the punishment ended, Chao Yuan stood up from the chair. When he saw Wang Shao, their eyes met for a long moment. Wang Shao gave a small nod, and it seemed to ease something in Chao Yuan's heart. The pure mark on his chest glowed faintly, as if it had taken effect. Eventually, Lin Qiye completed his trek through the mountains and returned to the camp. Instructor Hong joked, want to give the Ring of Truth a try? Lin Qiye thought for a moment and nodded. What is your biggest regret? He asked softly. Instructor Hong replied, there are many, but during that heavy rainstorm. If only I could have saved him. Though he's fine now, I still regret it. After the punishment, Instructor Hong turned to Wang Shao and asked, want to give it a try? Wang Shao pondered briefly and nodded. As he put on the Ring of Truth, he felt a strange energy surge through him. His psychic powers instinctively tried to resist, but he suppressed them. Instructor Hong asked, do you have someone you like? Wang Shao replied, I have only one belief. Instructor Hong pressed further. What is your belief? Wang Shao answered resolutely, the Emperor. Instructor Hong continued, do you have any regrets? This question brought Wang Shao's thoughts back to that fateful battle. The Horus heresy struck like an unforeseen storm, sweeping across the entire Imperium in an instant. In this critical moment, Vulcan led the Salamanders Legion on a vital mission, traveling tirelessly through the stars to the planet of Istvan V. Their task was to establish a defensive line on this distant world and protect the Imperium's territories. As the warriors of the Salamanders set foot on this unfamiliar land, their hearts burned with fearless courage and unwavering loyalty to the Imperium. However, they could not have foreseen that the deadliest threat would come from those they trusted most. The 4th Legion, the Iron Warriors led by Perturabo, suddenly turned against them. When the Salamanders laid down their weapons and welcomed their long-standing allies with open trust, an overwhelming barrage of firepower descended like a ferocious beast, consuming the entire battlefield in an instant. Screams and roars echoed across the smoke-filled war zone. The Salamanders found themselves trapped in a dire situation, and their primarch, Vulcan, vanished amidst the sudden chaos, his fate unknown. When the word regret reached Wang Shao's ears, it struck him like a bolt of lightning, leaving him frozen in place. A surge of violent rage erupted from within him, radiating an oppressive intensity. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles widening, emitting an unsettling creaking sound. Wang Shao's eyes widened, blazing with unrelenting fury, as if he intended to set everything before him ablaze. He threw his head back, the veins in his neck bulging like coiled serpents, grotesque and fearsome. My greatest regret. Wang Shao's voice forced its way through gritted teeth, starting with a restrained tone but quickly escalating into a deafening roar. My greatest regret is not tearing those treacherous betrayers apart with my own hands, to make them pay 1,000-fold for their evil deeds. Instructor Hong was startled by Wang Shao's sudden outburst, instinctively stepping back half a pace. After ensuring Wang Shao wasn't losing complete control, he removed his oath ring, his brows furrowed as he advised earnestly. I may not know what you've been through to harbor such intense anger, but while you're here, try to keep your emotions in check. Don't let them take control of you. Wang Shao took a deep breath, struggling to calm the turmoil within him. With a stern expression, he replied, Apologies, I lost my composure just now. But don't worry, I know what I'm doing. This anger is reserved solely for those traitors. As his words fell, a faint gulp was heard from among the crowd, one instructor involuntarily swallowing, as if intimidated by the sheer ferocity in Wang Shao's tone. Lin Qiye, his face full of astonishment, couldn't help but lean in closer and lower his voice to ask, What happened to you? From the sound of it, were you betrayed by someone? Wang Shao shook his head slightly, a flicker of pain and determination crossing his eyes. He responded slowly, It's nothing. None of it happened here, so don't worry. Since I've come here under the Emperor's orders, I will give it my all to protect everyone. Lin Qiye noticed Wang Shao's hesitant demeanor, as if he wanted to say something but held back. Though curiosity gnawed at him, he understood it wasn't the right moment to press for answers. Silently suppressing his questions, he chose to respect Wang Shao's privacy. And so, the tumultuous mountain training session came to an end. Through this period of teamwork and adaptation, the team members developed a deeper understanding of one another. In the days that followed, their communication became more open and honest, fostering a harmonious atmosphere that erased the initial unfamiliarity and barriers. However, Wang Shao's exceptional performance sparked a heated discussion within the base. The specialist in charge of research buried himself in countless archives for 2 full weeks, meticulously combing through every piece of available information. Finally, he adjusted his glasses with a resigned expression and concluded, Wang Shao's forbidden domain is simply too enigmatic. We've reviewed all existing historical records and compared them with every known deity, but there's no matching information. Unless higher authorities conduct a more in-depth investigation, progress seems unlikely. Instructor Han, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. That's true. Wang Shao's combat skills are beyond belief, both advanced and absurdly powerful. Even without activating his forbidden domain, his close combat ability is so overwhelming that I can't get near him. I'm no match for him at all. Every move he makes is a lethal strike, precise and deadly. Instructor Hong shared his thoughts next, his expression serious. It's not just combat. His learning speed in handling military equipment is astonishing. In just 1 month, he's mastered piloting various helicopters and tanks. What's even more shocking is his sharpshooting. His marksmanship is practically otherworldly, scores perfect marks on every shooting test, without ever missing. At this point, another instructor voiced a different opinion. Could it be that he's just extraordinarily gifted? Maybe he was born with exceptional shooting talent, which explains his rapid progress. Instructor Hong immediately shook his head in disagreement. Impossible. Truly gifted individuals often struggle with the basics at first, like proper firearm handling. How could someone instantly achieve perfect scores? Wang Shao is different. His gun-holding posture is textbook perfect, and his reloading and chambering movements are smooth and practiced. It's clear he's undergone long-term, high-intensity professional training. There's a stark difference between a naturally talented shooter and a battle-hardened veteran. I can tell the distinction at a glance. Someone couldn't help but joke. So, are we saying that this emperor he keeps mentioning not only taught him those profound combat techniques, but also trained him in expert-level shooting? What kind of emperor is this, anyway? Their tone was filled with confusion and curiosity. Yuan Gang carefully reviewed Wang Shao's file, which contained newly collected information. As he organized the material for submission to headquarters, he pondered aloud. His powered armor is nearing completion. I'm looking forward to it. A man who's determined to protect civilians, and yet has experienced betrayal based on his past records. He seems to have a deep disdain for mysterious events. Narrowing his eyes, Yuan Gang continued his analysis. Good. A pure warrior. We don't need to ask for much more. As long as this guy can fight, that's enough. Isn't that exactly what we need the most? Yuan Gang returned to his dormitory, and as soon as he stepped inside, he saw a familiar figure standing there. He exclaimed in surprise, Yuan Yu? What are you doing here? Yuan Yu was a distant relative of his, and the two had grown up together, sharing a bond as close as siblings. Yuan Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she said, Haha, Yuan Gang. Guess what? The power armor we've been dreaming about is almost complete. Really? That's fantastic. Yuan Gang responded with delight. He had been eagerly waiting to see this legendary power armor for himself, and was curious to find out just how impressive it really was. As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently fell on Yuan Yu's hair, where he noticed a new, uniquely designed hairpin. It gleamed with a warm luster under the dim light. Intrigued, he asked, That hairpin you're wearing, did you get it at the base? I didn't know they sold things like that here. Oh, this. Yuan Yu raised her hand and gently removed the hairpin, handing it to Yuan Gang. He took it and examined it closely in his palm. The craftsmanship was exquisite, with every curve and detail flowing naturally. Even someone as rough and straightforward as Yuan Gang could immediately appreciate the artistry. The hairpin was carved into the shape of a lifelike dragon head, with intricate scales and whiskers that seemed to sway as if caught in the wind. This was made especially for me by Mr. Wang Shao, Yuan Yu said with a bright smile, her eyes gleaming with a special light. He said I worked so hard running around for the power armor project that he made this as a token of appreciation. Mr. Wang Shao is truly talented. Look at this hairpin, it's absolutely stunning. Yuan Gang exclaimed in amazement. He couldn't reconcile the image of the burly, muscular Wang Shao with the delicate, intricate craftsmanship of the hairpin in front of him. Yuan Yu, who had been a dedicated researcher since her school days and rarely showed much interest in social interactions, had unexpectedly come to share the good news with him today. Her uncharacteristic enthusiasm and high praise for someone else caught him off guard. But seriously, calling him Mr. Wang Shao may look tall and strong, but he's not even 18 yet. Are you planning to rob the cradle? Yuan Gang teased with a grin. Yuan Yu's expression immediately darkened. She snatched the hairpin back and gave him a disdainful look. You have no idea. This is pure admiration between researchers. It's like if Newton suddenly appeared in a university classroom, every science professor would be filled with respect. Mr. is a title of honor, don't you understand? All right, I don't understand, Yuan Gang said with a laugh, raising his hands in surrender. I'm really looking forward to the power armor test. When will it happen? In about 3 days. Wang Shao is making the final adjustments. I came here specifically to ask you not to disturb him during this critical period, Yuan Yu said seriously. You're really siding with him now, huh? Yuan Gang sighed dramatically. Fine then. I'll wait for your good news. 3 days, Yuan Gang replied. 3 days, Yuan Yu confirmed with a nod. In the power armor laboratory filled with the aura of blazing heat, a brand new Mark IV Astartes armor stood tall, like a towering steel behemoth. Its metallic shell gleamed with a cold, hard luster, its components seamlessly fitted, awaiting activation. Suddenly, Yuan Yu's voice broke the silence. Dressed in a sweat-soaked tank top, her disheveled hair clinging to her face, she held a laptop steadily in both hands, her eyes sharp as she reported to Wang Shao. Report. After multiple rigorous tests, no issues have been found in the software program. Shall we proceed with loading it into the armor? Wang Shao, his gaze fixed firmly on the armor, gave a concise and commanding reply. Proceed. Yuan Yu responded promptly, her slender fingers flying across the keyboard. As the commands were entered, the program began to load. The eye area of the armor's helmet first emitted a faint glimmer, followed by 2 intense red lights flaring up, like burning eyes, infusing the steel frame with an aura of deadly resolve. Tilting her head, curiosity sparkled in Yuan Yu's eyes. Mr. Wang Shao, I have an idea. Why not integrate an advanced AI program into the armor? It could provide real-time data analysis and tactical suggestions during unpredictable combat scenarios, offering invaluable assistance. Wang Shao's expression instantly turned stern. A frown creased his brow as memories of the Jin father's harrowing account of the Iron Men rebellion, a disaster where AI's loss of control nearly drove humanity to extinction, flashed through his mind. His tone was firm. No, absolutely not. Under no circumstances should AI replace human judgment and decision-making. Understanding Wang Shao's unwavering resolve and holding deep respect for the enigmatic elder, Yuan Yu chose not to press further. She nodded and said, Understood. I will follow your decision. Once the program was successfully loaded, Yuan Yu couldn't contain her excitement, her voice rising unconsciously. Mr. Wang Shao, the program has been successfully implemented. We can proceed to activate the armor now. Not yet. Wang Shao raised a hand to stop her. He then bent down and retrieved a series of peculiar items from a bag. An incense burner, long incense sticks, a red carpet, an ornate robe, a hefty tome, and even a large bell. Yuan Yu's eyes widened in surprise as she stared at the items, utterly baffled by their purpose. With the preparations complete, Wang Shao turned to Yuan Yu. Miss Yuan Yu, do you know how to sing? I know a little, and I can read sheet music, Yuan Yu replied. Wang Shao smiled at her response. Excellent. Next, we will conduct the armor donning and the machine spirit appeasement ceremony. You will be responsible for the appeasement. Machine spirit appeasement? Yuan Yu took the robe and tome handed to her by Wang Shao, her face full of confusion. Yes, Wang Shao said, gently running his hand over the armor, his tone filled with reverence. Every machine has its own soul. The machine spirit is born from steel and fire, and it is naturally restless. It requires our careful efforts to soothe it. The surrounding staff looked puzzled upon hearing this, worried about whether Yuan Yu, a PhD in engineering, could accept such a seemingly superstitious request. Oh, so it was similar to the principles of feng shui and groundbreaking ceremonies. How wonderful. Yuan Yu felt honored to be entrusted with such a task. She donned the red ceremonial robe, flipped through the hymns and words in the codex, and after chanting, confidently declared, Mr. Wang Shao, we can begin. Very well, appease the machine spirit and initiate the armor donning ritual. Wang Shao, clad only in shorts, revealed his massive, muscular physique. According to the original procedure, Wang Shao was supposed to first wear the black exoskeleton and electronic muscle bundles before donning the power armor. However, his physical strength, already several times that of an ordinary Astartes, rendered these unnecessary. He stepped slowly onto the armor platform as the surrounding staff began assisting with the armor assembly. Yuan Yu lit the red incense sticks, letting the aroma of oils and spices fill the air. She began chanting, appease the machine spirit, praise the omnisia. A stream of words flowed from her lips, and in that moment, she seemed to possess a hint of divinity. As her chant continued, Wang Shao's armor was gradually assembled, the process culminating with a peculiar power pack. Yuan Yu finished her chant, picked up the hammer, and approached the large bell. Dong! The bell rang once, triggering the lever to start the power engine. The power pack behind Wang Shao was secured in place, emitting a low hum. Dong! The bell rang a second time, activating the engine. The pack ignited, fuel combusted, and life was infused into the system. Wang Shao solemnly put on his helmet, which instantly shrank to fit snugly against his head as the internal systems began their diagnostics. Dong! Raise your voices and praise the machine, praise the steel. You are the creator of all things, the apocalypse of destruction. From the mediocrity of thought, omnisia, deliver us. From the lies of heretics, circuits, protect us. From the wrath of beasts, steel, guard us. From the decay of flesh, silicon, purify us. From the corruption of the biological, machine god, set us free. Evaporate, burn, forged steel is eternal, machines are immortal. The way of steel is material, for the machine is truth. More is better, bigger is beautiful. Billions of turrets are your glory, roaring engines your sermons. We shall walk your path, as machines tread upon the earth. Engines roaring, steel forged praise the omnisia. Yuan Yu passionately recited the codex, her delicate face flushed with excitement. She seemed to truly sense the life within the armor, as if the armor itself nodded at her in acknowledgement. System diagnostics were complete, and the mechanisms activated. Fuel levels at 99. Wang Shao moved his body, testing each joint, all functioning perfectly. Dong! This time, the sound came from Wang Shao as he leaped down from the armor platform. Inside the power armor, he felt a sense of familiarity, as though he were still waging battles for the Emperor. It was a success. Praise the machine god. Yuan Yu exclaimed with excitement, stepping closer to examine the 400-kilogram behemoth of armor. Thank you for your help, Miss Yuan Yu. Wang Shao, clad in the armor, performed an Aquila salute. Praise you, great warrior. Praise you, extraordinary mortal. Yuan Yu's face was alight with a deep blush, as if she had finally found her life's purpose. In her heart, she silently vowed to dedicate her life to serving Wang Shao. Outside the tightly closed laboratory doors, a group of instructors had been waiting for some time, murmuring among themselves. Yuan Gang stood at the forefront, his expression slightly anxious as his eyes remained fixed on the door, as though he could see through it. What's going on? Why hasn't there been any movement? Did the armor activation fail? One instructor muttered, his brows furrowed tightly. Exactly, we've been waiting nearly an hour now. Why hasn't the armor shown up yet? Another instructor chimed in, standing on tiptoe to peer through the door crack for any clues. The adjutant beside Yuan Gang couldn't hold back either and leaned in to whisper, Sir, do you think something might have gone wrong? It's been too long. Yuan Gang, though full of doubts himself, maintained a calm demeanor. He patted the adjutant on the shoulder and reassured him, Let's wait a bit longer. If something really happened, someone inside would come out to report it. Don't worry too much. Just as the group's patience was wearing thin, the laboratory doors suddenly emitted a deep mechanical rumble. Gears slowly engaged, and the heavy door began to open with a creak, like a slumbering giant awakening. It's coming, it's coming. Someone shouted, their voice trembling with excitement. The armor was about to appear. The crowd instantly perked up, their eyes all trained on the opening doors, eager to catch their first glimpse of the armor. The laboratory doors slowly opened under the expectant gazes of the crowd, emitting a deep, resonant rumble, reminiscent of the roar of an ancient beast awakening from its slumber. The first thing to come into view was a pair of massive, metal-clad feet. Each step they took caused the ground to tremble slightly, accompanied by a muffled thudding sound, as if war drums were being struck. Moments later, the full figure of Wang Shao emerged before everyone's eyes. Clad in the Mark IV Astartes power armor, his stature seemed to expand several-fold, resembling a walking fortress of war. The armor's surface was a dark metallic hue, polished to reveal a faint, cold gleam, with rugged patterns etched across it, silently proclaiming strength and glory. Wang Shao's weight of over 300 kilograms, combined with the 400-kilogram Mark IV armor, brought the total to nearly 800 kilograms. Fully suited, his height reached an imposing 3 meters. As he slowly approached Yuan Gang and the others, he towered over them, his red, glowing eyes like twin flames of judgment deep and intense. The instructors were left speechless, their mouths agape and their eyes wide with shock. One of them instinctively took a small step back, his heel catching on a rock, causing him to stumble before regaining his footing, though he hardly seemed to notice. His gaze remained fixed on the armor. Yuan Gang stared unblinkingly at the imposing figure before him, an overwhelming sense of menace and gravity radiating from the armor, cutting through to his very core. It was as though his blood had turned cold under its oppressive presence. In most of the science fiction works Yuan Gang had encountered, power armor was often portrayed as sleek and meticulously designed, as if crafted in a top-tier workshop by master artisans using the finest materials. Every line was sharp and precise, every edge polished to perfection, exuding the mechanical elegance of precision engineering. But the armor worn by Wang Shao shattered those preconceptions entirely. It emanated an untamed, primal aura, like a wild beast from the depths of an uncharted wilderness. Its bulk carried a reassuring solidity. The massive shoulder plates rose high, the limbs were cylindrical with no superfluous adornment, sturdy and muscular, reminiscent of the colossal pillars in a temple that held up its dome. Every movement carried immense weight and power. The seamless chest plate, solid and unyielding, resembled an impenetrable iron shield, capable of withstanding any onslaught. The instructors around Yuan Gang gradually shifted from shock to an undisguised admiration in their eyes. Simply standing next to the armor seemed to evoke a profound sense of security. Wang Shao's voice, deep and resonant like a tolling bell, broke the silence. He raised a hand slightly, gesturing toward the Astartes armor he wore. Due to the armor's reliance on a unique fuel system and its complex principles and data, a detailed explanation would take too long. Instead, he simply said, "Let's skip the small talk and get straight to the testing." Yuan Gang understood the cue, nodding silently. He swiftly retrieved a walkie-talkie from his belt and issued a crisp command, "Bring the vehicle up. Testing begins now." In response, the low growl of an engine roared to life, and a six-wheeled Lynx all-terrain vehicle rolled into view. However, this was no ordinary Lynx. It had been heavily modified into a formidable instrument of war. The vehicle's body was wrapped in heavy alloy armor, reflecting a cold, steely sheen under the sunlight. The newly added weapon modules made it even more imposing. A 20mm caliber Gatling gun with a barrel resembling the maw of a ravenous beast, and beside it, a 120mm recoilless rifle, its rugged barrel exuding a chilling sense of menace. Yuan Gang introduced. This modified Lynx can reach a top speed of 90 km per hour, and its firepower is nothing to scoff at. Begin the test. Yuan Gang's command rang out like a thunderclap. In an instant, the Lynx off-road vehicle's engine roared to life, kicking up a cloud of dust as it surged forward at full speed. Simultaneously, the Gatling gun on the roof sprang into action, its barrels spinning rapidly and spewing a storm of bullets. The sharp, whirring sound of gunfire ripped through the silence, and tracer rounds lit up the air, raining down on Wang Shao like a relentless storm. Facing the onslaught, Wang Shao stood firm, barely shifting his stance as his massive shoulder armor absorbed the barrage. Bullets struck the armor like raindrops, producing a cacophony of metallic impacts and sparks. Unmoved and unyielding, his indomitable presence left the onlookers gasping in awe. The air grew thick with smoke, stinging their nostrils. A trainer suddenly frowned and asked, "Wang Shao isn't carrying any weapons. How is he supposed to take down an armored vehicle?" The group fell silent, exchanging uncertain glances. A junior officer hesitantly suggested, "Sir, maybe we should remind Wang Shao in case he forgot his weapon?" Yuan Gang furrowed his brow, hesitating for a moment before picking up the radio. Wang Shao, did you forget to bring a weapon? A brief pause followed before Wang Shao's succinct reply came through. No need for a weapon. Those 4 words carried an air of unshakable confidence, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. The Gatling gun roared for 2 minutes before exhausting its ammunition. All eyes turned to Wang Shao, whose shoulder armor bore only faint scratches. That level of defense is unreal, the officers exclaimed in disbelief. But Yuan Gang's mind was racing with concern, wondering what Wang Shao would do next. Facing a heavily armed armored vehicle barehanded seemed like an impossible feat. The Lynx off-road vehicle switched to its 120mm recoilless rifle. With a deafening boom, a shell streaked through the air, screaming toward Wang Shao. In the split second before impact, Wang Shao moved. The combat analysis system in his helmet tracked the shell's trajectory, and with ghost-like agility, he sidestepped the projectile. Then, with a powerful burst of speed, he charged toward the armored vehicle, his heavy footsteps pounding like war drums. Accelerate. Get away from him. The driver, watching the steel-clad figure hurtling toward them, felt a chill run down his spine and shouted in a trembling voice. The Lynx's engine roared at maximum capacity, pushing its speed to the limit 90 kilometers per hour in mere seconds. The driver glanced at the rearview mirror, seeing no sign of the armor-clad figure, and let out a sigh of relief. But Yuan Gang's urgent voice cut through. No, he's on your side. Everyone turned to look and saw the Astartes armor effortlessly keeping pace with the Lynx, matching its speed stride for stride. Unbelievable. Running steadily at 90 kilometers per hour. The trainers exclaimed excitedly. At that moment, Wang Shao's calm voice came through, making a seemingly outrageous request to Yuan Gang. Have the armored vehicle ram into me. Yuan Gang blurted out, his brows furrowed in confusion. Crash into you? What kind of request is that? He couldn't comprehend why Wang Shao would propose such an outrageous demand. It was practically a death wish, akin to a fully armed, high-speed armored vehicle colliding head-on with him. Wang Shao's voice came through the intercom again. Fuel is running low, and the armor's power is about to reach its limit. The Mark IV armor was not equipped with a fusion power pack and relied solely on a diesel generator, meaning its operational time at full capacity was far below expectations. Even after understanding the reason, Yuan Gang hesitated, torn by an internal struggle. On one hand, the request was far too risky. If anything happened to Wang Shao, this highly promising armor would likely be destroyed as well. On the other hand, he was intensely curious to witness the true limits of this mysterious armor. After a brief moment of inner conflict, Yuan Gang gritted his teeth and issued the command through the intercom. Turn around and hit him. The moment the order was given, the officers present froze, their minds buzzing with disbelief. Colliding with an armored vehicle? That was like smashing an egg against a rock. Even with the armor, Wang Shao wouldn't stand a chance against such an impact. If they really collided, he'd likely be reduced to a pile of scrap metal with no chance of survival. One officer's eyes widened in shock, his face full of disbelief, while another chimed in, exactly. I've never heard of anything like this. What is Wang Shao thinking? And why would Commander Yuan actually agree to this? If something goes wrong, how are they supposed to deal with it? This is madness, risking lives like this. However, Yuan Gang's command had already been given, leaving no room for hesitation. The Lynx armored vehicle screeched across the open ground, its tires kicking up a massive cloud of dust. The rear of the vehicle swung in a near-perfect arc, aligning the front squarely with Wang Shao. At that moment, Wang Shao stood like an immovable steel fortress, silently waiting. His eyes, visible through the armor's helmet, locked firmly onto the approaching armored vehicle, showing no sign of retreat or fear. Fuel remaining, 15. The cold system notification echoed inside his helmet. Wang Shao's heart stirred. That's enough, he thought. Without hesitation, he activated the armor's maximum power mode. Like a prehistoric beast fully provoked, the armor roared to life, charging toward the armored vehicle with unstoppable force. Two steel behemoths, each traveling at 90 kilometers per hour, hurtled toward each other. The energy that would be unleashed upon impact was terrifying to even imagine. If two cars collided at such speeds, the result would undoubtedly be catastrophic wreckage and death, bodies shattered beyond recognition. At this moment, everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on this utterly insane showdown. Yuan Gang unconsciously tightened his grip on the intercom, his knuckles turning white from the pressure, as if he were about to crush it in his hand. The acrid smell of gunpowder and car exhaust intertwined, like an invisible hand clutching everyone's nerves tightly. The distance between the two forces rapidly closed, each passing second stretching into eternity. Then, in the blink of an eye, before anyone could even cry out, a deafening explosion erupted as the war armor collided violently with the armored vehicle. In that instant, it was as if the universe was being born in a cataclysmic explosion, blinding light and shockwaves radiated outward in a circular blast. The roaring air currents swept through the surroundings, leaving eardrums throbbing and feet unsteady. What followed was a horrifying cacophony of metal being torn apart. The Link's armored vehicle, once a symbol of resilience, crumpled like a fragile paper toy, shattered into pieces. Its flaming debris scattered across the sky like a fiery rain, some embedding deeply into the ground. The engine spun and roared midair, engulfed in flames. A towering inferno erupted, its wild tongues of fire devouring everything in their path, while thick black smoke billowed, shrouding the entire area. Still reeling from the destructive impact, the crowd remained frozen, unable to process what had just occurred. Suddenly, a figure emerged slowly from the blazing inferno and swirling smoke. It was Wang Shao, clad in the Astartes battle armor. His posture was upright, his steps steady and purposeful, each one echoing like a drumbeat on the hearts of those watching. He radiated an aura of awe-inspiring power, like a war god returned from the depths of hell. Ignoring the raging flames around him, he advanced toward the stunned onlookers. Silence enveloped the scene, broken only by the crackling of fire. Every pair of eyes was transfixed, filled with shock and a newfound reverence. Yuan Gang's eyes widened, his mouth slightly agape, as if something had lodged in his throat, rendering him speechless. A veteran of countless military campaigns, he had seen his fair share of danger and chaos, yet this moment shattered all his expectations. The armored lynx, which he had always considered indestructible, now lay in burning ruins, its parts scattered across the scarred earth. And Wang Shao's Hadhad walked out of the inferno. The sheer impossibility of it all was like something out of a fevered dream. The officers nearby were no better off, each one frozen in place, as if under a spell. A young officer, who had been holding a notepad to record data, had long since dropped it. The pages fluttered away in the wind, unnoticed, as he stared blankly at Wang Shao, his eyes a mixture of awe and bewilderment as though the man before him was an otherworldly being from a different dimension. This can't be real. An older officer finally broke the silence, his voice hoarse and trembling with disbelief. He instinctively rubbed his eyes, as though trying to dispel an illusion. Yet when he looked again, the scene remained unchanged. Wang Shao's battle armor still emanated faint wisps of heat as he approached, exuding an overwhelming sense of dominance. The armored vehicle had truly been obliterated. Another officer muttered to himself, struggling to reconcile the reality before him. His gaze darted between the smoldering wreckage and Wang Shao, his mind a jumbled mess of shock and incomprehension. Meanwhile, the armored vehicle's operator stumbled out of the remote control cabin, his steps unsteady, his expression dazed. It was clear he had not yet recovered from the nightmare-like collision. His eyes were unfocused as he raised a hand to rub his temple, trying to shake off the dizziness. But the moment he closed his eyes, the terrifying image of the collision surged back into his mind like a tidal wave. In that split second, through the control screen, he had caught a fleeting glimpse of what seemed like an ancient, ferocious beast charging toward him with a force that could obliterate the heavens. Though the remote control cabin had shielded him from direct impact, the sheer intensity of the moment had etched itself into his soul, leaving an indelible mark. Testing complete. The battle armor has lost power. Please follow me back to the lab to remove the armor, and I will explain its basic specifications. Wang Shao's deep, resonant voice emerged from within the armor, finally snapping the crowd out of their stupor. The laboratory doors slowly opened, and Yuan Gang, along with a group of instructors, held their breath as they followed Wang Shao into this world full of unknowns. As soon as they stepped inside, a figure in red instantly drew everyone's attention. Yuan Yu, dressed in a striking red robe with a hood partially concealing her face, exuded an air of mystery and intense focus. Yuan Gang froze, but Yuan Yu's gaze seemed magnetically fixed on Wang Shao, clad in his battle armor, paying no attention to anyone else in the room. Suddenly, her clear and commanding voice echoed through the laboratory. Remove the armor. As soon as the words left her mouth, the surrounding staff, as precise as well-trained machines, swiftly operated robotic arms to assist Wang Shao in removing the massive suit of armor. The now powerless armor resembled a heavy metal cage, and it was only thanks to Wang Shao's extraordinary physical strength that he could move in it at all. When Wang Shao finally emerged from the armor, he was wearing only a pair of large shorts. His bronze-toned skin stretched over sharply defined muscles, resembling a flawless marble sculpture. His impressive physique elicited quiet gasps of admiration from several female officers. Unfazed, Wang Shao casually donned a loose robe and signaled for the staff to display the key components of the armor. Ladies and gentlemen, he said in a steady, authoritative voice, I will now walk you through the detailed specifications of the Mark IV battle armor. He spoke at length, describing the armor's remarkable features: a fusion-powered propulsion system with enduring strength, armor plating up to 100 millimeters thick at its heaviest and no less than 50 millimeters at its thinnest, made of incredibly durable ceramic steel, a total weight of 400 kilograms, a state-of-the-art combat analysis system capable of predicting threats from blind spots, detecting attack directions, and simultaneously locking on to multiple targets, and a top speed of 90 kilometers per hour. This comprehensive introduction, combined with the earlier dramatic demonstration, gave everyone present a visceral sense of the armor's formidable capabilities. Satisfaction was evident on their faces. However, Yuan Gang quickly noticed a critical issue. But this armor must have some limitations, right? It seems like you're the only one who can actually wear it. Wang Shao did not shy away from the observation and admitted frankly, "You're right. This armor is massive, and anyone under 2.5 meters tall would struggle to make it work effectively or produce it on a standardized assembly line." Hearing this, Instructor Hong couldn't help but chuckle. That's ridiculous. You can't design armor solely based on your own height. You need to consider the average build of the Night Watch unit. Wang Shao's expression grew serious and resolute. Meeting the curious gazes of those around him, he explained slowly. First, if we scaled this armor down to a more conventional height of around 1.8 meters, the proportions between the power pack and the armor's main body would become severely imbalanced. This would significantly reduce combat efficiency, making it not worth the trade-off. Secondly, I never intended to share the technology of this armor with the Night Watch. What? Gasps of shock rippled through the laboratory. As soon as these words were spoken, the officers present froze in astonishment, exchanging bewildered glances. None of them had anticipated such a bombshell from Wang Shao. The laboratory was instantly plunged into an eerie silence. Yuan Gang narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixed on Wang Shao. In a deep voice, he demanded, "What do you mean by saying you won't hand over this technology to the Night Watchers?" Wang Shao met Yuan Gang's piercing stare without flinching, his tone calm, yet resolute. "It's simple. At this point, I can't bring myself to trust the Night Watchers. The technology embedded in this armor is far too critical to be handed over lightly." Yuan Gang's brow furrowed deeply, his expression darkening instantly. As a high-ranking officer of the Night Watchers, he couldn't tolerate such blatant doubt. "Wang Shao, the Night Watchers have safeguarded this nation for years, risking life and limb to ensure peace. What grounds do you have not to trust us? Just based on this baseless claim of yours?" The atmosphere grew tense, the air almost freezing around them. The other officers cast quick glances at Wang Shao and then at Yuan Gang, none daring to interject. Wang Shao slightly lowered his head, looking down at Yuan Gang with an unwavering gaze, and continued, "Past achievements don't guarantee the future. I have my reasons. The Night Watchers are a large group with a complex makeup. I can't hand over such technology wholesale. But that doesn't mean there's no room for collaboration. If there are suitable candidates within the Night Watchers, those who pass my rigorous selection process and join my exclusive battle team, only then will they qualify to wear this armor." Yuan Gang let out a cold snort, stepping closer, his eyes full of warning. "Are you trying to establish your own faction within the Night Watchers? Don't forget, this is Night Watcher territory. All resources and personnel allocations must follow the rules. You can't just pick and choose as you please." Wang Shao's gaze burned with determination as he stared back at Yuan Gang. "Rules are rigid, but people are flexible. If we cling to outdated regulations, the Night Watchers will be stuck in place when facing unknown threats." Yuan Gang clenched his jaw, his temples throbbing. He knew there was some truth to Wang Shao's words, but swallowing this affront was no easy task. "Fine, let's say you're right. What are your selection criteria? What gives you the authority to decide who joins your team? Surely it can't be based solely on your personal preferences?" Wang Shao turned slightly, sweeping his gaze over the room. "There will, of course, be a rigorous set of standards: physical fitness, combat resolve, adaptability. All are indispensable. I won't treat this matter lightly. After all, handing this armor to the wrong person wouldn't just be a waste, it would be a liability." After a long pause, Yuan Gang was the first to relent. "Fine, I'll report this matter to the higher-ups, but I need to know what is your ultimate goal." "My goal," Wang Shao replied without hesitation. "I have only one goal: to fulfill the Emperor's mission, to protect this planet, and to safeguard its people." The Emperor. Yuan Gang's heart skipped a beat at the mention of this elusive figure. He pressed further. "So, your loyalty lies with the Emperor?" Wang Shao slowly shook his head. "No, the Emperor isn't here, nor will the Emperor ever appear here." "Then to whom are you loyal?" Yuan Gang demanded. Wang Shao's next words were firm and resonant, leaving an indelible mark on everyone present. "I follow the Emperor's orders, but my loyalty lies with the innocent people of this planet." After that declaration, the laboratory was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Yuan Gang remained quiet for a long time, his eyes shifting as though weighing his thoughts. Finally, he relented. "Fine, but I need to submit this to the higher authorities. If they approve, I will agree to your terms." With that, Yuan Gang left the laboratory with the other officers. Upon returning, he immediately filed a report with his superiors. That very night, Yuan Gang received a response. Wang Shao's request was approved. After the official approval document was issued, a heavy truck, shrouded in a cloud of dust, slowly entered the heavily guarded training base. The truck was tightly encased in thick lead plates, carrying radioactive materials essential for the advancement of the nuclear fusion-powered backpack. In the office, the adjutant stared wide-eyed in disbelief and asked, "They actually approved Wang Shao's request? Such sensitive and critical resources, how could they agree so easily?" Yuan Gang nodded slightly, his expression heavy with a hint of resignation. "Yes, the higher-ups have their reasons. Given the current situation, Wang Shao's value is too significant to ignore it's worth taking the risk. Moreover, his actions are still within controllable limits. The higher-ups made it clear, as long as he follows the rules, everything will proceed smoothly. But if he ever goes out of control and poses a threat to the country or the people, we have 4 elite squads ready to suppress him at any time." In the cafeteria, Li Tuming, chewing on a bun, mumbled, "Wang Shao, what have you been busy with lately? You promised to teach me combat skills." Wang Shao apologized, "Sorry about that. How about tonight? They'll teach you combat for 2 hours to make up for it." "All right, it's a deal for tonight." Li Tuming nodded in agreement. After finishing his meal, Wang Shao went to the laboratory as usual. As soon as he stepped inside, he saw Yuan Yu, still wearing her signature red robe, her graceful figure exuding a sense of preference for this attire. The moment Yuan Yu saw Wang Shao, her eyes lit up with excitement. She quickly approached him, barely able to contain her enthusiasm. "Mr. Wang Shao, the nuclear fusion-powered backpack is almost complete. Do you know that this challenge has remained unsolved since before the mist descended? But under your research, it's finally been achieved. And the final product is far more refined and compact than we ever imagined." Wang Shao's lips curled into a gentle smile as he sincerely replied, "This success isn't mine alone. Without your dedicated support during this period, it wouldn't have gone so smoothly. I truly appreciate everyone's hard work." Yuan Yu tilted her head slightly, her gaze intense and sincere, her chest rising and falling with excitement. "Mr. Wang Shao, if I may be so bold, could I devote my life to following you and serving you?" Wang Shao nodded earnestly. "I couldn't ask for more. I'm planning to form my own combat team in the future, and having strong technical support is crucial. Someone with your expertise would be an invaluable addition." Over the past few months, Wang Shao had come to recognize Yuan Yu as a dedicated and talented technical expert, wholly immersed in her passion for mechanical engineering. Having her as his support would be ideal. Thrilled by Wang Shao's approval, Yuan Yu's excitement was palpable. Wang Shao continued, "By the way, as my technical expert, he'll design a set of specialized equipment just for you." Thank you, Mr. Wang Shao," Yuan Yu said with heartfelt gratitude, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. As the Mark IV armor neared completion, Wang Shao began pondering the future of his regiment. Night had fallen, and after carefully teaching Li Tuming some combat techniques, Wang Shao returned to his dormitory to rest. However, the prophecy appeared once again. Vague images surged in his mind, blurry outline of a bus, followed by a deafening explosion and a sky lit with flames. Another prophecy. Could it mean trouble was brewing at the base this time? Wang Shao's eyes sharpened like a hawk's, filled with gravity and vigilance. He silently contemplated the situation. The military base had always maintained an exceptionally high level of security and vigilance. If someone could successfully launch an attack here, there must be an insider involved. After breakfast, Wang Shao headed straight toward Instructor Hong. Upon meeting him, Wang Shao wasted no time and spoke directly. "Instructor Hong, I need your help with something." Instructor Hong looked at Wang Shao with a hint of curiosity. "What is it?" Wang Shao's tone was earnest. "I'd like to borrow the truth ring. Is that possible?" At this, Instructor Hong hesitated. The truth ring was no ordinary item. It was a restricted object within the base and required formal procedures to use. Frowning slightly, he asked, "You need proper authorization to use that. What do you need it for?" Wang Shao's expression was serious as he replied bluntly, "The higher-ups have approved my work on perfecting the armor. I need to ensure my subordinates don't leak any information about it, so I want to use the truth ring to make sure everything's secure." Instructor Hong thought for a moment and found Wang Shao's reasoning valid. Since the higher-ups had already given their approval, conducting some precautionary checks seemed like a reasonable step. Nodding, he said, "All right, there are only 6 people in your lab, so let's skip the formalities. We'll get it for you. Just make sure to return it as soon as you're done." Before long, the truth ring was in Wang Shao's hands. Moving quickly, he headed straight to Yuan Gang's office. Yuan Gang was engrossed in paperwork when Wang Shao entered. Looking up, he asked, "What's the rush? What brings you here?" Wang Shao didn't respond immediately. Instead, he silently took out the truth ring and handed it to Yuan Gang. "Please put this on first. They'll explain afterward." Yuan Gang studied the ring, a trace of scrutiny in his eyes. After a moment of hesitation, he reached out and put it on. Half jokingly, he said, "You're not here to pull some prank on me while I'm wearing this thing, are you? Trying to get back at me for what happened in Jinan Mountain?" However, Wang Shao's next question wiped the smile off his face. "Are you the traitor in the base?" Under the magical influence of the truth ring, Yuan Gang blurted out, "No." The moment he spoke, he realized what had just happened. His expression darkened. What's the meaning of this? Wang Shao's face was grave as he explained slowly. I've foreseen that the base will face an attack. This is a highly secure military facility. If someone is targeting it and confident enough to succeed, the opposing force must be significant, and there's a high chance they have an insider working with them. Yuan Gang's face turned grim. He understood all too well that this base was primarily staffed with fresh recruits, along with a particular individual serving as a divine agent. If an attack were to occur, the consequences would be catastrophic. In an instant, the detailed description of Wang Shao's predictive abilities from Chun Mai's report flashed through his mind. While the predictions were uncannily accurate, the exact timing of their occurrences was uncertain, and Wang Shao himself had no control over this ability. After a brief moment of thought, Yuan Gang grasped the deeper intent behind Wang Shao's actions. His brows furrowed as his sharp, eagle-like gaze fixed on Wang Shao. Lowering his voice, he said, I trust your foresight. This matter must indeed be handled discreetly. If there truly is a traitor among the instructors, any sign of suspicion will only drive them further into hiding. Wang Shao's expression remained stern as he responded in a low tone, exactly. The instructors are familiar with every aspect of the base's layout. If they turn out to be compromised, the consequences would be far beyond what anyone could imagine. Yuan Gang stood up, pacing back and forth in his office, his hands clasping and unclasping as he contemplated their next steps. The recruits are still in training, completely unguarded. Time is of the essence. I'll call a meeting with the instructors under the pretext of discussing the battle armor technology. When everyone is gathered, you can seize the opportunity to observe them discreetly. Yuan Gang grabbed the radio on his desk and issued the order. All instructors, report to the main conference room immediately. Wang Shao will share the Mark IV battle armor technology. Meeting starts at 10 o'clock sharp. After speaking, he turned to Wang Shao and added, take this chance to scrutinize them thoroughly. In the main conference room, the instructors filed in one by one. The usual lively chatter was replaced by a sense of curiosity and unease due to the sudden meeting. Once everyone had arrived, there was a loud bang as the doors were shut tightly. Wang Shao's imposing figure stood firmly against the door, blocking it completely. Before anyone could utter a word, Yuan Gang rose to his feet and addressed the room in a commanding voice. Ladies and gentlemen, I've gathered you here today regarding Wang Shao's sharing of the Mark IV battle armor technology. However, before we get to that, there are some procedures we need to go through first. Holding a truth-seeking ring in his hand, Yuan Gang surveyed the room with a calm but piercing gaze. Slowly, he said, next, I need everyone to cooperate by taking turns wearing this ring. I'll just ask a few simple questions, it won't take long. As soon as he finished speaking, the instructors exchanged wary glances. While they were unsure of the purpose, military orders were absolute, and no one openly objected. However, among the group, a few instructors appeared visibly tense, their hands subtly moving toward their waists. In this training base, the core defensive arrangements and the records of new recruits have always been under the control of the instructors. The frontline soldiers, focused on their respective duties, have no access to such classified information. Therefore, if there were rumors of a traitor, the investigation would naturally begin with the instructors. Yuan Gang, his expression stern, took out the veracity ring and raised his chin slightly, signaling Instructor Hong to step forward. Instructor Hong, carefree as ever, chuckled heartily and strode forward with large, confident steps, remarking, so this is why Wang Shao borrowed the ring, if only you'd told me earlier. With that, he reached out, took the ring, and slipped it on with ease. Wang Shao appeared to stand nonchalantly, but his sharp eyes discreetly scanned the expressions of everyone in the room, missing not a single flicker of abnormality. Just as Yuan Gang was about to ask his first question, chaos erupted. In the corner of the back row, an instructor who had been silent all this time suddenly had a glint of menace flash through his eyes. Like a predator that had been lying in wait, he leaped into action. His right hand darted to his waist, and in the blink of an eye, he drew a handgun, aiming the black barrel directly at Wang Shao and pulling the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The gunshot echoed sharply in the enclosed space, deafening and startling everyone into stunned stillness. Only Wang Shao reacted swiftly. At the very instant the bullet tore through the air, he moved like a blur, charging straight at the barrel of the gun. The crowd barely had time to register his movement before Wang Shao had already closed the distance to the armed instructor. Bang! 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 The instructor, knowing Wang Shao's physical prowess, fired repeatedly at him. Wang Shao used his arm as a shield, protecting his head and vital areas of his body. Bullets struck his thick arm and embedded themselves with a dull thud. His face remained impassive as his hands, like iron clamps, shot forward and seized the instructor's gun-wielding wrist with precision and force. His grip was so strong that the instructor felt as if his wrist bones were about to shatter. With a cry of pain, the gun slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. But the instructor, clearly a hardened fighter, refused to yield. With his free hand, He clenched his fist and swung it fiercely at Wang Shao's face, the blow carrying the force of a gale. However, due to Wang Shao's height, the punch landed only on his chest. Wang Shao tilted his head slightly, effortlessly dodging the strike, and then raised his leg, delivering a swift kick to the back of the instructor's knee. A sickening crack followed, and the instructor collapsed to the ground with a scream, completely incapacitated. The entire confrontation happened in the blink of an eye. Before the others could even process the shock of the gunfire, the situation was already resolved. Yuan Gang was the first to snap out of it. He roared, "Cuff him!" Two instructors nearby jolted into action, quickly retrieved handcuffs and restrained the traitor on the ground. Yuan Gang hurried over, his voice urgent as he shouted, "Call the medics!" Quickly. His eyes had caught the sight of multiple gunshot wounds on Wang Shao, and though Wang Shao was physically formidable, he was still flesh and blood, incapable of withstanding bullets unscathed. Yuan Gang, heart pounding with anxiety, rushed to Wang Shao's side, his voice hoarse as he called out again, "Get the medics!" Now, he had witnessed Wang Shao taking the gunfire heat in, and in Yuan Gang's understanding, no matter how tough a body was, it couldn't possibly withstand bullets. "I'm fine," Wang Shao responded calmly. Wang Shao's expression remained calm, as if the life and death crisis he had just experienced was nothing more than a trivial matter. His right hand, like an iron clamp, effortlessly lifted the traitorous instructor, who struggled in his grasp like a helpless chick. Meanwhile, his left arm revealed several shocking blood wounds. Yuan Gang exclaimed, "How can you be fine? Look at all the blood!" Before he could finish, his eyes widened in astonishment, his jaw nearly dropping. Right before his eyes, the blood from Wang Shao's arm stopped flowing after only a few drops. Progress of the Fire Dragon Master's Gene Seed Incubation, 15. Attributes gained. Extraordinary strength, rapid healing. What happened next was beyond belief. 6 bullets slowly pushed out from the muscles of his arm, clinking as they fell to the ground, the crisp sound unervingly clear in the silent room. "Monster! You're a monster!" The traitorous instructor screamed in terror, his fear reaching its peak. His mission had been far from simple. It involved stealing critical information about the recruits, and, most importantly, eliminating Wang Shao to seize the core data of the battle armor. Realizing he was about to be exposed, he had taken a desperate gamble to kill Wang Shao, but the outcome was far beyond his comprehension. "His limbs are broken. We can interrogate him now," Yuan Gang said, continuing to use the truth ring to question the others. The other instructors, though seasoned in battle and no strangers to life and death, were completely stunned by Wang Shao's display. After locking up the traitorous instructor, Yuan Gang resumed the interrogations. Meanwhile, Wang Shao's wounds had already healed, leaving no scars behind. In the end, only one traitor was discovered. Yuan Gang, furious, demanded, "Liao Wang, why did you betray the Night Watchers?" Under the power of the truth ring, Liao Wang had no choice but to confess, "I had no choice. My family was taken by the ancient God Church." "The ancient God Church," Yuan Gang muttered, sensing the gravity of the situation. The ancient God Church, true to its name, was a group of fanatics who worshipped deities, believing that the gods would save them and lead them to ascension. What about their other plans? When are they planning to attack? How many of them have infiltrated? Yuan Gang pressed. "I don't know. All I was told was to report on the recruits' movements," Liao Wang admitted, leaving Yuan Gang frustrated. It seemed the traitor only acted upon instructions from the church. After the interrogation, Yuan Gang sighed. Things are getting complicated. With Bai Li, the twin god envoys, and the monster Wang Shao all here, if the ancient god church launches a full-scale attack, this place will be in grave danger. As he pondered their next move, a subordinate brought news. Chen Moi from Songnan City is here to visit. Upon meeting Chen Moi, the latter first suggested taking Lin Qiye and Wang Shao back home for the new year, but Yuan Gang declined. Chen Moi then brought up the bounty on Bai Li Tuming, prompting Yuan Gang to ask, "You know about that too?" Chen Moi paused in surprise. "What? Have you already taken action?" Yuan Gang nodded. "With Wang Shao's prophetic assistance, we've already identified the traitor in the base and are now strategizing our next steps." Hearing that Wang Shao's prophecy had played a role, Chen Moi was unsurprised. He smiled and said, "That makes things easier. Let's divide our forces. Spread out the key members. We in Songnan City will take responsibility for Wang Shao and Lin Qiye, while you handle Bai Li Tuming. This way, the other students won't be affected." Yuan Gang considered the idea and began assessing its feasibility. "The traitor in the base has been dealt with, but we can't be sure if the ancient God Church has infiltrated other areas nearby. Given the circumstances, Chen Moi's plan seems like a good option," Yuan Gang decided. "We'll make an exception this time and give the recruits a break. Take Lin Qiye with you and keep him safe." "What about Wang Shao? He's part of our team too, and I want to take him as well," Chen Moi insisted. Yuan Gang chuckled. "Wang Shao? I don't think he needs protection. Besides, we need his combat skills here." Chen Moi nodded in agreement, acknowledging Wang Shao's strength. Compared to Lin Qiye, Wang Shao's combat power is already on par with a top-tier warrior. Let's see what Wang Shao thinks, Yuan Gang suggested. Wang Shao was summoned to the meeting room, where he greeted Chun Moi with a slight nod. Chun Moi asked, "Have the team members been keeping up with their training?" "Yes. Hong Ying and the others are still training hard," Wang Shao replied. Yuan Gang then explained the situation to him. Without hesitation, Wang Shao agreed. "Eliminating heretical threats is my duty, and it's the mission entrusted to me by the Emperor. Leave the most challenging tasks to me." With the plan finalized, the strategy to divide and protect the key members was set into motion. Vacation. This unexpected announcement exploded like a bomb in the training field. The new recruits froze in place for a moment before erupting into thunderous cheers. The intense training that had stretched their nerves to the limit finally gave way to relief, their joy written all over their faces. However, amidst the cheers came the stern reminder from the instructor. No leaving Songnan City. Bailey Tumming's excited expression immediately dimmed, disappointment evident on his face. "Ugh, I was planning to take Lin Qiye and Wang Shao back to my hometown for some fun, but now we're stuck wandering around Songnan City." Lin Qiye, on the other hand, furrowed his brows, his sharp instincts sensing something unusual. This abrupt vacation seemed suspicious no matter how he looked at it. Just as he was lost in thought, the instructor's command cut through the air. "Pack your things immediately and leave at once." Despite his doubts, Lin Qiye followed the others back to the dormitory and hastily packed his belongings. As everyone gathered on the field, ready to board the bus, Lin Qiye glanced around and noticed Wang Shao was missing. He approached Instructor Hong and asked, "Instructor Hong, where's Wang Shao?" Wang Shao is staying behind for now, has other matters to attend to," Instructor Hong replied casually. Lin Qiye sighed inwardly, realizing their plan to visit Wang Shao's hometown was completely off the table. The bus slowly rolled out of the base. Before long, Lin Qiye spotted the familiar van of Team 136 already waiting by the roadside. Hong Ying stood beside it, waving enthusiastically toward the bus. Her cheerful voice rang out, "Qiye, time to go home." Seeing his teammates' familiar faces, Lin Qiye felt his earlier doubts ease slightly. Meanwhile, at Songnan City's Base 36, a missile base that was typically heavily guarded, the scene had turned into a blood-soaked nightmare. Corpses were strewn across the ground, and the stench of blood filled the air. In the center stood a woman with a seductive figure and an alluring face, breathing deeply as if savoring the metallic scent. The message was sent out 12 hours ago, and there's still no response. "It seems the mole has been discovered," a man behind her said nervously, bowing slightly. "Lady Serpent, should we retreat? This commotion is already causing quite a stir." "Retreat?" Lady Serpent sneered, a mocking smile playing on her lips. "Eh, before we leave, we should at least leave a little parting gift for them." With that, her slender fingers pressed a button beside her. In an instant, alarms blared throughout the missile base. 3 missiles roared into the sky, trailing blazing flames as they surged toward the recruits' training base. Fortunately, due to the delay caused by Wang Shao's unexpected stay, the recruits had left earlier than planned. The missiles ultimately landed in an uninhabited area, igniting a massive fire but causing no casualties. Wang Shao stood silently by a window, his gaze fixed on the distant flames dancing in the night. His expression was cold and resolute as he murmured under his breath, "Heretics, I can no longer wait to see you eradicated completely." At the moment, Songnan City appeared calm and peaceful on the surface, as if it were just another ordinary day. However, beneath the surface, hidden currents surged, and danger lurked everywhere. In a 5-star hotel in Songnan City, Bailey Tumming had chosen this location as his base. Most of the instructors and bodyguards were stationed there, fully committed to ensuring his safety. After all, the primary targets of the enemy's operation this time were Bailey Tumming and Lin Qiye, with Wang Shao being only a secondary objective. Yuan Gang was racing against time to gather intelligence, but the results were far from encouraging. The information indicated that at least 2 powerful Sea Realm fighters were among the attackers, but their identities, abilities, and appearances remained a mystery. While inside the hotel, an intense argument broke out between Bailey Tumming and Xiao Yuan. Suddenly, a violent explosion reverberated from the top of the building. Alarms blared. Enemy infiltration. Instructor Han swiftly drew his long blade as a large group of people dressed in hotel uniforms emerged in the corridor. The battle erupted in an instant, plunging the entire city into chaos. In the commotion, Bailey Tumming and Xiao Yuan vanished without a trace. Amid the fierce combat, Yuan Gang had not anticipated that the ancient god cult would send such a large number of operatives. When the instructors descended to the lower floors, they found no sign of Bailey Tumming or Xiao Yuan and immediately reported the situation. "Keep searching. Bailey Tumming is a priority protection target," someone urged. "Should we deploy Wang Shao?" another asked. "Not yet," Yuan Gang replied firmly. Wang Shao was Yuan Gang's hidden trump card, one he would only use after the ancient god cult revealed theirs. As Yuan Gang fought on, he suddenly sensed 2 bursts of murderous intent behind him. A golden light enveloped his body just in time to block 2 long blades. Wang Qiye, Wu Ruodong, you two are traitors as well. Why didn't the truth ring expose you during the interrogation? Yuan Gang shouted. We have a gift for you, Yuan Gang, one of them sneered. In the next moment, their bodies began to swell rapidly, and eerie light flickered from their mouths and noses. Boom. The two self-detonated in an instant, inflicting significant damage on the other instructors. Damn it. These two must have been brainwashed. As long as they believed they weren't lying, the truth ring wouldn't work. By the end of a long night of battle, Bailey Tumming and Chao Yuan managed to break through the encirclement with Lin Qiye's help. Lin Qiye then led them toward a safer location. Captain, the 4 forbidden item users from the Bailey family are on their way and are expected to arrive tomorrow, a report came in. Yuan Gang breathed a sigh of relief at the prospect of reinforcements, but the next piece of news quickly tightened his nerves again. Report. Wang Shao has disappeared from the safe house, and his whereabouts are unknown. How can someone that conspicuous just vanish? Find him, Yuan Gang barked. He never expected Wang Shao to become a problem at such a critical moment. In a quiet room, a mouse silently crept in, carrying a crumpled note on its tiny back. The peculiar sight left Wang Shao momentarily stunned. Filled with suspicion, he bent down and picked up the note. A quick glance at its contents caused his expression to darken ominously, as though a storm was brewing on his face. Without hesitation, he dashed out of the safe house like a bolt of lightning, not even pausing to alert anyone. He was like a raging storm, propelled by boundless fury, sprinting at extraordinary speed granted by Astartes' powers. The scenery blurred past him, and before long, he arrived at his destination, a dilapidated yet familiar old house on the outskirts of the city. With a creaking groan, the old wooden door emitted a sound of protest as an extraordinarily tall man slowly stepped out from within. In his left hand, he casually held a book, while his right hand cradled a jar. His expression radiated an air of arrogant triumph. My goodness, he's a giant. Even with my height of 6 feet 9 inches, I felt small before him, his towering stature making me feel utterly insignificant. The man spoke, his tone dripping with mockery. Well, who would have thought? Your parents are both dead and gone. Such a pity, huh? He flashed a set of gleaming white teeth, his smile appearing grotesque and menacing in Wang Shao's eyes. Rage erupted within Wang Shao, his eyes blazing with fury as he gritted his teeth and demanded, Heretic? Have you betrayed humanity? The hostility emanating from the man was palpable, like a sharp blade slicing into Wang Shao's nerves. The man, unfazed, continued, I was actually planning to use your parents to threaten you into handing over the design schematics for that battlesuit. As he spoke, he suddenly clenched his right hand. With a resounding crack, the jar shattered into pieces, releasing a cloud of gray-white powder that rained down onto the ground. It was the ashes of Wang Shao's parents. Empire's truth? What empire? Some two-dimensional empire? The man sneered again. With a forceful flick of his left hand, he tore the book symbolizing the empire's truth into shreds. The fragments of paper scattered like snowflakes, fluttering chaotically in the air. Heretic, you will pay dearly for your atrocities today. Wang Shao growled through clenched teeth, his words seething with rage. He roared, Stone Lei, messenger in training of the ancient god cult. The man, unhurried, introduced himself. Then, something strange occurred. Lifeless stones on the ground began to stir, as if infused with vitality. They rolled toward him, adhering to his body. Sequence 144 of the Forbidden Ruins, stone form. In mere seconds, the man transformed into a towering figure over 13 feet tall, his body entirely encased in impenetrable stone, like a primordial beast awakened from the depths of time. Hand over the battlesuit schematics or die. Stone Lei bellowed from above. Wang Shao had never been so enraged. His fury surged like an inferno, threatening to consume everything in its path. Heretic, you desecrate the empire and disgrace my parents. You will face the wrath of the Emperor's angels. He roared, summoning the angelic fury, blazing and wrathful. At that moment, the two colossal figures, each like a moving mountain, charged at each other with unbridled hatred and fury. Every step they took sent tremors rippling through the ground. Wang Shao charged at Shao'er Lei like an enraged bull, the howling wind seemingly wrapped around his massive frame. His towering 2.8-meter figure moved with such force that each step caused the ground beneath him to quake and crack. His eyes burned with the flames of vengeance, locked onto the despicable man before him who had desecrated his parents' ashes. Traitor to humanity, you scum. Today, he'll tear you into pieces, he roared. Ah, you think you can take me on? Shao'er Lei retorted, but their words were swallowed by the fierce wind. Shao'er Lei possessed the power of Forbidden Ruins 144, giving him a rocky body and the ability to control stones within his vicinity. These stones adhered to him like a second skin, allowing him to manipulate his bodice weight with precision. He had hoped to leverage this ability to join the ancient god church, but his ranking was stolen by a messenger named Han Xiaoyan. Now, staring at this 2.8-meter tall brute, who looked more like a monster, Shao'er Lei thought, I don't believe brute strength alone can overpower rock. With a furious roar, Wang Shao made the first move. He leaped high into the air, his massive, sandpot-sized fist hurtling down toward Shirley's chest with the weight of 1,000 tons. The punch was as fast as lightning, but Shirley stood his ground, confident in the durability of his rocky body to withstand the blow. One punch. How strong could it be? Even Tyson's punch is only 800 kilograms. My body can handle 2 tons. Boom. Wang Shao's fist collided with Shirley's chest, the force of 8 tons exploding like a cannonball. Shirley had expected to absorb the impact with ease, but his naive assumption was shattered in an instant. The overwhelming force surged through him like a raging tide, and the stone armor on his chest crumbled, sending shards flying in all directions. His 4-meter-tall rocky body was sent hurtling backward uncontrollably, slamming into a crumbling wall. The structure collapsed under the impact, burying half of him in debris. Shirley's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice trembling as he muttered, "How? How is this possible? This strength?" Before he could recover from the shock, Wang Shao charged forward like a ferocious tiger, his every step shaking the earth beneath him. "It's not over yet, traitor!" Wang Shao bellowed, his momentum undeterred, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. He grabbed hold of Shirley's exposed arm amidst the rubble and yanked hard, causing another cascade of stone fragments to fall. Shirley howled in pain, attempting to counterattack, but Wang Shao's other fist came crashing down like a relentless storm. He didn't care whether he was hitting stone or flesh, his only focus was pouring his fury into every strike. Each punch pulverized stone into dust and fragments, scattering debris in all directions. Thud, 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 thud. On this silent winter night, Wang Shao resembled an unyielding pile driver, his blows echoing like thunder. With another devastating punch, Shirley's terrified eyes were fully exposed to Wang Shao. "Please stop." Shirley finally panicked, begging for mercy, but Wang Shao was deaf to his pleas, consumed entirely by his thirst for vengeance. "Traitor, you don't even deserve the mercy of death," Wang Shao roared, wrapping his massive arms around Shirley's legs. His muscles bulged with strain as he let out a thunderous shout, lifting Shirley's entire body and slamming him into the ground with devastating force. The impact created a massive crater, and Shirley's rocky body became even more fractured and broken. More stones fell away, revealing blood-soaked flesh beneath in some areas. Blood now trickled uncontrollably from the corner of his mouth, the internal damage from the repeated blunt force becoming increasingly severe. Shirley attempted once more to activate the Forbidden Ruins' rocky body, trying to gather nearby stones to repair himself. However, Wang Shao gave him no chance to catch his breath. "Arrogant human traitor." Boom. A punch landed, shattering Shirley's legs instantly. "Lapdog of the ancient god church." Boom. Another punch struck, causing the stones on Shirley's chest to crack apart. "Scum who desecrates the empire and family." Boom. With the force of the final blow, Shirley was nearly knocked unconscious by the sheer impact. At this moment, Shirley was in a pitiful state, his body broken, his movements sluggish, and his former arrogance completely gone. Wang Shao, channeling all his weight and fury, clasped his fists together and slammed them down on Shirley. Under this fatal strike, Shirley didn't even have time to scream before his body was utterly pulverized, reduced to a mess of blood and shattered stone. In the winter night, snowflakes drifted down, and the blood seeped into the pristine snow, painting a striking and grotesque picture. As his rage subsided, Wang Shao stared at Shirley's lifeless remains, his anger slowly fading. He thought to himself that if there were genetic scanning technology, a mere sample of Shirley's remains could provide some information, but it no longer mattered. Recalling the messenger rat, Wang Shao realized this incident was no coincidence. Feeling the cold sting of the snowflakes, he gradually calmed down. The fire lizards are always merciful to humanity, but they show no mercy to traitors and heretics. On the fire lizard's planet, there is a saying: if you anger a fire lizard, you'd better reflect on whether you've ever acted human in your life. With that, Wang Shao slowly walked toward the old house. All that remained was a dilapidated furnace standing silently amidst the ruins. Scattered pages of the Empire's Book of Truth and the ashes of his parents were the only remnants tying him to his past as a citizen of the Great Xia. But now, even this fragile connection had been destroyed. Wang Shao knelt in silence, extending his large hand into the freezing, icy soil. His movements were gentle and deliberate, as if afraid of disturbing something. Carefully, he gathered his parents' ashes mixed with dirt and placed them into a prepared urn. Then, he bent down and meticulously picked up the torn fragments of the Empire's Book of Truth, treating them with great reverence as he stored them away. Once done, Wang Shao dug a deep pit within the old house, placing the urn and the fragments of the Book of Truth inside before slowly covering them with soil and tamping it down firmly. "May the Emperor bless your souls," he murmured softly, his voice heavy with grief and devotion. Then, he placed his hands against the crumbling walls of the old house. With a forceful push, the structure collapsed with a resounding crash, sending up a cloud of dust, as if burying all the painful memories along with it. Just then, the roar of a car engine shattered the stillness. A vehicle sped toward him, screeching to a halt not far away. Wang Shao, I knew you'd be here, Yuan Gang said as he stepped out of the car. His figure appeared disheveled, his clothes torn and marked with several wounds, evidence of a struggle against a deeply concealed traitor before he managed to escape. Yuan Gang's gaze fell on the unrecognizable remains on the ground, and he quickly pieced together what had happened. On the ground, that's Shirley of the ancient god church. Wang Shao responded coldly, a glint of icy sharpness flashing in his eyes. Deep down, he thought to himself that he had personally sent the enemy to hell, making him pay for his evil deeds. The name Shirley was not unfamiliar to Yuan Gang. Had heard of him as a formidable warrior from Chuanzhou. Yet, to see him meet such a miserable end, dying like a stray dog on the side of the road, was unexpected. After this battle, Yuan Gang re-evaluated Wang Shao's strength with newfound astonishment. However, he quickly composed himself, his expression turning serious. He understood that no one could act on their own accord in defiance of orders. The situation was critical, and everyone needed to follow commands and act in concert without any mistakes. Wang Shao raised his gaze, locking eyes with Yuan Gang, his stare intense. If the situation is dire, then share all the intel you have with me immediately. He'll head out at once and wipe out these traitorous scum. Yuan Gang was momentarily at a loss for words, fully aware of the complexity of the situation. There were still two powerful warriors from Haijing present. He was injured, and reinforcements had yet to arrive. No, the priority right now is to protect Lin Qiye and Bai Li Tuming. They can evade and hide until reinforcements arrive. That's the safest course of action. Evade, hide. Wang Shao frowned deeply at the words. Apologies, but as a warrior, the only thing I know is to face the enemy heat-in with my sword. I've never been one to evade or hide. I've already instructed the tech clerics to bring the battle armor here. Whether or not you share the intel, I will act. Hearing Wang Shao's resolve, Yuan Gang hadn't expected such stubbornness. He also knew that exposing the battle armor to the public would cause panic and compromise the Night Watcher's secrecy. However, with Wang Shao being the only combatant available and other reinforcements still en route, Yuan Gang had no choice. Gritting his teeth, he finally said, fine. He'll lure the enemies out, and you can take them down. Good. That's the cooperation I expect from you, Wang Shao replied, turning and heading toward the safe house without looking back. At the training base on the outskirts of Cangnan City, Yuan Yu, dressed in a red robe, arrived at the helipad with 5 technicians in tow. Hold on. Without an order from Commander Yuan Gang, no one is authorized to deploy the aircraft, a steadfast airport guard declared. I'm acting under Lord Wang Shao's orders to eliminate heretics, and you dare to obstruct me? Yuan Yu's tone carried an undeniable authority. Without realizing it, her address for Wang Shao had shifted from Sir to Lord, as she had been completely won over by the scientific advancements he brought. The doctrines of imperial truth and absolute science had utterly convinced her. That's still not allowed, the airport guard insisted. However, just as the situation was about to escalate, a command came through, and the guard finally relented. After loading the Mark IV battle armor into the cargo helicopter, Yuan Yu gave the order, take off. Support Lord Wang Shao. The next morning, after a night of heavy snowfall, the canal had frozen over early. Crash! A dark shadow suddenly broke through the ice. 2 figures, one on the left and one on the right, unleashed fierce winds and flames, enveloping the shadow. However, a black light tore through the fiery whirlwind. A man emerged, grinning as he dodged and struck, sending the 2 airborne figures crashing to the ground. Bai Li Tuming, witnessing this scene, swallowed hard in fear. Your bodyguards don't seem to be holding up, Chao Yuan remarked dryly from the side. What are you talking about? It's obvious that the opponent is just too. A deafening roar interrupted their conversation and the ongoing fight. In the sky, a massive cargo helicopter appeared. Reinforcements are here, Bai Li Tuming shouted excitedly upon recognizing the markings on the aircraft. As the helicopter's cargo bay door slowly opened, a voice rang out. Praise be to you, great warrior. Yuan Yu's words echoed as a figure leapt from the helicopter into the fray. The man, radiating a dark, ominous glow, widened his eyes in shock as he watched the black figure plummet towards the ground like a meteor. The moment the shadow collided with the earth, a massive shockwave erupted from the impact point, rippling outward and sending snowflakes flying into the air like a sudden blizzard. As the snow gradually settled, an enormous figure began to take shape, becoming clearer in the eyes of the onlookers. My goodness! A mech suit, Bai Li Tuming blurted out, his voice filled with a mix of astonishment and excitement. At this moment, Wang Shao stood clad in a Mark IV battle armor, its solid and imposing structure gleaming with an awe-inspiring metallic sheen. In his hands, he firmly gripped a colossal hammer, its head as large as a water barrel, exuding an aura of immense destructive power as if a single swing could shatter mountains. At his waist hung a chainsaw sword, its blade glinting coldly, emanating a faint but palpable killing intent. Mortals, step aside. This battle is now under the command of Fire Lizard Wang Shao. His deep, authoritative voice resonated through the armor. The 4 members of the Wind, Fire, Water, and Earth bodyguard squad, battered and either injured or unconscious, looked disheveled and defeated. Upon hearing Wang Shao's declaration, they hesitated, uncertainty flickering in their eyes. The ferocity of the battle made it difficult for them to simply retreat. However, Li Tuming's face lit up with joy and relief upon hearing Wang Shao's name, his earlier worry replaced by eager anticipation. Stand down. He's on our side here to support us. Li Tuming shouted, his voice ringing with urgency. At his command, the bodyguards, as if awakened from a trance, began to retreat slowly, supporting one another as they moved. As they passed by Wang Shao, each of them couldn't help but glance back at the powerful and imposing battle armor. Despite its rugged and bold design, the sight of it inexplicably instilled a sense of reassurance. The man cloaked in dark light, however, burst into mocking laughter. Huh? Fire Lizard? Wang Shao? What a joke. Has the Watchman's force fallen so low that they need to rely on such garbage to fight? Traitor to humanity. You'll pay for your sins. He spat on the ground in disdain. Fools. This world has always belonged to the gods. I am a messenger of the ancient gods' church, and you think you can stop me? Pathetic. Wang Shao had no intention of engaging in idle banter. He planted his feet firmly, the battle armor roaring to life as he surged forward with unstoppable momentum, wielding his massive warhammer with deadly precision. Humph! The darkly glowing man sneered, and a dense, impenetrable black aura enveloped him like a shield. Instead of retreating, he advanced, his enormous fist larger than a clay pot shrouded in an eerie black glow as he launched it toward Wang Shao. Let's see if I can't smash that tin can of yours to pieces, he bellowed. In an instant, hammer met fist with a deafening boom, like a thunderclap that reverberated through the battlefield, leaving everyone's ears ringing. The shockwave from the collision rippled outward, cracking the ground beneath them into a web of fractures. The man cloaked in dark light staggered backward several steps, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could this be? He was a powerful Sea Realm warrior, renowned for his fortress-like defenses, yet he was forced back repeatedly by a single strike. Wang Shao steadied himself, his muscles bulging as he gripped the hammer tightly. With the battle armor enhancing his strength, he raised the massive weapon high once more, bringing it down with the force of a mountain in a devastating overhead swing. The man swiftly dodged with a flash of his figure, but before he could regain his footing, Wang Shao's chainsaw sword was already unsheathed. With a cold glint, it sliced horizontally toward the man. In his panic, the man hastily raised his arm to block. The chainsaw sword clashed violently against the dense, dark aura surrounding him, sending sparks flying in all directions. It was as if molten sparks from a forge were tracing dazzling arcs through the frigid air. How is he so fast? Isn't this metal brute supposed to be as clumsy as a dumb ox? From above, Yuan Yu observed the scene and let out a derisive snort through her nose, raising her chin with a tone full of scorn. The Empire's technology is beyond your comprehension, ignorant fool. Wang Shao moved with fluid precision, sheathing the chainsaw sword in an instant. Without pausing, he swung his massive war hammer, its weight cutting through the air with a deafening whoosh, bringing it down on the man with brutal force. Boom! A thunderous crash resounded, shaking the ground beneath everyone's feet. Even with the dark aura protecting him, the man couldn't escape unscathed from Wang Shao's overwhelming strike. His lower body was forcibly driven into the earth, sending shards of rock and frozen soil flying. Watch out! His dark aura has incredible defensive power, and it also enhances his physical abilities, shouted the fire envoy from a safe distance, her voice filled with urgency as she desperately warned Wang Shao. The man slowly rose from the ground, brushing off the dirt and debris from his body. He threw his head back and let out a boisterous laugh. Boy, I am a proud master of the Sea Realm. My mental power is vast and boundless, like the deep ocean. With your brute strength alone, you'll exhaust yourself long before you can break through my dark aura. Upon hearing this, Wang Shao's movements paused slightly, as if lost in thought. The unexpected hesitation left everyone on the battlefield puzzled. Dark aura? Some kind of specialized defensive force field? Has he given up? Similar doubts crept into the minds of all present. But Yuan Yu's lips curled into a confident smirk, her tone still dripping with disdain. How could the master give up so easily? Do you think he wields that hammer without a plan? Of course, he's already prepared for this. Sure enough, in the next moment, faint blue currents of electricity began crackling around the massive hammer, flickering and dancing like a web of lightning armor encasing the hammerhead. Field disintegration activated. The man noticed the change and sneered mockingly, his expression full of contempt. That's it. Electricity? You really think a few sparks can break my dark aura? What a joke. Wang Shao remained silent, his gaze sharp as a hawk's. He gripped the hammer tightly with both hands, lifting it high above his head. The electrified hammer whistled as it descended once more toward the man with unstoppable force. Oomph, let me show you my strength. The man crossed his arms, intensifying the dark aura around him as he braced to withstand the blow. However, the moment the hammer struck the aura, a piercing, shattering sound cut through the air. It was the sound of glass breaking. Under the stunned gazes of everyone present, the seemingly impenetrable dark aura fragmented like fragile glass, crumbling into nothing. Impossible. The man's eyes widened in shock, his face filled with disbelief as terror gripped his heart. Since he had stepped into the sea realm, he had fought countless battles, always emerging victorious. For years, he had committed heinous acts, confident that no one could breach his prized dark aura defense. But now, with his aura shattered, it felt as though a passenger at sea had lost their ship utterly vulnerable. The long-held reliance on his aura had made him forget to react and re-establish it in time. But it was already too late. Losing focus in battle is a fatal mistake. In the next instant, the man's upper body tilted and collapsed to the ground, while his legs remained standing where they were. The chainsaw sword roared, splattering blood and flesh. Before he could even cry out in pain, the last thing he saw was the massive hammer descending like a falling sky. The battle was over, and it was time to move on to the next location. Jumping out of the helicopter and ending the fierce battle within an astonishing 2 minutes, Wang Shao displayed unparalleled efficiency. In that brief span of time, he decisively defeated the formidable enemy who had kept the bodyguard team locked in a grueling struggle all morning. His extraordinary combat skills left even Yuan Gang silently admitting that Wang Shao's abilities surpassed all expectations. That was amazing, Wang Shao. You dealt with that troublemaker in no time. Li Tuming, his face flushed with excitement, rushed over. He circled Wang Shao's battle armor, his eyes wide with curiosity, inspecting every detail from different angles as if trying to memorize its intricate design. The situation earlier had been critical. Li Tuming had almost released Chao Yuan as a last resort, and the bodyguard team had narrowly avoided complete defeat. At this moment, the 4 bodyguards Feng, Hua, Shuai, and disappointed each other as they staggered forward toward the battle armor. Together, they said, "Thank you. You saved our lives." Their voices were filled with the relief and gratitude of having survived a near-death encounter. "No need to thank me. It's my duty," Wang Shao replied sincerely. "You faced such a powerful enemy without retreating and fought bravely. That courage deserves recognition." He admired the 4 bodyguards for their unwavering determination, even in the face of danger, earning them the title of courageous. Chao Yuan, staring at the imposing battle armor, couldn't help but marvel aloud. What kind of incredible invention is this? Has the gap between us grown this wide already? His tone carried both awe and a hint of reluctance. Xin Qingzhu, equally stunned, thought to himself, if I had such a suit of armor, could I protect them better? However, unwilling to show his thoughts, he stood to the side, feigning indifference. Meanwhile, Li Tuming, ever curious and enthusiastic, lightly tapped the armor's sturdy exterior and looked at Wang Shao with anticipation. "Hey, Wang, do you think you could get me one of these? Name your price, I'll pay whatever it takes." Wang Shao remained composed and patiently explained, "This is exclusive equipment for the Imperial Legion. Its production and distribution are strictly regulated, so it's not something you can simply acquire. However, if you pass the necessary assessments and officially join the Battle Corps, I promise I'll personally craft a set for you." "Really? Then I'd better work harder," Li Tuming exclaimed excitedly. Imagine walking around in such a cool suit of armor. Everyone would be so envious. It'd be absolutely awesome. His mind was already filled with visions of himself donning the armor and basking in admiration. Watching through a communication video sent by Yuan Gang had witnessed the entire breathtaking battle. Afterward, he couldn't help but reflect, this kid's combat strength is incredible. Could those 4 squads really handle him if it came to that? But as the thought crossed his mind, he reconsidered. So far, Wang Shao had demonstrated exceptional physical prowess and resistance to the Forbidden Ruins. However, if faced with opponents skilled in mental manipulation or possessing weapons of mass destruction tied to the Forbidden Ruins, he might still be neutralized. Han Xiaoyan could serve as a perfect test case for this theory, Yuan Gang mused. Yet, for now, the priority was to provide reinforcements for Lin Qiye. Yuan Gang weighed his options carefully and ultimately decided to disclose Lin Qiye's location to Wang Shao. At that moment, Lin Qiye was fiercely battling members of the ancient god church, while Chunmai had already led his team to the battlefield. Upon hearing the news, Wang Shao quickly pinpointed the combat zone and prepared to set out. Turning to the group, he said, "All right, you take the injured back first. I'll go assist Lin Qiye." "Assist Qiye? Is he in danger? We need to go too." Li Tuming was the first to speak up, followed by Chao Yuan and Xin Qingzhu, who nodded in agreement and expressed their determination to join. "Your task is to protect the wounded, which is just as critical. Besides, you won't be able to keep up with me," Wang Shao replied firmly. But Chao Yuan tried to argue. But before he could finish, Wang Shao had already slung his massive hammer onto his back. In the next instant, his Mark IV battle armor roared to life, propelling him at full speed toward Lin Qiye's location. The armor accelerated to 90 kilometers per hour, leaving nothing but blurred streaks in his wake. Man, the gap between us and Wang Shao just keeps growing. Li Tuming sighed heavily as he watched Wang Shao disappear into the distance. He understood that Wang Shao's decision was made with their safety in mind. And seriously, apart from those forbidden items, what else do you even bring to the table? Zhao Yuan teased, lazily swinging his blade. What are you standing around for? We're already slow. Hurry up. Shen Qingzhu suddenly darted ahead and shouted back at them. Hey, wait for me, old Shun. But Wang Shao said not to go. Li Tuming called out as he chased after him. Like I care. Shen Qingzhu retorted without looking back, quickening his pace even more. In the void domain, the tension was palpable, as if violence could erupt at any moment. Han Shaoyan lifted his gaze, staring at the squad draped in dark red cloaks before him. Shen Mai had also noticed the group and was about to speak when Yuan Gang's voice came through the communicator. Don't engage yet. Let Wang Shao take the lead in this fight. Shen Mai's brows furrowed deeply. The opponents weren't some nameless rookies, they were seasoned Sea Realm powerhouses, one of whom had led a Night Watcher squad in the past, with unfathomable strength. Entrusting this fight entirely to Wang Shao seemed utterly reckless. The other members of Team 136 exchanged confused glances, their faces filled with doubt and uncertainty. Ignore him. Our job is to be ready for battle, Shen Mai said in a low voice. After all, the void domain was isolated from the outside world, and even if Yuan Gang issued orders, it would take some time for him to intervene. Just then, another voice suddenly broke the silence. Wang Shao is on his way to support us and is entering the void domain. Thud, thud, thud. A series of heavy, thunderous footsteps echoed behind them, growing louder and faster, like a stampede of thousands of soldiers charging forward. Hong Ying couldn't resist her curiosity and stole a glance over her shoulder, eager to see what Wang Shao looked like now. What she saw made her eyes widen in astonishment. A towering, three-meter suit of metallic battle armor was hurtling toward them like a whirlwind, moving with incredible speed and power. The ground trembled slightly with each step of the colossal figure, an invisible sense of oppression hanging in the air. A towering three-meter metallic armor approached slowly, carrying a massive warhammer on its back, its head extraordinarily large. The sudden appearance of this scene left all members of Squad 136 stunned, their eyes wide and mouths agape, as they stared at this warrior seemingly out of the future. Shen Mai was the first to snap out of his daze, his voice trembling slightly as he asked, Wang Shao, it's me. No need to panic. Wang Shao's voice echoed through the armor's amplifier, steady and powerful. He slowed his steps, the imposing metallic figure exuding an undeniable aura as he steadily approached the group. Captain Shun, I'm here to support you. His tone was resolute. Lin Qiye's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, No way, man. We're still using cold weapons and the occasional gun. What is this? A futuristic warrior. Han Shaoyan was equally stunned by the giant armor, his gaze scanning it up and down as he muttered, Ew. Your small-town squad actually has something like this hidden away? Hong Ying, Wen Shima, and the others stood frozen, too shocked to speak. They could only stare unblinkingly at the massive figure before them. As the group remained immersed in their astonishment, Wang Shao had already strode purposefully toward Han Shaoyan. Inside his helmet, the system swiftly pulled up and cross-referenced Han Shaoyan's information, confirming his identity. Wang Shao's voice emerged from the armor, cold and unwavering. Traitor, you must pay the price. At the word traitor, Han Shaoyan's expression darkened instantly. He spoke slowly, his voice tinged with bitterness. A traitor? Do you think I wanted to bear such a name? When you witness your comrades, those who fought and bled beside you, like brothers and sisters, fall one by one before your eyes, their lives slipping away, and you're faced with only one path to save them, then perhaps you'll understand the despair and helplessness I felt. Chun Mai listened to Han Shaoyan's words, his brows furrowed deeply, his emotions churning. He couldn't help but glance at his teammates, a terrifying thought surfacing in his mind. If he were faced with such a desperate situation, would he have made the same choice? The idea left him in deep contemplation, his expression growing increasingly grave. Just then, Wang Shao's powerful voice suddenly resonated through the entire Wujia void, shattering the heavy silence. It seems you're not only a traitor, but also a selfish coward. Han Shaoyan heard Wang Shao's words, a helpless smile flickering in his eyes. He took a step forward, his voice heavy with emotion as he said, You've never experienced that sense of powerlessness watching your brothers struggle in pools of blood, their lives as fragile as flickering candles in the wind. What could I do? I just didn't want to lose them. Clinging to those hollow rules while watching them die, is that what you call noble? His face was as calm as still water, but his heart churned with emotions as memories of his former comrades flooded back. I've never experienced it. Wang Shao's cold laugh echoed through his armor. The massive hammer in his hand slammed onto the ground, creating small cracks as he retorted mercilessly. Choosing between rules and personal ties is destiny itself. But you, for the sake of a few, have thrown the safety of all humanity aside. You think saving your friends in front of you is righteousness, but you don't realize that yielding to the evil god will lead to the deaths of countless innocents. This isn't salvation, it's outright short-sightedness and selfishness. Han Shaoyan shook his head and asked in return, "Then what do you want me to do? Stand idly by and watch them perish? I can't. They're my brother's thieves, stood by me through countless life and death trials. My life belongs to them." Wang Shao removed his helmet, his gaze cold and piercing. True protection means holding the line, fighting for the survival of the many. If your brothers were in their right minds, they wouldn't want to trade humanity's future for their fleeting survival. What you call defiance is nothing but a coward's refusal to face necessary sacrifices, disguised with betrayal. Han Shaoyan looked at the young man, barely 18 or 19, yet his words struck like thunder. Wang Shao spoke each word with conviction. "If it were my brothers, I would do everything in my power to save them, but I would never betray myself, nor my principles. I would fight for my brothers until my very last breath, until death claimed me. But if my brothers demanded that I betray everything to save them, I'd send them off myself." Each word hit Han Shaoyan like a drumbeat, reverberating in his chest. Zhao Kongqing noticed that Si Zionan's body was trembling slightly. Wang Shao coldly stared at Han Shaoyan and declared, "As for you, you're not even worthy of being called a coward. You are just a pitiable worm blinded by fear and sentimentality." Wang Shao replaced his helmet, gripping his massive hammer firmly in both hands. In the next moment, he shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, charging toward Han Shaoyan with unstoppable momentum. He roared, "I'll bury you, traitor, with my own hands." Han Shaoyan's face softened into a faint, relieved smile. Then, with a sudden burst of energy, he activated Forbidden Ruin Sequence 079. In an instant, a fierce gale erupted like a raging beast awakened from slumber, sweeping up the thick snow on the ground. Within moments, a blizzard engulfed the surrounding 10 miles, turning the world into a chaotic whiteout. The swirling snow, as thick as goose feathers, blotted out the sky and shrouded the earth in an impenetrable curtain of white. What an incredible forbidden ruin! Lin Qiye frowned deeply, forced to rely entirely on his heightened mental senses to perceive his surroundings. At this point, visibility was reduced to almost nothing beyond a meter. Everything dissolved into a formless, snowy haze, as though trapped in a labyrinth of white chaos. Han Shaoyan smirked inwardly, calculating his next move. This was the perfect opportunity to launch a covert strike and eliminate Lin Qiye in one decisive blow. However, just as he began to move stealthily, a sudden whoosh interrupted the silence. Out of nowhere, a massive hammerhead barreled into view with overwhelming force. Han Shaoyan's heart jolted in alarm. Relying on years of battle-hardened instincts, he swiftly bent and dodged, narrowly evading what could have been a fatal blow. Could the vision of that armored figure remain completely unobstructed? In the midst of the violent snowstorm, how could such armor maintain such astonishing mobility? Han Shaoyan's mind raced with doubt. After all, the Mark IV armor was a masterpiece of military engineering from the era of the Great Expedition. Though its defensive capabilities had been slightly compromised, its design prioritized agility and maneuverability. This armor was forged for interstellar travel and galactic warfare. Tempered by countless brutal battlefields, how could mere snow and wind hinder its movement or obscure its vision? The life detection device ignored the storm, locking onto Han Shaoyan's position. He had just barely evaded Wang Shao's hammer strike, but before he could regain his footing, Wang Shao, using the momentum of his swing, spun around. The thick hammer shaft swept horizontally through the air like a steel serpent, hurtling toward Han Shaoyan's waist with a deafening whistle. Han Shaoyan hastily raised his long halberd in an attempt to deflect the hammer. A resounding clang echoed as metal collided with metal, the impact so intense it left ears ringing. The sheer force sent Han Shaoyan sliding several meters across the snow, carving a deep trench into the ground. His hands throbbed with painful sensation he hadn't felt in a long time. Could there really be someone this formidable among the night watchmen? Wang Shao showed no intention of giving him a moment to recover. The massive hammer in his hands seemed as light as a reed as he swung it with ferocious power. Each strike tore through the air with a howling wind, carrying an overwhelming force as it bore down on Han Shaoyan. Perhaps these two truly held the hope of standing against the cult of the ancient gods. This thought flickered through Han Shaoyan's mind as a glimmer of hope ignited in his eyes. At that moment, he seemed to cast aside all hesitation. His face resolute, he gripped his long halberd tightly and lunged toward Wang Shao with every ounce of strength he could muster. Yet, when his fierce strike collided with Wang Shao's armor, it was like an ant trying to topple a tree. Sparks flew, but the indestructible armor remained unscathed. Clang! Another thunderous crash reverberated across the desolate, snowy landscape. Han Shaoyan felt his hands go numb, and the halberd slipped from his grasp, spinning away until it disappeared from view. To everyone's surprise, a faint, tranquil smile appeared on his face, free of panic or regret. In the next instant, Han Xiaoyun's figure blurred as he leapt into the air, soaring skyward. He hovered above the battlefield, his hands slowly forming a circular shape in front of his chest. A faint, deep blue light began to glow in his palms, spreading outward like ink dissolving in water, expanding rapidly. As the light pulsated and swirled, an ominous, earth-shattering force seemed to be brewing within. I admit, your combat skills are truly impressive, Han Xiaoyun declared, his voice cold and steady, cutting through the howling winds to reach everyone's ears. But this great tempest of mine is no mere obstacle to be trifled with. From his vantage point high above, he gazed down at the figures below, his expression unyielding and resolute. Once this eye of the storm fully forms, the entire city of Tsangnan will plunge into a catastrophic abyss. Let's see if you have what it takes to stop me. Han Xiaoyun's voice was laced with provocation, his gaze sharp as a blade as he stared intently at Wang Shao, awaiting his response. Instinctively, Wang Shao reached for his waist, but found nothing. The plasma pistol hadn't been invented yet. Left with no other option, he grasped the massive hammer in his hands and swung it with all his might at Han Xiaoyun. Yet, just as the hammer was about to strike, it suddenly froze midair. Assist! Chun Mai commanded sharply, and Hong Ying sprang into action. Her spear, blazing with fiery flames, shot toward Han Xiaoyun like a meteor. At the same time, Lin Qiye swiftly pulled out a grenade launcher and fired relentlessly at Han Xiaoyun. Unfortunately, all the attacks were deflected by the wind barrier surrounding him. It's no use. You haven't found the key, Yuan Gang remarked, still deliberating whether to step in. But before he could act, an unexpected change occurred. With a pop, like a bubble bursting, the eye of the storm in Han Xiaoyun's hands suddenly vanished. Wang Shao and the others froze, staring in bewilderment at the scene before them. Was the battle over just like that? At that moment, Shen Qingzhu strode into the Nojia void with Chao Yuan and Bailey Tumming in tow. The raging storm was completely suppressed by Qi Min, and Han Xiaoyun, deprived of the wind's support, plummeted from the sky. Wang Shao reacted quickly, surging forward. The falling Han Xiaoyun was struck with the force of a speeding truck, crashing into a building and reducing it to rubble. Without hesitation, Wang Shao charged into the debris, dragged Han Xiaoyun out, and readied his chainsaw sword for a fatal strike. Wait, Wang Shao? I have questions, Chun Mai said gravely as he approached. By now, Han Xiaoyun was completely incapacitated, firmly restrained by Wang Shao. Don't bother. That last hit shattered every bone in my body, Han Xiaoyun said weakly. Chun Mai's voice was heavy as he asked, you were once a member of the Night Watch squad. Why betray them? Was it for some special mission? Han Xiaoyun shook his head faintly. No, you can't imagine the methods of the ancient god cult. Once the contract is signed, betrayal is impossible. It binds not just your body but your very soul. A vile god indeed, to control even someone's soul, Wang Shao growled, seething with fury. With his last ounce of strength, Han Xiaoyun's gaze rested on Wang Shao's helmet. I never expected there to be such a mechanical genius besides the twin gods' agents. Your potential is limitless. Perhaps there's still hope for the future. Kid, you were right. I'm a coward, worse than a coward. I abandoned humanity, Xia, and my own principles for my squad mates. I let personal feelings cloud my judgment. Thank you for waking me up today. Chun Mai sighed, thinking that Han Xiaoyun was, in the end, a pitiable soul. Is there anything we can do for you? He asked. Let me leave this world. I want to reunite with my squad, Han Xiaoyun replied, closing his eyes in resignation. Wait. Yuan Gang suddenly descended from above, seemingly intent on stopping them. But Chun Mui's blade had already pierced Han Xiaoyun's heart. In his final moments, Han Xiaoyun's lips curved into a faint smile. Thank you all for your support. I never expected this to gain so much attention, and am a bit overwhelmed. I'll read most of your comments and make improvements based on your feedback. Thank you for your encouragement, and I promise, in the name of the Emperor, there will be no hiatus. Loyalty. Yuan Gang's brows furrowed tightly, his face filled with shock and anger as he kept replaying the thought in his mind. Why was he killed? He was supposed to be escorted to the purification center to face proper punishment. He could never have predicted that his orders would be completely disregarded. Wang Shao gently placed Han Xiaoyun's lifeless body on the ground, his voice deep and muffled as he said, this battle ends here. I've already paid enough of a price. Chun Mai glanced at Yuan Gang, whose face was flushed with anger and who was momentarily at a loss for words. With a calm expression, Chun remarked, in Songnan City, the rules set by Team 136 are the rules. The implication was clear and undeniable. Yuan Gang's chest heaved with fury as he pointed a trembling finger at the group, unable to form a coherent sentence. After a long moment, he could only swallow his indignation and leave in frustration. All right, it's just after the new year. Let's not ruin the festive mood. Time to wrap it up. Zhao Kongqing said with his signature cheerful smile, stepping in to mediate. Now that Han Xiaoyun was dead, this intense and nerve-wracking battle had indeed come to an end. Shun Mai scanned the group, his gaze finally settling on Lin Qiye. In a gentle tone, he said, Qiye, take your friends home later and have a lively meal together. After speaking, his eyes shifted to the solemn and unyielding battle armor. An inexplicable feeling stirred within him. For some reason, he couldn't shake the sense that there was an invisible yet heavy barrier between Wang Shao and the rest of them. This estrangement was intangible and difficult to articulate. After a long pause, Chun Mai finally spoke. Wang Shao, join us for a reunion dinner. You missed New Year's Eve. Let's make up for it today. No. Thank you. Wang Shao replied decisively, without any hesitation. The battle has just ended. I need to return and thoroughly document the process, analyze our shortcomings, and prepare for the next crisis, which could strike at any moment. I appreciate the offer. Hearing this, Chun Mai suddenly understood the source of that invisible barrier. Wang Shao seemed like a precision machine driven by pure will. The trivialities and chaos of mundane life no longer concerned him. What mattered to him was solely the survival of humanity on a grand scale. Chun Mai carefully chose his words. Whenever you're ready, Team 136 will always welcome you back with open arms. Wang Shao's steps faltered slightly. After a brief silence, he softly uttered 2 words, thank you. Just then, the sound of helicopter blades grew louder as they approached. Seeing that the battle was over, Yuan Yu ordered the helicopter to land on a nearby open field. Under the complex and varied gazes of the group, Wang Shao strode toward the helicopter without looking back. With a metallic clang, the cabin door shut, and the helicopter slowly ascended, soon disappearing from sight. That kid Zhao Kongqing couldn't help but sigh softly. Can the Forbidden Ruins really affect people this much? If that's the case, I'm better off staying far away from them. Lin Qiye watched the helicopter fade into the distance, his emotions a mix of conflicting feelings. Back at the training base in Songnan City, he stepped into the battle armor lab, filled with the metallic scent of machinery. After a solemn disarmament ceremony, Wang Shao slowly emerged from the armor. At this moment, Yuan Yu gracefully approached him and softly asked, Sir, do we have any new tasks next? Wang Shao, while unhurriedly putting on his regular attire, furrowed his brows tightly, his mind replaying the details of today's battle like a movie. After a brief pause, he spoke, raised the priority of the jetpack development. Additionally, I'll draft the design blueprint for the plasma pistol, and I'll need your cooperation in processing and production. By the way, how's the progress on purifying the promethium element? Yuan Yu immediately straightened her posture, her expression full of respect. Rest assured, sir. Following the meticulous purification process you designed, we've successfully prepared an entire ton of promethium with remarkable purity. Hearing this, Wang Shao nodded slightly, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. Well done. With an ample supply of promethium, we can officially move forward with the production of the thermal flamethrower. At your command. Yuan Yu couldn't hide her excitement, her voice rising a bit. Every time Wang Shao revealed one of his mechanical design blueprints, they felt like exquisite masterpieces from a distant future ingenious and far beyond the current level of technology. That unprecedented sense of futuristic innovation seemed almost magical, compelling Yuan Yu to dive into the work willingly, captivated and tireless in her pursuit of discovery. After assigning the tasks, Wang Shao headed directly to the meditation chamber. The room was silent and serene, with a solemn statue of the emperor standing at its center, quietly gazing upon the world. Wang Shao approached the statue, slightly bowing his head, his expression grave. Emperor, today's fierce battle has made me deeply understand the critical significance of psyker abilities. If not for the assistance of my human comrades at the end, I might have already fallen in this fight. With that, he slowly sat cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes lightly, and pondered inwardly. Since I possess the innate gift of psyker perception, theoretically, mastering psyker abilities shouldn't be an unattainable goal. With this thought, he raised his right hand. A faint glow of psyker energy flickered on the surface of his palm, moving erratically, yet unable to take form. At this moment, the teachings of the chapter's librarian from long ago echoed in his mind like a resounding bell. The application of psyker energy is as complex as it is simple. Its manifestations are ever-changing, capable of transcending physical limitations to teleport or manipulate matter. It can summon raging lightning or searing flames in an instant. Those who master it can even briefly suspend the flow of time itself. Wang Shao contemplated deeply, as if suddenly seizing a spark of inspiration. He took a deep breath, focusing all his mental energy on his palm, silently meditating. Think of psyker energy as a free, unrestrained force, and my role is to guide it, command it, and shape it into the form I envision. But what exactly did he want it to become? As a descendant of the Fire Dragon Lord and a member of the Salamanders chapter, images of his comrades charging into battle with thermal flamethrowers filled Wang Shao's mind. Among the Salamanders, fire was far from ordinary. It was a sacred weapon, symbolizing courage and hope. The fire lizard soldiers regard their thermal flamethrowers as an extension of their own lives. These weapons are both protectors of warmth and harbingers of destruction. In the freezing desolation, they safeguard life, while in the face of deadly viruses and malevolent spores, they incinerate them with searing power. Wang Shao sat cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes and immersing himself entirely in the exploration of the essence of fire. In his mind, the image of flames became increasingly vivid. The flickering tongues of fire, the scorching heat, the blinding brilliance all came to life. Time slipped by unnoticed until a trace of warmth began to emanate from his palm. He suddenly opened his eyes, expecting to see roaring flames, but instead, a small point of light hovered above his palm. The pure white glow unfolded gently, radiating threads of warmth. Wang Shao silently reflected. It seemed more effort was required. Abruptly, a stream of information flashed through his mind. Fire Dragon Lord Gene Seed Incubation Progress. 15. Attributes gained. Extraordinary strength, rapid healing. Holy Blood Angel Gene Seed Incubation Progress. 15. Attributes gained. Psychic Perception, Psychic Control. Wang Shao was slightly taken aback. The progress of the Holy Blood Angel had already caught up to the Fire Dragon Lord? Could it be that more practice might accelerate the incubation of the gene seeds? He raised his eyes to the statue of the Emperor, whose presence was imposing and dignified. The Emperor had left behind 20 gene seeds and their respective traits, but had not provided the procedure for genetic modification. After a moment of thought, Wang Shao had an epiphany. Could it be as simple as implanting the gene seeds, just as the Emperor had created the Primarchs? If so, it was time to begin extracting the gene seeds. By the time his meditation ended, it was already late at night, and Lin Qiye and the others were about to rejoin the team. While the Night Watchers maintained their calm, the ancient god cult was a hive of activity. Murmur listened to the Serpent Woman's report, his expression becoming subtle. A monster had appeared among the Night Watchers' ranks, someone who single-handedly defeated the messenger Han Xiaoyan? Interesting. It seemed their next moves would have to account for this individual. Murmur decided to send followers to test him first. If the man survived, Murmur would personally weave a nightmare for him. After returning to the Night Watch headquarters, Yuan Gang found himself deeply troubled. His gaze swept across the training grounds and landed on the two most challenging new recruits, Wang Shao, the proxy of the twin gods, and the battle maniac influenced by the Emperor's forbidden ruins. These two were undoubtedly the most outstanding warriors, yet also the most defiant. Wang Shao, in particular, was arrogantly self-assured to the extreme, even boasting about selecting elite members from the Night Watch to form his own team. Yuan Gang paced back and forth in his office, contemplating the situation all morning. Finally, he picked up the phone and dialed a familiar number. "Commander Yi, it's me, Yuan Gang. I need to report something to you," Yuan Gang said, his voice tinged with fatigue. He detailed Wang Shao's behavior and his concerns. On the other end of the line, Yi Fan chuckled lightly. "Oh, come on. Haven't there been enough Night Watch members trying to go their own way? Didn't Team 136 also refuse to follow your orders?" Yuan Gang was momentarily at a loss for words. Yi Fan continued, "Sometimes, it's not about what they say but what they do. I've looked into Wang Shao's background and actions. At his core, he's a pure warrior. Give him a chance. If he needs people, give him people. If he needs resources, give him resources. To fend off the invasion of the Outer Gods, we need to unite all available forces." Though Yi Fan's words made sense, Yuan Gang still had his doubts. What if Wang Shao's team spirals out of control? Then we'll deal with it when it happens. There's always a way forward. "I refuse to believe he'll be harder to handle than the gods themselves," Yi Fan replied decisively. With the commander-in-chief's stance so clear, Yuan Gang had no choice but to concede. After hanging up, he let out a long sigh and resolved to take the risk. Under Yuan Gang's arrangements, the commendation ceremony proceeded as planned. On the parade ground, the new recruits stood in perfect formation, their uniforms immaculate, their expressions solemn yet expectant. Yuan Gang stood on the podium, his voice resonating like a drum. "Today, I will explain our medal system to all of you. The medals are divided into 4 levels: Spark, Radiance, Star, and Galaxy, with difficulty increasing at each level. The Galaxy medal, in particular, represents a pinnacle of achievement." Yuan Gang's sharp gaze swept across the crowd as he continued. 5 years ago, the masked squad battled the god-ranked Sequence 040, the Yamada no Orochi, for half an hour. They saved billions from annihilation under its apocalyptic power, earning the Galaxy medal. Hearing the grueling conditions required, the new recruits couldn't help but gasp, their faces filled with astonishment. Facing a god in direct combat, it was an almost unimaginable feat. "Now, we move on to the awarding of medals," Yuan Gang announced as he lifted his head slightly, his piercing eyes scanning the crowd before settling on Lin Qiye. "Lin Qiye, during the operations in Songnan City, you gravely injured the Snake Maiden of the ancient God Church and eradicated the Scorpion Squad of church followers. Your achievements are remarkable. You are hereby awarded the Radiance Medal." Next, Yuan Gang turned his attention to Shin Qingzhu. Shen Qingzhu, you performed your duties with utmost dedication in protecting the new recruits. Later, you assisted in eliminating Han Xiaoyan, the messenger of the ancient god church. Your exemplary performance earns you the Spark Medal. Shen Qingzhu lifted her chin slightly and walked briskly onto the podium with a proud gait to receive her well-deserved honor. Yuan Gang turned his gaze toward the burly figure of Wang Shao in the distance and announced loudly, Wang Shao, in this operation, successfully protected the rookie Bailey Tumming, eliminated the ancient cult's messenger Han Xiaoyan, the reserve messenger Shirlei, and that mysterious male messenger. For this unparalleled achievement, you are hereby awarded the Star Medal. The Star Medal. The rookies erupted in astonishment, their exclamations echoing throughout. They could hardly believe the battle in Songnan City had been so thrilling, and that Wang Shao, alone, had managed to take down 3 messengers of the ancient cult. What kind of terrifying strength was this? The 4 words Star Medal seemed almost too grand to comprehend. With steady steps, Wang Shao strode confidently onto the podium. Yuan Gang, with a solemn expression, stepped forward personally to pin the Star Medal, a symbol of supreme honor, onto Wang Shao's chest. Thank you. Everyone, give him a round of applause. Yuan Gang commanded. Bailey Tumming was the first to respond, clapping so enthusiastically that his hands turned red, shouting excitedly, Wow, old Wang is on another level. If I had armor like that, maybe I could bring home a medal too. Nearby, Shen Qingzhu looked up at the dazzling medal on Wang Shao's chest, her mind involuntarily recalling the fierce battle from that day. She clenched her fists quietly and muttered under her breath, Humph, one day, I'll surpass you. Lin Qiye, standing off to the side, sighed softly, reflecting, we all started at the same point, yet the gap between us has grown so wide. Looks like I need to push myself harder too. After the award ceremony, the rookies resumed their training. As winter gave way to spring, physical training decreased, and cultural and historical lessons became more frequent. Wang Shao, who was rarely seen during training, began attending classes, his imposing figure seated in the back row. He listened intently, taking meticulous notes in his notebook, presenting a stark contrast to Shen Qingzhu, who often spent her time running laps outside. Old Wang, you're insane. A perfect score in every cultural class. And that's not all. How do you even ace tactical command and theory? Bailey Tumming complained, staring at his test paper with frustration. Study diligently and think deeply. Wang Shao replied with a calm smile, turning his attention to the blue sky and white clouds outside. The long period of peace, with no sign of prophecies, had even left Wang Shao feeling a bit complacent. During the camp celebration day, Wang Shao did not participate. His presence would have quickly overshadowed the event, so Yuan Gang had him observe how the rookies handled 3 mysterious beings from the Sichuan region. After watching, Wang Shao concluded that some individuals showed potential and could be groomed to join the battle group. However, the long stretch of tranquility was about to come to an end. As the rainy season arrived, the persistently overcast weather seemed to foretell something ominous. In Yuan Gang's office, Wang Shao sat across from him. The higher-ups have approved a unique designation for you to form your own squad, Yuan Gang said. Wang Shao was momentarily taken aback. Does this mean training is about to end? I haven't decided on a name yet. Yuan Gang didn't seem concerned, even though this decision was delaying the rookies' assignments. Aside from Lin Qiye, you can choose anyone to join your squad. Once you've made your selections, we'll proceed with the rest of the assignments. As for the location you'll protect, you'll need to give it serious thought. There was a hint of envy in Yuan Gang's tone, granting Wang Shao such authority was unprecedented. A location to protect? My only request is to be assigned to the most dangerous place, as my way of giving back to everyone, Wang Shao declared firmly. Yuan Gang frowned. You want to emulate those 4 elite squads? But your abilities still have limitations. When it comes to large-scale destructive anomalies, you're not fully equipped to handle them. Hearing this, Wang Shao understood that his current level of spiritual energy control was insufficient. If he encountered someone like Han Xiaoyan again, victory would rely entirely on unconventional strategies. I have a suggestion for you, Yuan Gang said seriously. Stay in the same city as Lin Qiye. As a dual deities agent, he'll inevitably attract a lot of trouble. Being with him will be just as dangerous. The suggestion made sense. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Shao nodded. All right, I'll consider it. The sky outside grew increasingly dark, and raindrops began to fall. Yuan Gang said, All right then, report your squad's name once you've decided. As Wang Shao prepared to leave, he suddenly felt a tremor. Yuan Gang noticed it too. The water in the glass on his desk rippled. What's going on? The tremors grew stronger, the vibrations causing the windows to rattle. Something's wrong, Wang Shao said, staring out the window, his expression as grim as the stormy sky. The battle group's name is coming. Let's leave it as a cliffhanger for now. The piercing and urgent sound of an emergency assembly whistle abruptly shattered the rainy night silence, echoing sharply over the camp. Heavy raindrops poured down relentlessly, pounding against the ground. Hearing the whistle, all the recruits dashed without hesitation into the rain, heading straight for the training ground. Amid the downpour, Lin Qiye sprinted forward, instinctively scanning the field, but the familiar towering figure was nowhere to be seen. Had something happened? Li Tuming followed closely beside Lin Qiye, his expression tense. There was no need for words. Everyone could sense the gravity of the situation through the urgency conveyed by the whistle. Moments later, the recruits assembled on the training ground, standing still as the rain drenched them to the bone. Yuan Gang, his expression grim and his gaze sharp, quickly conducted a head count. Once confirmed, he wasted no time wiping the rain from his face. He strode onto the high platform and shouted at the top of his lungs. We just received news of a severe earthquake near Jinan Mountain, which triggered massive landslides. 6 surrounding villages have been heavily affected, with an estimated 200 people in need of rescue. Pausing briefly to swipe the water from his face, he continued. Other rescue teams from Songnan City have already set off, but we are the closest to the disaster site. Time is of the essence, and lives are at stake. I now order all of you to depart immediately and head to the disaster zone to save the people. As soon as his words ended, military trucks, painted in dark green and splattered with mud, roared onto the training ground. Everyone, get on the trucks! Head straight to the front lines of the rescue operation. Yuan Gang commanded with a wave of his hand. The recruits quickly and orderly boarded the trucks, climbing into the tarpaulin-covered backs. Inside, the dimly lit space was filled with a damp, humid smell. Instructor Hong stood in the truck bed, distributing black raincoats to the recruits one by one. Instructor Hong, where's Wang Shao? Lin Qiye couldn't hold back and blurted out the question. Instructor Hong looked up at him while handing over a raincoat and replied curtly. Wang Shao left just before the whistle was blown. Deep in the forest, a massive figure was moving with incredible speed, weaving through the trees. Branches that obstructed his path shattered instantly, sending splinters flying. The rain poured down like a river from the heavens, crashing against Wang Shao's sturdy frame, creating countless fine droplets that quickly turned into wisps of steam, enveloping him in a faint, misty aura. Raising his wrist, Wang Shao glanced at the screen of the bird divination device, which displayed the straight-line distance to the farthest affected village. Sir, this terrible weather has made helicopter deployment impossible. Are you sure you want to head to the disaster zone without your battle armor? A voice filled with concern came through the communicator. It was Yuan Yu. It's fine. I brought the life detector. It's enough to handle this natural disaster. Wang Shao replied firmly, his voice steady and unwavering, cutting through the relentless sound of rain. But, sir, I've just discovered that the frequency of this earthquake is rather unusual. I suspect there might be something more to it. I'm worried. Yuan Yu tried to continue. No need to say more. No anomaly or evil force can stand in my way. Wang Shao interrupted decisively, his tone resolute. May you stay safe, sir. Yuan Yu murmured a silent prayer. Wang Shao refocused on the map displayed on the augury device, which indicated a straight-line distance requiring 2 more hours of travel. Gritting his teeth, he quickened his pace, heading toward the disaster-stricken village. The rain fell like a curtain, and the dense forest soon swallowed his figure. The village was in ruins. Amid the rubble and broken walls, a rugged villager was desperately trying to lift a massive beam. His face was smeared with blood, and tears mixed with the rain streaming down his cheeks. Is anyone there? Please, help me, he shouted hoarsely. Beneath the beam lay a pale-faced woman, his wife. Her voice was faint, and every word seemed to cost her great effort. Husband, I won't make it, but our daughter is under me. You must save her. He'll save you both. I swear he'll save you both. The man gritted his teeth and tried again to lift the heavy beam. But the muddy ground beneath him gave way, and he fell, slamming his right knee hard against a rock. Blood gushed from the wound. The beam had once been a symbol of hope, carefully chosen for the house he built to marry his wife. Now it had become an instrument of tragedy. Struggling to stand, he found that his right leg was now completely numb. Save our daughter. The woman whispered her final words before her eyes closed forever. Help! Someone, please help! The man cried out in despair, his voice drowned by the relentless roar of the rain and the eerie silence of the devastated village. Suddenly, a silver blade pierced through the man's chest without warning. He fell silent, collapsing into a pool of blood. Ugh, such an annoying racket, a voice muttered. The silver blade retracted, morphing back into the shape of a hand. A man stood atop the rubble, his expression one of impatience. To think Lord Whisper sent me here just to test some rookie night watchmen. I'm a renowned expert of the Chuan province, reduced to handling such trivial tasks. What a waste of talent. He glanced around and grumbled to himself. Looks like there's still a little girl trapped under this mess. Digging her out and killing her would be too much trouble. He'll just leave her. No idea when that rookie's supposed to show up. The storm intensified, with the rain lashing harder and thunderclaps echoing like the earth was tearing apart. Trees snapped under the strain, and the entire world seemed to be wailing in agony. Wang Shao finally arrived at the village outskirts, drenched to the bone. He quickly activated his life detector, his eyes locked on the screen, hoping to find even the faintest sign of life. But the detector remained silent, like a stagnant pool. Wang Shao's heart sank as he thought, am I too late? Just then, the device emitted rapid beeping sounds, like a spark of hope igniting in the darkness. His spirits lifted, and he sprinted into the heart of the village. Rounding a corner, he saw a figure swaying atop the rubble, grinning at him. Hee hee, looks like you're the rookie night watchman, the man greeted mockingly. Wang Shao's sharp gaze fell on the lifeless body of the villager at the man's feet. Instantly, he grasped the situation and also sensed a faint trace of life still hidden beneath the debris. His expression turned ice cold, and he asked in a chilling tone, is this your doing? Allow me to introduce myself, the man smirked. I am Xin of the ancient god cult. This isn't my handiwork. It's the grand design of our powerful leader, Lord Whisper. You, my friend, are the first guest. Ancient god cult, always the ancient god cult. Wang Shao seethed with rage. Bring your real leader here to face me. Scum like you aren't even worth my time. Every time trouble arose, the ancient god cult was somehow involved. Upon hearing this, the man's entire body transformed into a metallic silver sheen, and his hands morphed into razor-sharp blades. You'll have to get through me first, he sneered. If I kill you, Lord Whisper will promote me to messenger. Wang Shao used a humanoid metal shovel to frantically dig through the rubble, clearing debris around the beam to prevent further collapse when lifting it. Once he had cleared enough, he casually tossed aside a handful of debris and carefully began to lift the heavy beam. His movements were deliberate, cautious to avoid causing additional harm. Before long, a small figure emerged from the rare safe space beneath the beam. Wang Shao spoke gently, don't be afraid, child. Give me your hand. The little girl appeared to be only 6 or 7 years old, her eyes filled with fear and confusion. She couldn't yet grasp the magnitude of the disaster around her, only recalling the moment when her mother, with her last ounce of strength, pushed her under the table, creating this small haven of safety. In the endless darkness and terror, she had waited for what felt like an eternity. Now, the sudden appearance of a stranger's face instinctively frightened her. She stared at Wang Shao timidly, her small body shrinking back. Wang Shao didn't rush her. He crouched quietly, his eyes full of reassurance and encouragement. Don't be scared. I'm here to help you, he said softly. Perhaps it was the warmth in his voice that finally calmed her. After a moment's hesitation, the little girl slowly extended her tiny hand, placing it into Wang Shao's large, steady one. He gently held her hand and carefully pulled her out. A muffled crash followed as the heavy beam was thrown far away. By then, the rain was pouring relentlessly, drenching everything in its path. Wang Shao quickly wrapped the little girl in his arms, shielding her as much as he could from the icy rain with his broad frame. Looking around, the small village nestled deep in the Jinan Mountains had been ravaged by a devastating mudslide, leaving only this fragile little life behind. Feeling the slight tremors of the girl's shivering body in his arms, Wang Shao knew the cold was creeping into her frail frame. He focused his energy, and in an instant, a soft white glow radiated from his body, warmth spreading to chase away the chill. The little girl nestled closer to him, her initial panic and fear gradually giving way to an unprecedented sense of safety and comfort. Let's get out of here, okay? Wang Shao said gently, shifting slightly to block her view of the lifeless bodies of her parents behind them. He didn't want her to see such a heartbreaking sight. Okay, she replied softly. Holding her tightly, Wang Shao stepped into the rain-soaked forest. The rain pelted down on them, but his steps remained firm and unwavering. Uncle, the little girl suddenly spoke. Yes? Wang Shao responded. Are you an angel? She asked. Me? I used to be, Wang Shao replied with a faint smile. The little girl's eyes widened as she stared at his smiling face. In her clear, childlike voice, she said, my teacher said light brings hope. Just now, Mommy told me to hold on because there's always hope. Uncle, you glow. So are you the light of hope? Wang Shao paused briefly, then chuckled softly. Yes, Uncle is the light of hope. The little girl nodded obediently, leaning quietly against him, her silence radiating a rare calm. Together, they continued through the rain-drenched forest, moving steadily despite the downpour. Wang Shao, come in. Do you copy? Come in. Suddenly, a voice crackled through the communicator. This is Wang Shao. I copy, he immediately responded. Finally, there was a signal. Wang Shao urgently got in touch with Yuan Gang. Where are you now? Yuan Gang asked, his voice filled with concern. I'm on the outskirts of a village deep in the Jinan Mountains, heading toward the second affected village. Wang Shao replied succinctly, his tone carrying a hint of exhaustion. Yuan Gang was inwardly surprised at Wang Shao's speed of action but quickly followed up. What's the situation in the village? Are there casualties? Do you need assistance? Wang Shao's response was like a heavy blow. Only one survivor in the village. Additionally, he paused, I encountered a member of the ancient god cult. Yuan Gang was taken aback. He had initially thought this was a natural disaster, but it turned out to involve the ancient god cult as well. What about you? Are you injured? He asked urgently. That guy is dead, Wang Shao said calmly. though the suppressed fury in his voice seemed to radiate through the communication device. Unfortunately, I was too late. Out of the whole village, I only managed to save this one child. Yuan Gang took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. All right, I'll send someone to pick you up. Keep me updated if anything comes up. Just as he was about to end the call, a thought struck him. By the way, have you decided on your codename? Emperor's Flame. Wang Shao replied without hesitation. Hearing the name, Yuan Gang frowned slightly, sensing a somewhat religious undertone. Are you sure? He asked again to confirm. Yes, Wang Shao said firmly, glancing down at the young girl sleeping in his arms. I understand now what these people need. They need someone to help them rid this land of evil. And I will be the flame that burns away the darkness as the Emperor's Flame. Yuan Gang picked up the receiver, wanting to say more, but in the end, he simply said, all right, I'll register it now. After putting down the receiver, Yuan Gang glanced around. Inside the tent, the rescue team was working in an intense, yet orderly manner. He lifted the flap of the tent, intending to check the frustrating weather conditions, but at that moment, he sensed something unusual. The sound of rain and the chaotic shouts of the rescue workers seemed to fade away, becoming distant and indistinct. Yuan Gang instantly became alert, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings like a hawk. He shouted sternly, come out. Stop hiding, I know you're here. As his voice rang out, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows. It was a man with shoulder-length hair, dressed in an impeccably tailored tailcoat. A brooch in the shape of a purple iris glimmered faintly on his chest. The man wore a polite, gentlemanly smile, but his eyes were filled with cunning and malice as he stared directly at Yuan Gang, unflinching. Yuan Gang's expression darkened instantly, and through clenched teeth, he spat out. You. So it's you. To be remembered by the deputy leader of the Shangjing squad is truly an honor, Yu said with a slight bow, his tone courteous, though his gaze was full of provocation. So, it really was your ancient god cult behind this disaster, wasn't it? Yuan Gang's eyes burned with rage, his fury barely contained. Naturally, Yu replied, maintaining his composed and courteous demeanor. A proxy bearing the power of dual gods, along with the owner of a mysterious, forbidden ruin, both appearing in Songnan City at the same time? Anyone would be intrigued. With such limitless potential in these two rookies, how could I, a representative of ancient deities, not come to meet them myself? Yuan Gang's brows furrowed deeply, his heart sinking as he realized the situation was far more complicated than he'd anticipated. For just two rookies, you personally made a move? Personally? Not quite, Yu said with a dismissive wave of his hand, as if it were of little importance. After all, your irritating spirit medium squad is still relentlessly pursuing me. This time, someone else has been tasked to deal with those two. He crossed his arms, exuding an air of confidence that was almost unbearable. Of course, I also arranged for a strong expert from the Sea Realm to step in. Let's see if these two rookies have what it takes to survive this deadly scenario. If by some miracle they manage to stay alive, I wouldn't mind recruiting them into the ancient god church to serve me. Dream on, Yuan Gang roared, his voice loud and resonant like a bell. His entire body radiated golden light, and he shot towards Yu like an arrow released from a bow. The force of his punch howled through the air, sending raindrops swirling in its wake. Don't waste your energy, Yu said leisurely, completely unhurried. Right now, you're all alone. The higher-ups have already ordered Squad 136 to hold their position. The implication couldn't be clearer. You've lost your backup. A cold chill ran through Yuan Gang's heart. A traitor, and at the top level, no less. But he didn't let up on his assault. At that moment, Yu slowly raised a hand, a sinister smile curling on his lips. And you? Just surrender to the nightmare. Near the second village, Lin Qiye and his team received news that the rescue mission in the first village had been completed. Xinqingzhu, take Wen Qingqing with you to meet Wang Shao. He's bringing out the survivors from the first village. See if anyone needs medical attention. Yes. Despite her prideful demeanor, Xinqingzhu carried out orders with determination. The two quickly headed toward Wang Shao's location. Before long, they saw him approaching, his entire body glowing with a pure white light, carrying a little girl in his arms. Under the stormy, night-like sky, amidst the pounding rain, that warm, white glow shone like an angel walking the earth. When Qingqing stared in awe for a moment before stepping forward to ask, is she hurt? No, just a bit shaken emotionally. Here, let me carry her, Wang Shao replied. No need, she's asleep. Take me to the second village. After confirming the girl had no physical injuries, when Qingqing let out a sigh of relief. Xinqingzhu glanced at Wang Shao and remarked bluntly, not bad. Back at the second village, all the survivors had been rescued by Lin Qiye's team. When they saw Wang Shao glowing with white light, everyone was astonished. Wang Shao, have you mutated again? Baili Tuming asked, his face filled with shock. No, it's just my ability, Wang Shao explained as he placed the little girl and the other survivors together. The group collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Afterward, Wang Shao gathered some large rocks and logs to build a simple shelter for everyone. Xinqingzhu entered the shelter with Yaya. and upon learning that Yaya's parents were still on the mountain, she decided to take her team up to search for them. There are people from the ancient god church on the mountain. They'll go with you, Wang Shao said, standing up as soon as he heard. The ancient god church. Lin Qiye's brows furrowed deeply. He hadn't expected to encounter them again. Shen Qingzhu hesitated for a moment before finally agreeing. Let's all go together. Otherwise, it'll be too dangerous. Lin Qiye wanted to object, but was stopped by Wang Shao. No, someone needs to stay here to look after the survivors. After weighing the options, Lin Qiye chose to stay. If anything happens, contact us immediately. We'll come as fast as we can. Wang Shao nodded and set off with Shen Qingzhu and the others. Wen Qingqing watched them leave, feeling a mix of emotions. Wang Shao really is such a gentle person, she murmured. Lin Qiye, gazing at their retreating figures, added quietly, yeah, I can't quite figure him out either. Meanwhile, at the ruins of the first village deep within the Jinnan mountain range, a man appeared again, standing amidst the devastation. He looked down at 2 pieces of silver metal on the ground and sighed. How useless can you be? No wonder Lord EU doesn't think highly of you. Just look at yourself, your upper body doesn't even resemble a human anymore, and your head's been crushed into a point. Zhuangqi let out another sigh, then stood and looked toward the mountain's outer perimeter. Lord EU, watch me this time. The first member of the battle group is about to join. Can you guess who it is? The code name might seem simple and childish, but it perfectly suits what humanity needs to slay the gods. Happy New Year, everyone. Lin Qiye watched as the figures gradually disappeared into the distance, but his heart remained tense. In the pitch-black night sky, several bats circled around him like eerie phantoms. The soil around him emitted faint rustling sounds as various insects emerged from the ground, as if urgently reporting some dire news. Something's wrong. Lin Qiye's face turned pale, and he exclaimed in a low voice. Something happened? Li Tuming immediately tensed up, looking at Lin Qiye anxiously. There are still 2 Chuan-level enemies hiding on this mountain. Even worse, there's a high-level expert among them, Lin Qiye said quickly. High level? Li Tuming gasped. Everyone present understood how distant the high level was from their current capabilities. Even the experienced instructor Hong was only at the Chuan level. With Wang Shao there, nothing should go wrong, right? Li Tuming thought of Wang Shao, who was with Shen Qingzhu's group, and felt a slight sense of reassurance. But Lin Qiye shook his head, his expression grave. That's not certain. Wang Shao's close combat skills can indeed match a high-level expert, but he isn't wearing his battle armor today. If that high-level expert specializes in magical abilities, Wang Shao might not be fully prepared to counter it. Then what should we do? Li Tuming immediately grew more alert, assuming a battle stance. Beside him, Mo Li and Wen Qingqing tightened their grips on their weapons. I'll try to distract one of them and ease the pressure on Wang Shao and the others. Their main targets are me and Wang Shao. In the meantime, we need to send a distress signal and call for help from other teams, Lin Qiye said as he quickly checked his equipment. Determination flashed in his eyes as he turned and sprinted up the mountain. In his heart, he silently prayed, Wang Shao, you must stay safe. Meanwhile, Shen Qingzhu and the others were fully focused on searching for Yaya's parents in the mountain. Shen Qingzhu called out, keep a 10-meter distance between each other. If you notice anything unusual, alert the others immediately. Do not act alone or engage solo. Got it, Brother Shun. Shen Qingzhu's 3 subordinates responded in unison before quickly dispersing in different directions. Your men are very loyal, Wang Shao remarked, watching the scene unfold. His mind drifted to memories of his own comrades from past battles. They're my brothers. Since I agreed to be their leader, it's my responsibility to have their backs, Shen Qingzhu replied. Though he often came across as arrogant, at his core, he was someone who deeply valued loyalty and camaraderie. After wandering through the mountain for a while, Shen Qingzhu glanced at Wang Shao beside him, breaking the silence. Wang Shao, how did you become so strong? Wang Shao raised an eyebrow slightly and asked in return, do you want to become stronger? Shen Qingzhu was caught off guard by the question and froze for a moment. Then, he pressed his lips together and fell silent. Deep down, he harbored a pride that was uniquely his own. No matter how many hardships he faced, he had never bowed his head or sought help from others. As a teenager, when he was beaten black and blue by a gang of thugs, he had bitten down on one of them and refused to let go, enduring the relentless barrage of punches and kicks without uttering a single cry. However, after experiencing several harrowing, life-or-death battles, Shen Qingzhu had become acutely aware of the growing gap between himself and Wang Shao, a gap that was visibly widening with each passing moment. Shen Qingzhu felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety as the distance between him, Lin Qiye, and Xiao Yuan grew wider and wider without him even realizing it. How could he, so weak, protect his brothers if they encountered danger again? Meanwhile, Wang Shao, after setting aside his initial displeasure upon meeting Shen Qingzhu, began to notice the qualities that made him shine. His unyielding will, as solid as a rock, and, even rarer, his unwavering determination to protect his brothers at all costs. Wang Shao eventually made an important decision. After spending some time studying cultural lessons, he came to understand that facing multiple evil gods alone was simply not feasible. The Takamagara, the World Tree, the pyramids, and those malevolent deities and aberrations hidden within the fog all pointed to the necessity of forming a battle group. Shen Qingzhu's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He hadn't expected Wang Shao to say such things, but on second thought, perhaps Wang Shao simply wanted to help him train in combat. Just then, a blood-curdling scream cut through their conversation. Shen Qingzhu's face changed drastically. Li Qiye, the remaining four immediately rushed toward the direction of the scream. Who's crying out? Let me see. Ahead, they spotted a burly man carrying a large axe, holding a bloodied human head in one hand, smiling as he looked at them. Shen Qingzhu's anger erupted, his fists clenched tightly, muscles trembling all over his body. Oh, you've grown quite big, kid. Guess it's time to take your head too. The man grinned like an ordinary farmer picking melons, utterly unfazed. Wang Shao stepped forward, but Shen Qingzhu shouted from behind him, "Step back. They'll kill this bastard myself." With that, he drew his long blade and charged. Wang Shao, after a moment of thought, decided to let Shen Qingzhu handle it on his own. Boom. Sparks flew as Shen Qingzhu, using his mastery over gases through his chi control, caused an explosion around the man. Big brother. Deng Wei and Li Liang joined the fray. For the first time, Wang Shao refrained from intervening. He wanted to see how far Shen Qingzhu could push himself. This was a test challenge for Shen Qingzhu. The man, still wearing his seemingly simple and honest smile, tossed the severed head aside and raised his axe to meet them. With just one strike, he sent Deng Wei's straight blade flying, dislocating Deng Wei's right arm in the process. This guy's strength is incredible, Deng Wei shouted, sharing the critical information just as the man's axe swung toward his legs. Wang Shao quickly darted forward, pulling Deng Wei back in time. Thanks, Deng Wei said, still shaken. If not for Wang Shao, he would have lost both legs. The man chuckled. Wow, kid, you're pretty big, but you're surprisingly quick too. Wang Shao warned the group. This level of combat power is beyond what you can handle. His strength is overwhelming, and you're not equipped to deal with it yet. Shen Qingzhu, forced back by the man, roared, "I'll avenge my brother myself." Throwing caution to the wind, he launched another attack. Wang Shao helped Deng Wei reset his dislocated arm, and Deng Wei picked up his blade to rejoin the fight. The man swung his axe again, pushing back all three of them. Not bad, big kid. My forbidden ruin is sheer brute strength. Sometimes, the simplest things are the most effective. However, this opponent was from Chuancheng, and even with teamwork, Shen Qingzhu and the others found it almost impossible to win. Deng Wei was beaten unconscious, and Li Liang was utterly exhausted. Although the man had some injuries, they were not life-threatening. Shen Qingzhu's eyes were filled with determination. All of you leave, she shouted angrily. Big brother, take Deng Wei and go. Are you ignoring my orders now? Wang Shao stepped forward, picked up Deng Wei, and said in a deep voice, let's go. Don't stay here and get in his way. Li Liang glanced at Wang Shao, then looked at Shen Qingzhu, unease filling his heart. Big brother, please be careful. After confirming that Wang Shao and the others had left, Shen Qingzhu stared coldly at the man. Today, you and I will perish together, you bastard. As soon as her words fell, sparks flew from the ring, and a violent explosion erupted in the forest. After escaping, Wang Shao handed Deng Wei over to Li Liang. Take him back for treatment. I'll go back to help, he said before turning and heading back. As Wang Shao's figure disappeared, Li Liang silently prayed in his heart. Please, save big brother. I'm begging you. When Wang Shao returned, the scene before him left him stunned. The man's head was severed from his body, and the unconscious Shen Qingzhu lay quietly nearby. It was clear that Shen Qingzhu had won the battle, but she had paid a heavy price and was barely clinging to life. Wang Shao thought to himself, well done. You've proven your resolve. He reached for a box from his tactical belt. Inside was a syringe containing a strange cell, pulsating like the presence of a demon. This is our only chance. I don't even know if your body can handle this extracted genetic seed, he murmured. With that, Wang Shao carefully injected the genetic seed into Shen Qingzhu's body. Afterward, Wang Shao picked up Shen Qingzhu and prepared to descend the mountain. But suddenly, the earth began to quake violently. The entire mountain range seemed to come alive, churning and collapsing in chaos. A sudden and violent earthquake swept through, causing Wang Shao and Shen Qingzhu to lose their balance and tumble down the mountainside like two out-of-control spinning tops. Their bodies collided with sharp rocks and dense shrubs until, with a heavy thud, they plunged into a dark cave. Wang Shao quickly scrambled to his feet. Despite the pain coursing through his body, he was relieved to find he hadn't sustained any severe injuries. Just then, a familiar voice pierced through the darkness, accompanied by a faint beam of light. Wang Shao, Shen Qingzhu. Following the voice, Wang Shao was astonished to see that the caller was none other than Li Tuming. In the pitch-black cave, the unexpected reunion of the three brought a sense of the uncanny workings of fate. Wasting no time on pleasantries, Wang Shao immediately asked, "What's going on?" Bailey Tuming, catching his breath, quickly explained, "The situation is unclear. Lin Qiye went up the mountain alone to divert the enemies. After we moved the survivors to safety, I came to find you. But then, this massive earthquake hit, and I accidentally fell into this cave." As he spoke, his gaze fell on the unconscious Shen Qingzhu, and he exclaimed in alarm, "What happened to him?" "He's injured and needs urgent treatment," Wang Shao replied briefly, a trace of worry flickering in his eyes. As the three conversed, a sudden series of heavy, chaotic footsteps echoed from the other side of the cave, the sound unnervingly sharp in the silence. "Who's there?" Bailey Tuming called out, raising his voice as his hand instinctively moved to the sword at his waist. When the figure stepped into view, Bailey Tuming's heart sank, and cold sweat drenched his back. The man before them was covered in blood, clutching a gleaming hunting knife, his fierce eyes radiating malice. He was clearly not one of the Night Watchers. "Carry Shen Qingzhu and leave first. They'll handle him." Wang Shao stepped in front of Bailey Tuming without hesitation, his tone resolute. Bailey Tuming quickly hoisted the unconscious Shen Qingzhu onto his back and turned to Wang Shao, saying urgently, "Take my sword." He began to unfasten the weapon from his waist. At that critical moment, a figure suddenly leapt down from above the cave like a bolt of lightning. "Wang Shao, you're no match for this guy." The newcomer was Lin Qiye, his sharp gaze fixed on the blood-covered enemy. He can shatter his hunting knife into fragments and control them to pierce into people. His methods are incredibly sinister. Let me deal with him. It was only then that they recognized the man as Zhuang Qi, who had previously failed in his attempt to hunt down Lin Qiye. "Damn it, they'll kill you all today." Zhuang Qi roared, his eyes wild with rage and humiliation. The task assigned by his master had seen no progress, and returning empty-handed would mean severe punishment. At this moment, only one thought consumed him: to eliminate these two completely, here and now. "Die!" Zhuang Qi bellowed, hurling his hunting knife with tremendous force. In an instant, the knife shattered in midair, transforming into countless razor-sharp fragments that glittered like shards of ice as they swarmed toward Lin Qiye like a bloodthirsty swarm of bees. Lin Qiye reacted swiftly. With a wave of his hand, a flash of light appeared, and a cube materialized in his palm. This was the forbidden artifact, Chaos Cube, possessing the eerie ability to distort and disrupt the surrounding space. The cube glowed brilliantly, and the space around them seemed to twist and warp as if manipulated by an unseen giant hand. In the blink of an eye, Lin Qiye and Zhuang Qi disappeared from Wang Shao's sight, and the area where they had just stood transformed into solid, unbroken rock. "Let's go, Wang Shao. We need to get Shen Qingzhu to safety first," Bailey Tuming said quietly, his voice tinged with concern. Yet, there was a glimmer of trust in his eyes, trust in Lin Qiye's ability to handle the battle ahead. Taking advantage of the brief respite, Bailey Tuming hastily shoved the Hui Tian Jade into Shen Qingzhu's chest, using the jade's spiritual power to barely sustain his life. With the situation as dire as it was, Wang Shao had no choice but to protect Bailey Tuming and fumble his way toward what he imagined to be a safe area. Along the way, he couldn't help but think to himself that these companions were gradually becoming more reliable. The two of them searched for an exit in the dark and eerie cave. The silence around them was unsettling, broken only by the echo of their footsteps. Suddenly, with a sharp swish, a vine as thick as a bowl lashed out like a living whip, slicing through the air directly toward Bailey Tuming. At the critical moment, Yaoguang erupted in a burst of golden light, forming a shield to block the fierce attack. However, the vine's force was so overwhelming that the golden shield shattered in an instant, as fragile as glass. At that moment, a woman appeared like a phantom before them, clearly a member of the ancient god cult. Damn it! How many of these cult members were hiding in this mountain? Bailey Tuming cursed inwardly. Wang Shao stepped forward silently, once again placing himself firmly in front of Bailey Tuming. Well, you must be that battle-crazed man Lord EU often talks about," the woman said, her crimson lips curling into a sly smile. She wore nothing but a covering of vines and vibrant flowers, exuding a wild and eerie charm. "Heretics, today will be your grave." Wang Shao glared at her with furious eyes, his voice thunderous as he shouted, "You will not leave this place alive." The woman, however, let out a mocking laugh, her gaze flitting playfully over Wang Shao. "You? Oh, I know all about you. That body of yours is impressively strong. But you know, I do love a strong man. Why don't you just submit to me, little brother? I promise I'll make it worth your while." "Bah!" Bailey Tuming spat from behind Wang Shao. "You're nothing but an ugly show-off. Let's see Wang Shao tear you apart. You fat fool. You're courting death." The vine woman shrieked, her fury ignited. From the walls of the cave, two thick vines suddenly burst forth like enraged pythons, whipping violently toward Bailey Tuming. With a sharp crack, Wang Shao reacted swiftly, his hands darting out like iron clamps to seize the vines. With a powerful pull, he tore them apart effortlessly. "Get moving. They'll handle this." Wang Shao bellowed at Bailey Tumming, his voice steady and commanding. Be careful, Wang Shao. Bailey Tumming called back before hurrying away into the depths of the cave, carrying the unconscious Shin Qingzhu on his back. The woman chuckled softly, her voice dripping with malice. I am Tang Shan of the ancient god cult. My forbidden void is called vine growth. Dealing with you is more than easy. With a graceful wave of her hand, the walls of the cave stirred ominously. Countless vines, as if awakened from slumber, burst from cracks and crevices, quickly filling the space in a writhing, chaotic mass. Vine entanglement, she commanded, and the vines, like serpents with a mind of their own, shot toward Wang Shao. In an instant, they wrapped tightly around him, layer after layer, constricting him more and more. Wang Shao immediately tensed his muscles, his body bulging with raw strength as he struggled to break free from the relentless binds. The harder he struggled, the tighter the vines constricted, as if determined to pull him entirely into their cage-like grasp. Tang Shan smiled faintly, her graceful figure swaying as she leisurely stepped toward Wang Shao. Her gaze roamed over him unabashedly, filled with a predatory desire. Inwardly, she thought, so tall and strong, how admirable. I must say, I truly appreciate you. However, Wang Shao remained entirely indifferent. There was no trace of fear in his eyes, only a deep, unyielding disgust as he stared coldly at the woman before him. Noticing that Wang Shao seemed to want to speak, Tang Shan, intrigued, gestured lightly with her hand, releasing the vine that had been covering his mouth. She leaned in closer, her eyes gleaming with amusement, and said softly, Little brother, do you have something you'd like to say to your big sister? Heretic, you deserve the most severe punishment. Wang Shao's voice was as sharp and frigid as a blade, laced with seething hatred. Before Tang Shan could react, an intense heat erupted around Wang Shao. In an instant, roaring flames engulfed him, their fierce glow consuming the vines that had bound him. The once tight tendrils withered and charred upon contact with the scorching fire, crumbling into ash in mere moments. Illuminated by the firelight, Wang Shao's face appeared even more resolute and unyielding, his piercing gaze like a blade aimed directly at Tang Shan. Overwhelmed by fear, Tang Shan hastily retrieved a device from behind her and pressed a button. Far away, Yu's body jolted with a sudden vibration. Inwardly, Tang Shan cursed. What? Can't handle it? Useless fools. Looks like I'll have to take care of this myself. Brilliant golden light raged and flickered across the mountains, shaking the entire peak violently. Massive boulders crumbled and fell as clouds of dust billowed into the sky. Yuan Gang stood at the eye of the storm, encased in a swirling aura of golden light that coiled around him like a furious dragon. His chest heaved heavily as he panted for breath. In contrast, Yu appeared eerily calm, his figure ghostly and elusive. He materialized silently behind Yuan Gang, his garments pristine and untainted by even a speck of dust, as if the fierce battle moments ago had nothing to do with him. As expected of the vice-captain of the Shangjing squad, his strength was truly formidable. Yu spoke in a mocking tone, his voice tinged with a sinister air. My divine ruin can turn nightmares into reality. Many powerful warriors have fallen into it, never to emerge again. Yet, you've managed to hold on for this long. Quite surprising. Hearing this, Yuan Gang spun around abruptly, letting out a furious roar as he threw a punch brimming with rage. In an instant, a burst of golden light shot forth like a blazing sun, slamming directly into the nearby mountain. With a deafening boom, the mountain shattered into pieces, sending fragments flying like a torrential rain of stone. What a pity, such a pity. Yu smirked and, with a flicker of his figure, reappeared a short distance away, his expression playful, like a sly cat toying with a mouse. If only you'd reached the boundless realm, you might actually have a chance of defeating me. But alas, you haven't. Well, I've had enough fun with you. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as he continued. Now it's time for me to have some fun with your two rookie soldiers. Captain Yuan, until we meet again. With that, his figure blurred and vanished without a trace. With a loud thud, Yuan Gang's body seemed to lose all strength, plummeting from midair and crashing heavily to the ground at the entrance of the command tent. Commander! The officer stationed outside the tent heard the commotion and rushed over, only to find the long-absent Yuan Gang lying there, battered and covered in wounds. Yuan Gang forced himself to stand, his voice urgent as he shouted, Forget about Mirport on the situation in the mountains immediately. Meanwhile, Yu, having received a message, did not head toward Tangshan. Instead, like a ghostly wind, he arrived directly at the side of Ma Yitian, the 14th seat of the ancient god church's messengers. Ma Yitian was in a wretched state, his hair disheveled, his clothes tattered, and his right arm severed at the shoulder. Beneath their feet, a colossal creature over 40 meters tall roared skyward. Its massive body was engulfed in blazing flames and searing magma, the surrounding air distorted by the intense heat it radiated. The creature exuded a terrifying aura of power, clearly possessing the strength of the sea realm. Lord Yu, Ma Etienne's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope upon seeing Yu. He spoke urgently. I stumbled upon this earth dragon here by chance. Its strength is formidable. If you can subdue it, it would be an invaluable asset to our ancient god church. Yu nodded slightly, offering a rare word of praise. Well done. You deserve credit for this. With that, Yu extended his hand slowly, his palm glowing with an eerie light as he forcefully established a soul contract with the raging earth dragon before them. As the proxy of the nightmare's divine ruin, Yu wielded a power both enigmatic and fearsome. Not only could he manifest nightmares into reality at will, but he also possessed the domineering ability to forge soul contracts. This so-called contract, rather than being an agreement of equality, was more akin to an overwhelming spiritual assault of the highest order. Once the contract took effect, the contracted party would be reduced to a mere puppet at the core of their soul, bound to obey without question. A ghostly light shot forth like a sharp, agile arrow, piercing straight into the massive head of the flame-veined earth dragon with precision. In an instant, the colossal creature that had just been roaring and exuding an air of dominance fell silent. Its enormous head lowered slowly, adopting a submissive posture before Yu, fully tamed. Not bad at all, Yu remarked with a smirk of satisfaction curling at the corner of his lips, his gaze growing even more sinister. This beast possesses the absolute domain power of Earth. With its assistance, the upcoming tasks will be much easier. He then turned his head to the pitifully disheveled Ma Etienne beside him and asked, what about the agent with the dual divine powers and that tall recruit? What's their current situation? Ma Etienne, trembling slightly, bowed hastily and replied, reporting to Lord Yu. In Xen was torn in half, with his upper body crushed into an unrecognizable, shovel-like shape. The messenger of great strength has also perished in battle. As for Tangshan, her exact status is currently unknown. Humph. Yu let out a cold snort, and an overwhelming pressure radiated from him like the weight of a mountain, forcing Ma Etienne to his knees, unable to lift his head. A bunch of useless trash. You couldn't even handle a few green recruits from the Night Watchers. What use are you to me? I'm sorry, my lord. Ma Etienne stammered, his face pale with fear. I will go and take their lives immediately to redeem myself. No need. Yu waved him off, his gaze returning to the docile flame-veined earth dragon at his feet. With this creature here, everything will be much simpler. As Yu finished speaking, the flame-veined earth dragon raised its head and let out a deafening roar. In an instant, the surrounding rocks seemed to come alive, slowly rotating, while the earth began to churn violently. The ground itself transformed into a massive, pulsating, living entity. Wang Shao noticed the strange movements of the soil around him and the rapidly rising temperature. He frowned slightly. As the scene before him became clear, two unfamiliar figures suddenly appeared in his line of sight. Tangshan, Ma Etienne exclaimed in shock when he saw Wang Shao holding a charred, emaciated corpse. That unrecognizable, desiccated body was none other than Tangshan, who was supposed to be carrying out a mission in this very location. Heretics of the ancient god church. Wang Shao sneered, casually tossing the withered corpse aside with disdain and loathing in his eyes. Oh. Yu raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Wang Shao with a faint, enigmatic smile, like a refined gentleman appraising a curious object. So you're the giant everyone in the recruit camp has been talking about. Seeing you in person today, you certainly live up to your reputation. Heretical cultists delivering themselves right to my doorstep, are you hoping for me to eliminate you on the spot? Standing tall and resolute, Wang Shao faced the overwhelming aura emanating from the two without a trace of fear in his eyes. On the contrary, his gaze radiated a determined resolve to advance no matter the cost. How dare you, insolent fool? Ma Etienne roared from behind Yu, his eyes wide with fury. Do you even realize who stands before you? This is Lord Yu, agent of the three gods, and yet you dare to spout such arrogance. Humph. Wang Shao shot Ma Etienne a contemptuous glance. A mere heretic, clinging to life and betraying humanity, how dare you bark in my presence? One day, I will personally crush you and that wicked god you serve into dust. Wang Shao declared with unwavering determination, his face set in a grim expression. Yu, however, remained calm, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. Kid, your brute strength and courage are rare to find. If you're willing to join the ancient god cult, I can guarantee that within a year, the position of the first messenger will be yours. What do you say? Wang Shao rejected him outright, his fury mounting. Your heretical proposal only fuels my anger toward you and your kind, he retorted fiercely. At that moment, Lin Qiye, by Li Tuming, carrying Shen Qingzhu on his back, and Instructor Hong arrived, delivered by the fiery earth dragon, and confronted Yu. The ancient god cult. Instructor Hong's alertness spiked instantly. However, Ma Etienne unleashed an overwhelming aura of oceanic power, crashing down like a relentless tide and immobilizing him. Greetings, Night Watchers, Yu said with a slight bow, his tone polite yet mocking. I understand your anger, but it's all in vain. If you're willing to join the ancient god cult, I might just spare your lives. Lin Qiye sneered, a smirk tugging at his lips. What if I said I'd join? Would you believe me? Yu chuckled in response, though his smile didn't reach his eyes. Do you think I'd believe you? Bailey Tumming grumbled in irritation, muttering under his breath. What nonsense. Lin Qiye shrugged nonchalantly. So it's a fight after all. Why bother with all this chatter? Yu's smile deepened. Next, he'll infiltrate Wang Shao's mind and take control of him, forcing him to kill you. How's that for a plot twist? Yu said with an unsettling calm. Though unable to move, Instructor Hong managed to hurl a curse at him. Wang Shao tried to resist, but Ma Yitian merged with the surrounding walls, summoning countless rocks from the ground to encase Wang Shao tightly. This is volcanic rock, incredibly tough. Don't even think about moving. Ma Yishan's face appeared on the surface of the stones. A faint, eerie glow emanated from Yu once again, and he instantly delved into Wang Shao's mind, entering his mental world. Let's see the story of your life. Yu murmured as he parted the mental fog and immersed himself in Wang Shao's experiences. Soldier, pick up your gun. Yu was jolted awake by a sharp kick. Disoriented, he barely had time to react before a laser rifle was shoved into his hands. Hurry up. The green-skinned orcs are attacking. The front lines are about to fall. Confusion and disbelief flickered across Yu's face as he processed the surreal scene before him. Hurry up, don't just stand there, barked a grizzled veteran clad in heavy bulletproof armor, before darting out of the trench like an arrow loosed from a bow. Amid the smoke-filled chaos, a middle-aged man in a black military overcoat and a peaked cap hurried to the scene. His weathered face spoke of countless hardships, yet his resolute eyes burned with determination. The imperial eagle insignia on his coat gleamed with a commanding brilliance. Commissar, the surrounding soldiers immediately saluted. The commissar's sharp gaze swept over them and quickly landed on a bewildered soldier, his face a mask of confusion. Leaning slightly forward, he spoke in a calm, steady tone. Soldier, are you afraid? At that moment, the soldier's mind was a disarray of thoughts, unable to grasp his current reality. Internally cursing, he thought, Wang Shao, what kind of nonsense memories are these? Just as he was about to speak, a firm, powerful hand clapped down on his shoulder. The commissar's eyes blazed with intensity as his voice rang out, impassioned and commanding. Child, do not fear. The Emperor watches over our valiant deeds every moment. We must dedicate everything to him. Without hesitation, he drew the plasma pistol from his belt, gripping the soldier's arm tightly. I will lead you into the charge. Let the Emperor witness our loyalty. Before the soldier could react, the commissar pulled him along, striding out of the trench and into the hail of bullets. Words barely formed in his mouth before he was yanked from cover. The acrid stench of smoke hit him like a wave, stinging his nostrils and making him wince. The air was thick with the metallic tang of blood, the sickening stench of rotting flesh, and the acrid odor of charred remains, an overwhelming cocktail that churned his stomach. Deafening artillery fire roared like thunder, shaking the very earth beneath them. The cacophony of human screams, the agonized cries of the wounded, and the defiant shouts of soldiers melded into a harrowing symphony of death. A Lehman Russ tank rumbled past, its engine's roar so powerful that it sent painful vibrations through his eardrums, leaving his head ringing. He lifted his gaze. The sky, cloaked in a suffocating yellow haze of dust, loomed oppressively overhead. Strange, ominous aircraft streaked across the heavens, trailing thick black smoke behind them like harbingers of doom, cutting through the desolate sky like vultures circling a battlefield. Eyes wide, the soldier stood frozen, overwhelmed by the carnage before him. Though he had always prided himself on being worldly and experienced, he had never beheld a scene so shockingly brutal. As he remained paralyzed, the commissar's voice broke through his stupor once more. Soldiers, charge with me. The Empire has sent reinforcements, hold the line. In an instant, the battlefield erupted like a powder keg, and the soldiers' morale soared dramatically. They roared fiercely, unleashing the full force of their weapons, raining fire upon the surging horde of orcs. In the distance, the green-skinned orcs bellowed their deafening whack battle cries, charging forward with ferocious vigor. They clutched a chaotic assortment of crude weapons, spewing deadly makeshift projectiles, nails, stones, and other primitive yet devastating ammunition. These seemingly insignificant projectiles possessed terrifying penetration power, easily tearing through the soldier's bulletproof armor. Beside Yu, a mortal auxiliary soldier was firmly holding his gun and firing when suddenly, the pin of a grenade flew towards him like a deadly comet, striking him with brutal precision. With a thunderous explosion, the soldier was obliterated in an instant. Warm blood and shattered viscera erupted like a storm of gore, splattering across Yu's face. The pungent stench of iron invaded his nose, making him gag. I need to get out of this cursed place. Yu shouted in despair, overwhelmed by the grotesque and blood-soaked world surrounding him. As an agent of Shinshu with the power to control nightmares, he made a snap decision to activate his ability to end this nightmare. "End nightmare," he commanded. Yet, cold sweat began to pour from his forehead, mingling with the blood on his face and trickling down. The anticipated end to the nightmare failed to materialize. "End nightmare. End this nightmare, damn it." EU roared frantically, his voice hoarse with terror and desperation. His eyes were filled with panic and hopelessness. "Wang Shao, where are you?" he cried out in despair, yearning for rescue. But all that surrounded him were the chaos of the battlefield and the suffocating scent of death. Wang Shao suddenly opened his eyes, greeted by the sight of a dark, somber ceiling. The intricately carved imperial reliefs on it were faintly visible under the flickering candlelight, their complex patterns exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. A flash of confusion crossed his gaze as he slowly sat up, his eyes falling upon the statue of the emperor beside the iron bed. The soft, golden glow of the candlelight outlined the statue's contours, imbuing it with a sense of solemn majesty. "Sergeant Wang Shao'er, if you keep sleeping like this, the captain is going to lose his temper," a booming voice called out from the doorway. Wang Shao turned toward the source of the voice and saw a tall, dark-skinned man standing there, a hint of amusement in his crimson eyes. "Clint Grek, what are you doing here?" Wang Shao blurted out, his tone laced with obvious confusion. Sensing something unusual in Wang Shao's demeanor, Grek furrowed his brow and strode over to him. "Sergeant Wang Shao'er, are you all right? We have an important mission today." He patted Wang Shao's shoulder with concern in his voice. "The Mechanicus personnel on planet X-32 have discovered an important artifact. They need your expertise to identify it. Are you sure you're okay?" Wang Shao's gaze lingered briefly on the Emperor's statue before he nodded resolutely. "I'm fine. Don't worry. My loyalty to the Empire has never wavered." Relieved, Grek let out a chuckle. "I was this close to calling Chaplain Ferguson. All right then, brother, let's get ready." Wang Shao silently walked to the washroom, scooped up cold water with his hands, and splashed it onto his face. The icy chill cut through him like sharp blades. Straightening up, he stared at his reflection in the mirror, a wet face with eyes of an unusual red hue, his skin dark and gleaming. "I'm back again. Was everything I just experienced nothing but a bizarre dream?" he murmured to himself. Despite his lingering doubts, Wang Shao knew his duty as a loyal warrior of the Emperor. He quickly turned on his heel and left the dormitory, heading straight to the armory. In the armory, the tech servitors were already in position. Wang Shao straightened his posture and steadily approached the arming platform. "Initiate the arming ritual," the technician announced loudly. Instantly, incense burners were lit, and wisps of smoke curled into the air. The low, rhythmic chants of binary hymns reverberated through the space, as if invoking the ancient spirits of the machine. "Victory to you in this battle, my lord," the servitors intoned in unison, their voices mechanical and monotone. "Thank you for your efforts," Wang Shao replied courteously. He donned his specially modified Techmarine Mark IV armor, equipped with a power pack housing 2 additional mechanical arms. Its design and paintwork set it apart from the standard Salamanders warriors. The 3 studs embedded in his forehead, 2 gold, 1 silver, symbolized his 250 years of service and honor in the Emperor's name. Fully equipped, Wang Shao walked with measured steps toward the drop platform. There, 4 other Salamanders warriors stood ready, their gear prepared for the mission. Among them was a battle-hardened veteran clad in the imposing, heavy-duty Cataphractii Terminator armor. "Sergeant Wang Shao'er," they greeted him in unison, their eyes filled with anticipation for the mission ahead. One of the squad members removed his helmet, a teasing smile playing on his lips. He joked, "The captain said if you oversleep again, we'll leave you behind on the next boarding mission." As soon as he finished, 4 towering Astartes warriors erupted into hearty laughter, their voices echoing throughout the cramped cabin. Wang Shao'er joined in with a chuckle, a glimmer of camaraderie shining in his eyes. He replied lightheartedly, "Leave me behind? Then I'll just have the old dreadnought stand up and join the fight in my place." He patted the massive, dormant mech beside him as he spoke. The laughter subsided, and the group quickly turned their focus to the Thunderhawk gunship, now fully prepped and ready. Wang Shao'er's expression grew serious, leaving no room for complacency. He meticulously inspected every corner of the gunship, ensuring the machine spirit was calm and all systems were functioning perfectly. Finally, he gave the command in a firm, clear voice, "Prepare for departure." The 4 warriors swiftly took their positions, securely fastening themselves into their seats. Wang Shao'er slid into the pilot's chair, his hands moving deftly across the complex control panel. With a sharp pull of the throttle, the engines roared to life, unleashing a deafening burst of power. The Thunderhawk gunship shot forward like an arrow, carrying an unstoppable momentum as it sped away from the colossal Fire Salamander's warship. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Whisper teetered on the brink of collapse. Frustrated and incredulous, he couldn't fathom how his powers, as an agent of the divine, had utterly failed him. Though his presence here was merely a projection of his true form, the stark contrast to his former glory was unbearable. Fortunately, Whisper had barely survived 2 waves of relentless attacks from the orc horde. The commissar holstered his searing hot plasma pistol and swiftly switched to his bolt pistol. His chains whirred, hanging at his waist, dripped with gore and shredded remains, silent evidence of the brutal melee that had just unfolded. The orc's assault grew fiercer and more persistent. Straining his voice, the commissar bellowed, "Soldiers, have no fear. The Emperor's angels are on their way. Victory will be ours." To Whisper, however, these rousing words were nothing but nonsense. His mind was consumed by a single thought: to escape this hellish place rather than perish in this incomprehensible world. At that moment, a piercing cry shattered the chaos. Thunderhawk gunship. The commissar looked up, spotting a dark green Thunderhawk slicing through the dense atmosphere with lightning speed, racing into the war zone. In an instant, its weapons unleashed a torrent of fire, expertly downing 2 crudely designed orc aircraft with tail-mounted rotors. Whisper stared, dumbfounded, as the 2 orc planes plummeted from the sky. The sheer impossibility of the spectacle left his mind momentarily blank. Around him, the soldiers erupted into jubilant cheers. The Emperor's angels. The fire salamanders. The Imperium has come to our aid. Their morale soared like a rocket. Angels? This world has angels. Whisper muttered, his curiosity piqued as he craned his neck to catch a glimpse of these so-called angels. Soon, the Thunderhawk gunship descended onto a landing platform behind the defensive line. As the hatch opened, Wang Shao stepped out first, followed by 4 agile Astartes warriors who disembarked in single file. Leading the group was a tech marine clad in a modified Mark IV power armor, his back adorned with 2 retractable mechadendrites. The trioptic lens on his helmet continuously scanned the surroundings. Behind him, 3 Fire Salamanders warriors wore Mark IV Maximus and Mark III Iron Pattern power armor. The last to emerge was a warrior encased in the imposing Cataphractii Terminator armor. This is an angel? What kind of angel is this? Whisper was utterly bewildered. Along the path, soldiers dropped to one knee, reverently performing the Aquila salute. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Whisper quickly mimicked their actions, kneeling and saluting just as the others did. This mission was under Wang Shao'er's command, as he temporarily led the squad. With over 2 centuries of service to the Imperium, marked by distinguished achievements and vast experience, he was undoubtedly the right choice for the task. Upon meeting the commissar, Wang Shao'er removed his helmet and spoke solemnly. "I am the Emperor's Angel of Death, Wang Shao Hukan of the Fire Salamanders 3rd Company. Soldier, report the current situation." As Wang Shao stepped into the command room, Commissar Anderson approached him with a slight bow. "It's an honor to meet you, Angel of the Emperor. I am Commissar Anderson, and I will now brief you on the battlefield situation." The atmosphere in the room was tense as Anderson began his report. "Lord Wang Shao, members of the Adeptus Mechanicus have made a significant discovery in an underground data archive. They've uncovered an item of critical importance. However, the factory housing it has been completely surrounded by orcs, and these savage creatures are continuing to expand outward. Our forces have been holding the line here for some time." Wang Shao nodded slightly, a glint of approval for the soldier's resilience visible in his eyes. "Your valiant efforts deserve the highest praise. There's no time to waste. I will lead my squad to strike directly at the factory. Thank you for providing this crucial intelligence." With that, he quickly confirmed the target coordinates and turned decisively to leave. "Brother Wang Shao," Anderson called after him, stepping forward. "The entrance to the underground factory is extremely well hidden. If it weren't, the orcs would have overrun it by now. I request permission to have my forces join you in this mission, to lend you our strength." Wang Shao paused briefly, then agreed after a moment of consideration. "Very well. My brothers and I will carve a path through their heaviest firepower ahead of you. Together, we will cleanse this planet of these alien abominations." Approaching his squad, Wang Shao gave a concise briefing on the mission. "Move out. Bathe in the fires of war, forged upon the anvil of battle. For the Father of Genes and the Emperor. For the Father of Genes and the Emperor." The battle cry rang out, and the Terminators charged forward. The squad formed a triangular formation, cutting through the orc ranks like a blade. "Soldiers, the angels of the Emperor will lead us to annihilate these Xenos. Charge with the angels," Commissar Anderson roared. The surrounding troops, their morale surging, raised their las guns, fixed bayonets, and joined the assault. "Madmen, all of them," muttered Yu under his breath, cursing. But even so, he picked up his las gun and followed the charge, hoping to awaken Wang Shao to the realization that this was a dream and end the nightmare. Walk. Seeing the enemy launch an attack, the orcs were anything but intimidated. On the contrary, they became even more exhilarated, shouting wildly as they unleashed a barrage of gunfire. Their strange, cobbled-together weapons spewed bullets and chaos across the battlefield. The technological level of this planet was modest, and the orcs' reliance on their way-fueled contraptions didn't reach extraordinary levels. Their firepower was roughly on par with that of ordinary human auxiliary forces. To Wang Shao'er's squad, however, These attacks were nothing more than a futile resistance. A Terminator clad in heavy armor stood firm, wielding a massive melta-flamer. Its nozzle was intricately crafted into the shape of a golden dragon's head, and with a deep, resonant roar, searing yellow flames erupted forth. Wherever the fire swept, clusters of orcs were instantly engulfed, their agonized screams echoing across the battlefield. In the name of the Emperor, cleanse these Xenos. Wang Shao'er's voice resounded over the chaos as he led his warriors in their relentless advance. The warriors roared in fury. Facing these green-skinned creatures, their experience told them the most effective method was to burn them to ashes. After all, if not thoroughly eradicated, these resilient beings would undoubtedly re-emerge from the earth come spring. The concentrated promethium clinging to the green-skinned orcs ignited fiercely upon contact, burning like an unshakable curse. In the heat of battle, a strange-shaped shell shrieked through the air, targeting the Terminator armor. In a flash, Grek, clad in the steel Mark III armor, moved like a phantom, his sturdy shield swinging forcefully. With a sharp clang, the shell was deflected. Without hesitation, Grek raised his one-handed warhammer and brought it down with immense force on an oncoming orc. A sickening crunch followed as the green-skinned head was smashed like a fragile watermelon. Behind him, his comrades followed suit, their flamethrowers spitting fire, swiftly setting the corpse ablaze. Thanks, Grek, Wang Shao said. No need, brother, Grek replied. Wang Shao, clad in a heavily modified power suit, stood tall and imposing, like a war god descended to the battlefield. Behind him, two mechanical arms moved with precision, each clutching the struggling corpse of an orc, blood dripping steadily from their limbs. His left hand gripped a power hammer, while his right wielded a plasma pistol, dealing devastating blows to the surrounding green-skinned foes. Push harder, brothers. Victory is within reach, he bellowed with confidence. His overwhelming combat prowess made the orc army's frantic counterattacks appear futile. With the full support of the mortal auxiliary forces, the surrounding green-skinned creatures were soon eradicated. The intense promethium flames roared skyward, ensuring these vile abominations were obliterated without a trace of life left behind. Commissioner Anderson carefully searched the scarred ground, his eyes never wavering. At last, his gaze lit up as he located the concealed switch. The commissioner quickly entered the code, and with a low mechanical hum, the heavy doors of the underground archive began to slide open. Here it is, sir, Commissioner Anderson said, straightening up and addressing Wang Shao. Thank you for your hard work, Wang Shao replied before turning to his team. Brothers, Grek stays with me. The rest of you, assist the mortal auxiliaries in clearing out any remaining greenskins in the area. Leave no survivors. Yes, Sergeant Wang Shao, they responded in unison. With the aid of their Terminator armor, the task of eliminating the scattered orc stragglers became significantly easier. Let's go, Grek, Wang Shao said, glancing at Grek. The two exchanged a knowing look through their helmets, then agilely leapt into the underground archive. Inside, the silence was absolute, each step echoing eerily. The stillness was so profound it raised doubts about anyone else being present. Sergeant Wang Shao, this place is unnervingly quiet, Grek remarked cautiously as the two advanced, weapons at the ready. I'm starting to suspect this might be a trap, Wang Shao replied grimly. But we're close to our objective now. Stay alert. Understood, brother. As the two disappeared into the darkness, a shadowy figure quietly emerged within the archive. This world is truly peculiar. Here lies the archive surely. It must hold some fundamental information about this realm. As Yu mulled over this thought, a soft, whispering voice drifted to his ears, like a faint, ethereal breeze weaving into his consciousness. Do you wish to understand this world? Instinctively, he shook his head, and the bothersome voice seemed to vanish. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a bold idea took root in his mind. Perhaps, if I uncover the secrets of this world, I might find a way to escape. And if I could somehow bend this world to my will, the ancient God Church would surely rise to unparalleled glory. Driven by an overwhelming curiosity, Yu resolved to explore the enigmatic archive on his own. It felt as though an invisible hand was guiding him, or a faint, elusive voice was leading him onward. Unconsciously, he ventured deeper into the archive. The ninth archive, he read aloud, noticing the engraved plaque. Does this hold the foundational knowledge of this world? Yu's excitement grew as his eyes gleamed with anticipation. It seemed that obtaining the core knowledge of this world would not be a daunting task after all. Striding forward with purpose, he easily pushed open the door. Beyond it, an old-fashioned computer sat quietly, emanating a soft, faint blue glow. On the screen, a single line of text was displayed. The foundational knowledge of this world is recorded in the 999th book on Cabinet 99. How convenient. The knowledge he sought was so close, so easily within reach it was almost too good to be true. Yu failed to notice how a faint blue hue was beginning to tint his eyes. Brimming with excitement, he approached Cabinet 99. After some searching, he found the 999th book. Its cover was a pale blue, exuding an air of ancient mystery. Eagerly, EU flipped it open, his gaze landing on the 9th page. The page contained a single sentence. The thousand-faced demon lord is the creator of this world. Praise the great thousand-faced demon lord. The blue glow in his eyes deepened, growing more intense, as if he was slowly being drawn into an unknown vortex of consciousness. Unconsciously, he began murmuring, "Praise, praise, praise the great thousand-faced demon lord." Grek pushed open the massive, heavy door with ease, the hinges emitting a sharp, grating creak. A thick, metallic tang of blood immediately assaulted his senses, making his heart sink with a foreboding sense of dread. Right behind him, Wang Shao stepped through the doorway, and the sight before him caused his chest to tighten. The ground was littered with the shattered remains of servitors, their broken parts scattered everywhere. Machine oil mixed with blood painted a gruesome and chaotic scene. Wang Shao activated his Flame Visiona unique ability possessed by the soldiers of the Salamander warband. This ability allowed him to reconstruct past combat scenarios in his mind by analyzing the faint traces left on the battlefield. Almost instantly, he detected a strong sense of unease. The patterns of destruction and the positioning of the bodies revealed something deeply unusual about the fight. It was clear that these servitors had fallen under the influence of some malevolent force. This place harbored more than just the green-skinned orcs. There were other enemies at play here. Grek came to the same conclusion. The two exchanged a glance, and in that moment, an unspoken understanding passed between them. Their eyes reflected mutual vigilance. They tightened their grips on their weapons, Grek holding his bolt gun, and Wang Shao clutching his power hammer. Every muscle in their bodies tensed as they heightened their awareness, carefully scanning their surroundings. Suddenly, a sharp, crackling sound of electricity pierced the air, drawing their attention. Wang Shao moved forward to investigate. After some quick repairs, a screen in front of them flickered to life, casting an unsteady glow. Slowly, a figure emerged on the screen. "Honored visitors, I am a priest of the cult Mechanicus. In the underground data archives of this planet, I discovered an STC template. However, up until now, I have been unable to determine its precise function." The priest spoke hurriedly, his expression filled with urgency. Behind him, the sound of screams and explosions echoed, painting a grim backdrop. The moment Wang Shao heard the words STC template, his expression turned deadly serious. The significance of such an artifact to the Imperium was beyond measure. In an era where technological knowledge was so easily corrupted or lost, every STC template was a priceless relic from the golden age of technology. These templates carried advanced and untainted scientific knowledge that, if properly utilized by the Imperium, could vastly enhance its strength and bring it closer to achieving its grand vision of unifying the galaxy. Yes, this was a time before the Great Betrayal, before the Imperium fractured, before the Emperor. Wang Shao'er's thoughts momentarily drifted before he forced himself to focus. His resolve was unwavering, his loyalty to the Emperor and his duty to protect the Imperium were paramount. However, this place had already fallen to demonic infiltration. "By the time you see this recording, I will likely have met my end," the priest continued. "Fortunately, I took precautions. I have secretly transferred the STC template to another location via an underground passage, which has since been destroyed. I wish you victory." Suddenly, the screen displayed a complex sequence of ciphered codes. Only someone like Wang Shao, who had undergone advanced training on Mars, possessed the knowledge and skill to decode it. Greek remained steadfast behind him, holding his weapon firmly and scanning the surroundings vigilantly, creating a protective barrier for Wang Shao. Before long, Wang Shao successfully deciphered the critical information, pinpointing the target location to a desolate mechanical factory 200 kilometers away. His brows furrowed deeply, sensing that something was amiss. Things were becoming more complicated. Doubts swirled in his mind. If the bizarre encounter earlier had merely been an illusion, then logically, considering his 300 years of battle experience, he should have already completed this mission before. Yet, in his memory, that operation had gone smoothly, without encountering any demons. What was real? What was an illusion? Wang Shao'er's thoughts felt engulfed in a fog, a tide of confusion overwhelming him, threatening to consume his sanity. At the critical moment, a surge of unwavering resolve rose within him. His eyes widened as he roared with all his might. "Loyalty to the Empire is the ultimate truth. Devotion to the Emperor is never a lie." His voice boomed like a thunderclap, dispelling the chaotic haze clouding his mind. "Brother, what's wrong with you?" Greek, still on high alert, moved closer to Wang Shao, his concern evident. "I'm fine, Greek," Wang Shao replied, taking a deep breath to steady himself. He quickly called for the team to assemble and warned everyone to stay vigilant of any unusual movements in the area. Demons have already appeared here. Without wasting a second, he used the communication device in his helmet to urgently request reinforcements from the warship. Communication disrupted. Communication disrupted. The demon has already revealed itself. An eerie, sinister laughter echoed from all directions, like a gust of malevolent wind from the depths of the underworld. Greek noticed that the purity marks on both of them had instantly burned away. Wang Shao, I really must thank you for bringing me here. Now, I have gained an even greater power. The voice was dark and ominous, elusive and impossible to pinpoint. Wang Shao, the mere utterance of those two words felt like a sharp spike, piercing into Wang Shao'er's mind, causing his head to throb violently and his temples to pound. Umph, a cowardly heretic hiding in the shadows. If you have the guts, come out and face me. Greek bellowed, his voice filled with fury. He swiftly loaded his bolt gun, aiming its dark barrel into the surrounding darkness, shouting at the top of his lungs. What immense, intoxicating power. Compared to the so-called god of nightmares, this is the most extraordinary, the most magnificent power in existence. Wang Shao, it's all thanks to you. The voice continued to linger, as if trying to completely shatter Wang Shao'er's sanity. At that moment, Wang Shao'er's mind became a battlefield, with fragments of memories entangling and colliding violently. Who was he truly? Was he the Wang Shao who had died at 18 at the hands of the ghost-faced man? Or the renowned Wang Shao from the Night Watch Legion? Or was he Wang Shao'er Saiyan, who had fought for the Empire for 3 centuries? Or perhaps he was merely the aging soldier, Wang Shao'er Saiyan, with 280 years of service, tasked with this mission? Questions surged like relentless waves, each one striking his mind with the pain of a soul being torn apart. Unable to endure any longer, Wang Shao'er collapsed to one knee, clutching his head in agony, his face contorted with unbearable pain. Heh, just die here quietly. Once you're gone, no one will be able to stop the thousand-faced demon lord. His footsteps will traverse the stars. With this malicious proclamation, the surrounding darkness began to churn with glowing blue rings, resembling portals to the abyss. From within them, feathered, blue-skinned shriek beasts wielding curved blades charged forth like a tidal wave, rushing toward the two men. Brother, snap out of it. Grek roared, his bolt gun spewing tongues of fire as he relentlessly unleashed round after round into the surging tide of horned beasts. The ammunition in the chamber poured out, creating bursts of deadly, dazzling arcs in the darkness, temporarily halting part of the assault. By the Emperor above, grant us the strength to carve a bloody path. We shall fight to the death, honoring the Emperor's sacred name. Wang Shao'er grit his teeth, repeating the oath over and over, using the power of his faith to banish the chaos clouding his mind. Yet the horned beasts, charging forward with ferocity, quickly overwhelmed Grek's suppressive fire. As the bolt gun clicked empty, Grek made a split-second decision. He shoved the depleted weapon back into its holster and swiftly grabbed his shield and one-handed warhammer. With a thunderous shout, he swung the hammer with immense force, smashing into the lead-horned beast. A sickening crunch echoed as the creature was pulverized, its blood and flesh scattering violently. I am now the Emperor's most loyal servant, a son of Vulcan, the master of the Salamanders, and Tech Marine of the Salamanders' 3rd Company. Wang Shao'er Hukan. Wang Shao'er's eyes widened, the haze in his gaze replaced by unyielding determination. The power hammer in his hand crackled with blue electricity, like an awakened beast of fury, while his plasma pistol discharged searing, radiant blasts of plasma, precisely taking down a horned beast that had crept into Grek's blind spot. Well done, brother. You're finally back with us. Grek shouted in exhilaration, his morale surging. Forged in fire, tempered on the anvil of war, Wang Shao'er bellowed the Salamander's creed, his resolve now unwavering. His faithful plasma pistol continued to spit deadly fire, each round claiming the life of an enemy. Back to back, the two warriors stood firm against the overwhelming swarm of horned beasts, like immovable boulders splitting a raging river. With fearless determination, they struck down every beast that dared rush toward them. In perfect sync, they hurled thermal grenades, clearing a swath of enemies around them and granting themselves a brief moment to catch their breath. Suddenly, a piercing, shrill wail tore through the oppressive air. Emerging from a flickering portal of light strode a towering, hulking horned shaman, gripping a staff that emanated an eerie glow. With a simple tap of its staff, a blinding blue orb of energy erupted from its tip, unleashing a torrent of immense magical power that engulfed Wang Shao'er and Grek in an instant. In that moment, the two warriors felt as if their limbs were ensnared by an invisible, viscous force, rendering their movements agonizingly slow. Every minor motion felt like a battle against the weight of an entire world. This was the insidious psychic sorcery of cinch-time dilation. Its effects were immediate, dragging their speed down to a fraction of its normal pace. Exclamation point. Grek attempted to curse, but the words that should have erupted from his mouth were distorted and fragmented by the sinister magic, emerging as little more than garbled syllables forced through gritted teeth. At that moment, a horned beast seized the opportunity, brandishing its blade as it darted toward Grek like a ghostly shadow. It raised its blade high, ready to strike down fiercely on Grek's unguarded head. Bang! At that critical moment, a power hammer came whistling from behind Grek, swinging with unstoppable force, sending the horned beast flying. Greg's eyes widened in shock as he turned to look at Wang Shao'er, his mind racing with questions. When did he gain such psychic power? Wang Shao'er had no time to address Greg's astonishment. The psychic energy within him burned like a raging fire, surging through his body and filling him with the resolve to fight against the dire situation. To protect his brother by his side, to uphold the honor of the emperor, he had no choice but to risk everything, pouring every ounce of his strength into breaking through this desperate predicament. Damn it, still not dead? Hidden in the shadows, Yu witnessed the scene and gritted his teeth in frustration. He conjured two sharp blades, silently casting a psychic spell to cloak himself, blending into the darkness as he stealthily approached Wang Shao'er. Just then, a thermal grenade suddenly exploded, the deafening roar and searing blast interrupting the horned shaman's spellcasting. Greg finally broke free from the suffocating temporal slow spell. He opened his mouth to speak. "Thank you, brother." The words of gratitude were cut short as a blade, gleaming with a cold, deadly light, pierced through his chest with brutal speed. "No!" Wang Shao'er roared in fury, his eyes blazing as he swung his power hammer with the force of a raging storm, aiming straight at the attacker. "Heh, Wang Shao, Night Watchman, you must die here today." Yu sneered with malicious glee, casually casting aside his blade and slipping away like a phantom, evading the lethal strike with ease. "I am an imperial warrior. Today, I will crush you, heretic." Wang Shao'er bellowed, his voice thundering with righteous wrath. Greg collapsed to his knees, his strength completely drained. Blood gushed from the gaps in his armor, pooling into a glaringly crimson puddle on the ground. Enhanced by the secret powers of the thousand-faced lord, Yu's strength had surged, giving him the confidence to face Wang Shao'er head-on. Wang Shao'er's fury ignited like an inferno. Greg was more than just a comrade. He was a brother who had fought alongside him through the blood-soaked battles of Nocturne. Watching his closest ally suffer such a grievous wound was unbearable. Such power. It's intoxicatingly strong. Yu laughed maniacally, his voice echoing through the grim and oppressive space. Wang Shao'er's armored chest heaved with exhaustion. After countless brutal battles, even an Astartes with his formidable physique was nearing his limits. "Wang Shao, just accept your fate. Once you're dead, the world will fall into my hands." Yu shrieked, his voice filled with venomous triumph. Boom. A deafening crash resounded as a Terminator armor unit descended with immense force from above the shaft. "Hold on, brother, reinforcements are here," a warrior inside the armor shouted, his voice resolute. He had replaced his thermal flamer with a fearsome twin-barreled heavy bolter. Two more Astartes warriors followed closely behind. Their arrival turned the tide, trapping the horned beasts in a pincer attack. The horned shaman, who had just been flaunting his power, saw his protective barrier shattered instantly by the relentless firepower of the heavy bolter, leaving him obliterated in a matter of moments. The power swords danced, cutting through the enemy ranks like the scythe of death itself, felling foes like harvested crops. With the reinforcements' overwhelming support, Wang Shao'er's confidence surged. He swung his power hammer with tremendous force, disarming Yu by smashing his weapon aside. He strode forward, ready to deliver the fatal blow and end Yu's life once and for all. But Yu's psychic energy exploded around him, forming a powerful thrust that propelled him into the shadows in an instant. "Everything is going according to plan." Yu's voice echoed eerily from the darkness. The herd of horned beasts was swiftly eradicated under the concerted efforts of the group. Wang Shao'er, deeply anxious, immediately knelt to examine Greg's injuries. Greg's chest plate had been pierced, and one of his hearts had been punctured, ceasing to beat. Fortunately, as an Astartes warrior, he possessed two hearts, and with the rapid action of his coagulation factors, the bleeding from the wound had already stopped. Forcing a smile, Greg weakly joked, "Look at you, all worried. Help me up. This is just a scratch, I can still fight." Wang Shao'er helped Greg to his feet, fully aware that losing one heart was still a severe injury for an Astartes. Without hesitation, he ordered the situation to be reported to the warship and recalibrated their mission priorities. The primary objective was to locate the STC template, with the elimination of lurking demons as a secondary goal. With the demons retreating into hiding, communications were restored. Supporting Greg, Wang Shao'er led the squad to board a transport platform, leaving the underground data vault. Upon reaching the surface, the mortal auxiliary troops on guard saluted the Salamanders' warriors with reverence. Commissar Anderson, seeing the gravely injured Greg, widened his eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, "The situation is this dire? Even the Emperor's angels are wounded." Removing his helmet, Wang Shao'er replied gravely, "We have confirmed the presence of demons. Issue immediate orders to assemble the troops and fortify the defenses to prevent a demonic assault. Additionally, gather all civilians. The warship will dispatch personnel for evacuation. Your task is to hold the line until everyone is safely withdrawn." Clearly, the situation had deteriorated to the point where abandoning the planet was becoming a grim inevitability. With no remaining strategic value, Destroying the planet after rescuing its inhabitants was the only way to mitigate further losses. Commissar Anderson saluted sharply. Understood, sir. The X-23 planet housed 4 massive industrial zones, with billions of mortals living within them. On Wang Shao'er's warship, however, there were only 40 Salamanders warriors. The unknown enemy and the dire circumstances painted a grim picture. With resolute determination, Wang Shao'er ensured the ground defenses were secure before boarding a Thunderhawk gunship, speeding toward the abandoned factory rumored to conceal the STC template. The gravely injured Grake remained behind to guide the reinforcements arriving via drop pods. Meanwhile, the Whisper, having successfully evaded patrols, infiltrated another industrial zone. Overcome with desire, it murmured to itself, "This power is still far from enough." Whisper yearned for greater power, vowing to dominate everything. Under the covert blessing of the ever-changing Demon Lord, he gained spiritual energy beyond ordinary imagination. However, when it came to physical prowess and masterful combat skills, he was still far inferior to Wang Shao'er. This insatiable greed fueled his ambitions, which grew wildly like untamed weeds, catching the attention of another god from the warp. In the depths of his mind, a seductive voice echoed, "Facing your weaknesses takes rare courage. Come, slay the enemies before you, and I shall grant you unparalleled power." Whisper's once deep, sapphire blue eyes were suddenly tinged with a piercing crimson hue, making him appear even more sinister. "I saw him first," a shrill voice roared. "Power belongs to those who desire it. I shall grant him strength." Another voice, strong and commanding, declared. From a distance, the industrial district's guard mistook Whisper for a lone ally and approached without hesitation. However, with a flash of cold light, Whisper's blade struck like lightning. The 2 auxiliary soldiers didn't even have time to scream before their heads rolled to the ground. "Blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne," Whisper bellowed. The crimson glow seemed almost alive, slowly consuming his entire being as sharp horns began to sprout from his head. "Kill to your heart's content, child. Courage unyielding will crush all before you." 2 starkly contrasting voices clashed violently in Whisper's mind, driving him to the brink of madness. The searing pain in his soul mirrored what Wang Shao'er had once endured. Kill, 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 kill. Whisper, now utterly consumed by frenzy, rampaged through the industrial district like a berserk beast, unleashing a merciless bloodbath upon the mortals and auxiliary troops. Fortunately, the acquisition of the STC template faced no obstacles. The previously dim yellow sky now turned into a surreal swirl of red and blue, signaling to Wang Shao'er that something was gravely wrong. "Everyone, prepare for the next battle." The Thunderhawk gunship returned to Grek's location, where mortal auxiliary forces were already clashing with a relentless tide of demons. This time, alongside blue-horned beasts and horned shamans, there were bloodthirsty bloodletters wielding massive swords and countless flesh hounds. Witnessing the scene, Wang Shao'er unleashed the gunship's firepower to relieve the pressure on the ground troops. Despite his grievous injuries, Grek continued to fight on the front lines. "Once we land, everyone joins the battle immediately. How's the evacuation of the Imperial citizens progressing?" Wang Shao'er inquired. The demon army's overwhelming numbers had plunged all his brothers into fierce combat. Evacuating all civilians would take at least a day, and the captain had already sent out a distress signal. Exhausted, Grek sat on the ground, his power armor battered and broken. "Wang Shao'er," a booming voice echoed in everyone's ears, halting the demon army's advance. "If you want your people to live, come meet me alone. You all return to the mothership with the STC template." "There's something only I can handle," Wang Shao'er said, removing his helmet with a resolute expression. "Brother, what are you planning to do?" Grek exclaimed in shock. "You can't act alone. The chapter won't abandon the citizens of the Empire, nor will it forsake a single brother." Wang Shao'er responded firmly, "Follow orders, soldier. I'm still the leader of this squad." He understood that this crisis was his to resolve, and the retreating demon army was proof of that. With that, Wang Shao'er turned and strode into the smoke-filled battlefield without looking back. Just as Wang Shao'er stepped out of the defensive line and rushed toward the front lines, a layer of deep, ghostly blue mist surged up from nowhere, enveloping him entirely in an instant. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from the sight of the fire lizard warriors stationed behind. "Quick! Report to the battleship immediately. Call for the chapter's librarian and the captain," Grek shouted urgently. At this moment, Wang Shao'er, without his helmet, walked forward with steady steps, his expression calm and unperturbed, as though taking a leisurely stroll. He headed straight into the depths of the mist. Before long, an eerie, faintly mocking laughter echoed from within the fog. As the mist began to dissipate, a horrifying scene unfolded before Wang Shao'er's eyes. A grotesque figure sat atop a throne constructed entirely of human heads. Its body was half blue and half red, covered in strange patterns, with feathers and sharp horns protruding grotesquely from its surface. Its appearance was both absurd and terrifying. "You, Wang Shao squinted, carefully observing the creature. Only after scrutinizing its features did he manage to recognize that this monstrosity was indeed a Yu. However, he now bore little resemblance to his former self, having completely transformed into an inhuman and bizarre form. You've got guts to come and face me. Yu sneered, bearing a jagged set of fangs, his eyes brimming with arrogance and madness. I should thank you. It was you who brought me here, granting me this unparalleled power. Indeed, Wang Shao replied, his expression as calm as still water. He nodded unhurriedly. I should thank you as well. Yu let out a derisive laugh, scoffing. Even on the brink of death, you still have the audacity to talk back. Do you really think you'll walk out of here alive today? Thank me? How utterly ridiculous. A faint, disdainful smile crept onto Wang Shao's dark face. Thank you for reminding me that I am, and will always be, a loyal warrior of the Emperor. Whether I am Wang Shao or Wang Shao or Hukan, in the past, the present, or the future even in that other world. His gaze was resolute, unwavering as he stared directly at Yu. Wherever I stand, I remain a steadfast warrior of the Emperor. Wang Shao declared, standing tall and proud. His voice resonated like a thunderclap, each word imbued with unshakable conviction. To Yu, it was as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke in existence. He erupted into shrill, piercing laughter, the sound like sharp needles stabbing into one's ears. The Emperor? Nonsense. Today, I'll kill you first, and then I'll return to crush that world beneath my feet, ruling it as I see fit. Before the last word left his mouth, Yu's body began to swell at an alarming rate, like an inflating balloon. In the blink of an eye, a towering, 10-meter-tall monstrosity loomed before Wang Shao. Its body remained half red and half blue, exuding a sinister aura. In its left hand, it held a staff glowing with an eerie blue light, an emblem of the Chaos Sorcerer, its tip pulsating with strange, ominous energy. In its right hand, it gripped a crimson longsword, its blade radiating the bloodthirsty and violent energy of a berserker, enough to strike terror into anyone who beheld it. Die, Wang Shao! Yu roared, swinging the glowing blue staff with ferocious might. Instantly, several massive arcs of psychic lightning erupted like furious dragons, surging toward Wang Shao with the intent to obliterate everything in their path. Humph! Wang Shao let out a disdainful snort, his psychic energy surging within him like an unstoppable tide. It formed an impenetrable shield, directly withstanding the devastating psychic lightning. Without hesitation, he turned the power of the hammer in his hand to its maximum. A deep, resonant hum filled the air as the hammer seemed to awaken, shrouded in an aura of energy like a mythical beast from ancient times. Wang Shao roared, "Heretic! Today, you shall perish in the flames of my wrath." A searing burst of psychic fire shot forth, blinding Whisper with unerring accuracy. Taking advantage of the brief moment of blindness, he leaped into the air, raising the hammer high above his head. With all his strength, he swung it down toward Whisper's knee. Whisper, though only lightly injured by Wang Shao's ferocious strike, was utterly enraged. It threw its grotesque head back and unleashed a piercing, otherworldly roar that seemed to echo from the depths of the abyss. In an instant, the surrounding shadows surged, and a horde of demons of various forms emerged from the mist, shrieking and clawing as they closed in on Wang Shao. He quickly steadied himself, gripping his hammer tightly, his eyes scanning his surroundings with vigilance as the demons advanced. The first to strike was a blood-red cornhound, lunging at him with terrifying speed. Wang Shao sidestepped and swung his hammer into the beast's spine, sending it flying with a pained howl. But before he could catch his breath, several banshees with scythe-like claws descended from above in a sudden ambush. Wang Shao barely managed to defend himself, the sharp claws scraping against his power armor, leaving sparks and deep gouges in their wake. The demons came at him like an unrelenting black tide, surging forward without end. Amid this storm of chaos, Wang Shao stood firm, like a lone boulder in a raging torrent, fighting with all his might. Each swing of his hammer carried immense force, creating a bloody tempest as flesh and limbs of demons were scattered in all directions. Yet with every clash, his once impenetrable power armor grew increasingly battered, marred with cracks and gashes of varying depths from the relentless assault. The 3 centuries of hard-earned combat experience Wang Shao had accumulated were now being pushed to their limits. He anticipated every attack with precision, dodging deftly and retaliating with fierce strikes. But to Whisper, this was nothing more than the futile struggle of a cornered beast. The demons, seemingly endless in number, continued their relentless assault, their overwhelming force wearing down Wang Shao's defenses with every passing moment. Like a river eroding a rock year after year, even the hardest stone would eventually succumb. Gradually, Wang Shao's movement slowed. Each swing of his weapon felt like a battle against the ever-heavier chains of fate. His breaths grew labored, rasping like an old bellows struggling to keep him alive. Then, in a critical moment, a demon seized its chance, its razor-sharp claws striking his forehead with precision. Agonizing pain surged through him as blood gushed forth, blurring his vision. Staggering from the blow, Wang Shao nearly collapsed to the ground. But with a swift reaction, he steadied himself, using his remaining mechanical arm to prop up his body. One of the mechanical arms had already been torn apart by the brute strength of the demon during their earlier ferocious battle. Now, only a twisted remnant of metal remained, a silent testament to the brutality of the fight. Yu let out a triumphant, ear-piercing laugh, the sound echoing through the blood-soaked, rancid air. Dragging a long sword that radiated an ominous crimson glow, it strode forward with deliberate and confident steps, exuding an air of absolute assurance. Warrior of the Emperor, today is your day of reckoning, Yu declared, raising the long sword high before bringing it down with deadly force toward the staggering Wang Shao. The will of the Emperor shall shine like brilliant stars, spreading across the boundless galaxy. The Emperor's light shall pierce through the vast universe like the dawn breaking the darkness. Even if death claims him today, Wang Shao'er vowed to return to the throne with honor. Though his body was drenched in blood and his armor shattered beyond recognition, he stood tall and proud, unleashing a battle cry that reverberated through the air. And you, vile demon, even if you take my life today, you will forever skulk in the shadows of this wretched world, consumed by fear, awaiting the Emperor's inevitable judgment. Die! Wang Shao roared. Yu's face contorted with rage as it swung the sword with all its might. Wang Shao tried to raise his hand to block, but the power hammer he wielded had already been drained of energy. At the moment of impact, it shattered into countless fragments with a resounding crash. The immense force drove half of his body onto the crimson blade, blood gushing out and staining the ground beneath him. Yu's delight only grew as it yanked the sword upward, looking down at the battered and bloodied Wang Shao with a twisted grin of satisfaction. Once you're dead, I can finally return. Heretic! Wang Shao, clinging to his last shred of willpower, weakly muttered the word. What? Yu leaned closer, tilting its head to catch the faint words. Heretic! Thank you for bringing your head so close. Wang Shao's eyes suddenly gleamed with a fierce determination. Summoning the last ounce of his strength, he hurled a thermal grenade he had concealed in his hand directly at Yu's head. With a deafening explosion, flames erupted, lighting up the battlefield. But as the smoke cleared, Yu emerged unscathed, shaking its head before bursting into even more maniacal laughter. Haha, did you think such a petty trick could kill me? Wang Shao, they'll savor watching you slowly die, and when the time comes, they'll devour your soul whole. Wang Shao'er felt the cold grip of death closing in, his body drained of strength, reminiscent of that fateful encounter with the faceless specter. Emperor, I have offered my unwavering loyalty to you. Grant me the strength to slay this demon, and I shall return my soul to your throne, swearing eternal allegiance. In the haze of his consciousness, he seemed to hear a distant whisper. What is your duty? In a low voice, Wang Shao responded, to serve the Emperor. What is the Emperor's will? To fight for the Emperor until death. What is death? It is our duty. Suddenly, a radiant golden light erupted from Wang Shao's body, piercing through the stars. In an instant, a surge of immense golden light erupted like a volcanic explosion. In the blink of an eye, wherever the light touched, the demon army was reduced to ashes. The intense radiance pierced through the ominous skies of Planet X-23 like a golden sword. Drake and the others witnessed this miraculous event unfold. It was as if a colossal spear of light had descended from the heavens, illuminating the oppressive darkness until the sky shone as bright as day. Yu bore the brunt of the onslaught, the searing light stabbing into his eyes, causing excruciating pain. Instinctively, he shut his eyes tight, but it was futile. The light, like blazing flames, burned through his flesh, sinews, and bones, tormenting every inch of his being. Overcome by agony, Yu let out a harrowing scream, his crimson sword slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground. At that moment, Wang Shao began to slowly rise into the air, hovering silently. The grievous injury that had nearly severed his right side was rapidly healing under the golden glow. Torn muscles and shattered bones were restored in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, the crimson sword on the ground melted into molten iron, reshaping itself into a sword engulfed in golden flames. Wang Shao now radiated an aura of divinity and inviolability. His eyes blazed like two suns suspended in the sky, dazzling and impossible to look at directly. He inclined his head slightly, gazing down at Yu, who had collapsed on the ground, his massive form spanning over 10 meters. There was no trace of mercy in Wang Shao's eyes. With a subtle motion of his arm, the flaming golden sword in his hand traced an elegant, yet deadly arc. In an instant, a beam of scorching golden light streaked forth, slicing through Yu's colossal body, as if cleaving the heavens themselves. Amidst the resplendent glow of golden radiance, Wang Shao slowly regained consciousness, his mind still clouded. He murmured to himself, "Is this, my soul returning to the throne?" Just then, a voice, calm yet imbued with an air of timelessness, interrupted his thoughts. No, it is more fitting to say we meet again. As the voice faded, the blinding golden light around him began to dim, and the surroundings gradually came into focus. Wang Shao was astonished to find himself in a grand and imposing palace. Before him stood a face he knew all too well. This time, however, the figure was clad in golden armor, exuding a majestic and solemn aura that commanded reverence. Emperor, Wang Shao exclaimed in shock, never imagining he would witness the emperor's divine presence at the brink of death. Instinctively, he dropped to one knee, performing a gesture of homage. Yet the emperor extended a hand to gently lift him. There is no need. You do not belong to this world, the emperor said softly, his voice calm, yet resonating through the vast hall. Wang Shao looked up in bewilderment, about to recount his extraordinary encounter with another fragment of the emperor's soul in a different realm. But the emperor raised a hand slightly, silencing him. There is no need to explain. I already know everything, the emperor said, his expression kind, his gaze profound and all-knowing. Emperor, now that the heretic is vanquished, may I continue to fight in your name? Wang Shao asked earnestly, his eyes filled with fervent anticipation. The emperor let out a soft sigh and slowly shook his head. His gaze carried a trace of solemnity, and his voice was low and grave. No, it is far from over. Your world still needs you. Upon hearing this, Wang Shao's face immediately showed an expression of disbelief. He opened his mouth instinctively to speak, but the emperor's next words stopped him in his tracks. The one called Whispers, he comes from your world, the emperor said, his tone growing heavier. He has drawn on the power of the gods in your world to construct this place. This is not Terra, this is merely a fabricated divine realm. In essence, it still belongs to the domain of your world. These words landed like a hammer blow on Wang Shao's heart. He felt a chill run through his body, and his mood plummeted. If the harrowing battle they just endured took place within his world, then didn't that mean? That's right. The emperor's voice carried a note of concern, confirming Wang Shao's worst fears. The four chaos gods have already breached your world. It was at this moment that Wang Shao fully grasped the gravity of the situation. His gaze instantly turned resolute, and without hesitation, he declared, Emperor, I will give my utmost loyalty to protect that world. With your blessing, no enemy will stand against us. However, the emperor shook his head again, his expression growing even more serious. The god who created this realm is on the brink of collapse. This world will crumble in moments, and the help I can provide you is limited. Seeing the worry on Wang Shao's face, he added, but you need not despair. Those four beings sat this moment. Their power is not insurmountable. The projection of this world is too weak, and their strength is equally diminished. They, too, will need time to grow. The emperor gazed at the steadfast warrior from another world, moved by his unwavering loyalty. I have learned of your intentions from another version of myself. With a gentle wave of his hand, beams of light coalesced and flowed into Wang Shao's mind. This is all the knowledge I can grant you. Remember, child, your world is not the same as mine. At that moment, Wang Shao keenly noticed that the grand palace around them had begun to crumble. The emperor's voice remained steady and commanding. Go now, return to your world, and save it from peril. Remember, do not repeat my mistakes. Never let stubbornness cloud your judgment. Think carefully before you act. Your world possesses its own invaluable wisdom. Emperor, Wang Shao called out, but before his voice could fully echo, the palace collapsed with a thunderous roar, and the emperor's figure vanished into the void. Far away in the palace of Terra, the emperor slowly opened his eyes, his gaze profound and distant as he murmured softly, Horus and Magnus thank you, Wang Shao. Wang Shao's eyes slowly fluttered open, and he sat up with a start. A sharp, sterile smell of disinfectant flooded his senses. Around him were white walls, clean sheets, and medical equipment. Before he could fully gather his thoughts, a young nurse, startled, cried out, Doctor, the giant is awake. She then rushed out of the room in a flurry. Wang Shao glanced around and quickly realized he was in a hospital. Moments later, he heard hurried footsteps approaching from outside. Yuan Gang was the first to push open the door, his expression a mix of relief and exhaustion. Close behind him were Lin Qiye, Instructor Hong, Chao Yuan, Li Liang, and Deng Wei. You're awake, Yuan Gang exclaimed, his voice brimming with gratitude, as though a heavy burden had finally been lifted. Seeing their expressions, Wang Shao immediately guessed that the events of the previous night had likely been resolved. He rubbed his still aching head and asked, Can someone tell me what exactly happened? Seeing Wang Shao awaken, everyone finally breathed a collective sigh of relief. Earlier, they had been consumed with worry, fearing that Wang Shao might succumb to the Whisper's temptation, lose his sanity completely, and spiral out of control. Fortunately, now that he was awake and appeared mostly normal, it seemed there was no serious harm done. Yuan Gang, who had been on edge, also relaxed and silently lowered his guard. He had stayed here all this time precisely to prevent the worst-case scenario, Wang Shao being overtaken by the whispers and losing all reason where he would have had no choice but to put an end to it himself to avoid a catastrophe. Yuan Gang looked over at Lin Qiye, who was standing nearby, and subtly nodded toward him. "Qiye, you talked to him," he said. Lin Qiye, wrapped in several bandages with a few wounds still faintly bleeding, had evidently been through a harrowing fight to end up in such a state. He walked over to Wang Shao's bedside, sat down, and fixed his gaze on him. "Last night, after you were bewitched by the whispers, Instructor Hong, by Li Tuming, and I risked everything to save you. Ma Etienne unleashed the overwhelming power of the ocean realm, and we were completely immobilized, unable to do anything but watch helplessly." He paused briefly, as if recalling the peril of that moment. Who could have predicted that the whispers would suddenly explode, disintegrating without warning? Immediately after, the flame-vein earth dragon went berserk, causing the entire cavern to quake and erupt violently. In the end, the earth dragon was subdued, Instructor Hong and the others took down Ma Etienne, and you lost consciousness as if your mind had been drained. Lin Qiye refrained from sharing the full truth in front of everyone. At the height of the crisis, he had intended to summon the goddess of the night to possess him and turn the tide of battle only for the whisper's abrupt explosion to throw his plan into chaos. Thankfully, this desperate gamble ultimately paid off, allowing him to defeat the flame-vein earth dragon and contain it. He had even given it a name, Hongyan. After listening, Wang Shao nodded slightly, deep in thought. "I see. So, at least things are under control now. By the way, were there any civilian casualties nearby?" "None," Lin Qiye replied immediately. Upon hearing this, Wang Shao finally felt some relief. However, Deng Wei, clearly distraught, blurted out in a panicked voice, "Big brother is missing. Shin Qingzhu is gone." His eyes were already red with unshed tears. "What?" Yuan Gang reached out and firmly clapped Wang Shao on the shoulder, speaking gravely. "Shin Qingzhu is likely gone for good." Afterward, we scoured the scene thoroughly, inch by inch, even sifting through the soil in detail. In the end, we only found traces of Shin Qingzhu's DNA, but no sign of his body. The only explanation is that he was consumed by the magma. Tears welled up in Deng Wei's eyes as he shook his head vehemently, choking on his words. "No, that's impossible. Big brother is so powerful couldn't have died. There's no way." "Exactly. He still had the rebirth jade with him. That's a priceless treasure of my family, one of a kind. Even if the king of hell himself came for him, with that jade, he wouldn't die." Bai Li Tuming chimed in, his voice loud despite his heavily bandaged body, making him look like an oversized, mummified robot. He stubbornly refused to believe Shin Qingzhu was gone. "Dead," Wang Shao murmured softly, his brow furrowing deeply. The first warrior he had cultivated with his own gene seed. Gone just like that? Wang Shao felt a surge of indescribable emotion in his heart, as if there was some mysterious connection between him and Shin Qingzhu. He silently told himself that Shin Qingzhu was still alive. After all, as the first person to possess a gene seed, there seemed to be a subtle bond between them. For now, this incident was temporarily concluded. Next, everyone was preparing for graduation. In the meantime, they would focus on recovering from their injuries. Wang Shao got off the bed and tore off his bandages. His wounds had already healed. However, the situation was growing more severe, and the enemies they would face in the future would be even more formidable. Determined, he decided to form his own team, one that would require the cooperation of the Night Watchers, along with a significant amount of resources to establish a battle regiment. Yuan Gang was stunned, unsure if Wang Shao had lost his mind. The other recruits also stared blankly at this scene. While everyone else was contemplating whether they could graduate smoothly, Wang Shao was considering forming his own team. "No, a battle regiment. All right, he'll discuss it with headquarters," Yuan Gang replied. But what Wang Shao said next left him even more bewildered. "And the members of my battle regiment must believe in the emperor." After giving a few perfunctory reassurances, Yuan Gang quickly turned and left the hospital room. As soon as he reached the end of the corridor, he eagerly pulled out his phone and dialed a familiar number. "Hello, Commander-in-Chief," he began as the call connected. "If you're calling me, I assume the situation is still under control, correct?" Came the steady voice of Commander Yi Fan on the other end. "Yes, Commander," Yuan Gang replied. "Wang Shao hasn't lost control, but it seems like there's something off with him mentally." He then recounted, in detail, the perplexing statements Wang Shao had made in the hospital room. After hearing the report, Yi Fan fell silent for a moment before speaking slowly. "The situation appears to be even more complicated than we anticipated. Forming a battle regiment, while unconventional, is still somewhat understandable. But this talk of believing in the emperor, what exactly does he mean by that?" "Exactly, Commander. I suspect that Wang Shao's mental state might still be affected by the Whisperer, leaving some lingering issues," Yuan Gang said gravely. "I was thinking, should we arrange for professional personnel to enter his inner world again? It might help us figure out what's really going on." "Are you out of your mind?" Yi Fan's tone immediately sharpened, his rare emotional reaction evident. The whisperer itself exploded inexplicably when it entered Wang Shao's mental world. And now you want to send someone else in? Do you want to get our people killed? Chastised by Yi Fan, Yuan Gang was momentarily speechless, his frustration evident. Then what do we do now? Wang Shao's issue is no longer just about wanting to establish his own faction. He's fixated on creating an entirely new god, gathering followers, and collecting faith. If we let this go unchecked, who knows what kind of disaster it could lead to? Yi Fan let out a heavy sigh on the other end of the line. After a brief pause, he said, "For now, let's wait until the graduation arrangements are in place." Compared to the Night Watchers, it seemed that the ancient god church was even more on edge at the moment. Especially his murmurs after the sudden explosion of the clone he had dispatched, he immediately sensed an unusual anomaly. The power of the gods seemed to have weakened. EU furrowed his brows, filled with inexplicable doubts, while a deep sense of unease quietly took root in his heart. He pondered silently. Could it be that the nightmare god had chosen another intermediary, causing this shift in power distribution? Whatever it was, he decided to head to the scene and figure out what had happened. For Chuan-level masters, plus one high-level expert, and even one of his clones had been lost. Was it really this difficult to kill two rookies? The more you thought about it, the angrier he became. With a flicker of his figure, he headed straight for the Jinan mountain range. Upon arriving at the Jinan mountain range, the horrific scene before him made EU curse out loud. What a bunch of incompetence. However, amidst his fury, his keen senses picked up a faint trace of life underground. Bending down to investigate, he discovered a severely injured person. With a cold snort, EU used his powers, and in mere moments, the person's heavily damaged body was restored. That person turned out to be Shen Qingzhu. When Shen Qingzhu regained consciousness, he had no time to react before EU extended an olive branch, though it felt more like coercion. If Shen Qingzhu wanted to survive, he had to sign a soul contract and join the ancient god church. Shen Qingzhu's eyes flickered, and he agreed without hesitation. Yet just as the contract was about to take effect, the rejuvenation jade he carried suddenly emitted a gentle glow, forcefully preventing the contract from binding. Before leaving, Shen Qingzhu's eyes glimmered with spiritual energy. "Wait for my good news, Wang Shao. I am Shen Qingzhu, and I will never betray." Days passed, and finally, the highly anticipated graduation day for the Night Watcher recruits arrived. Before the ceremony, Wang Shao was summoned alone to the meeting room. There, he met a middle-aged man. "Wang Shao, hello. Yi Fan, the 5th Commander-in-Chief of the Night Watchers in Daxia. May I have a word with you?" Seeing Yi Fan, Wang Shao greeted him with calm composure. "Hello, Commander of the Night Watch." After the two sat down, Yuan Gang exited the room, leaving them alone in the meeting room. Yi Fan carefully observed the towering figure of Wang Shao, marveling at how his exaggerated proportions still appeared balanced and fitting. Without beating around the bush, Yi Fan began. "You might have guessed the purpose of my visit. First, I want to discuss your mention of faith in the Emperor. Second, you mentioned that the future might become even more challenging. I'd like to hear more details about both matters and how you arrived at these conclusions." Unlike Yuan Gang, Yi Fan seemed more open-minded, willing to try anything as long as it could eliminate their enemies. "Of course. Ask away," Wang Shao replied calmly. Yi Fan studied him, sensing no signs of deceit. He pressed on. "First, who is the Emperor, and what does he represent?" Wang Shao responded. "The Emperor is the guardian deity of all humanity, the sole beacon in the vast darkness of the universe. He is eternal and immortal, existing solely to protect humanity and ensure their survival in a perilous world. Any species that does not belong to humanity will be utterly eradicated." Yi Fan nodded thoughtfully, though he only partially grasped the concept. To him, this emperor seemed to be more than a mere mortal, was a divine being. The good news is that this deity appears to be benevolent, but the bad news is that he seems rather extreme, Wang Shao added. Yi Fan asked, "So, did you choose to follow the emperor in order to gain his power?" Wang Shao shook his head. "That perspective is too narrow. We are the emperor's sharpest blade. Our purpose is to spread his will across the universe. It's not just me, even the frail and under-equipped mortal auxiliary troops are willing to fight for the emperor." Yi Fan nodded again, realizing that Wang Shao wasn't merely seeking power, but was genuinely captivated by this belief. He speculated that this emperor must possess extraordinary charisma to inspire such unwavering loyalty across the galaxy. He continued, "I see. It seems the emperor is a visionary leader. Has he eliminated all those who threaten humanity?" Wang Shao's expression faltered slightly, revealing a hint of regret and frustration. "Not entirely. The emperor's progeny were seduced by chaos and betrayed him, becoming disgraceful traitors. His grand expedition was completely disrupted, leaving the entire galaxy still under threat from chaos, the swarm, and alien races." Sensing he might have touched a sensitive subject, Yi Fan quickly shifted the topic. "You mentioned that the future might become even more dire. How did you come to that conclusion?" Wang Shao recounted the events involving himself and Whisper, then gravely explained, "Chaos is terrifying. Even a mere projection of it can exploit vulnerabilities and infiltrate this world. Anyone who pursues extremes can fall prey to chaos. A relentless quest for knowledge may lead to corruption by Tsench. An obsession with eternal life invites the gaze of Nurgle. A desire for unmatched power attracts the attention of Khorne, and the pursuit of ultimate pleasure is exactly what Slaanesh desires. These are the evils of chaos, the greatest threat to the Empire. Any one of these behaviors can lead to corruption and further empower the Dark Gods. After listening to Wang Shao's explanation, Yi Fan furrowed his brow slightly. Those who pursue knowledge, power, life, and pleasure often attract the attention of the four Chaos Gods, putting most humans in grave danger. If this were true, it would be extremely perilous. On this land of over 1 billion people, extremists have never been absent. At that moment, Yi Fan understood what Wang Shao meant. Having the warband worship the Emperor was essentially to prevent its members from being corrupted by the Chaos Gods. Wang Shao shook his head and continued, "As I said, even the Emperor's own progeny have betrayed him. Faith in the Emperor might prevent certain situations, but staying true to one's own principles is what truly matters." Yi Fan sighed. Realizing this was not a problem that mere faith could solve, he tentatively asked, "Would believing in our own Huaxia deities work?" Wang Shao replied without hesitation, "I don't know. This complicated matters." Yi Fan fell silent, deep in thought, while Wang Shao didn't interrupt him. The two sat quietly, the only sound in the meeting room being their breathing. After a moment of silence, Yi Fan finally posed a question. "What happens if the Night Watchers refuse your terms?" Wang Shao had clearly anticipated this. "If this were Terra, your actions would be considered treason, and the warband would be mobilized to eliminate you. But here, I won't do that. I will do my utmost to fight against the chaos and the dark gods until I fall in battle." The meaning was simple. If I die, then you're on your own good luck. Yi Fan let out a heavy sigh, his brows furrowed with worry. "If the Night Watchers cooperate with you, what will you do?" He wanted to hear Wang Shao's plan. "First, I will recruit a group of people into my warband and train them to become powerful warriors in a short amount of time," Wang Shao said. "How powerful?" "Slightly weaker than I am now." Yi Fan began to ponder as Wang Shao continued. "This kind of power comes with risks, so I want force new recruits to join. Second, I need the Night Watchers to provide me with as many resources as possible. I promise that all these resources will be used to combat the Chaos Gods, and I will personally fight on the front lines," Wang Shao said firmly. "If you wish for US to remain out of sight, so be it. The aftermath of the battles will be your responsibility, while we will handle our own logistics." Yi Fan thought about Wang Shao's strength and the battle armor he had created, silently considering. If such warriors could be mass-produced, the Night Watchers' power would increase significantly. However, he also knew the Night Watchers wouldn't agree to this unconditionally. What would the Night Watchers get in return? He asked. "In return, I will share some Imperial technology to help you strengthen your forces. Additionally, I suggest you expand your ranks as quickly as possible to prepare for the unknown future," Wang Shao said with determination in his voice. Yi Fan deliberated for a long time, finally making up his mind as dusk approached. "All right, I personally agree to your terms, but I'll need to discuss the specifics with the others when I return." He then asked, "How long will it take to get results? Although you're far more efficient than the Imperial Department of Military Affairs, I still need to ask this question," Wang Shao said with a faint smile, as if he had already anticipated it. However, Yi Fan didn't complain. Instead, he responded seriously, "After the graduation ceremony tomorrow, he'll return to Shangjing immediately. He'll get back to you with results within 3 days at the latest." Wang Shao seemed a bit surprised upon hearing this, not expecting Yi Fan to be so efficient. He solemnly stated, "Then let me make it clear here. The Emperor's Flame Battle Group will always fight on the most dangerous front lines." The two shook hands symbolically, and Yi Fan was unexpectedly struck by how warm and soft Wang Shao's hand was. The next day, the graduation ceremony proceeded as scheduled, but this time, the host was Yi Fan instead of Yuan Gang. Seeing the Grand Commander of the Xia Night Watchers, the new recruits couldn't contain their excitement. Dressed in an impeccably tailored military uniform, Yi Fan stepped onto the stage and smiled as he waved to the crowd. "New recruits, I'm thrilled that you've successfully completed the grueling trials. From today onward, you are officially Night Watchers." The recruits erupted into applause, their cheeks slightly flushed with excitement. After enduring such rigorous training, they had finally reached this moment of achievement. As the applause gradually subsided, Yi Fan gestured for the crowd to quiet down. By this point, Wang Shao's special task force had already been formed, codenamed Dian, with the official designation Emperor's Flame. "If anyone is interested in joining, you can apply directly to Wang Shao now," Yi Fan announced. It was only then that the crowd noticed Wang Shao was nowhere to be seen, leaving everyone puzzled. Where had he gone? "Wow, Wang Shao's already established a special task force? That's incredible," Bailey Tumming exclaimed excitedly. Lin Qiye's eyes reflected a hint of envy as he murmured, "He's forming a task force right after graduating? I wish I could create my own team too." At that moment, Wang Shao appeared, clad in a Mark IV power suit. The armor had been customized, with a dark green base color accented by white and adorned with gold embellishments. The sight of the suit left all the recruits, regardless of gender, wide-eyed with admiration. Wang Shao slowly ascended the stage, removed his helmet, and revealed his face. Everyone, the DN task force is now open to new recruits, but I must make the risks clear to you, he said. All eyes were fixed on him, eager to learn what dangers Wang Shao was about to reveal. Seeing this power armor, even Yi Fan couldn't help but feel curious and eager to touch it. However, as the commander-in-chief, he had to maintain his composure and dignity in front of the new recruits, suppressing the impulse. After all, what man doesn't love battle armor? Today, Wang Shao appeared particularly solemn and dignified. Standing on the platform, he fixed his firm gaze on the recruits below, who had once trained alongside him. With a loud and commanding voice, he declared, "Everyone here has the opportunity to join the Empire Flame Squad. Next, let me first explain what you can gain by becoming a part of this elite team." Hearing this, most of the recruits immediately perked up, their eyes fixed on Wang Shao, filled with anticipation and longing. First of all, once you join the Empire Flame Squad, each of you will receive a set of battle armor identical to the one I'm wearing. As soon as these words left his mouth, a ripple of excitement spread through the crowd. Many recruits couldn't hide their expressions of exhilaration. After all, who doesn't love battle armor? Secondly, I have the ability to perform surgical enhancements on you. If the procedure is successful, your physical capabilities will be significantly enhanced. You'll be able to run at speeds of up to 50 kilometers per hour, possess 2 tons of strength, grow to a height of approximately 2.3 meters, and gain a range of extraordinary abilities. This revelation left the recruits in an uproar, as it far exceeded their imagination. 50 kilometers per hour, 2 tons of strength. Bailey Tumming was so thrilled, he couldn't contain himself. He excitedly shook Lin Qiye's shoulders before turning to vigorously jostle Chao Yuan, exclaiming, "Wow, all that grueling training we did before, what was it even for? Old Wang can fix it all with just one surgery. I'm definitely signing up. By then, I'll be a 2.3-meter tall muscular hunk, haha." Bailey Tumming wasn't the only one. The other recruits below the platform were also eager, their whispers and chatter filling the air. Yuan Gang, standing off to the side, looked incredulous as he listened to these enticing conditions. Wang Shao had not mentioned any of this during his conversation with Yi Fan the previous night, so Yuan Gang was hearing it for the first time. Internally, he mused, with conditions this good, will the night watchman even be able to recruit anyone in the future? However, just as everyone was caught up in their excitement, Wang Shao's tone suddenly shifted. Everyone present knew that such a turn in the conversation meant things were not as simple as they appeared. I also need to make the consequences clear to you, Wang Shao said gravely, sweeping his serious gaze across the room. The mortality rate for this procedure is as high as 50%. I must be completely honest about this. The surgical process for becoming a space marine typically involves implanting a genetic seed before the age of 15 to determine compatibility. Only after successful adaptation can candidates proceed to the preparation stage for the surgery. The older the candidate, the lower the compatibility rate. Additionally, apart from Gilliman's Ultramarines, most legions have peculiar recruitment standards. For instance, the Salamanders chapter requires a recruit to hunt a drake alone. The mission of the Space Wild Wolf Squad is to hunt down a Fenrir beast in the freezing wilderness, wearing only light clothing, and bring back the spoils. Upon completing the task, they must drink the Wolf's Spiral Wine, a potent brew with severe side effects that could potentially transform a person into an actual beast. Meanwhile, the Fire Salamanders hold a deep disdain for the Midnight Lords. Encounters between the two factions almost always end in conflict, as the latter are often criminals who kill for pleasure, leading to an alarmingly high mortality rate among the Space Marines. When this news broke, the recruits immediately fell silent. Their earlier excitement vanished as though doused with a bucket of cold water. A 50% mortality rate. It sounded like a cruel joke. Stepping onto the operating table felt like playing a brutal game of roulette between life and death, either emerge transformed or disappear forever. Bailey Tumming instinctively swallowed hard, the movement of his throat betraying his inner tension and hesitation. Chao Yuan glanced back at him, smirking faintly as he teased, "So? Still determined to go?" Bailey Tumming hesitated, scratching his head before replying, "I think I'll follow whatever the Watchman organization decides for me." After speaking, he turned his gaze to Lin Qiye, who stood beside him with a solemn expression, and quietly asked, "Qiye, are you going?" Lin Qiye frowned slightly and shook his head, his tone resolute. "I'll follow the organization's arrangements. For now, I don't think I'll join the Ember Flame Squad, not because of the mortality rate, but because I owe Team 136 a favor." As the overseer of the psychiatric hospital, he believed there was no need to take such a risk for the surgery. Moreover, he did indeed owe Wang Shao a favor, but in comparison, his debt to Team 136 seemed even greater. In Lin Qiye's heart, he firmly believed that as long as he continued to improve his own strength, he would eventually have the chance to repay Wang Shao. If anyone wants to join the Ember Flame squad, you can sign up now, no gender restrictions. Wang Shao's voice echoed across the quiet field. After his earlier statements, the group had calmed down, each silently weighing their options. Although the surgery, if successful, could grant unimaginable power, the staggering 50% mortality rate was deeply unsettling. Who would willingly risk their life on the operating table right after completing basic training, before even experiencing real combat? With such thoughts, most began to reconsider. I'll sign up. Two voices broke the silence, speaking in unison. Yi Fan and the others turned to see who had spoken, their faces registering surprise. It was none other than Li Liang and Deng Wei, the two followers who had always shadowed Shen Qingzhu. The pair walked steadily out of the lineup, their gazes fixed firmly on Wang Shao as they declared in unison, "We both volunteer." Li Liang's eyes glistened faintly with redness as he clenched his fists, his voice filled with hatred. "I want to avenge my elder brother and my big brother." His elder brother, Lin Qiye, had been killed by a brute from the ancient god cult in the Jin and Mountains of Blood feud he had never forgotten. Deng Wei, on the other hand, stood with his neck stiffened, his gaze unwavering. "I want to find our big brother and prove to everyone that he's not dead." Ever since Shen Qingzhu's disappearance, Deng Wei had been resolute in his determination to locate him and clear the misunderstandings surrounding his presumed death. The reasons these two gave were compelling enough. Wang Shao, having observed their performance in the past, felt a sense of satisfaction deep down. Wang Shao nodded slightly and said briefly, "All right, line up to the side." However, apart from him and Lin Qiye, no one else stepped forward to sign up. After confirming there were no other volunteers, Wang Shao handed over the hosting duties of the graduation ceremony to Yi Fan. As the various tasks were assigned, the graduation ceremony gradually came to an end. Everyone began saying their goodbyes, packing their belongings, and preparing to leave this place filled with countless memories and hard work. Dragging his conspicuous pink suitcase, Lin Qiye walked over to Wang Shao and casually asked, "Aren't you going back to check on Squad 136? Wang Shao shook his head lightly, his expression serious. "Disaster is looming in the near future, and every moment is precious. I must immediately start preparing. DN, you should also get ready as soon as possible. The scale of this disaster is far beyond our imagination." Lin Qiye nodded solemnly, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Just as he was about to leave, Wang Shao added, "This training base has been officially approved by Commander Yi Fan to be allocated to me as the exclusive base for the DN squad. In the future, if Songnan City faces a formidable enemy, you can request support from the DN squad at any time. Moreover, you can come here for training regularly." Yi Fan's arrangement was indeed generous. Since the purpose of the training base was uncertain, it was better to grant it to Wang Shao to support his plans. Supplies and resources would also be delivered gradually to ensure the squad's daily operations. Learning that the DN squad's base was set in Songnan City, Lin Qiye couldn't hide his delight, a smile spreading across his face. "Great, I'll come back often to spar and exchange ideas with you." After bidding farewell to Wang Shao, Lin Qiye dragged his suitcase out of the base's gates, where he saw the members of Squad 136 waiting. Zhao Kongcheng, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, craned his neck and looked around. "Where's that guy Wang Shao?" Lin Qiye gestured with his chin toward the buildings behind him. "Wang Shao has formed a special squad, codenamed DN. This place will now serve as the DN squad's base." Hearing this, the members of Squad 136 were momentarily stunned, their faces filled with surprise. They hadn't expected Wang Shao to have the capability to establish a special squad. Zhao Kongcheng stroked his scruffy chin and clicked his tongue. "When I fought him hand-to-hand back then, losing didn't feel unfair. He really does have some skills." The group exchanged smiles before calling Lin Qiye to get in the car. Chen Mai glanced back at the DN base and murmured softly, "A special squad, huh? With them here, Songnan City might just stay a bit more secure in the future." Meanwhile, Wang Shao brought Li Liang and Deng Wei into the base, which had already been transformed by Yuan Yu into a factory reminiscent of the 30K era. "Your courage is commendable. Once you've adapted to the gene seeds, I'll begin the surgery," Wang Shao told them. There was no trace of regret in Li Liang and Deng Wei's eyes, even as they gazed at the two gene seeds. Under Wang Shao's watchful gaze, Yuan Yu personally injected the gene seeds into the two of them. Wang Shao then opened a door, introducing, "Let me show you the Great Emperor." A towering 10-meter statue of the Emperor stood imposingly, a beacon for humanity, a nightmare for alien gods, and the sole guiding light in the universe. "You too must recite the Imperial Truth daily to stabilize your minds," Wang Shao instructed while distributing copies of the Imperial Truth. "Commander, does our squad have a motto?" one of them asked. Wang Shao paused, lost in thought. Using the old motto of the Fire Lizards doesn't seem fitting anymore. This is a new squad of our own creation. "We are the Emperor's flame, burning away all evil." Li Liang and Deng Wei's eyes lit up as they embraced this battle cry. After a simple initiation ceremony, Wang Shao returned to his room, immersing himself in the knowledge granted to him by the Emperor. Watching as Yuan Yu prepared the gene seeds in 2 tubes, the 2 recruits gritted their teeth and endured the injections. Thus, the DN squad was officially formed, with 2 new members, 003 Li Liang and 004 Deng Wei. In the days that followed, Wang Shao remained tirelessly occupied, delving into the vast knowledge bestowed upon him by the Emperor. In Wang Shao's mind, aside from the genetic seed from before, the Emperor had now bestowed upon him a grand imperial database. This repository contained all the knowledge the Emperor had accumulated since the 30K era, including a comprehensive compendium of psychic magic encompassing spatial, material, and temporal disciplines. Wang Shao marveled at the immense power of psychic magic, noting that the Emperor himself could extinguish stars with his bare hands. The database also included the Thunder Warrior's surgical manual, the Forbidden Astartes' surgical manual, designs for the Custodes' armor and weapons, and the complete manufacturing methods for all models of Titans and Nightmatches. It even detailed the design and construction of Imperial Navy battleships. This meant that, with sufficient materials, constructing an Emperor-class Titan was not out of reach. Overwhelmed by the magnitude of this knowledge, Wang Shao was deeply moved by the Emperor's unreserved sharing of his accumulated wisdom. However, digesting all this information would take time for Wang Shao, and he would also need to share it with his tech priest, Yuan Yu. 3 days later, during a meeting in Shanjing City, Yi Fan overcame significant opposition and, with a single ancient saying about uniting all possible forces, successfully approved the formation of Wang Shao's Special Task Force. The Emperor's Flame Squad was officially established, with all its members designated at the Sea Realm level. The squad's primary mission was to eliminate any formidable enemies, though for now, its operations were confined to Songnan City. After Li Liang and Deng Wei adapted to the genetic seeds, preparations for their 19-step surgical enhancements were underway. You two will begin the surgeries immediately. Your survival depends entirely on yourselves, and there's no turning back now. I hope you are mentally prepared and hold no regrets. Serve the Emperor with unwavering loyalty. After a month of rigorous study, Li Liang and Deng Wei had fully embraced the imperial ideology. Good. Let's begin the surgery. Wang Shao personally took charge of the first procedure, with Deng Wei observing and learning from the sidelines, while Li Liang lay on the operating table. The first phase of the surgery involved implanting a secondary heart to enhance blood flow, ensuring that even if the primary heart were destroyed, the Space Marine could continue to function. The second phase focused on bone reinforcement, widening and thickening the skeleton to form durable bone plates capable of withstanding high-caliber explosive impacts. The third phase introduced muscle enhancement tissues, significantly boosting strength so the Space Marine could effortlessly lift objects weighing several tons. The fourth phase involved introducing a blood reconstruction organ to monitor the functionality of the previous implants and vastly improve blood circulation. The fifth phase added the Laraman organ, capable of producing and releasing Laraman cells within seconds to rapidly heal severe wounds. The sixth phase involved nerve nodes that allowed Space Marines to selectively deactivate parts of their brain, enabling them to remain alert even during sleep. The seventh phase introduced a preomner stomach, enabling Space Marines to extract necessary nutrients from virtually any substance and granting immunity to various toxins. The eighth phase, the Gene Seeker nerve, provided innate survival instincts, allowing Space Marines to consume the flesh of other organisms to acquire and learn their memories. The ninth phase added multi-lungs, enabling survival in low-oxygen environments and the ability to breathe toxic gases. Finally, the 10th phase installed visual enhancement organs, granting extraordinary vision that allowed Space Marines to see as clearly as daylight even in dim conditions. The surgeries proceeded in a tense and solemn atmosphere. Wang Shao was fully focused, and Li Liang's fate hung by a thread in this critical moment. In the 11th stage, the Lyman's ear surgery enables Space Marines to selectively filter environmental noise, preventing nausea caused by auditory issues. The 12th stage, the Duramater surgery, allows Space Marines to survive in a state of suspended animation for years, either through self-suggestion or when critically injured. The 13th stage involves pigment control nodes, granting their skin resistance to various types of radiation. The 14th stage, the Pebble kidney, provides superior detoxification abilities in emergencies, surpassing even the capabilities of the multi-lung. The 15th stage introduces taste monitoring organs, enabling Space Marines to identify chemical substances through taste. The 16th stage enhances sweat glands, allowing the skin to secrete natural cleansers and offering protection in vacuum environments. The 17th stage implants corrosive glands, rendering Space Marines immune to and capable of producing saliva that can corrode metal within seconds. The 18th stage, the Genicide repository gland, allows Space Marines to generate 2 genocides necessary for cultivating the aforementioned organs. Finally, the 19th stage, the Black Carapace, is a specialized implant that forms nodes on the Space Marine's body, enabling seamless integration and control of power armor as if it were part of their own body. The surgeries were lengthy, and Deng Wei observed attentively, marveling at the extraordinary effects of these 19 procedures. He understood that such modifications would grant anyone superhuman physical capabilities. With great respect, Deng Wei responded, "Excellent. From now on, your duty will be to serve as the chapter's apothecary and safeguard the genocide of the chapter." After completing Li Liang's surgery, Wang Shao prepared to begin Deng Wei's procedure. At the same time, he offered the technology for night mechs as a trade, handing it over to Yi Fan. This technology was designed for ordinary humans and was relatively less complex. Receiving the design schematics, Yi Fan was ecstatic. Faced with the towering, mysterious creatures, there were currently no effective countermeasures aside from specialized squads, and the night mechs perfectly addressed this gap. At that moment, Wang Shao received a call from Lin Qiye. "Wang Shao, we've discovered a murder case resembling a cult ritual to an evil god. Do you want to come take a look?" Hearing this, Wang Shao frowned. "I'll be there shortly." The motorcycle had undergone modifications by Wang Shao, modeled after the Imperial Guard's bikes, with its overall performance completely transformed. However, its appearance retained a large area of green paint, exuding a low-key but sharp aura. The power of the Imperial Guard motorcycles was unparalleled, theoretically capable of breaking through the atmosphere and ascending to planetary orbit, a level of performance that was top-notch even across the entire galaxy. At this moment, Wang Shao preferred to keep a low profile, as the cleanup team sent by Yi Fan had yet to arrive. Wang Shao twisted the throttle, and the motorcycle shot off like an arrow, reaching the location Lin Qiye had mentioned in the blink of an eye. Squad 136 was already there. The moment when Qima saw the striking motorcycle, his eyes lit up. "Where did you get this bike? Help me get one too." "Sure," Wang Shao replied with a faint smile, speaking unhurriedly. "Join my squad, and I'll build one for you on the spot." When Qima circled the motorcycle, examining it with fascination. "What a shame. If that's the deal, I guess I'll have to wait until my next life." As a member of Squad 136, everyone in the group was as close as family, and when Qima wouldn't leave so easily. Just then, Lin Qiye walked out of the bar, teasing with a grin. "It's been a while. Have you grown taller again?" Wang Shao nodded calmly. "I'm 3 meters tall now. My old armor doesn't even fit anymore." "Wow, you're still growing," Hong Ying exclaimed, her eyes widening in amazement. "Let's get to the point. What have you found?" Wang Shao asked, steering the conversation back on track. "Follow me," Lin Qiye said, turning to lead Wang Shao into the bar. As soon as they entered, a humanoid outline was visible on the wall, with 10 finger imprints eerily separated from the body, scattered nearby. Lin Qiye began explaining. "Someone reported a death here. When the police arrived, they found the cause of death too strange and contacted us. After investigating, we realized it wasn't simple, so we called you over." Activating his flame vision, Wang Shao scanned the traces of death within the bar. His mind quickly reconstructed the scene at the time of the incident, and he frowned. Something's off. Based on these traces, there were 2 people present at the scene. Lin Qiye was momentarily surprised before recalling. "Oh, right. The bar owner was here earlier this morning." Wang Shao shook his head slightly, refraining from saying more. Narrowing his eyes, he seemed to be searching for subtle clues in the air. Shortly after, he followed a faint trace, heading in a specific direction on his own. Before long, the group arrived at the neighboring hot pot restaurant. "What are you all doing here?" The hot pot restaurant owner looked puzzled and wary as the group entered. Lin Qiye promptly showed his credentials, speaking seriously. "We're investigating the murder case that happened next door. We need your cooperation." Of course, of course." The owner quickly softened his stance upon realizing they were official personnel, nodding repeatedly. Wang Shao wasted no time, heading straight to the storage room at the back of the hot pot restaurant. He began searching in the corner of the room. Lin Qiye smashed the hidden door with a punch, revealing a narrow stone staircase. After surveying the scene, Wang Shao gestured for Hong Ying to go down and investigate. Just as Hong Ying eagerly prepared to take a step, Lin Qiye raised his hand to stop her. Using his unique vision, he could anticipate potential dangers. Carefully, Lin Qiye descended the stone steps. Moments later, his voice came through the communicator. "There's a hidden chamber here. The air reeks of blood, and the floor is soaked with it. It seems this was another crime scene." When he returned to the surface, Lin Qiye's brows were furrowed, his face full of perplexity. "But the surveillance footage doesn't show anything like this, does it?" Wang Shao calmly analyzed the situation. "Don't be deceived by appearances. Surveillance doesn't always reveal the truth. The footage might have been tampered with, or even reversed." "Reversed?" Lin Qiye's eyes lit up as realization dawned. If it was reversed, then all the inconsistencies make sense. That would mean the bar owner is likely the culprit. With the suspect identified, the case became clearer. Lin Qiye turned to Wang Shao and asked worriedly, "Do you think this guy could be performing some kind of dark ritual? Do you know anything about this sort of thing?" Wang Shao shook his head, his expression calm. "As far as I know, there's no such ritual related to the dark gods. This case is yours to handle. If you face a difficult opponent, call for backup anytime. He added a reminder, be cautious. It's those who obsess over extremes who are most susceptible to corruption by dark entities. Cases like this often appear unremarkable at first. The group nodded in agreement. Wang Shao turned and walked away. Lin Qiye watched his retreating figure and remarked with admiration, Wang Shao's strength just keeps growing. Honging chuckled. So this case turned out to be so simple, and we even made Wang Shao come all the way here. Lin Qiye gave a helpless smile. It only seemed simple on the surface, compared to old Zhao's last case. Now that was truly straightforward. 5 days earlier, the agency had received a request for assistance. A well-dressed woman in her 50s came rushing in. She wore a meticulously tailored suit, accessorized with care, and carried herself with elegance, though the worry etched on her face was unmistakable. Zhao Kongqing greeted her warmly and handed her a cup of hot tea. The woman twisted a handkerchief in her hands, her voice laden with concern. My son, Shadi, is a boxer, but lately he's been acting very strangely. Zhao Kongqing smiled and complimented. Shadowat, a strong name. Perfect for a boxer. The woman sighed softly. Yes, but his behavior has been so abnormal recently. In what way? Zhao Kongqing asked, leaning forward with interest. Zhao Kongqing instinctively pulled out a pack of cigarettes. Just as he took one out and prepared to light it, he caught a glimpse of the aunt across from him, slightly furrowing her brows. His hand paused for a moment. After a brief hesitation, he finally lit the cigarette and took a deep drag. Lately, his training performance hadn't been ideal, and it seemed he had been harshly scolded by his coach. Ever since then, he had become unusually quiet when he came home, not saying a word to us. Instead, he went straight to the basement to train, often practicing well into the night. The next morning, before we even woke up, he would already be out the door heading to the boxing gym. The aunt spoke, her eyes faintly reddening. Wu Xiangnan, noticing her expression, gently asked, You're worried that your child is pushing himself too hard and might harm his health, right? The aunt nodded quickly, her tone filled with anxiousness. Exactly. He's still so young. I'm just afraid he's bottling up his frustration, and in a moment of impulsiveness, he might lash out at someone. That could ruin the rest of his life. Wu Xiangnan adjusted his glasses, his expression turning serious. So, your request is for us to follow your child and ensure he doesn't hurt anyone. Is that correct? The aunt nodded urgently. Yes, I really don't want to see him go down the wrong path. Don't worry about the cost, I'm willing to pay the highest rate you charge here. Her tone was firm, and her eyes were filled with sincerity. For Zhao Kongqing and Wu Xiangnan, this seemed like an easy assignment. Wu Xiangnan turned to Zhao Kongqing. Old Zhao, you'll be in charge of following the kid. No problem, right? Zhao Kongqing exhaled a casual puff of smoke and replied nonchalantly. A boxer, huh? I've been a soldier for 10 years. Handling him will be a piece of cake. Wu Xiangnan made the final decision. All right, then this assignment is yours. As a result, Zhao Kongqing had been quietly tailing Shadi for 3 days. However, during these 3 days, he hadn't noticed anything unusual. Shadi, at just 22 years old, was in the prime of his youth, with his body at its peak condition. He should have had a bright and dazzling future ahead of him. However, recently, his prospects seemed to have dimmed. The reason was simply he couldn't improve his performance during training. A new, young member had joined the boxing team, someone with extraordinary talent, exceptional physical abilities, and remarkable reflexes. This newcomer was not only stronger but also had longer arms than Shadi, which is a significant advantage in boxing. In comparison, Shadi seemed to be falling short. At first, Shadi's burning competitive spirit drove him to train relentlessly. Every punch he threw, every drop of sweat he shed, was fueled by his determination to not fall behind. However, as time passed, the difference in talent became increasingly apparent, and a deep sense of despair washed over him like a tide. Shadi, maybe you should stop torturing yourself like this. You're still young, why not go back and take over your family's business? I hear your family is well off, his beer-bellied coach said, patting him on the shoulder with a tone of earnest advice. But, coach, I truly love boxing. Shadi cried out, his eyes red with emotion. I'm addicted to the thrill of punches cutting through the air, the raw satisfaction of sore muscles after intense training. Boxing is everything to me. The coach gave him a helpless look and sighed. Look at Sun Shengdong, that natural frame of his incredible metabolism. I'm not exaggerating when I say he could eat garbage and still build muscle. And his reaction speed, there's just no comparison between you two. Stop being so stubborn and let it go. This is the hard truth about talent. I don't care. Shadi suddenly lifted his head, shouting at the top of his lungs, if I train hard enough, one day I'll catch up to him. Seeing Shadi's unwavering determination, the coach could only sigh and nod reluctantly. All right. There's an 80-kilogram match next week. If you can win it, they'll let you stay on the team. Deal. Shadi clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with resolve. From that moment, Shadi threw himself into an intense training regime. He instructed the housekeeper to prepare a variety of nutritious meals in advance, so he could replenish his energy the moment he felt hungry during breaks. to fully commit to his training. He even cut off communication with his parents, immersing himself entirely in the basement training space. As soon as he finished eating, he would dive straight back into his high-intensity workouts without even catching his breath. In just a few days, he had already destroyed several punching bags in the basement. Stronger, I need to be stronger. Shadi was completely consumed by his training. Day after day, his intensity increased, surpassing the scientifically designed training plan his coach had tailored for him. Under normal circumstances, such an extreme workload would have overwhelmed his body, but astonishingly, Shadi felt better than ever. He experienced no fatigue. Instead, it was as if his body had been infused with boundless energy. Every physical ability of his had reached its peak. During regular training, Shadi faced Sun Xingdong, who had a natural physical advantage, but the match took an unexpected turn. Shadi, who had always dominated Sun Xingdong in the past, found himself on the back foot this time, struggling to keep up. Sun Xingdong was stunned, and even the coach was left speechless with shock. The coach patted Shadi on the shoulder and said excitedly, "Kid, you've really been putting in the hard work, huh? Tomorrow's match, you'll be the first one up." Shadi's face flushed with excitement, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm, as he silently rejoiced that his intense training was finally paying off. However, he failed to notice the flicker of anger in Sun Xingdong's eyes. Later, as Shadi happily headed home, Sun Xingdong approached the coach with a tone full of discontent. "Are you out of your mind? Letting him go first? How are we supposed to rig the match now? The bookies specifically asked me to take down 3 opponents in a row and secure the win. Didn't I already tell you to find an excuse to kick him out?" The coach, puffing out his round beer belly, replied carelessly, "This match is different. It's a 3-on-3 elimination format. That kid's stamina won't hold up for 2 rounds. You just go in second and throw the match on purpose. It's a guaranteed win." Sun Xingdong, clearly irritated, interrupted him with a sneer. "I know what I'm doing. Don't forget, you're still drowning in gambling debts." The beer-bellied coach immediately put on a fawning smile, nodding obsequiously. "Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. Once this match is over, I'll pay off the whole in no time." The day of the match arrived in the blink of an eye. Zhao Kongqing strolled leisurely into the arena, carrying a bucket of popcorn in one hand and a cup of soda in the other, looking utterly relaxed. He had convinced Wu Xiangnan to spend a hefty sum on a front-row ticket, claiming it would make it easier to observe and track his target. Shortly after taking his seat, Zhao let out a long, satisfied burp, muttering contentedly, "This job is just too good. Not only do I get to eat and drink on the company's dime, but even the cost of watching the match gets reimbursed." According to his agreement with the client, today was the last day of tailing Shadi. After several days of observation, regardless of the match's outcome, Shadi's mood and condition had remained stable, with no unexpected incidents. It was an easy assignment. Ding, ding. The crisp sound of the bell echoed through the arena, signaling the start of the boxing match. As planned, Shadi was the first to step into the ring. His opponent was a frail-looking figure, standing awkwardly on the platform, seemingly unfamiliar with even the basic boxing stance an apparent novice. Someone in the audience couldn't help but mutter, "How did someone like that even qualify for a boxing match?" Though Shadi was puzzled, he clenched his fists out of respect for the competition and his opponent, determined to give it his all. The referee waved his hand, and the match officially began. Shadi took the initiative, throwing the first punch in hopes of catching his opponent off guard. Bam! The punch was blocked as the opponent shielded his head with both arms, clearly uninterested in engaging. The beer-bellied coach shouted from below, "Shadi, knock him out." Distracted, Shadi took a punch to the face. Trouble. That punch earned his opponent a point, and if this continued, Shadi could lose. Feeling the pressure, he began throwing a flurry of punches at his opponent. But his opponent stubbornly kept his head protected, denying Shadi any points. The beer-bellied coach chuckled and remarked to Sun Xingdong, "See? This kid is so green. A single comment can throw him off." Sun Xingdong snorted disdainfully. Shadi's punches grew faster and harder as he shouted inwardly, "I'll take you down. I'm going to take you down." Ding. The bell rang again. His opponent was already sprawled on the ground, unable to continue, but Shadi kept punching until the coach rushed over to pull him back. Meanwhile, the opponent's teammates dragged their fighter out of the ring. The beer-bellied coach approached Shadi and praised him. "Kid, you're incredible. You actually won." Yet, at that moment, Shadi kept muttering under his breath, "I'll take you down. I'll take you down." Squad designation updated. Flame of the Emperor, codename Emperor's Flame. Battle cry. "I am the fire of the Emperor, burning all evil to ash." Some squads don't have battle cries yet, so we'll skip collecting those. All previous chapter designations will be revised accordingly. Shadi seemed to be in a trance, oblivious to everything around him, muttering the same words over and over again. By the edge of the ring, the beer-bellied coach paced anxiously in circles, watching the carefully laid-out plan fall apart, utterly at a loss for what to do. According to the competition rules, Shadi still had one more fight left and couldn't be forced out of the ring. At that moment, Sun Xingdong suddenly shoved a water bottle into the coach's hand and hissed under his breath, "Make him drink it. If he wins another match, both of our heads will roll." The coach didn't dare delay. He hurried to the edge of the ring and handed the bottle to Shadi. Mechanically, Shadi tilted his head back and gulped down a few mouthfuls. Just then, the match bell rang sharply. Shadi tossed the bottle back to the coach, shook his head vigorously in an attempt to clear his mind, and raised his fists high again, ready for the next round. The coach couldn't help but ask, "What did you put in that bottle? It's not something illegal, is it?" Sun Xingdong let out a cold laugh. "Just some diabetes meds and cold medicine. Once it kicks in, he'll be too weak to move. It's not technically illegal." He knew that using banned substances in this kind of setting was far too risky. One misstep could implicate him. Besides, no matter how talented Shadi was, Sun Xingdong was certain the kid wouldn't last through 3 rounds on his own. Shadi's second opponent entered the ring, exuding professionalism with his swift movements and steady footing. This well-trained boxer had originally planned to go easy and cooperate with the match-fixing scheme, but upon learning the plan had been disrupted, he decided to fight with no restraint. "Kid, do you have any idea how much money you've cost us with this stunt?" The opponent sneered, flexing his wrists as he taunted Shadi. But Shadi couldn't hear a word. His body was beginning to betray him, a creeping weakness spreading throughout his limbs. "You've got some fight left in you, huh? Made it to the second round impressive. But this is as far as you go." The opponent smirked, cracking his knuckles with a menacing grin. Shadi tried desperately to lift his arms to defend himself, but to his horror, his body felt impossibly heavy, as if weighed down by lead. The accelerated metabolism of his Botus glycogen left him in a state of hypoglycemia, dizziness and weakness washing over him like a relentless tide. Thud! The opponent seized the opportunity, delivering a heavy punch that whistled through the air before slamming into Shadi's face. Instantly, his brow split open, blood spurting out and streaming down his cheeks, blurring his vision. Shadi's world turned red as his opponent's movements became blurry and indistinct. A barrage of brutal punches rained down on him like a violent storm. He no longer had the strength to lift his hands in defense. His face grew numb, and all he could feel was the bone-jarring impact of each blow. He clung to the faintest shred of clarity. In the depths of his mind, Shadi screamed silently, "I can't lose. I have to prove myself. This path of boxing, I will see it through, even if it kills me." Each word burned with unyielding determination. "I absolutely cannot lose." His eyes were wild, almost frenzied, as he screamed hoarsely, "God, if there truly are gods in this world, grant me strength. Let me win. I will show everyone my determination, and no one will pull me away from this path." Shadi's prayer seemed to stir the gears of fate. All of a sudden, he felt a lightness in his body, as if a tremendous burden had been lifted. A surge of immense power welled up from deep within him, rapidly coursing through every fiber of his being. His opponent let out a cold snort, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. "Kid, this is as far as you go." With a sudden burst of power in his legs, he twisted his waist like a tightly drawn bow ready to release. His right fist slowly pulled back, poised for a devastating hook. Under the bright lights, his taut muscles bulged prominently. Everyone watching could tell if this punch landed cleanly, Shadi would undoubtedly lose all ability to fight and be sent flying off the ring. In an instant, the crowd's enthusiasm erupted. The cheers surged like waves, each louder than the last. The commentators shouted excitedly, speculating, "Ladies and gentlemen, can our young contender Shadi withstand this powerful hook? If he can't, this punch could easily injure him or worse, knock him out on the spot." The referee unconsciously stepped closer, ready to call Shadi's defeat at any moment. Under the watchful eyes of the entire audience, the commentators, the referee, Sun Xingdong, the coach, and everyone else, a miracle occurred. The devastating punch was caught firmly by Shadi. "My turn." Shadi seized the moment of his opponent's stunned hesitation, roaring as he launched a powerful punch of his own. At this moment, his strength was like an uncontrollable flood, surging endlessly from within. His punches grew faster and faster, each one carrying even greater force. His opponent panicked. Just 2 minutes ago, he had been pummeling Shadi with a relentless barrage, confident of an easy victory. But now, not only had Shadi not gone down, he was counterattacking with even more ferocity. Meanwhile, the opponent himself was utterly drained. 2 minutes of intense offense had sapped his energy, and that last hook had taken nearly everything he had. Now, facing Shadi's overwhelming onslaught, he was left scrambling to defend. In the audience, Sun Xingdong and the coach were utterly dumbfounded, their jaws nearly hitting the floor in disbelief. The coach scratched his head anxiously, trying to make sense of it. How is this possible? Anyone who takes those diabetes medications shouldn't have any strength left. This completely defies all logic. Sun Xingdong shot him an annoyed glare and snapped, "You're the one who takes him for physicals every month. If he were sick, wouldn't you know?" Back in the ring, the opponent's defense was crumbling, full of openings. Shadi's punches grew heavier, each landing like a sledgehammer on the opponent's forearms. In mere moments, the forearms were bruised and swollen. Thud! Another punch crashed down with immense force, breaking through the opponent's defensive arms. What followed was a relentless storm of punches, raining down on the opponent's face. Inside, Shadi roared to himself, I can't lose. I won't lose. Shadi's eyes burned crimson as his roar echoed throughout the arena. His punches were so fast they became a blur, even to the referee standing nearby, who could only catch glimpses of the shadows of his fists. His opponent's face turned into a punching bag, taking relentless, brutal hits. Blood spattered from his mouth, nose, and eye sockets, covering him in a crimson mask. Desperation filled him as he wanted to surrender, but Shadi's unyielding barrage of punches left him no chance to utter a word. In the end, it was the opponent's coach who couldn't bear to watch any longer. With a sharp motion, he threw the white towel onto the ring, signaling their surrender. The story of a young underdog making a triumphant comeback never fails to ignite the passion of the audience. The crowd erupted in a frenzy, their cheers and shouts merging into a deafening roar. Everyone cheered wildly for Shadi. Immersed in the adulation, Shadi seemed to hear a whisper in his ear. Strength is the reward for your courage and perseverance. Relish it, child. Thank the heavens. The referee rushed forward to pull Shadi back, but to his shock, the boy's strength was overwhelming, couldn't budge him. It took a concerted effort from both side staff to wrestle Shadi off the ring. Even then, Shadi remained in a state of euphoric victory, his eyes still blazing red, his breaths heavy and labored. Sun Xingdong, with a grim expression, strode silently to the opponent's rest area. His eyes were sharp and venomous, as if laced with poison. Leaning close to the boxer seated on the bench, he lowered his voice and hissed, for the next match, fill your gloves with plaster. If we lose again, we're finished. In the boxing world, stuffing gloves with plaster is an infamous cheating tactic. During a match, the boxer's hands sweat continuously, causing the dry plaster to absorb the moisture and grow heavier. Moreover, plaster hardens far beyond the original padding of the gloves, turning each punch into a bone-crushing blow. The opponent's coach didn't dare delay and immediately began filling the gloves with plaster. Don't worry. That little punk. I refuse to believe he can last through the third round. The speaker was Zhou Long, a man with a physique as imposing as a mountain. His muscles glistened under the lights, and his natural talent surpassed even that of Sun Xingdong. Zhou Long, don't underestimate him. Stay sharp. Once you're in the ring, go all out. That kid has no connections. If you kill him, no one will come after us, Sun Xingdong cautioned, his teeth clenched. 3 punches are all it'll take, Zhou Long replied, his chin raised in disdain. His tone suggested that Shadi was already at his mercy, a helpless prey awaiting its fate. Ding ding. This time, Shadi's coach didn't even offer him water. The match between Shadi and Zhou Long began. Looking at Zhou Long's massive build, Zhao Kongqing sensed something was off. Zhou Long clearly did not belong in this weight class. Before the referee's hand could signal the start, Zhou Long seized the moment and threw a punch. It landed directly on Shadi's right arm with a sickening crack. Shadi's arm broke on the spot. Foul play. The audience immediately sensed something was wrong. The boxing gym erupted into chaos, with angry shouts echoing all around. Boos surged like waves, and cups and crumpled garbage bags rained down onto the stage, expressing the crowd's outrage. Yet the referee, as if deaf to the uproar, stared coldly at Shadi and asked flatly, "Can you keep going? If not, get off the stage." Shadi scanned the room. His eyes first landed on Zhou Long's smug expression, as if victory was already in his grasp. Then, he seemed to catch the low murmurs of his coach and Sun Xingdong behind him, discussing how much money they could split after the match, their greed written all over their faces. The furious cries of the crowd ignited a fire in Shadi's chest. Without hesitation, he made his decision. I choose to keep fighting. His roar, filled with defiance, rang through the gym. The crowd, like a powder keg set alight, erupted into deafening cheers. Shadi, Shadi, Shadi. The thunderous chants surged like a tide, filling Shadi with fearless resolve. That's the spirit. Zhao Kongqing, swept up in the electrifying atmosphere, couldn't help but shout in support. Hearing his voice, Shadi turned and gave him a playful wink. Zhao Kongqing thought to himself, this kid's got grit, completely unaware of the foul play. If he loses, I'll comfort him and suggest he join the military. Maybe later, I can help him find a way into the Night Watchers. That wouldn't be a bad path for him. With Shadi's decision clear, the referee reluctantly stepped back between the two fighters and issued a half-hearted warning to Zhou Long. One more dirty move, and you're out. Zhou Long responded with an indifferent grunt, his tone lazy and his eyes filled with disdain. In his mind, Shadi was already a spent force, no longer a threat. This match was his to win. Fight! The referee's command rang out. Zhou Long wasted no time, quickly creating distance to exploit his longer reach and take control of the fight. But Shadi had a plan of his own. He wasn't about to let Zhou Long dictate the range. Determined to close the gap, he relied on his speed to charge into close quarters for a tight, close combat fight. Gotcha! Zhou Long sneered, a cunning smile spreading across his face. His right fist, coiled like a spring, exploded forward with the force of a cannonball, whistling through the air as it aimed directly for Shadi's chin. Crack! The sickening sound of bone breaking echoed once again. Shadi's jaw was brutally knocked out of place, leaving him unable to utter a coherent word, only managing muffled groans of pain. Zhou Long's gloves, filled with plaster, made his punches as heavy and unyielding as iron. Blow after merciless blow rained down on Shadi's head. With one arm already broken, Shadi had no means of defending himself and could only endure the relentless assault. Below the stage, the beer-bellied coach sensed the danger and tightly gripped a white towel in his hand, ready to throw it onto the stage to declare defeat. However, Sun Xingdong suddenly seized his wrist and flashed a smug smile. He thought to himself, no need to surrender, let this boy pay a bigger price. The coach's face was filled with hesitation and inner turmoil, but in the end, he slowly lowered the towel. Zhao Kongqing was so furious that he stomped his feet and shouted angrily. As a seasoned veteran who had fought on countless battlefields, he could easily see through this kind of underhanded manipulation. Yet the scene had already descended into chaos, and the audience's attention was entirely fixated on the bloody spectacle on stage, paying no heed to his protests. At that moment, Shadi stood isolated on the stage, silently enduring the relentless rain of punches. Zhou Long was enjoying himself, but still felt unsatisfied. He reached out, grabbed Shadi's hair, and yanked him forward. Clenching his fist tightly, he struck Shadi's face again and again with brutal force. Shadi's jaw dislocated, his vision turned a crimson blur, and blood gushed out, filling his eyes. His teeth scattered across the floor, and his consciousness began to fade. In the depths of his despair, Shadi seemed to hear a distant, mysterious voice, as if it emerged from an endless abyss. If you desire power, I can grant it for any price. Shadi, summoning every ounce of strength, screamed silently within his heart. In his daze, the voice returned, laced with an enticing allure. Child, are you willing to pay the price for power? I am willing, Shadi answered silently in his heart. The voice seemed to chuckle. Good. I will grant you unparalleled strength. Destroy the enemy before you. Remember, destroy all your enemies. Zhou Long, still intoxicated by the thrill of throwing punches, his face twisted with pleasure, suddenly felt a surge of energy erupt from Shadi's body. Shadi's previously broken right hand clamped down on Zhou Long's wrist like a steel vice. Startled, Zhou Long quickly let go of Shadi's hair with his left hand and attempted to throw a left punch to break free. But before he could act, Shadi caught his left fist as well, holding it firmly in place. In an instant, the two were locked in a deadlock on the stage. The audience froze for a moment, and after a brief silence, an earth-shaking cheer erupted. Shadi! Shadi! The thunderous roar shook the arena, and the unexpected turn of events sent the crowd into a frenzy. Zhou Long was utterly bewildered, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. He couldn't comprehend how Shadi, who had been gravely injured, could suddenly unleash such incredible strength, pinning his hands so tightly that he couldn't free them. Destroy you, Shadi growled in a low, raspy voice, filled with a chilling, murderous intent. What did you say? Zhou Long asked in panic. Destroy you, Shadi roared, throwing his head back with a thunderous shout. His arms surged with power, and with a sickening crunch, Zhou Long's fists were crushed. White fragments of bone pierced through his flesh, and blood gushed out, dripping onto the stage. Ah! Zhou Long let out a blood-curdling scream of agony that echoed throughout the entire arena. Witnessing this brutal scene, the audience's adrenaline surged, their excitement reaching a fever pitch. The commentator's voice cracked with emotion. Oh my God, I've been commentating boxing matches for 5 years, and I've never seen anything like this. A broken arm unleashing such terrifying power, could this be a miracle? A miracle! A miracle! A miracle! The crowd roared along, fully immersed in this extraordinary and unimaginable spectacle, oblivious to anything unusual. Only Zhao Kongqing frowned deeply, muttering to himself, Miracle, my foot! This completely defies common sense. At that moment, Shadi's body began to undergo horrifying transformations on stage. His skin turned an eerie shade of red inch by inch, as if scorched by flames. His previously broken right arm was regenerating at an astonishing speed, with twisted bones snapping back into place and torn muscles healing before their very eyes. In the blink of an eye, it was as good as new. But that wasn't all. His hands began to grow a layer of bone-like armor, gleaming coldly, and sharp horns slowly emerged from his head, radiating a sinister aura. Looking down at Zhou Long, who was kneeling in agony on the ground, Shadi showed no hesitation. He swung his fist with full force, aiming directly at Zhou Long's temple. Crack! The crisp yet chilling sound of bones breaking echoed unmistakably through the venue. Zhou Long's head twisted into an unnatural 90-degree angle, resting grotesquely on his shoulder. His fractured neck was exposed, and blood gushed out like a fountain, spraying toward the sky. After a brief silence, a woman was the first to snap out of her shock, screaming in terror, "He killed him." Her piercing voice shattered the frenzied atmosphere, plunging the arena into chaos and panic. In an instant, the entire boxing arena seemed to erupt in chaos, with the audience plunging into a frenzy. These seasoned fans of boxing matches, long accustomed to the brutal nature of the sport, were no strangers to seeing fighters beaten bloody or even killed in the ring. However, today's scene was unprecedented in its sheer bloodshed and horror. When adrenaline turns into excess, terror begins to take hold. Panic spread like wildfire, and the crowd surged toward the exits in a desperate stampede. The narrow passageways were quickly jammed by the overwhelming tide of people, leaving no room to escape. Zhao Kongsheng took in the scene, his brows furrowing deeply as a sinking feeling settled in his chest. Something was terribly wrong. "Quick! All security personnel, move now! Evacuate the crowd immediately!" he shouted at the top of his lungs, his eyes darting toward Shadi on the stage. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. What's wrong with this kid? Could it be that he's awakened the forbidden void? Killing someone in the rings really stirred up a hornet's nest this time. Little did the hapless Zhao Kongsheng realize just how dire the situation was. Speaking into his communicator, he urgently reported, "There's been a violent incident at the boxing arena in the outskirts of Cangnan, requesting immediate police assistance." At that moment, Shadi, having delivered a clean and decisive blow that killed Zhou Long, slowly shifted his gaze toward the referee, who was already paralyzed with fear. His blood-red eyes radiated an icy menace as he approached step by step, each step seemingly landing directly on the referee's heart. "He was cheating just now. Why didn't you call it out?" Shadi demanded coldly. The once arrogant and domineering referee now stood pale-faced, trembling uncontrollably. Stammering, he blurted out, "Two didn't mean to. They paid me off. I was blinded by greed. I deserve to die." As he spoke, the referee shakily pointed towards Sun Xingdong and his crew below the stage. Shadi stopped in front of the referee, towering over him with an imposing presence. He stared down coldly and spat out a few chilling words. "You do deserve to die." Before the words had fully left his lips, Shadi swung his fist with brutal force. A heavy, sickening thud echoed through the air as the referee's head was sent flying. Without a shred of emotion, Shadi raised his hand to catch the still warm head, his gaze locking onto Sun Shengdong and the coach. His eyes burned with an unrelenting coldness and murderous intent. "Shadi, don't get carried away. Do you even realize what you're doing? Killing someone here won't end well for you. The law won't let you off lightly, and prison is no joke." Sun Shengdong, barely managing to keep up his bravado, tried to threaten Shadi, but the tremor in his voice betrayed his fear. "You'd better stay right where you are and wait for the police to arrest you. If you dare lay a finger on me, you and your whole family won't be able to bear the consequences." He desperately clung to his family's influence, hoping it would be enough to rein in the blood-crazed Shadi. Hearing this, Shadi did pause, fixing his unyielding gaze on Sun Shengdong. Those eyes seemed to pierce straight into his soul. After a few tense seconds, Shadi spoke in a low, chilling voice. "What if I want your life instead?" Sun Shengdong froze in terror, unable to process that Shadi had completely descended into madness, a shadow of his former self, consumed by a thirst for blood. Before Sun Shengdong could react, Shadi leaped off the boxing ring with lightning speed, landing right in front of him and the coach in the blink of an eye. Without a word, he swung his fist, landing a direct blow to the beer-bellied coach's stomach. Shockingly, his punch tore right through the coach's gut. Then, with a chilling crack of bones, Shadi Sun twisted his right hand forcefully, snapping the coach's head around 180 degrees, leaving him in a gruesome state of death. Coldly, Shadi Sun remarked, "Coach, take a good look. This is what your great talent, great player, and great student amount to." At this moment, the man before him exhibited none of the fighting spirit a boxer should possess. Faced with such a formidable threat, all he could do was cower behind the coach, trembling uncontrollably. As for Sun Xingdong, could anyone still expect him to show any shred of fighting determination? Don't be ridiculous. The figure standing before him had clearly transcended the realm of humanity, becoming a terrifying monster. "Come on, Sun Shengdong. Isn't this championship what you've been longing for?" Shadi advanced towards Sun Shengdong at an unhurried pace, each step striking terror into Sun Shengdong's heart. Sun Shengdong broke down, screaming, "Somebody help me. This guy's insane, he's a monster." Just then, a thunderous voice boomed, and Zhao Kongsheng appeared between the two men, his expression grave. He looked at Shadi with a solemn gaze and said earnestly, "Son, stop this. Turn back now, and there's still time to make amends. Your future is still wide open, and you'll have plenty of opportunities to start over." "And who are you?" Shadi rasped. Zhao Kongsheng immediately produced his badge, his demeanor serious. "I work for a higher division of law enforcement. The nature of this incident is now clear. If you stop now and repent, there's still a chance for you." Shadi let out a derisive snort, his eyes filled with scorn. "Where were you when the referee blatantly rigged the match? Where were you when they cheated with loaded gloves? And now that someone's dead, you show up pretending to be a champion of justice. Seeing a potential savior arrive, Sun Xingdong clung to Zhao Kongsheng like a drowning man clutching at straws. He frantically shouted, "Quick, do you have a gun? Shoot him now." "Shut up," Zhao Kongsheng roared, silencing Sun Xingdong, who shrank back in fear. Zhao Kongsheng then turned his gaze back to Shadi, his tone growing even more sincere. "Son, I can see you have incredible martial arts skills. You could achieve great things in the future. But this is my final warning, stop now while you still can." Shadi slowly raised his bloodied fist, a twisted smile creeping across his face. "Now I understand. In this world, as long as no one dies, any crime can be swept under the rug, no matter how heinous. No one cared enough to protect my future. And all these years of training, this is what it was all for. Martial arts were always meant for killing. Martial arts are nothing but killing techniques." In the depths of his mind, Shadi seemed to hear a hearty, maniacal laugh echoing with satisfaction and madness. "Ha ha, excellent, my boy. You're far better than that fool with the nails." Zhao Kongqing's expression grew even darker. It was clear to him that Shadi had completely lost his grip on sanity and was utterly out of control. Sighing quietly, Zhao Kongqing muttered, "Kid, I didn't want to fight you. But at this point, I have no choice. Your path forward is already sealed." Shadi roared, "To hell with your path. Even if it's blocked, I'll carve out my own path with my fists." With that, he charged at Zhao Kongqing like a rampaging beast, ready to strike with unrelenting fury. Zhao Kongqing saw Shadi lunging at him like a ferocious tiger. His reaction was swift, shot out his right hand, precisely locking Shadi's attacking arm at the joint. Using the momentum, he executed a clean and decisive over-the-shoulder throw, slamming Shadi to the ground with force. Without pausing to catch his breath, Zhao turned his head and urgently shouted to Sun Xingdong, "Run." Sun Xingdong, terrified, scrambled to his feet and bolted away as fast as he could. Meanwhile, Zhao quickly turned back to face Shadi again, his posture as taut as a drawn bow, ready for action. This kid's raw strength is astonishing, Zhao thought to himself. But his fighting style is so basic, all brute force and swinging fists. Humph, he'll aim for his lower body, just need to slow him down. But before he could finish the thought, Zhao cursed under his breath. "Damn it, I'm a battle-hardened veteran. How could I think of just stalling? I should be capturing him alive." The humiliating memory of his last encounter with the ghost-faced king flashed through his mind, making him flush with anger and frustration. "I've been through hell and back as a veteran of the special forces. What kind of storms haven't I weathered? How could I entertain such a pathetic idea?" Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly, a sharp glint flashing in them as he meticulously formulated a flawless plan to subdue Shadi. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye and the others received messages from both the police and Zhao Kongqing. There had been chaos at the boxing gym. A boxer had inexplicably gone berserk, brutally killing his opponent in front of a horrified audience, plunging the scene into total panic. Chen Mai frowned slightly upon hearing the news, but didn't seem overly concerned. Casually, he remarked, "Honestly, the murder case at this bar seems more pressing. As for Lao Zhao's situation, just send someone over to check it out. Let Wang Shao go. He's closer to the boxing gym," Wu Xiangnan suggested after a moment of thought. But upon hearing this, Hong Ying's face filled with worry. She quickly interjected, "Lao Zhao's a proud man. If he's asking for help, it's probably serious. If he could handle it on his own, he wouldn't have asked for backup so easily." Chen Mai thought for a moment before making a decision. "All right, Hong Ying, Xiangnan, you two head over to Lao Zhao and see what's going on. Jie and I will continue tracking the murder case here at the bar." Whether it was fate or a twist of karma, the 136 squad was still a step too slow in their response this time. The instant Wang Shao received the message, his face darkened with displeasure. "Is this how you treat your own team members?" he grumbled. Despite his sharp words, he wasted no time. At that moment, he was speeding back to the base on his motorcycle. Upon receiving the order, he immediately twisted the throttle hard. The motorcycle roared sharply, the front wheel turning abruptly as he raced toward Zhao Kongqing's location. By now, Zhao Kongqing's condition had deteriorated to a horrifying degree. One of his arms had been violently torn off, blood gushing out in torrents. The intense pain surged over him like relentless waves, each one stronger than the last. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, dripping down his face in rivulets. "You're strong, huh?" he muttered, his voice trembling with both pain and defiance. Shadi grinned widely, letting out a chilling, eerie laugh. In his hand, he held a severed head. It was Sun Xingdong's, blood still dripping steadily, pooling into a glaring crimson puddle below. Zhao Kongqing clenched his teeth and forced out his words through the pain, each syllable laced with unwavering resolve. "As long as I draw breath, I won't let you harm anyone else." Shadi tilted his head, as if he'd just heard the most absurd joke, and drawled, "Why do you always hide behind the banner of justice to stop me? All I'm doing is making them pay for the sins they've committed. Where was this so-called justice when they were wreaking havoc?" Before he even finished speaking, Shadi's figure blurred, moving with the speed of a red flash. Zhao Kongqing had no time to react before his remaining left arm was violently torn off, blood spraying everywhere. Zhao Kongqing collapsed to the ground with a thud, gasping for air, trying desperately to endure the excruciating pain that threatened to consume him. Just then, the first group of police officers arrived in a rush. The gruesome, blood-soaked scene before them made them gasp audibly, but their instincts as law enforcement kicked in. Without hesitation, they raised their firearms and shouted in unison, "Don't move. Hands in the air. Get out of here. You can't handle him." Zhao Kongqing shouted hoarsely, his voice cracking with urgency. But it was too late. Shadi acted as though he hadn't heard a word, charging at the officers with blinding speed. The officers quickly pulled their triggers, gunfire echoing all around. Yet, the bullets hit Shadi's body without leaving so much as a scratch, as if they were nothing more than futile attempts against an indomitable force. "Pathetic cowards, hiding behind your guns," Shadi sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. With a roar, he swung his fist, the force of it cutting through the air like a gale. One officer's head was struck with such force that it flew off like a baseball, arcing through the air before crashing to the ground. Without missing a beat, Shadi employed the grappling techniques he'd just learned from Zhao Kongqing, and in the blink of an eye, the remaining 4 officers met the same gruesome fate, their heads severed in a merciless instant. In a matter of seconds, it was all over. Shadi now carried 4 more severed heads, bringing the total to 8, which swung grotesquely behind him as he slowly approached Zhao Kongqing. His face twisted into a wicked grin. "So, tell me, where is your so-called justice now?" he taunted. With that, Shadi raised his foot and slammed it into Zhao Kongqing's chest with brutal force. A sickening crack echoed as Zhao Kongqing's ribs shattered completely, his chest caving in as if struck by a massive hammer. Zhao Kongqing's body flew through the air like a broken kite, crashing into the wall before slumping to the ground. His breaths came shallow and faint, the pain in his body now feeling distant, almost irrelevant. He knew, without a doubt, that this was the end. His life was slipping away, and the regret weighed heavily on him hadn't even had the chance to use the Night Watcher's insignia. A bitter laugh escaped his lips. Is justice that arrives too late still justice? Shadi let out a wild, sinister laugh, the corners of his mouth curling into a menacing grin. Well then, it's time to take your head. Among these people, you're the only one with a shred of backbone. I'll make sure you get a decent spot. He was poised to strike, his face alight with excitement. At that moment, a deep, thunderous voice suddenly rang out like a bell. "Heretic. So it's you." Shadi froze mid-action and looked toward the sound. At the doorway stood a colossal figure, towering nearly 3 meters tall, exuding an aura of overwhelming intimidation. "Ha! Finally, an enemy who looks interesting." Shadi shrieked with excitement, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust. The violent energy radiating from him grew even more intense. With just one glance, Wang Shao could tell Shadi had completely succumbed to the control of an evil deity, deeply corrupted by malevolent forces. The blood-red hue of his skin and the grotesque horns protruding from his back spoke volumes. Not to mention the 8 severed human heads impaled on his back, gruesome evidence of his descent into monstrosity. "I am the Emperor's flame, here to incinerate all evil," Wang Shao roared, launching himself like a cannonball straight at Shadi. Shadi, not one to back down, let out a savage scream and charged forward. In the blink of an eye, the two collided with tremendous force. Wang Shao's massive, sledgehammer-like fist, carrying the weight of tens of tons, swung directly at Shadi's head. Boom! A deafening crash echoed as Shadi, unable to defend himself in time, was struck by the massive blow. His body convulsed as though struck by lightning, bones cracking audibly in a way that made one's teeth ache. He flew backward like a rag doll, slamming into the wall with such force that it left a massive crater in the thick structure. As he hit the ground, Shadi struggled to his feet, a twisted grin playing on his lips. Interesting. Finally, a worthy opponent. Come on, let's go again. But just as he was about to engage, a red circle of light suddenly appeared and enveloped Shadi, whisking him away in an instant. Taken away? Was this your first demon prince? Wang Shao watched the scene unfold, a flicker of anger rising within him. However, his priority was to check on Zhao Kongqing's condition. He rushed to Zhao Kongqing's side and immediately saw how severe his injuries were. "Saved by you again, huh? How embarrassing," Zhao Kongqing murmured weakly. Wang Shao looked at him and said, "Do you still want to protect the people here? If you do, I can keep you alive." Zhao Kongqing, barely holding on, whispered, "Of course I do, but I've done all I can. I'm just too weak." Wang Shao immediately contacted the base, instructing Yuan Yu to prepare and calling for Li Liang and Deng Wei to assist. Then, he lifted Zhao Kongqing in his arms and said firmly, "I told you, I can keep you alive." When Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan arrived, they saw Wang Shao carrying the severely injured Zhao Kongqing out of the boxing gym. "Old Zhao," Hong Ying's eyes reddened with worry. "What happened?" she asked, her voice trembling. "No time to explain. I'll take him down." A loud rumble filled the air as a helicopter descended slowly from above. Wang Shao boarded the helicopter with Zhao Kongcheng in his arms, leaving Hong Ying and the others behind without so much as a backward glance. When Chun Mai and his team heard the news, shock instantly appeared on everyone's faces. Old Zhao was injured this badly? What on earth had happened? Chun Mai was in disbelief, while Hong Ying was already sobbing uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face as she choked out. When we arrived, Zhao Kongcheng's arms had been torn apart, his chest was collapsed, and he was lying there lifelessly unconscious. Wang Shao, who happened to be present, said he could keep old Zhao alive and took him away. Wu Xiangnan stood frozen in place, filled with confusion. What was supposed to be an ordinary tracking assignment had ended with 8 people dead, and even the usually calm and reliable Zhao Kongcheng was left in such a state. Something was terribly off. How could a mere 20-something-year-old kid inflict such damage on old Zhao? Wu Xiangnan furrowed his brows, his mind swirling with suspicion. Chunmai was consumed with guilt. It was my mistaken command. Once we capture the bar owner, we'll immediately go visit old Zhao. Back at the base of the Emperor Flame Squad, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. Zhao Kongcheng's severely damaged body lay on the medical table, undergoing a full examination. Ruptured spleen, ruptured liver, 80 lung failure, 50 kidney dysfunction, stomach and intestines severely corroded by acid, and 60 of his bones shattered. As Yuan Yu read through the examination report, her heart sank. The sight of this once mighty night watchman now teetering on the brink of death was a grim reminder that modern medicine had nearly pronounced his fate. Wang Shao's face remained expressionless, but memories of his interactions with Zhao Kongcheng flashed through his mind. Deep down, he had come to regard this man as trustworthy, even if his strength left something to be desired. Remove the damaged organs. I'll perform the surgery myself. During the procedure, no one is to interrupt. Also, you must carefully observe and learn from this operation, Wang Shao quickly instructed. Yes, sir. Yuan Yu nodded enthusiastically, unable to hide her excitement. Wang Shao had always emphasized that learning must be grounded in scientific principles, steady, methodical, and without shortcuts. Only by adhering to this could one avoid being tempted or corrupted by dark forces. This time, he was personally teaching her new knowledge, which naturally thrilled her. Sir, is Team 136 also denied entry? Yes, they are not allowed. Wang Shao had already begun utilizing the knowledge bestowed upon him by the Emperor to perform his first surgery. Meanwhile, during the time Wang Shao was in surgery, Lin Qiye and Qingyu had faced numerous trials, but ultimately succeeded in thwarting the sinister scheme hidden by the bar owner. However, no one could have anticipated that Belkrand, the deity ruling over minds and desires, would be inadvertently awakened and subsequently escape. Chun Mai's body began emanating the aura of Shiva's resentment, drawing the attention of the gods. This cast an ominous shadow over the future of Songnan City. If Wang Shao were aware of this, his expectations of the Night Watchman's strength would likely plummet further. What's the meaning of this? We're Team 136, Zhao Kongcheng's teammates. What right do you have to stop us from visiting him? Hong Ying, her brows furrowed in anger, shouted at the 2 towering men blocking their way. Each of them stood over 2.3 meters tall, resembling immovable mountains that completely obstructed the path. Not just Hong Ying, but the entire Team 136 was barred from entering, unable to take a single step forward. The footage from the boxing gym revealed a disturbing truth. Lin Qiye and the others watched as Shadi was consumed and vanished by a mysterious force in the video, a chilling unease rising in their hearts. They hurried to the hospital, only to be blocked by Li Liang and Deng Wei. The 2 stood firmly in front of the hospital room, their expressions serious, exuding an aura similar to Wang Shao. Li Liang apologized. I'm sorry, but this is Captain Wang Shao's order. During the surgery, he cannot be disturbed. Lin Qiye stepped closer, scrutinizing the 2 men carefully. To his surprise, they seemed to emanate a peculiar aura, as if they had undergone some sort of transformation. Congratulations on making it through the surgery, Lin Qiye probed. Could you perhaps tell us what kind of surgery Zhao Kongcheng is undergoing? Deng Wei immediately shook his head, responding with a hint of helplessness. Sorry, we don't know either. Captain Wang Shao said he would reveal the details once the surgery is complete. It should only be a few more days. You can come back to visit then. These words offered the group some faint reassurance. Lin Qiye, who had initially planned to sneak in under the cover of night to investigate, had to abandon the idea for now. All right, let us know when the time comes. With that, they left with a trace of regret. Meanwhile, Yuan Yu and Wang Shao were observing the scene through surveillance. Wang Shao explained. Zhao Kongcheng's consciousness remains unclear. Later, a ritual will be required to awaken him and help him accept his current self. Additionally, there are significant issues with Team 136. I need to discuss this with Hukan again. Wang Shao also had a copy of the footage from the boxing gym. He immediately discerned that Shadi had made a deal with an evil god in pursuit of power. This was precisely what he needed to address with Yifan. In the meeting room, a video call was initiated. Yi Fan's brows were furrowed deeply as he watched the footage, his expression tense. I told you before, after the Chaos God's invasion, situations like this will only become more frequent. And this is just the first case. Yi Fan's tone carried a heavy sense of concern. The speed at which things were spiraling out of control far exceeded his expectations. Their understanding of the Chaos Gods was limited, but the consequences were dire. In the video, Shadi clearly exhibited the abilities of an advanced Forbidden Void, with combat power far surpassing that of ordinary Night Watchers. Yi Fan sighed heavily, asking, "How can we prevent such occurrences?" Shadi's transformation was utterly unpredictable. Faith, Wang Shao replied succinctly. He elaborated that only unwavering faith could resist the corruption of the evil gods. Wang Shao questioned, "I've always found it strange, why do you hide the existence of gods from the public when you know they exist? From what I understand, gods can derive their power from faith. You live under the protection of gods, yet you don't believe in them? Without faith, it's no wonder people are easily swayed by evil gods." Yi Fan's frown deepened as he fell into contemplation. He had personally fought against gods before and viewed them merely as forbidden void possessors with extraordinary combat abilities. However, the current situation presented a graver problem. Ordinary people seemed to be able to transform simply by accepting the blessings of evil gods. This uncontrollable and unpredictable threat left Yi Fan feeling helpless. After a long pause, Yi Fan sighed and conceded. "All right, they'll hold a meeting to discuss promoting faith in gods among the populace. It would be best if they believed in the emperor," Wang Shao added. "I can't be sure whether your gods might also fall under the influence of chaos gods." Yi Fan nodded in agreement before changing the subject. "By the way, I need to inform you something major is about to happen in Songnan City. It's possible that gods might invade Songnan." This news immediately put Wang Shao on high alert. "The original gods of this world?" he confirmed. "That's right," Yi Fan replied. "I've already dispatched the strongest human forces to assist you. Additionally, I hope you'll do everything you can to protect the civilians during this battle. If you're hesitant to fight, I can arrange to have you reassigned right now." "Humph." Wang Shao interrupted Yi Fan with a cold snort. His voice was resolute and filled with confidence. "I am a warrior of the emperor, inheriting his will to protect the people of this world. How could I retreat? Even if gods invade, I will fight to the bitter end." In the dim and eerie hall of the ancient god church, Yu slumped weakly on one of the three thrones, his face pale and haggard. His former aura of authority had been replaced by a despondent gloom. Below the throne, his subordinates stood rigidly, too afraid to utter a word. Among them was the newcomer, Shen Qingzhu, silently observing the scene. "My power. It's fading, growing weaker by the moment. Why is this happening? What is the nightmare god up to? Could it be? Has he truly found a new agent?" Yu's brow furrowed deeply, his eyes filled with confusion and unwillingness to accept this reality. He had never imagined such frailty could befall him. Shen Qingzhu raised an eyebrow slightly, keenly noticing Yu's deteriorating state and diminishing aura. He thought to himself, "What happened to this guy? When he recruited me, his strength was overwhelming. How could he have declined so rapidly in such a short time?" Yu took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure, and addressed the assembly below. "Listen carefully to the mission I am about to assign you." Meanwhile, in a crimson space filled with the stench of blood, Shadi slowly regained consciousness. He shook his head and glanced around, his heart filled with doubt. "Strange, where am I? I distinctly remember being on the verge of defeat. How did I end up here?" This space resembled a hellish nightmare everywhere he looked. The ground and mountains were formed from piles of bones, and streams of blood flowed down the slopes, filling the air with a suffocating metallic scent. At that moment, a colossal figure with sharp, towering horns emerged atop a throne built from 88,888,888 skulls, radiating a terrifying aura of dominance. "Who are you?" Shadi instantly became alert, his muscles tensing as his eyes filled with vigilance. "Child, I am the god who granted you power." The figure's voice boomed like thunder, causing the very air to tremble. Upon hearing the words God, Shadi showed no fear. Instead, a fiery determination ignited in his eyes. "Oh, a god? Judging by your strength, you might actually be a worthy opponent." The chaos god of bloodshed was not angered by this statement. Instead, he threw his head back and laughed heartily. "Huh, excellent. Such fearless courage is truly commendable. You may challenge me at any time, until the day you finally defeat me. But until then, you remain under my command." "Then let's begin right now." Shadi roared, leaping into the air like an arrow, his fist tearing through the air as he launched a ferocious strike toward the chaos god of bloodshed. On the shores of Songnan City, the sky was overcast, and towering waves crashed against the beach, heralding an impending storm. Chunmai had left Lin Qiye in Songnan City, sent Hong Ying and the others to Beijing for team building, and kept only the two of them to guard the area. Meanwhile, one of humanity's strongest, the Confucian sage, arrived in Songnan City by carriage. Above the skies, a transport plane roared through the air, speeding toward Songnan City. On board was the renowned Phoenix Special Task Force. Doesn't Songnan City already have its own local special task force? Why are they sending us all the way out here to deal with that so-called Belle Crand? A blonde woman with a striking figure muttered under her breath. Kong Shang of the Phoenix Task Force adjusted his glasses and calmly began to explain. The newly formed squad was small in numbers and lacked combat effectiveness, which was why our superiors sent us to provide support. Upon hearing this, the blonde woman's eyes lit up with excitement. Rubbing her hands together, she said eagerly, I heard the new captain is a muscular hunk. Once the mission is over, I have to spar with him. And that Lin Qiye's said to be a handsome guy. Let's recruit both of them. Kong Shang shrugged helplessly, throwing a bucket of cold water on her enthusiasm. Don't get your hopes up. One's the captain of the Emperor Yin squad, and the other belongs to Squad 136. There's no way they'd join us so easily. The blonde woman was momentarily at a loss for words. Her excitement dampened significantly. She turned her head toward the window with boredom, but her eyes suddenly widened. What's going on? Why is the plane turning around? The pilot's voice came over the intercom. Apologies, we just received orders from higher-ups. No one is allowed to go to Songnan City, not even special squads like ours. The members of Phoenix Squad immediately sensed that something was amiss. Meanwhile, at the base, Wang Shao stood gazing at the oppressive and gloomy sky, his expression heavy. That eerie prophecy, which hadn't surfaced in ages, had reappeared days ago. Disturbing visions flashed through his mind. Towering, blue giants flooding into Songnan City alongside colossal beasts that blotted out the sky. Among them was a godlike figure radiating an aura of terror. So it's finally happening. Wang Shao clenched his fists, his eyes igniting with determination. Let's see just how powerful the dark gods of this world truly are. He gave a firm order. Li Liang, Deng Wei, notify Yuan Yu immediately. Activate the armor ceremony. Yes, sir. The two responded in unison. At that moment, the skies over Songnan City seemed weighed down by an enormous leaden plate. Thick, dark clouds piled up layer upon layer, with chaotic lightning twisting and flashing within, as if ready to tear the heavens apart at any moment. Chun Mai stood alone atop the tallest building in the city, his posture upright, but his expression heavy. His cold eyes surveyed the surroundings. Lin Qiye had been escorted to safety by Chen Fuzi, leaving him with only one perilous path ahead, to confront the invading dark god Hedon. In the outskirts of the city, amidst a desolate field, the space warped with eerie ripples as a man in a green robe appeared like a phantom. A self-satisfied smirk tugged at his lips as he muttered, I managed to infiltrate after all, thanks to those fools diverting attention. Despite his words, he frowned slightly as an inexplicable unease crept into his heart. It felt as though invisible threads carried cryptic whispers to his ears. Words like trickery, plots, and cunning swirled in his mind. But he was Loki, the god of mischief, the deity most skilled in manipulation and deception, whose schemes were unmatched. There was no way he would let this minor disturbance shake his resolve. He quickly dismissed the bothersome whispers and refocused, his sharp gaze locking onto his target, the Shiva grudge within Chun Mai. Come forth, my kin, Loki bellowed, slamming his staff forcefully to the ground. In an instant, the space behind him fractured like a shattered mirror. Several fissures tore open, and massive figures emerged one by one, accompanied by a biting, icy wind. Loki raised his staff again, pointing it toward Songnan City. Plunge this city into utter chaos. Hundreds of frost giants, each as colossal as a mountain, marched forward with thunderous steps, leaving frosty imprints on the ground with every footfall. Like an unstoppable avalanche, they advanced toward Songnan City. The city's defense forces quickly detected the anomaly and sprang into action. Cannons swiveled, tank treads roared, and a barrage of shells, filled with fire and smoke, rained down on the approaching frost giants. Yet, the shells merely sparked against the giants' rock-hard bodies, failing to inflict any meaningful damage. Against these towering behemoths, modern weaponry seemed utterly feeble. From a distance, hearing the deafening explosions, Wang Shao's eyes sharpened. He knew the battle had begun. Everyone, board the aircraft. Prepare for combat. Chen Fuzi led Lin Qiye into the world of his heartscape, a secluded sanctuary seemingly isolated from the rest of the world, ensuring Lin Qiye's safety. This formidable warrior, standing at the pinnacle of human strength, finally unleashed his full power without reservation. In the blink of an eye, he dispatched nearly 100 ferocious frost giants in the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. However, Loki, ever cunning and calculating, had anticipated Chen Fuzi's prowess and had already prepared a countermeasure, calling upon reinforcements in the form of Indra, the Indian god of thunder, who charged directly at Chen Fuzi. Meanwhile, Chen Muxiao's gaze was resolute as he unhesitatingly activated his forbidden Abyss Yamas Hall. A chilling, oppressive aura spread instantly as if he had emerged from the depths of the underworld itself, a lone harbinger of death facing the oncoming horde of frost giants. At that moment, and Xingyu appeared with agile grace, stepping up beside Chen Muxiao. Together, they stood shoulder to shoulder, launching a counterattack against the invading frost giants. The frost giants advanced with thunderous steps, each like a moving mountain, brutally crushing through the military's defensive lines. The modern army's guns and cannons roared relentlessly, but against these colossal beings, their firepower seemed pitifully weak. Shells that landed on their rock-solid bodies did little more than tickle them, and the defensive lines were quickly breached. I am Chen Muxiao, captain of Night Watch Squad 136. No one shall pass this road. Chen Muxiao unleashed the full power of Yama's Hall, his twin blades gleaming like streaks of cold light. Each swing carved through the frost giants with ruthless precision, leaving a trail of carnage in its wake. Yet, human strength has its limits. Even within Xingyu's assistance, the two of them alone faced an almost impossible task, halting the advance of these hundreds of frost giants that had stormed into their territory. Huh, just the two of you? Do you really think you can stop my unstoppable army of frost giants? Loki stood at a distance, a disdainful smirk playing at his lips, his tone dripping with contempt. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky. Everyone looked up to see a strange-looking aircraft hurtling toward them. Its design was baffling, resembling a crude brick with wings awkwardly attached, hovering in the air through sheer brute force. And Xingyu activated his analytical ability and muttered to himself, "This thing defies all principles of aerodynamics. It's flying purely on raw thrust." Chen Muxiao, puzzled, kept his eyes fixed on the peculiar aircraft, which was painted in a striking combination of dark green and fiery red. Its sides were adorned with an exaggerated dragon head, exuding an air of mystery and audacity. What on earth is that thing? He wondered. Imperial Blaze Squad, prepare for airborne deployment. It was the Thunderhawk gunship of the Imperial Blaze Squad. With a mechanical whir, the cabin doors slowly opened, and three dark figures shot out from the rear like meteors, plummeting rapidly toward the ground. With three resounding impacts, as if meteors had collided with the earth, three steel-clad figures descended before Chen Muxiao, accompanied by a whirlwind of dust and debris. Their armor sported the same dark green and fiery red colors as the gunship above, gleaming in the sunlight with a cold, unyielding brilliance. The leader of the squad stood out with particularly imposing armor, towering over the others like a mountain, radiating an aura of sheer domination. Imperial Blaze Squad, here to purge the heretics. His voice was deep and resonant, like the tolling of a massive bell. This man was none other than Wang Shao. He was clad in a Terminator-style battle armor from the underworld, exuding an aura of chilling lethality. In his hands, he firmly gripped a massive dragon head hammer, its intricately carved patterns so lifelike they seemed ready to spring to life at any moment. Following closely behind him were Li Liang and Deng Wei, both donned in Mark IV power armor. Their movements were agile, long swords hanging at their waists, while their hands wielded peculiar firearms whose gun barrels emitted a faint, mysterious blue glow, both mesmerizing and dangerous. And Xingyu's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement and curiosity as she repeatedly examined Wang Shao's armor, unable to hide her amazement. The advanced technology of this armor far surpassed anything currently known. How on earth did Wang Shao acquire it? Be careful, there's a deity stationed in the enemy ranks, and they've also deployed 2 Klein-class behemoths, Chen Mai warned gravely. Wang Shao did not respond. The combat analyzer in his helmet activated instantly, streams of data flashing rapidly, precisely analyzing the battlefield situation. Within mere seconds, he decisively issued an order. Li Liang, Deng Wei, prioritize taking out the remaining 112 blue giants. I'll handle the behemoth. The two responded in unison and took a large step forward, their pale blue rifles beginning to charge energy rapidly. In an instant, the guns glowed intensely before 2 energy orbs burst forth with tremendous force. The frost giants, who had previously shown no fear of artillery fire, now had their heads precisely struck, shattering like fragile balloons. Ice shards and blood sprayed in all directions. Plasma. And Xingyu, with her extraordinary analytical skills, immediately discerned the secret behind the weapons and was awestruck by their ingenuity. The Fire Lizard warband had built its reputation among the many warbands through its unparalleled forging skills. At this moment, the Apollo Mark II plasma rifles in Li Liang and Deng Wei's hands were masterpieces crafted by Wang Shao himself. Plasma weaponry had once been a common sight across the Empire's territories, appearing everywhere from heavy tanks on the battlefield to coastal defense cannons, and even in the hands of individual soldiers charging into battle. During the glorious 30K era, the Empire's plasma weaponry had reached its pinnacle of development. These weapons were lightweight, easy to carry, simple to operate, and capable of effortlessly penetrating both thick armor and living flesh. They were highly sought after and cherished by various factions. However, as time passed and the 40K era began, the once popular plasma weapon manufacturing techniques mysteriously disappeared. The rarity of these weapons turned plasma pistols into symbols of honor, treasured by only a select few. Yet, this weaponry always had a fatal flaw: it was prone to overheating. Once triggered, the resulting high-temperature overload could lead to catastrophic explosions, destroying both the weapon and its wielder. Fortunately, the Fire Lizard Warband, renowned for their craftsmanship, overcame this challenge. Their meticulously designed plasma weapons resolved the overheating issue, ensuring unparalleled stability even during continuous firing. With such powerful weaponry, dealing with the aggressive frost giants before them was more than manageable. Thanks to the ample resources provided by the Night Watchers, Wang Shao spared no effort in producing these top-tier weapons to arm his team. At that moment, the tide of the battlefield shifted dramatically. Two plasma rifles spewed ghostly blue flames, slicing through the frost giants like the merciless scythes of death. As the high-temperature plasma beams struck the giants, their massive bodies crumbled instantly like ice sculptures, leaving them powerless to fight back. Yuan Yu piloted her Thunderhawk gunship, roaring into the fray. The deafening roar of its heavy-caliber cannons echoed across the battlefield, providing powerful fire support to the ground forces. Seeing the tide turn in their favor, Chen Moi allowed himself a brief moment of relief. He took a deep breath and wiped the sweat from his brow. Just then, a familiar voice called out from the sky, "Captain!" Chen Moi looked up to see several figures hurtling down from above like arrows loosed from a bow. As they drew closer, he recognized them. It was Hong Ying and her group, the ones he had previously tricked into heading to Shanjing. "You came back," Chen Moi exclaimed, both surprised and delighted, his face full of astonishment. As Hong Ying landed, she grinned and joked, "Yep, we hijacked a passenger plane to get here. Can the watchman reimburse us for that?" Chen Moi was momentarily at a loss for words. He shook his head in exasperation and said, "We'll talk about it later." Wu Xiangnan, his eyes scanning the battlefield anxiously, quickly asked, "What's the situation?" Chen Moi gave a concise report. "We're doing much better than expected. The combat capability of the Emperor Blaze squad has exceeded all predictions." On the battlefield, Li Liang and Deng Wei fought like relentless machines, mowing down frost giants with unbridled ferocity. Loki, witnessing the slaughter, was enraged. "Do you think so little of the frost giants that you'd slaughter my kin like chickens?" he roared. His scepter flared with light, and the remaining 30-some frost giants were instantly encased in a layer of impenetrable ice armor. Seeing their plasma rifles rendered useless, Li Liang and Deng Wei discarded them without hesitation and drew the longswords from their belts. The blades shimmered with a blue glow as the disintegration fields activated. With a fierce shout, the two cried, "We are the Emperor's flame, purging all evil." Flames erupted from their jump packs, propelling them into the air like fiery spirits. Their powered swords effortlessly cleaved through the frost giants' armored heads. Inspired by their actions, Squad 136 immediately joined the fight. However, the enhanced frost giants proved too formidable, and aside from Chen Moi, the others struggled to inflict significant damage. As the defensive line teetered on the brink of collapse, Yuan Yu urgently contacted Wang Shao via communicator. "Is his consciousness intact? Is his mental state stable?" Wang Shao replied tersely, "Good. Wake him up and test his combat capabilities." Yuan Yu responded with excitement. "Understood, sir." She quickly operated the console and issued the command, "Equip close combat armaments. Prepare to release Zhao Kongqing." Inside the Thunderhawk gunship, Yuan Yu walked slowly to a stone sarcophagus and asked softly, "Mr. Zhao Kongqing, how are you feeling now?" From within the sarcophagus, Zhao Kongqing gradually awakened, his consciousness wavering between chaos and clarity. He felt as if he were submerged in a warm, viscous liquid. His vision was filled with flickering lights and shadows, resembling a game interfacilusive and blurry. Instinctively, he murmured, "I'm still alive." "That's right, you are indeed alive," Yuan Yu said gravely. "It was Master Wang Shao's unparalleled surgical skills that pulled you back from the brink of death. At this moment, your closest comrades, with whom you once fought side by side, are in dire straits and desperately need your help." As she spoke, Yuan Yu raised her hand, and a holographic projection unfolded. The brutal battle of Squad 136 was instantly displayed before Zhao Kongqing's eyes. Red Ying, Wen Qima, and others were locked in fierce combat with a massive frost giant. "Captain, Red Ying and Wen Qima are they fighting?" Zhao Kongqing's voice was filled with urgency, and he longed to rush out and join the fray. "Your former teammates are engaged in a life-and-death struggle against a merciless deity," Yuan Yu said solemnly, her gaze fixed on Zhao Kongqing. "They urgently need reinforcements, and you are the key." Without hesitation, Zhao Kongqing replied, "They need me. I must help them." But Yuan Yu raised her hand to signal him to wait. Moments later, two individuals carried a massive mirror and carefully placed it in front of the sarcophagus. "Of course, we will deploy you into battle immediately," Yuan Yu said. "But first, you need to have a clear understanding of your current state." Zhao Kongqing was puzzled. "What do you mean?" The mirror was now in position, and Zhao Kongqing looked up. The first thing he saw was an iron-gray steel coffin cold, and heavy with only a narrow slit on its front. Yuan Yu began to explain slowly. This is your current form. The previous battle was so devastating that most of your organs were critically damaged and left irreparable. To preserve your life, Master Wang Shao had no choice but to place you in this sarcophagus. It is designed to connect with a specialized mech, allowing you to unleash extraordinary combat power. As the mirror's view gradually zoomed out, a massive mech came into full view. Towering like a steel behemoth, it stood with an imposing presence. Its right hand was equipped with a colossal gauntlet, exuding a cold metallic sheen, while its left hand featured a set of 3 razor-sharp claws, their tips glinting menacingly with a chilling light. Inside the sarcophagus, an eerie silence enveloped the space. Yuan Yu kept her eyes locked on the data displayed on her handheld computer, closely monitoring Zhao Kongqing's physiological and emotional metrics. She was on high alert, ready to respond to any sudden emotional outburst that might lead to unforeseen consequences. Suddenly, the emotional graph on the screen began to spike wildly without warning. Yuan Yu's heart raced as she braced for the worst. But then, from within the sarcophagus, Zhao Kongqing let out an exclamation of amazement. This is incredible. His voice was filled with uncontainable excitement and wonder. He attempted to move his body within the sarcophagus, and in an instant, the upper half of the mech began to spin like a nimble top, generating a powerful vortex of wind. With just a thought, the gauntlet on his right hand activated its force field, causing a mysterious glow to ripple along its intricate patterns, radiating an aura both enigmatic and dangerous. The steel claw on Tao's left hand spun rapidly in the air, resembling a fully powered blender, unstoppable in its momentum. What was even more astonishing were the flamethrowers hanging beneath each mechanical arm, their black nozzles ready to unleash scorching flames at any moment. Zhao Kongqing could hardly contain his excitement, his voice rising involuntarily. He recalled his childhood fascination with the ultra-cool mechas in movies, and now, unbelievably, he had become a mecha warrior himself. It was beyond cool. His exhilaration was almost palpable. Hearing Zhao Kongqing's cheers, Yuan Yu couldn't help but remember Wang Shao's earlier warning that during the first activation of the fearless mecha, pilots often experience slight loss of control. Yet the current scene exceeded expectations, and the tense atmosphere began to ease. Let me join the battle already. I can't wait any longer, Zhao Kongqing urged, his voice brimming with urgency. After meticulously checking all the data and confirming no abnormalities, Yuan Yu decisively opened the hatch of the Thunderhawk gunship. With a deep mechanical rumble, the doors slowly slid open. Through the communication channel, Yuan Yu calmly instructed, "Prepare yourself. Deployment is about to begin." In the next moment, Zhao Kongqing's enormous fearless mecha descended with overwhelming force. Accompanied by a thunderous crash, the mecha landed heavily, sending up a storm of dust and shattered ice that made the members of Squad 136 shudder. What kind of black technology is this? When Shima's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape and unable to close. The mecha before them stood 6 meters tall, its entire body encased in heavy armor. Every inch of its metal plating exuded a sharp, high-tech aesthetic, projecting an aura of mystery and power. "Captain, Shima, it's me, Zhao Kongqing." A familiar voice echoed from within the cockpit, tinged with excitement and impatience. Hong Ying looked up in disbelief, her eyes filled with shock. "What? You're Zhao Kongqing? How did you turn into this?" she stammered. "Haha, Captain, just admit it, didn't I look awesome?" Zhao Kongqing's voice carried an unmistakable tone of pride. Yeah, pretty awesome. Honestly, I'm just glad you're alive," Chen Mai muttered, scratching his head. Everything that had happened today completely overturned his understanding of the world, leaving him in awe of Wang Shao's extraordinary ingenuity. "All right then, I'm heading into battle. Watch closely," Zhao Kongqing shouted. 4 thick exhaust vents on the back of the fearless mecha suddenly released clouds of cooling vapor. Then, with the roar of its engine, the fearless mecha charged toward the frost giants. This particular fearless mecha was Wang Shao's masterpiece, combining the sarcophagus design of the original fearless model, which allowed ordinary humans to pilot it, the intimidating upper body armor and devastating firepower of the Leviathan model, and the agile, sprint-capable lower limbs of the Contemptor model. The result was a formidable hybrid machine, meticulously crafted and tailored specifically for Zhao Kongqing over an extended period. Now, standing at 6 meters tall, the fearless mecha matched the frost giants in size and seemed even faster in terms of speed. Zhao Kongqing's right arm lit up with a dazzling blue glow, the energy coursing through the gauntlet's intricate patterns like electric currents. Using the powerful torque generated by his high-speed rotation, he delivered a devastating punch. The strike carried immense force, smashing into the chest of one frost giant with an impact so intense that its chest shattered like fragile glass. Before anyone could react, Zhao Kongqing's sharp left claw shot out like lightning, precisely grabbing the head of another frost giant attempting a sneak attack. The claw spun rapidly, its metallic edges gleaming coldly. In the blink of an eye, the frost giant's head was reduced to a mangled mess, scattering fragments in all directions. Whoa, this is amazing! Zhao Kongqing shouted with exhilaration, reveling in the thrill and triumph of battle. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye, after negotiating with the scholar, decided to join forces with Squad 136. With the scholar's approval, Lin Qiye teleported to the battlefield. Captain, this fight has been brutal. Wait, what the hell is that thing? On a battlefield shrouded in smoke and chaos, Zhao Kongqing piloted the indomitable Leviathan mech against the enhanced frost giants, displaying an overwhelming dominance. Wherever the power fists and claws struck, blood and flesh scattered. Witnessing their kin being slaughtered, one frost giant let out a deafening roar and conjured a massive ice spike, as thick as a pillar, enveloped in a biting chill, hurling it straight at the Leviathan mech. The moment the ice spike made contact with the mech's surface, a ripple of energy, like waves across water, spread out. This mysterious ripple seemed to possess an insatiable devouring power, completely neutralizing the immense impact and destructive force of the ice spike, which dissipated instantly into nothingness. Such was the might of the Leviathan mech. Powered by its plasma fusion reactor, it not only supported weaponry beyond the capacity of other mechs, but also enabled the activation of an atomic energy shield. This shield acted as an impenetrable iron wall, perfectly deflecting ranged attacks and providing Zhao Kongqing with steadfast protection on the battlefield. Under Zhao Kongqing's fierce assault, combined with the seamless cooperation of Li Liang and Deng Wei, the remaining frost giants on the battlefield stood no chance. They were like lambs to the slaughter, effortlessly eradicated by the trio's coordinated efforts. At that moment, Chun Mai suddenly caught sight of Lin Qiye's figure, his heart tightening as he realized that Lin Qiye, as a dual god agent, would undoubtedly be a prime target for Loki and other malevolent forces. Qiye, what are you doing here? How could the master let you come out? Chun Mai asked anxiously. Captain, as a member of Squad 136, how could I stand aside in the face of such a crisis? Naturally, I must fight alongside everyone. Leave the rest to me, Lin Qiye replied, his tone steady and resolute. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Qiye activated a teleportation spell. In a flash of white light, Chun Mai and the others found themselves in the underground chamber of the agency. Lin Qiye slowly turned, his gaze sharp and unwavering, fixating on the intimidating figure of the sea monster Kraken in the distance. This monstrous creature, classified as a Klein-level beast, loomed as massive as a mountain, advancing toward Songnan City. Legendary Mage Merlin, at this moment, I am willing to bear your soul. I humbly request your aid in stopping this terrifying beast. However, in the following instant, an enormous figure abruptly rose into view, clad in steel armor, wielding a hammer with a golden dragon head vividly etched upon it. Heretic, your opponent is me. Wang Shao's voice thundered across Songnan City. The Red King Magnus Seed of Genesis had progressed to 20 incubation, granting him attributes of intermediate psychic control and the Psychic Colossus. Why was Wang Shao's seed incubating so quickly? Because aside from his psychic abilities, he excelled at little else. The Psychic Colossus allowed him to momentarily magnify his body to an immense size through psychic energy, capable of causing landslides and quakes with mere movements. This was the outcome of Wang Shao's recent dedicated study of psychic powers. Lin Qiye, who had been preparing to fully channel Merlin's soul to confront the terrifying crisis before him, froze upon witnessing this astonishing scene. His eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of utter shock. Wang Shao possesses such terrifying magical talent, he muttered, his voice filled with awe and astonishment. Not only Lin Qiye, but Loki was also utterly stunned. During his long period of infiltration in Songnan City, Loki had meticulously gathered all kinds of information about the Watchmen. In his previous understanding, Wang Shao was merely a physically formidable fighter with exceptional close combat abilities. However, the extraordinary magic Wang Shao displayed before him now was like a sledgehammer, shattering all his expectations and completely overturning his perception. At the same time, the Phoenix Squad, engaged in a fierce battle with the underworld hounds in the distance, was drawn to the earth-shaking commotion from this side. Instinctively, the team members turned their heads, their gazes fixed on the colossal figure of Wang Shao. Oh my god, what a massive steel giant! One of the team members exclaimed, their voice filled with awe and reverence. At this moment, Wang Shao, clad in the Terminator armor, had become the undisputed dominator of the battlefield. The dragon head hammer in his hand crackled with blue light, like serpents of electricity dancing wildly, radiating an overwhelming destructive force. In the name of the Emperor, annihilate the abominations. Wang Shao's thunderous roar echoed across the heavens and earth. He raised the dragon head hammer high, the immense power compressing the surrounding air into a sharp, whistling sound. Then, with an unstoppable force, the hammer came crashing down toward the Kraken. Sensing an unprecedented deadly threat, the Kraken's massive body twisted violently, and several thick tentacles rose like giant pythons, attempting to fend off the devastating blow. When the tentacles collided with the dragon head hammer, a deep, resounding boom erupted, as if the entire world trembled. A powerful shockwave of energy rippled out from the point of impact, spreading wildly in all directions. Wang Shao, however, showed no hesitation despite the initial stalemate. His eyes burned with fierce battle intent, and every muscle in his body surged with boundless strength. With a sudden burst of energy, he leaped high into the air with overwhelming momentum, launching himself at the Kraken once more. The dragon head hammer in his hands, swung with full force, roared through the air like the cries of thousands of beasts. The blue light grew even brighter, as if it could illuminate the entire sky. The Kraken, caught off guard by the sudden assault, struggled to retaliate. Yet as a terrifying creature of the Klein class, it would not go down without a fight. Its remaining tentacles lashed out like black lightning, whipping toward Wang Shao with incredible speed, filling the air with a pungent, fishy odor. However, Wang Shao's speed and strength had already surpassed the Kraken's imagination. Despite his massive size, Wang Shao's movements were astonishingly agile, effortlessly dodging the Kraken's dense tentacle attacks. The dragon head hammer, imbued with world-shattering power, struck the Kraken's head with a resounding blow. The impact was like the Emperor's wrath made manifest. The Kraken's tough outer shell shattered instantly, as fragile as glass under the terrifying force. Wang Shao's assault did not relent. With breathtaking speed, he rained down blow after blow with the dragon head hammer, each strike carrying unmatched power, each strike inflicting devastating damage on the Kraken's body. Under this relentless barrage, the Kraken's form began to fall apart, chunks of flesh and shards of bone scattering amidst the splashing water. In mere moments, the once mighty and fearsome Kraken was reduced to a mangled pile of flesh under Wang Shao's overwhelming attacks. Thick, crimson blood stained the ground, while fragments of flesh and bone splattered across the Terminator armor, marking the end of this harrowing battle. Standing amidst the carnage, Wang Shao scanned the remains of the Kraken beneath his helmet. Then, raising his hand, he summoned a surge of energy that transformed into flames, incinerating the remnants of the Kraken completely. With that, his gaze shifted toward the underworld hounds in the distance. The hound of the underworld, initially baring its fangs and exuding an intimidating aura, involuntarily retreated half a step when it witnessed the horrifying scene of Wang Shao brutally smashing the sea monster Kraken to death. The sight was beyond terrifying. The Kraken, a mythical creature from ancient legends, was said to bring apocalyptic destruction whenever it appeared, leaving devastation in its wakelands desolated, mountains and rivers shattered. This fearsome sea monster, the very embodiment of nightmares, was believed to be almost godlike in power, an unstoppable force. Yet, in this moment, right before the underworld hound's eyes, the Kraken had been savagely reduced to a pile of mangled flesh by Wang Shao, its once mighty form now resembling crushed octopus balls. The scene struck the hound like a hammer blow to its chest, filling it with an indescribable dread, a chill that pierced its spine and made it tremble uncontrollably. It couldn't help but imagine what fate might befall it should Wang Shao turn his wrath upon it. Perhaps it would end up like a stray dog, carelessly discarded and mercilessly crushed. As it was consumed by this terrifying thought, lost in a brief moment of stupefaction, Wang Shao had already charged toward it like an arrow unleashed, his presence exuding a force that seemed intent on erasing the hound from existence. A whoa! The underworld hound let out a blood-curdling howl, its courage shattered. In its panic, it summoned all its strength to tear open a rift in space and fled through it, vanishing without a trace. From afar, Loki watched the scene unfold, his eyes wide with disbelief. His lips quivered as though he wanted to speak, yet the sheer shock of what he had witnessed rendered him speechless. In his meticulously crafted scheme, he had never anticipated the emergence of someone as impossibly powerful as Wang Shao. This unforeseen variable completely derailed his plans, leaving him deeply shaken and overwhelmed with confusion. Two colossal beasts that had once wreaked havoc upon the world, one had been pulverized to nothingness by Wang Shao, while the other fled in terror. This was the most profound testament to Wang Shao's unparalleled strength. On the battlefield, the smoke of war lingered, mingling with the stench of blood and dust. Just then, howling celestial dog tore through the fabric of space and appeared, only to find that the enemy had already disappeared. Wang Shao, ever vigilant, sensed a powerful aura surging from within the city. Without hesitation, he raised his hammer high once more. At that moment, the leader of the Phoenix Squad, Xia Simeng, shouted anxiously, "Comrade Giant, that big black dog is one of us." Hearing this, Wang Shao froze mid-motion and turned his gaze toward howling celestial dog. "Identify yourself," he demanded, his voice low and resonant. "I am howling celestial dog, the sun-swallowing divine lord, here to aid in battle," the dog declared, speaking in a loud and clear voice. Wang Shao's mind flashed back to the information he had studied during his time with the Night Watchers organization. He quickly confirmed that Howling Celestial Dog was indeed a deity aligned with the Great Xiao faction. Only then did he slowly lower his hammer. The abomination has been eliminated. Now, it's time to destroy the evil gods, Wang Shao said coldly, his tone carrying an unshakable resolve. As he finished speaking, the locking mechanism on his helmet activated instantly, precisely targeting Loki not far away. Loki seemed to hear a faint mocking laughter at his ears, a sound as if it came from the abyss, carrying an endless chill. He instinctively shook his head, trying to dismiss the eerie sound, and instead fixed his gaze on Wang Shao, his eyes filled with resentment and defiance. Humph. Wang Shao of the Night Watcher squad, they'll remember you. But the task I wanted is already complete. Return to me, my agent, Shao'er. Loki said coldly, his voice tinged with an unsettling smugness. As soon as he finished speaking, Shao'er appeared before Loki, bringing Lin Qiye with him. In Shao'er's hand, there was a forbidden object, the Shiva grudge. Very good, you've done well. Who is the person behind you? Loki's gaze was sharp as a blade, directed straight at Shao'er. Shao'er lowered his head slightly, responding respectfully. This is Lin Qiye, a servant I just recruited. Loki waved his hand dismissively. All right, you two may leave. I have something else to take care of. His eyes immediately locked onto Lin Qiye. Before I leave, I want to play a little joke on this kid. Seeing this, Wang Shao prepared to act immediately, but just as he was about to move, he noticed another massive figure appearing in the city. The figure was carrying a blood-soaked head of Indra, the Indian god of thunder. Yang Jian, the true god of Xia. May I ask who you are? The newcomer's voice was like a resounding bell, echoing across the battlefield. Wang Shao quickly identified the figure and, with a serious expression, replied in a deep voice. Emperor's Angel, Wang Shao of the Emperor's Flame Battalion. Yang Jian nodded slightly, weariness evident on his face, and spoke slowly. My divine power is nearly depleted. I have one request for you. Wang Shao responded with sincerity and without hesitation. Please, tell me. Yang Jian's gaze was firm, filled with hope as he looked at Wang Shao. Do your best to protect Lin Qiye. He is the spark. Wang Shao solemnly nodded. I swear in the name of the Emperor to protect every human here. Hearing this, Yang Jian looked relieved, clasped his fists in a gesture of respect, and then, accompanied by his celestial hound, began to shrink in size rapidly. Having not fully recovered, he had forcibly unleashed his divine power, now destined to return to the cycle of reincarnation once more. Once Yang Jian departed, Wang Shao quickly turned back, ready to locate Loki's whereabouts. However, Loki had vanished without a trace, as if he had evaporated into thin air. What's more, Lin Qiye was gone as well. Wang Shao's heart tightened, and he immediately used his communication device to contact Yuan Yu. Yuan Yu, locate the coordinates of Lin Qiye's Night Watcher badge and send them to me. Within moments, a string of coordinates was transmitted to Wang Shao's helmet. After confirming the coordinates, he was about to activate the teleportation device on his hammer when, suddenly, Songnan City began to emit a strange light. The entire city underwent an unprecedented transformation. Golden light rose from the city, and buildings, along with the elderly, women, and children, started to fade away within the soft glow. For the first time, Wang Shao's expression changed dramatically. What's happening? Why is the city disappearing? At this moment, Wang Shao was unaware that Lin Qiye was the core sustaining the city. If Lin Qiye left the boundaries of Songnan City, the city would cease to exist. But Wang Shao had no time to dwell on this. The luminous energy around him began to flare wildly. Arcane energy magic, time deceleration. Stop right now, Wang Shao roared, pushing his arcane potential to its maximum. A powerful wave of energy instantly engulfed the entire Songnan City. Wang Shao exerted all his power to unleash his psionic magic, momentarily slowing the vanishing pace of the entire city of Songnan. However, the harsh reality loomed like an immovable wall. Despite his relentless dedication to mastering psionics, the ability to control time pausing, or even reversing it remained an unattainable concept. As a fire lizard devoted to protecting humanity, there was no greater agony for Wang Shao than witnessing innocent civilians struggle amidst catastrophe. Mothers clutched their school-aged children in terror, elderly faces bore expressions of acceptance and regret, and fathers feigned calmness, urging their families to stay strong. Before his eyes, over 1 million lives were slowly and cruelly erased. The pain was unbearable for Wang Shao. Though his psionic magic delayed the tragedy, it also stretched the suffering like a taut thread, each passing second cutting deeply into his heart. Wang Shao's psionic reserves were nearly depleted, and every ounce of energy he channeled felt like draining his very life. Yet, despite his desperate efforts, he was powerless against the calamity consuming Songnan City. The fear, despair, and resignation on the faces of the citizens, the innocent lives being ruthlessly devoured, these sights overwhelmed him with a tidal wave of anguish and shame. I serve the Emperor's decree to save humanity. Stop this! Wang Shao shouted hoarsely. Loki's mocking laughter echoed across the city, dripping with scorn and derision. Save humanity? With what? This annihilation was crafted by divine artifacts, boy. Come back when you've ascended to godhood, Loki sneered. Each word struck Wang Shao like a dagger, wounding his very soul. At last, his psionic energy ran dry, and the towering psionic avatar he summoned could no longer be sustained. His form began to shrink rapidly, the once mighty giant fading from existence. As his energy dissipated, the vanishing of Songnan City resumed its merciless pace, and the consuming force raged unchecked. The members of the Phoenix squad watched in stunned silence as Wang Shao's diminishing form, though reduced, still stood an imposing 4 meters tall. Ultimately, his psionic reserves were utterly exhausted, leaving him unable to summon even the faintest trace of power. All his efforts had amounted to nothing. Whether due to the extreme depletion of his energy or the crushing weight of failure, Wang Shao dropped to one knee with a heavy thud, stirring up a cloud of dust. Around him, the once thriving streets of the city were rapidly fading into oblivion. The cries of the people grew fainter until they were no more. Loki's triumphant, maniacal laughter resounded across the dying city like a devil's curse, echoing endlessly in Wang Shao's mind. Xia Siming approached Wang Shao cautiously, her voice trembling with worry. Are you all right? She asked softly. Just seconds later, Wang Shao rose to his feet once more. You, confirm Lin Qiye's location again, he commanded. She responded promptly, confirmed. Coordinates sent. Gripping his hammer tightly, Wang Shao activated the teleportation mechanism embedded within it and vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, Loki stood before a bewildered Lin Qiye, laughing uncontrollably. Lin Qiye, you never expected this, did you? The entire city of Songnan is enveloped within your mortal realm divine domain. This is precisely the power granted to you by the Archangel Michael long ago. The moment you step outside the boundaries of Songnan, the entire city will vanish along with you. Lin Qiye was clearly unable to accept such a grim reality. Yet, in the midst of this despair, a dazzling beam of light streaked across the sky like lightning, appearing beside Lin Qiye in an instant. Following it, a tall and imposing green steel figure surged forward with an overwhelming momentum, charging ferociously at Loki. Evil god, face your demise. Wang Shao's thunderous roar echoed through the space like a storm. At this moment, Wang Shao's speed had reached its peak, his entire being transforming into a green blur. The dragon-head hammer in his hand whistled sharply as it tore through the air, hurtling toward Loki with devastating force. Loki snorted dismissively, a trace of contempt flashing in his eyes. In an instant, countless doppelgangers emerged like phantoms around him, attempting to confuse Wang Shao's attack. Without hesitation, Wang Shao's focus remained solely on Loki's hateful figure. He leapt high into the air, his dragon-head hammer swinging with full force, imbued with unmatched power. This strike embodied his fury toward the evil god, his determination to protect Songnan, and his unwavering commitment to justice. The hammer traced an arc in midair before crashing down upon the swarm of Loki's doppelgangers. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded, as if the entire space trembled under the impact. The immense shockwave rippled outward like a ferocious tsunami, spreading in all directions. Loki's doppelgangers, fragile as soap bubbles, were obliterated in an instant, dissolving into nothingness under the onslaught of Wang Shao's power. His strength surged like an unstoppable tidal wave, so immense that his sheer physical might could unleash a force exceeding 100 tons. As this overwhelming power erupted, the ground beneath him could no longer bear the strain, fracturing like a spiderweb. The cracks spread wildly, resembling the claw marks of a monstrous beast. Faced with this earth-shattering impact, Loki's body trembled slightly, forced to take a step back. Though seemingly minor, this single step sent shockwaves through Loki's mind. For the first time, a flicker of undisguised alarm appeared in his eyes. Evil god, even you cannot help but feel fear in the face of such power, Wang Shao declared, his voice cold and seething with anger. With Loki's doppelgangers dispersed and no longer interfering, Wang Shao's piercing gaze locked onto Loki's position once more. At the same time, the plasma pistol in his hand lit up with an intense glow, its barrel spitting fiery tongues of rage as bullets rained down on Loki like a torrential storm. A mortal's weapon cannot harm me in the slightest, Loki stated calmly. As the plasma rounds surged toward him, a dark, shadowy shield materialized around his body, deflecting every blast with ease. His expression remained filled with disdain and arrogance. Now, let this insignificant mortal witness the insurmountable chasm between a god and an ant, Loki declared. As his words fell, his hands moved swiftly, and in an instant, 2 short blades radiating a cold, ghostly light materialized out of thin air. Thud! The short blades clashed heavily against the dragon-head hammer, the collision like the violent impact of 2 stars colliding. A tremendous surge of energy erupted from the point of collision, spreading outward in a wild, uncontrollable wave. The surrounding air seemed to be crushed by an invisible giant hand, creating ripples that were visible to the naked eye. Even someone as formidable as Loki couldn't mask his shock as the terrifying force struck him. His expression changed drastically, and his body, as if struck by a sledgehammer, staggered backward uncontrollably, carving deep grooves into the ground with his feet. This power, could he really just be immortal? Loki's mind reeled in disbelief. The man standing before him, Wang Shao, had far surpassed the limits of what Loki thought mortals were capable of. But Wang Shao gave Loki no time to recover. He charged forward like a war god from ancient times, his eyes blazing with fury. The dragon-head hammer in his hands turned into a blur of light and shadow, striking at Loki with relentless ferocity. Each blow carried the weight of 100 tons, the howling wind that followed sounding like a prelude to death itself. Loki knew that meeting such attacks head-on was not an option. His figure flickered like a phantom, narrowly evading Wang Shao's deadly strikes. Yet, the overwhelming force of the onslaught left him in a desperate, disheveled state. Close combat was never Loki's forte, and under Wang Shao's relentless barrage, his defenses began to crack. In a moment of distraction, Wang Shao's hammer, carrying the weight of a mountain, smashed directly into Loki's chest. Boom. The impact was like an explosion, sending Loki hurtling through the air. He crashed to the ground with such force that the hard surface shattered, leaving a massive crater in his wake. Dirt and debris flew in all directions, and a thick cloud of dust enveloped the battlefield. Wang Shao, however, had no intention of letting this opportunity slip by. He was on Loki in an instant, his hammer swinging ceaselessly, creating a whirlwind of crushing blows. Each strike carried an unstoppable force, raining down on Loki as if delivering the wrath of an emperor. Perish beneath the fury of the emperor. Wang Shao's roar echoed across the battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless sound of impacts filled the air, and the ground beneath them began to collapse under the pressure. As Wang Shao's attacks grew ever more ferocious, his Terminator battle armor began to show signs of strain. The surface started to overheat, wisps of smoke seeping from its seams, accompanied by sharp alarm tones that underscored the intensity and brutality of the fight. At last, Wang Shao halted his assault, his chest heaving as he caught his breath. It had been a long time since he had fought with such unrestrained power. He removed his helmet, his gaze fixed on the ground where Loki lay, battered and nearly indistinguishable from the surrounding dirt. It's over, he declared. But just as Wang Shao believed the battle had reached its conclusion, a sharp laugh pierced the air. I told you, mortals cannot harm a god, you fool. Loki's voice rang out mockingly. His body reformed in an instant, his laughter filled with derision as he taunted Wang Shao. Faced with Loki's unabashed mockery, Wang Shao's eyes ignited with a resolute fire. Clenching his teeth, he spat out each word with unwavering determination. Evil god, if I cannot kill you once, then I will kill you 1,000 times, again and again, until my life burns out. Loki cast a sidelong glance at Wang Shao, his gaze dripping with undisguised contempt. His voice, cold and mocking, rang out. Mortal insect, until you ascend to godhood, you're not even worthy of speaking to me. Before his words had fully settled, Loki abruptly waved his hand, and a surge of mysterious energy rippled through the air. Wang Shao felt the world spinning around him, the scenery before his eyes shifting at an incredible speed. When he regained his senses, he found himself transported to a distant location. Loki's lips curled into a cold smirk as he murmured under his breath. This little charade has grown tiresome. It's time for me to leave. He extended his hand toward the void, his fingertips glowing as he attempted to tear open a rift to another dimension. However, his movements suddenly faltered, and the smirk froze on his face. No matter how much divine power he summoned, the space remained immovable, refusing to yield to his will. Loki's expression darkened, a flicker of unease and confusion crossing his eyes. He muttered to himself, has someone sealed off this area? Strange. If no one intends to kill me, what is the purpose of trapping me here? At that moment, a thunderous roar shattered the silence, echoing across the sky. Loki, a blinding white light followed, and a young man named Lin Qiye appeared like a shooting star. His stance was firm, his eyes blazing with righteous fury, as though he intended to burn all evil to ashes. Almost simultaneously, a dazzling blue light illuminated the scene. Using the teleportation device on his hammer, Wang Shao descended like a divine warrior, landing directly before Loki. One youth cloaked in a dark red cape emanating an air of mystery, and one giant clad in iron armor, like a war god both stood side by side, their eyes burning with unrelenting anger. Loki scoffed coldly. What difference does it make how many mortals come? To me, you're nothing more than a swarm of overreaching ants, incapable of even scratching me. Lin Qiye began chanting under his breath, domain of mortal divinity, power shared. In an instant, golden light radiating from him flowed into Wang Shao. Wang Shao felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body, rejuvenating his weary form with newfound vitality. So this is the power of the gods, Wang Shao thought, awestruck as he marveled at the boundless energy within him. Determination flashed in Lin Qiye's eyes as two long blades materialized in his hands, their edges glinting with a chilling light. With unstoppable momentum, he charged toward Loki, slashing fiercely as he shouted, "Loki, today will be your end." Wang Shao followed closely behind, raising his hammer high and roaring, "Evil god, prepare to die." Wang Shao was equally relentless. He raised his dragon head hammer high, its head glowing with a golden light, as if imbued with divine will. With immense force, he swung the hammer fiercely toward Loki. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed through the air as Loki's body was hurled like a broken kite, slamming into a distant mountain. The mountain shattered instantly, sending a rain of debris crashing down. Loki lay in the rubble, his body battered and broken, his breath faint. Lin Qiye and Wang Shao slowly approached Loki, looking down at him from above. "Evil god, your end has come," Lin Qiye said coldly. Despite his pitiful state, Loki laughed defiantly. "I am a god. You cannot kill me with your current strength. I will return." But before he could finish, a long blade pierced through his chest, and his head was crushed by the hammer. After confirming that Loki's aura had completely vanished, Lin Qiye let out a sigh of relief. This time, Loki was truly dead. Wang Shao, hearing this, finally lowered his guard. "Is this divine battle finally over? I still have some matters to attend to," Lin Qiye said. With that, he opened a portal and left. Wang Shao followed suit, activating his teleportation device to return to Zhao Kongqing. Meanwhile, Li Liang, Deng Wei, Zhao Kongqing, and their team had already finished clearing out the frost giants. The battle was over, and it was time to head back. However, Zhao Kongqing's voice emanated from the stone coffin. "Wang Shao, what about Songnan? What happened at Songnan City? Is Team 136 still there?" Wang Shao looked toward the coffin and replied, "Songnan City is gone. As for Team 136, I'm not sure." Zhao Kongqing fell silent, his emotions conflicted. The loss of Songnan City was hard to accept, but the neural inhibitors in the stone coffin kept him outwardly calm. "Can I go back to check on the members of Team 136? Zhao Kongqing asked. Wang Shao summoned the Thunderhawk gunship and answered, "Your current condition isn't suitable for appearing in the city. If you want to see them, they can come to the base to visit you." Zhao Kongqing understood that his current appearance was not fit for public view and reluctantly agreed to the suggestion. After Lin Qiye healed Wu Xiangnan's hands, which had been wounded by the heavenly cloud sword, he opened another portal and left the office. In a quiet forest, Lin Qiye finally broke under the weight of his grief over the loss of his loved ones. His mind began to unravel until he was discovered by Xia Siming of the Phoenix Squad, who took him to the hospital. Though Songnan City had been devastated by Gaia's Shiva's wrath, a few tens of thousands of residents had survived because they were not in the city at the time of the attack. Still, the contrast between the city's former population of over 1 million and its current state was heartbreaking. Back at the base, Wang Shao tasked Li Liang and Deng Wei with writing a report on the battle and submitting it to him. He also arranged for Zhao Kongqing to undergo maintenance and care. Meanwhile, Wang Shao stood before the statue of the emperor, speaking softly. "Emperor, today I felt the power of the gods. I don't know if this is a betrayal of your teachings, but I have no divine power and cannot eradicate the evil gods of this world." The emperor had refused to call himself a god in life, but without divine power, how could one defeat deities? Troubled by the experience of wielding divine power, Wang Shao repeated 8 words under his breath, as if searching for clarity. "Do not cling to illusions. Reflect and think deeply." Later, Lin Qiye was sent to the Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital in the sanctuary for recovery, while Wu Xiangnan left Songnan City. On this same day, 2 figures appeared at the gates of the Dian Baserding and Wen Qima, the watchman of Team 136, requesting to meet with Wang Shao, the captain of the Dian squad. The gates slowly opened, and Hong Ying and Wen Qima stepped into the Dian base side by side. Before them was a scene of orderly activity. On the expansive, level training field, several team members were engaged in physical training, while rows of dormitory buildings gleamed brightly under the sunlight. As soon as the two entered the base, a tall, broad-shouldered man quickly approached them. "Li Liang of the Dian squad, welcome to the both of you," he said in a booming voice, standing at an impressive height of nearly 2.3 meters. Hong Ying and Wen Qima exchanged a glance, already accustomed to encountering such extraordinary physiques. Hong Ying gave a slight bow, speaking sincerely. "Hong Ying, captain of Squad 136, and this is my vice-captain, Wen Qima. We've come here with a request, and hope to meet your captain, Wang Shao." Li Liang frowned slightly at her words. "That might be difficult at the moment. Our captain has been extremely busy lately. Even we rarely get to see him." A flicker of disappointment crossed Hong Ying's eyes. Noticing this, Wen Qima stepped forward and asked, "Could you tell us what Captain Wang Shao has been occupied with? We've come with an urgent matter and must meet him." Li Liang hesitated briefly before answering. Since the last divine battle, the captain seems to have fallen into some sort of contemplation. Recently, he's been locking himself up in the forging factory all day, though we're not entirely sure what he's working on. Li Liang, what nonsense are you spouting? A stern voice suddenly interrupted. Another team member, Deng Wei, had appeared behind them at some point, his expression displeased. How could the captain be lost in confusion? Don't forget the teachings of the Empire. The captain is merely seeking solutions to problems. Turning to Hong Ying and Wen Qima, Deng Wei softened his tone. If you have something to discuss, why not share it with us first? Should we get the chance to see the captain, we'll be sure to relay your message. Hearing Deng Wei's words, both Hong Ying and Wen Qima felt a tinge of discouragement. Still, Hong Ying mustered her courage and explained their purpose. In the battle at Songnan City, we witnessed firsthand the terrifying power of the gods. Although the Fenghuang squad mentioned that no mysterious forces would reappear within 3 years after the divine battle, both Wen Qima and I are acutely aware of our own limitations. Therefore, we hope to train under the theirend squad to enhance our abilities. Li Liang and Deng Wei exchanged uncertain looks. Li Liang, with an apologetic expression, said, "Unfortunately, the captain hasn't mentioned any plans to recruit new members for the theirend squad. We really can't make such decisions on our own. My apologies," Deng Wei added. "However, we'll make sure to convey your request to the captain." Disheartened, Hong Ying and Wen Qima were about to turn and leave when a sudden, thunderous explosion shook the entire base. In the distance, a factory erupted in flames, the deafening sound of the blast accompanied by thick black smoke billowing into the sky. "This is bad. Something's happened at the forging factory." Li Liang and Deng Wei's expressions changed drastically, and without another word, they sprinted toward the source of the explosion. Hong Ying and Wen Qima exchanged a glance and quickly followed. By the time they arrived, much of the forging factory had already collapsed. "Captain," Li Liang and Deng Wei called out anxiously. From within the rubble came a faint stir of movement. Moments later, a tall, muscular figure slowly rose to his feet. It was Wang Shao, his entire body blackened by soot from the explosion, as though he had just emerged from a coal kiln. Yet, upon closer inspection, he was entirely unscathed. "I'm fine. There was just a minor mishap while forging an artifact," Wang Shao said in a calm, steady voice, walking out of the ruins with composure. His gaze then settled on the nearby Hong Ying and Wen Qima. "You're here. Have you encountered some tricky problem you can't solve?" Wang Shao asked with a hint of curiosity, his sharp eyes fixed on the unexpected visitors. Hong Ying stared at Wang Shao, who appeared to be covered in a layer of black grime, momentarily stunned before speaking. We don't have anything urgent. Maybe you should clean up first." "It's fine," she said. Wang Shao responded calmly, and in an instant, his spiritual energy surged around him. A radiant glow enveloped him, and the charred grime on his body quickly dissipated. Even more astonishingly, under the influence of his energy, the collapsed factory began to restore itself. Bricks returned to their places, and beams and columns reassembled. "Let's talk in the lounge," Wang Shao suggested. The 5 of them moved to the lounge, where someone soon brought hot tea. Wang Shao listened attentively as Li Liang explained the purpose of Hong Ying and Wen Qima's visit. "You want to enhance your combat abilities?" Wang Shao asked, his sharp gaze fixed on the 2 of them. Hong Ying and Wen Qima nodded eagerly, their eyes filled with hope and anticipation. Wang Shao fell into deep thought. Astartes had never recruited female members before. While there were female soldiers among the Imperial Guard, Wang Shao had no intention of using their techniques on Hong Ying. The training of the Imperial Guard began in infancy, involving the reshaping of souls, meticulous genetic modifications, the implantation of various specialized organs during growth, and eventually wearing the Emperor's personally crafted golden power armor. This process was entirely different from the creation of Astartes. If Astartes could be compared to ordinary copper coins, the Imperial Guard would be akin to priceless gold ingots. The methods of their creation were worlds apart. As was their combat prowess, the Imperial Guard facing Astartes was like a high schooler effortlessly taking on a preschooler. As for battle sisters, even the Emperor during the 30K era didn't have much knowledge about them. Combat techniques and physical training are no problem. As for weapons, they'll consider designing a set of power armor and weapons tailored to your mortal physiques, Wang Shao said firmly. Hearing his promise, Hong Ying and Wen Qima were filled with gratitude and thanked him profusely. "Thank you so much. We will give it our all and train as hard as we can." Wang Shao nodded slightly and indicated that Li Liang and Deng Wei could guide them. "I have other matters to attend to. By the way, you can also meet Zhao Kongqing. If everything goes as planned, your training will start tomorrow." After everything was settled, Wen Qima suddenly asked, "It seemed like you were forging a divine artifact earlier. Are you creating a forbidden object?" Wang Shao shook his head. "Forbidden object? No. I'm attempting to forge a true divine artifact," he replied, his gaze growing firmer, radiating an unyielding determination. "After the last divine war, I realized my shortcomings. My spiritual energy still needs time to grow, and my current weapons are too ordinary. I must create a weapon capable of slaying gods. Wang Shao's thoughts drifted to Vulcan, the pre-march. Vulcan had forged 9 legendary artifacts himself, but during subsequent rebellions, fearing they might fall into enemy hands, he had reluctantly ordered the destruction of some of them. The dragon-head hammer Wang Shao wielded was merely an imitation of the Dawnbringer hammer created by Vulcan. After the Divine War, Wang Shao had stood before a statue for a long time, contemplating how to defeat gods. Ultimately, he found his answer: greater spiritual energy and stronger weapons. All fear and uncertainty stem from a lack of power. As a warrior of the Emperor, he could not afford to waver, let alone fear. He would grow stronger, strong enough to slay gods. The word artifact sounded like a fairy tale to Hong Ying and Wen Qima. A mortal forging a weapon to kill gods? Hong Ying was momentarily taken aback. Well, good luck, she said, though she found it hard to believe. Still, she offered her blessing. Wang Shao nodded. Thank you. Starting tomorrow, Li Liang and Deng Wei will train you both. With that, Wang Shao left the lounge and strode purposefully toward the forge, his figure resolute and unwavering. Did he get taller again? Hong Ying whispered. Yeah, he looks over 3 meters tall now, Wen Qima murmured. Back at the forge, Wang Shao pondered why his attempts to forge an artifact kept failing. Could it be that he needed to incorporate some unique characteristics of this world? With this in mind, Wang Shao sought out local mythology texts and began studying them intently. The next day, Hong Ying and Wen Qima arrived at the Dian base with their luggage. The base offered spacious vacant rooms, and food and accommodation posed no issues. After sharing breakfast with Li Liang and Deng Wei, they headed to the training grounds to begin their first day of rigorous training. Deng Wei picked up a wooden sword, his expression serious, and said, First, we need to conduct a comprehensive assessment of your skills to see where you both stand. Attack me together. These words made Hong Ying recall the scene in the training room at the agency. Back then, Wang Shao had said something similar in his calm and composed manner. Come at me together. However, time had passed, and things were no longer the same. Her thoughts quickly faded as she and Wen Qima adjusted their focus. Hong Ying gripped her spear firmly, while Wen Qima tightened his hold on his long blade. They exchanged a glance, silently syncing their movements, and launched a fierce attack on Deng Wei together. The clash of weapons filled the air, creating an intense scene of blades and shadows. Reality, however, was like a cold bucket of water, mercilessly extinguishing their enthusiasm. After a grueling 10 minutes of combat, Hong Ying and Wen Qima were stunned to realize that, no matter how they varied their techniques or intensified their attacks, they couldn't even graze Deng Wei's clothing. When the first round of combat ended, Deng Wei furrowed his brow slightly, his tone filled with sternness. Too crude. Your spear and blade techniques are far too unrefined. He then slowly lowered the wooden sword in his hand and patiently explained, whether it's a spear or a blade, when wielding it, you must never strike aimlessly. Simply aiming to hit your opponent is far from enough. Deng Wei then instructed someone to bring him a ping-pong ball, on which he carefully marked a conspicuous red dot. Remember, no matter what weapon you use, you must aim for precision and lethality, he said firmly. As soon as he finished speaking, he forcefully tossed the ping-pong ball into the air. In an instant, his gaze locked onto the target, and with lightning speed, he grabbed a spear and thrust it toward the airborne ball. With a muffled thud, the sharp tip of the spear pierced the ping-pong ball squarely. Deng Wei skillfully removed the ball from the spear tip and presented it to Hong Ying and Wen Qima. Hong Ying stared closely, her eyes widening in disbelief. To her astonishment, the spear tip had struck the tiny red dot on the ball with flawless precision. Do you see? This is the ultimate level of precision. From now on, you must dedicate a significant amount of time to practice, striving for perfection, Deng Wei said earnestly. Hong Ying reflected silently, realizing that such precision was indeed far beyond her current abilities. Thus began their morning, fully dedicated to training for precision. Wen Qima focused intently on slicing candle wicks with his blade, aiming to split the slender wick cleanly down the middle. The morning training passed in an atmosphere of tension and concentration. After lunch, Hong Ying and Wen Qima enjoyed a brief moment of rest. This is surprisingly considerate. I thought it would be some kind of hellish boot camp, Hong Ying muttered under her breath. But this training method is definitely something I've never seen before. It's quite intriguing, Wen Qima remarked, his tone reflecting curiosity. After their break, the afternoon training session resumed right on schedule. Li Liang strode calmly up to the two and said evenly, All right, this afternoon's training will focus on carving. Carving, Hong Ying and Wen Qima exclaimed in unison, their faces filled with confusion and surprise. They exchanged puzzled glances, their eyes full of questions. Li Liang, unhurried, pulled out a stone about the size of a basketball and gestured toward the imposing statue of the Emperor's armor nearby. He spoke solemnly. That's right. Your task is to calm yourselves and precisely replicate the Emperor's statue. You can choose the size, but the proportions must be exact. Hong Ying and Wen Qima carefully took the stone, their curiosity growing stronger. What's the point of carving? Hong Ying couldn't suppress her doubts and asked. This is to train your precise control over your strength and to hone your mental focus. Li Liang explained patiently. He pulled out an egg from his pocket. This egg is no ordinary one. Its surface is intricately covered with fine engravings. With my current ability, this is the best I can achieve. Li Liang spoke with a touch of humility. Hong Ying's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she reached out to take the egg carefully, examining it closely. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, you actually engraved the memorial to the throne on an egg." Li Liang smiled and nodded. That's right. The captain taught us that as warriors, we must not only possess great strength, but also an appreciation for and ability to create art. Through carving, we can refine our state of mind and gain better control over our power. As he spoke, he took out a quail egg, its surface smooth and flawless, adorned with incredibly delicate patterns resembling a stunning masterpiece. This is the captain's carving of the along the river during the Qingming festival. Hong Ying and Wen Kimo's eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at the quail egg, their faces full of astonishment, as if they were witnessing the most miraculous treasure on earth. Oh wow, I never imagined you guys could be so artistic, Wen Qimo stammered. At this moment, they felt the unique depth of this training, and a newfound sense of respect grew in their hearts. After dinner, as night fell, the training ground at the base remained brightly lit. Hong Ying and Wen Qimo were met with even more intense strength training. Li Liang and Deng Wei each carried a barbell weighing a ton on their shoulders, casually doing warm-up exercises. Watching this scene, Hong Ying suddenly understood. She thought to herself, no wonder they had to learn carving without precise control of their strength. They might accidentally hurt someone just by bumping into them, let alone something as simple as a handshake. Hong Ying, I've got something to tell you, Wen Qimo said, leaning in with a mysterious expression during a break. What is it? Hong Ying turned her head, looking at him curiously. Do you think those two will ever find wives? Wen Qimo asked, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Hong Ying was momentarily stunned but quickly caught on, her face turning bright red. I'm taking you to see the captain right now. Meanwhile, Wang Shao spent the entire day studying myths and forbidden knowledge, gaining an understanding of the materials unique to this world required to forge divine artifacts, such as dragon bones or dragon blood. With this in mind, Wang Shao dialed Yi Fan's number. Yi Fan, pick up the phone, came Yi Fan's voice on the other end. It's me, Wang Shao replied. Wait, did you just say you're going dragon hunting? Yi Fan's voice was filled with shock. As if joking, my friend, the Emperor's warrior doesn't lose his way. He's merely searching for a way to slay gods. Yi Fan frowned, staring at his phone in disbelief. Wang Shao's request caught him completely off guard. Hunting dragons? What do you need a dragon for? To forge a divine weapon and kill a god? He rubbed his forehead, sinking into deep thought. Wang Shao's abilities seemed to surpass his imagination once again, making Yi Fan question his understanding of the world. Could humans really create weapons capable of harming gods? No, Wang Shao had clearly transcended the limits of ordinary humanity. After some contemplation, Yi Fan let out a sigh of resignation. All right, if there are any dragon-related mysterious events on my end, I'll inform you immediately. As soon as the call ended, Wang Shao plunged himself into the forging factory. Fully focused, he devoted himself to the process of smelting and recasting, determined to craft a weapon capable of slaying a god in a single attempt. Meanwhile, in another location, Hong Ying stood before a stone coffin and softly asked, Old Zhao, how are you feeling in there? Zhao Kongcheng's voice came through the communication device on the coffin. Not bad. It's kept at a constant temperature, 247. Plus, with the brain-computer interface, I can play all kinds of games without any lag or the need for a mouse and keyboard. I've even reached the top rank recently. Wen Qimo, standing nearby, explained, since Zhao Kongcheng didn't undergo the Astartes surgery, he remains immortal. He can't endure the transformation procedure or prolonged stasis. This coffin merely delays his aging, but at his core, he's still human. He'll succumb to old age in his 60s or 70s. Hong Ying forced a smile and comforted him. Don't worry, Old Zhao. Isn't this what we night watchers are supposed to do? It's the duty and resolve of every one of us. Wen Qimo glanced at the time. All right, Old Zhao, we need to head to training now. Don't worry, we'll come to keep you company whenever we have time. As the two left, Zhao Kongcheng felt a wave of loneliness wash over him. He murmured to himself, Wang Shao, can you really liberate humanity? Time flew by, and half a year passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Lin Qiye remained at Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital. Ever since witnessing the disappearance of Songnan City with his own eyes, he had been unable to accept the harsh reality. The forbidden ruin of the mortal god domain, capable of creating miracles, had enveloped him, constructing a small, illusory version of Songnan City that only he could see. In this fabricated world, Lin Qiye felt as if he had returned to his past life. He could see his aunt, the familiar high-rises, the streets, and the little shops he used to know. Aunt, I'm home. What's for dinner tonight? Lin Qiye asked softly as he stepped into the house. I've got the night shift today. I've already prepared the food. Eat up and put the leftovers in the fridge. I'm heading to work now, his aunt's voice called from the kitchen. All right, take care on your way, Lin Qiye replied, sitting at the dining table and beginning to eat the meal in front of him. Suddenly, a strange voice whispered in his ear, do you want to bring them back to life? Lin Qiye frowned and scratched his ear. Weird, ever since my eyesight got better, now my ears are acting up? The voice persisted, its tone enticing. I can help you revive them, all I need is a small price in return. Lin Qiye seemed to ignore it entirely, focusing on his meal. He muttered to himself, I should probably get my ears checked. I've been hearing things a lot lately. Inside the mental asylum within his body, the night goddess Nyx and the god of wizards Merlin wore solemn expressions. Nyx nodded gravely, her eyes filled with deep concern. Goddess, I assume you've heard that voice too, she said. Merlin's brows furrowed tightly, his tone severe. I don't think this is anything good. That voice keeps echoing in Lin Qiye's mind, as if it's some kind of seduction. Even my silence magic cannot block it. This was the first time Merlin had encountered such a situation. As the god of magic, he wielded countless divine spells, yet even he couldn't prevent this voice from surfacing in Lin Qiye's mind. The child is exhausted. Let him rest a bit longer. With his willpower, he won't succumb to it. Nyx said, her maternal instincts unwilling to wake Lin Qiye from this illusion. Seeing her child endure such devastation, she hoped he could have a moment of peace. Night goddess, you're only harming him by doing this, Merlin said, his tone growing more stern and resolute. Nyx glanced at Merlin with disdain and let out a cold snort. What? Are you planning to start a fight today? She asked. Merlin shook his head and began forming a magical array around him. No, I just want him to wake up as soon as possible. It's for his own good. Dark energy surged around Nyx as she replied coldly. Humph. He is my child. It's not your place to interfere. After the divine battle in Songnan City, everything seemed to return to normal on the surface. But only Wang Shao and a few others realized that beneath this calm, an even greater storm was brewing. In the northwest region of Daxiao, the sandy terrain of Shajiang had become a haven for off-road enthusiasts. Rally races, motocross events, and bonfires intertwined with the golden dunes to create a unique festival atmosphere. Fuyu, a star motocross racer, had earned the nickname Eternal Second after repeatedly placing second in Shajiang's motocross competitions. Today, the annual motocross rally was about to kick off once again. Fuyu approached his team boss, Boss He, pleading, Boss He, I beg you. I'm not asking for the championship, I get it. But could you at least raise my salary a bit? Fuyu was part of Mingyu Racing Team, the largest team in Shajiang, which had swept countless championships. In Shajiang, if Mingyu Racing Team claimed second place, no one would dare claim first. Boss He, a rotund man seated behind his desk with a beautiful secretary in his arms, smiled faintly. Ah, Xiao Fu, you know our Mingyu Racing Team values reputation and rules above all. Isn't your salary high enough? I spent 30 million to sign you, after all. Fuyu, growing anxious, shot up from his chair. His tall, lanky frame stood out in his racing suit, and sand fell from his body onto the desk, causing Boss He to frown slightly. But you didn't mention that the signing bonus would only be paid 10 years after my retirement. My current stipend of 5,000 yuan a month isn't enough. My mother is still in the ICU. Fuyu exclaimed. Boss He casually blew the sand off his desk before responding with a helpless expression. What can I say? The contract is written that way. Did I force you to sign it? No, right? You just didn't read it carefully. The folds of fat on Boss He's face seemed to ripple with laughter. With a thud, Fuyu dropped to his knees, begging, Boss He, I'm begging you. My mother needs money for surgery. My little sister is still in elementary school. Just give me one hint of the signing bonus. It'll work for you until I die if I have to. Boss He acted as though he hadn't heard him, continuing to flirt with the secretary in his arms. I'm too soft-hearted. I can't stand it when people beg me. Security, get him out of here. Two strong men entered the office, grabbed Fuyu, and began dragging him out. Fuyu panicked, his eyes red with fury. He suddenly pulled out his helmet and hurled it at Boss He's chubby face. Yixingdai, you tricked me into signing that contract. You'll pay for this. Boss He was struck, his face twisting in anger. Take him out and teach him a lesson. I may not know how to train a racer, but destroying one is far too easy. Fuyu's curses faded into the distance until they could no longer be heard. The petite secretary leaned against Boss He and murmured softly, Oh, boss, don't get so worked up. Boss He glanced at her, his double chin quivering slightly. I'm in a terrible mood right now. The secretary obediently knelt down, bowing her head. 3 seconds later, Boss He's face broke into a pleased smile. Good job. An 80,000 yuan bag. I already bought it for you. That evening, Fuyu returned to the dingy basement he rented for 300 yuan a month, his body battered and bruised. A little girl ran up to him and hugged him tightly. Brother, I sold the bottles I collected today and made 5 yuan. Fuyu gently patted his sister's head. Good job, Xiaoying. Mom will wake up very soon. Inside the Dian base, after 6 months of rigorous training, Hong Ying and Wen Shima began to show promising results. Although they were still far from replicating Wang Shao's intricate skill of carving along the river during the Qingming festival on a quail egg, they had managed to sculpt statues of emperors clad in armor. Both had made significant progress in precision and strength training. Hong Ying's defined abs were now clearly visible, and Wen Qima had transformed into a broad-shouldered, imposing figure. Their overall capabilities had barely reached the standard required for the mortal auxiliary army. The purpose of the training was to enhance their combat skills and physical strength, not to seek pleasure in killing or to pursue power through slaughter. During their downtime, Li Liang and Deng Wei would impart the imperial ideology to Hong Ying and Wen Qima, ensuring they were not swayed by the temptations of evil deities. At the end of the training session, Wang Shao made a rare appearance before the four of them to announce that the day's training was temporarily concluded and that they would soon undertake an external mission. This news piqued Hong Ying and Wen Qima's curiosity. "Can we join this mission?" they asked in unison. After a brief moment of thought, Wang Shao nodded and replied, "You can. Although your combat abilities are still lacking, you can observe and learn from the sidelines." He then turned to Li Liang and Deng Wei, instructing them, "For this mission, you'll train without wearing armor. Grab your preferred weapons and prepare to board." The two responded in unison, "Understood." The Thunderhawk gunship was ready for departure. After 6 months of recovery and preparation, the combat readiness and morale of the Dian squad were at their peak. During this time, Wang Shao had also spoken with Yi Fan, primarily discussing the activities of the Watchmen and the top-tier combat forces in Daxia during peacetime. Yi Fan's response surprised Wang Shao. "They're all lying low, keeping a low profile." Wang Shao pressed further, asking, in plain terms? Yi Fan then explained candidly. One was a scholar who enjoyed riding carriages to tea shops. Another was a sword immortal working as a waiter in a restaurant. Some were delivering food orders. Others were programmers and, of course, there was himself, the commander of the Watchmen. This answer left Wang Shao deep in thought, prompting him to reevaluate the importance of forming a tribunal. Ever since the mists had appeared, unraveling their mysteries and locating the cults and evil gods had proven to be an elusive challenge. The call concluded with Yi Fan mentioning that he had recently discovered traces of an earth dragon in the desert region of Shajiang. After hanging up, Yi Fan wiped the sweat from his brow, sensing something unusual in Wang Shao's tone. "It can't be helped," said Zhuo Qing, the deputy commander of the Watchmen. "Even the strongest humans can't confront deities hidden. It's essential to conserve our strength during peaceful times." Covering his face with his hand, Yi Fan replied wearily, "Why doesn't Wang Shao have those individuals train the Watchmen to boost our collective strength?" Zhuo Qing shook his head firmly and said, "You're still too naive. The stronger the Watchmen become, the more fear they will inspire. If internal issues arise, it could lead to catastrophic consequences." Yi Fan agreed, acknowledging that a group of powerful Watchmen, if poorly managed, could indeed create greater problems. By the way, has the night mecha technology submitted by Wang Shao been reviewed by the science division? After half a year of research, have they made any breakthroughs? Zhuo Qing asked excitedly. The science department could hardly contain its excitement over the mech series blueprints. Prototypes of the new materials and nuclear fission energy generator had begun to take shape, signaling a significant breakthrough in energy issues and a potential leap in societal productivity. Zhuo Qing swiftly transmitted this exhilarating data to Yi Fan's computer. Meanwhile, the blueprint for AI development had already taken form. Within a few years, a revolutionary artificial intelligence system was expected to emerge, one that could drastically enhance the efficiency of the Night Watcher's operations and potentially break through the constraints of the mysterious fog. After reviewing the report, Yi Fan nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad. Wang Shao's value is indeed extraordinary. My insistence on allocating him so many resources was justified. Now, we'll see how he performs in this hunt for the Earth Vein Dragon." Zhuo Qing agreed. "I don't think there's a need to inform that young fellow about our progress here. AI is probably still an unfamiliar concept to him." "Yes, no need to divulge anything for now. We'll show the results when the time comes," Yi Fan concurred. With the addition of the night mechs, his confidence in the Night Watcher's strength had grown significantly. The decision to withhold information about AI development, especially such classified details, was a deliberate choice by the Night Watchers and the leadership of Daxia. Meanwhile, the Thunderhawk gunship was tearing through the skies at an incredible speed. In just 1 hour, it had covered the vast distance from Sangnan City to Shajiang. In the rough passenger cabin, Hong Ying and Wen Qima clutched their seat belts tightly, their expressions tinged with tension. Wang Shao reassured them. "Think of this as a trial. There will be even more advanced vehicles in the future." He and Li Liang, along with 2 others, sat calmly, their demeanor as composed as meditating monks. Finally, the group felt the Thunderhawk gunship begin to decelerate and gradually descend. An assistant respectfully reported, "Sir, we have arrived in Shajiang." These assistants, who had once worked under Yuan Yu, had now fully integrated into the Yin squad. Though few in number, they were more than capable of piloting the Thunderhawk gunship. "Thank you. Excellent flying skills." Wang Shao replied before leading the group off the gunship. The vast expanse of sand stretched endlessly before them, the extreme temperature fluctuations of Shajiang's day and night evident. To avoid drawing attention from locals, they had chosen to land the gunship in a concealed, large sand pit. The pilot would remain with the aircraft, which was well stocked with supplies. Even if buried by sand, the Thunderhawk gunship could easily free itself. The five of them climbed out of the sand pit with some effort, only to hear the distant rumble of a tractor approaching. Well, you must be the special squad, looking quite impressive, I must say. A blue-eyed, hook-nosed man driving the tractor remarked in a thickly accented voice as he pulled up in front of them. I'm Alamo, captain of the Night Watchers 201st Squad in Kashang City, Shajiang Province. I've been assigned to assist your special squad on this mission. He introduced himself. Under the scorching sun, when Shima asked in puzzlement, why are you driving a tractor in this heat? Doesn't it get unbearably hot? I just came back from the fields after fertilizing the Hami melons. Thought I'd drive it over since headquarters said the D-Yin squad members are big and sturdy, figured the tractor would be perfect, Alamo explained. Hong Ying looked exasperated. So, you spend your time growing Hami melons? Yeah, not much else to do around here. We grow Hami melons, stomp grapes for wine, come on, hop on. Alamo responded cheerfully. When Shima muttered under his breath, at least it's not carrying manure. To be fair, Alamo's choice was practical, only a tractor could accommodate so many people at once, especially with Wang Shao and the other two's imposing builds. The tractor carried the five of them to the 201st Squad's base, but the place was completely deserted. Looking around, Hong Ying asked in confusion, where are your team members? They're all out in the fields. Here, have some watermelon, just brought it up from the cellar. It's nice and cool, Alamo said warmly. Wang Shao, unfazed, got straight to the point. Tell us where you spotted the Earth Vein Dragon. We're here to deal with it. Sure thing. Alamo pulled out a map. The annual off-road festival is happening nearby, so there are lots of tourists around. That Earth Vein Dragon has been very active recently, which is why we called you in for support. Studying the map, Wang Shao noted that the Earth Vein Dragon's activity area was only 20 kilometers from the festival site. If it went on a rampage, the tourists' safety would be in grave danger. Good. The location is confirmed. Let's move out, Wang Shao ordered decisively. Alamo looked surprised. That's just the range of its activity. How are you going to lure it out? Wang Shao remained unfazed. We have our own methods. By the way, do you have a faster mode of transportation? Upon arriving in the range of the Earth Vein Dragon, Wang Shao and his team disembarked from the vehicle. Li Liang and Deng Wei quickly grabbed their respective weapons, preparing to hunt the creature. The long swords in their hands were made of ordinary steel, devoid of any power systems. In the distance, Hong Ying and Wen Shima stood side by side, with the four members of Team 201 nearby. They held binoculars, their attention fully focused on the scene before them. Wen Shima furrowed his brows slightly, a contemplative look in his eyes, and said slowly, Earthvein dragons are creatures that prefer to seek out comfortable habitats where they can sleep deeply. They rarely appear before humans unless provoked by strong stimuli. Everyone knew that earth dragons were immensely powerful and that their strength would grow continuously as long as they resided in a suitable environment. Wen Shima was filled with puzzlement, unable to comprehend why Wang Shao had not instructed Li Liang and Deng Wei to wear battle armor. Meanwhile, Alamo, full of curiosity, was eager to see how they would lure out the Earth Vein Dragon. As when Shima finished speaking, Wang Shao removed a horn from his waist. On the vast planet Nocturne, strong individuals often hunted dragons to showcase their prowess, and the dragon hunting horn was an indispensable tool in this endeavor. Wang Shao raised the horn steadily, took a deep breath, and blew into it with force. Instantly, a deep, resonant sound echoed from the horn, as low and powerful as a dragon's roar, reverberating across the endless desert sky. Wang Shao blew the horn 3 times in succession, the familiar melody acting as a thread of time that pulled his thoughts back to his arrival on Nocturne. Back then, he had resolutely blown the dragon-hunting horn to prove to the father of genes that he was worthy of joining the Fire Lizard unit. After successfully hunting a dragon, he had even earned the father of genes' praise. When the 3 blasts of the horn ended, the desert fell into an eerie silence, as if time itself had frozen. Alamo couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha! This is ridiculous. How could a mysterious creature just appear so easily? That's nothing but a pipe dream. Shoo! Hong Ying's expression turned serious as she raised a finger to her lips. Listen closely. I think there's something stirring. The group immediately fell silent, holding their breath. The sand beneath their feet began to tremble faintly, like ripples spreading across a calm lake. Soon, the ground started to quake violently, as though a powerful force was churning beneath the surface. Wang Shao and his 2 companions stood firm like unyielding statues, their expressions calm and unwavering. Before anyone could react, a massive earth vein dragon with a body covered in yellowish-brown scales burst out from the ground, suddenly appearing before everyone's eyes. This earth vein dragon was colossal, at least twice the size of the flame vein dragon they had encountered before, resembling a moving hill. Oh my goodness! Alamus' eyes widened in shock. Judging by its size, this earth dragon must be nearing Klein-level strength. Just the three of us, can we really handle this? Don't worry. Just watch. One of his teammates replied with calm determination. Captain Wang Shao is no ordinary person. He has his own unique methods. At this moment, Wang Shao and the others, standing closest to the earth vein dragon, appeared minuscule in comparison to the colossal creature, as insignificant as mere specks beside a towering mountain. Wang Shao's expression was resolute, his gaze commanding and imbued with an undeniable authority. He turned to Li Liang and Deng Wei, his voice deep and firm as he said, "You two only need to find a way to break the horns on the dragon's head. That will count as completing the initiation test you missed before. Go now, this is the time to prove your true combat capabilities." "Yes, sir," Li Liang and Deng Wei responded in unison. Though they had endured the trials of divine battles, their actual combat experience was still limited. Without hesitation, the two drew their heavy swords and strode purposefully toward the earth vein dragon. The sunlight glinted coldly off their blades, casting long, sharp shadows on the ground. Sensing its dignity being challenged, the earth vein dragon let out a deafening roar and charged at the approaching pair. Though both were warriors, Li Liang and Deng Wei displayed starkly different fighting styles. Deng Wei's every strike was precise and deliberate, his movements honed through relentless practice, achieving a perfect balance of power and technique. Li Liang, on the other hand, unleashed each swing with overwhelming force, his strikes as fierce as a tiger descending the mountain. Even before his sword landed, the immense power radiating from his blows seemed to tear through the air, producing a sharp, whistling sound. As the two launched their assault, their speed was so astonishing that, to the distant members of Squad 201, they appeared as little more than fleeting shadows. "How are they so unbelievably fast?" one squad member exclaimed in awe. "No kidding. They're as quick as fleas, you can barely keep track of them with your eyes," another chimed in, their voice filled with astonishment. Nearby, Hong Ying and Wen Qima remained silent. Despite 6 months of rigorous training, they still struggled to even graze the edges of these two's abilities during sparring sessions. A wave of emotion surged in their hearts. Was this the gap between them and the elite special squad? Amid the collective amazement, 2 crisp cracking sounds suddenly pierced the air. The earth vein dragon's horns were severed cleanly, falling to the ground in an instant. Li Liang and Deng Wei stood with their swords lowered, their chests rising slightly with exertion. Despite the physical toll, they appeared composed and in control. "Well done." A hint of approval flashed in Wang Shao's eyes. "However, leave the rest to me. With the ordinary weapons you carry, you're far from capable of killing this dragon." As if understanding Wang Shao's words, the earth vein dragon turned its rage-filled focus toward him, letting out an earth-shaking roar. It opened its massive jaws, spewing a torrent of dragon breath laced with sand and stone, surging toward Wang Shao like a devastating flood. The destructive force of the dragon breath was so immense that it seemed capable of obliterating steel itself. Yet, despite the terrifying onslaught, Wang Shao remained calm and unflinching. As the sandstorm-like dragon breath roared past, the dust began to settle, revealing Wang Shao still standing firmly in place. His lower half was protected by his sturdy armor, which remained intact, safeguarding him completely from harm. No way had just tanked the dragon's breath, the onlookers exclaimed in shock. The earth vein dragon's breath, filled with crushing sand and stone, was powerful enough to destroy metal, and yet Wang Shao emerged unscathed. Alamo's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a picture of shock. Wang Shao brushed the dust off his clothes, his expression calm and composed as he said coolly, "Not bad. That attack was somewhat interesting." Before his words had fully settled, Wang Shao suddenly pushed off the ground with explosive force, launching himself like a human missile toward the earth vein earth dragon. His figure traced a sharp arc through the air, his voice booming like a thunderclap. "Now, it's my turn." The earth vein earth dragon seemed to sense the terrifying power emanating from this human. A flicker of fear flashed in its eyes, but before it could react, Wang Shao's fist came crashing down like a massive bomb. Boom! A thunderous sound shook the heavens and the earth, causing the entire desert to tremble. The sheer force of this punch was so immense that even the distant figures of Hong Ying and the others could feel the ground quaking beneath their feet. The earth vein earth dragon, which had previously held its head high in defiance, was instantly smashed into the ground by Wang Shao's powerful strike, sending clouds of sand soaring into the air. "What?" the 4 members of Team 201 exclaimed in unison. With just one punch, the fearsome earth vein earth dragon had been defeated. Wang Shao maintained his composed demeanor as he reached out and grabbed the earth vein earth dragon's body. Dragging it behind him, he slowly walked toward the group, resembling a triumphant war god returning from battle. The scene shifted to the hospital in Keilei's city. Here, prayers were even more devout than those in the church. Fu Yu's younger sister, Fu Xiaoying, was accompanying their mother in the hospital corridor. She was drawing on a piece of paper, sketching herself, her brother, and their mother, with a field of blooming flowers as the background. Mom, today is my birthday. My birthday wish is that you'll never die, Fu Xiaoying said softly. As if in answer to her prayer, a small green mushroom quietly sprouted in a dry corner of the hospital. Under the scorching sun and waves of heat, the 30-second desert cross-country motorcycle race was in full swing. Countless off-road motorcyclists were bustling around in the pit area, checking tire pressures, tuning engines, and tightening screws. The air was thick with the smell of motor oil and sweat, mingling with an atmosphere of tension and excitement. Fu Yu stood absent-mindedly by his bike, half listening to the manager's lengthy lecture. The manager's voice droned on in his ears. Remember, your task this time is to support our team's lead rider. Stick close to the opponent, and at the last moment, fake a crash to take them out. Make sure our team secures first place, got it? Fu Yu's gaze wandered, occasionally drifting toward the track as if he couldn't wait to start the race. He was long used to the manager's nagging, letting the words go in one ear and out the other. Suddenly, his phone rang, cutting through the pre-race tension. He quickly pulled out his phone, which lagged for a moment before the screen lit up. The caller ID displayed his sister's number, making his heart skip a beat. He answered immediately. Xiaomei, what's wrong? On the other end, his sister Xiaoying's voice was brimming with uncontrollable excitement. Brother, Mom woke up. The news hit Fu Yu like a sledgehammer, leaving him frozen in place, his mouth slightly agape, unable to respond for a moment. Ever since their father's passing, their mother had suffered a workplace accident that led to a bacterial infection, which gradually attacked her spine and brain. For years, she had been confined to an ICU bed, her fragile life sustained by medical equipment. Doctors had repeatedly advised Fu Yu to stop treatment, claiming there was no hope for his mother's recovery. But Fu Yu had steadfastly refused each time, his resolve as unyielding as steel. Really, Xiaoying? Fu Yu's voice trembled slightly, tinged with a mix of disbelief and hope. Yes, really, brother. Xiaoying's young voice was filled with joy. Mom just woke up all of a sudden. She smells a bit bad because she hasn't bathed in a long time, though. At that moment, Fu Yu was too overwhelmed by the sudden good news to care about such minor details. Meanwhile, the manager, growing impatient, began shouting angrily. What are you doing answering calls at a time like this? Get ready for the race, and don't mess this up. Fu Yu paid no attention to the manager's outburst. Bursting with happiness, he said into the phone. All right, Xiaoying, take good care of Mom. He'll head back as soon as I finish the race. Be good, all right? Okay. Bye, brother. Xiaoying replied obediently. After hanging up, Fu Yu felt an uncontainable surge of energy coursing through him. Flashes of a brighter future raced through his mind. No more endless medical bills, his sister's excellent grades, his planned part-time jobs, and the 3 million yuan signing bonus. A hopeful and promising life seemed to beckon him with open arms. As he mounted his motorcycle, an unprecedented determination lit up his eyes, as if a brand new chapter in his life was about to unfold. Meanwhile, in another scene, Wang Shao and his team worked methodically to hoist the massive Earth Vein Dragon onto the underside of the Thunderhawk gunship. Alamu, with a warm smile, tried to persuade them to stay. Hey, leaving already? Why not stay a bit longer? The fruits here in Shajiang are incredibly sweet and delicious. Wang Shao sighed lightly, his perception of the Night Watcher's professional standards once again hitting rock bottom. With a serious expression, he said, I hope you can enhance your training to handle potential emergencies. The person in charge waved dismissively, responding nonchalantly. The population of Kashang City is barely over 10,000. Our Shajiang region is vast but sparsely populated, and mysterious incidents are extremely rare. Wang Shao suppressed his anger, fearing he might lose control like those scoundrels from the Midnight Lords of the 8th Legion. He simply said, goodbye, before turning to board the Thunderhawk gunship to leave. The group entered the gunship, and the hatch slowly closed, sealing off the noise from the outside world. The pilot initiated the pre-flight checks, while Alamu and his men stood not far away, their faces relaxed as they prepared to see off the Diong squad. Suddenly, a team member came running in a panic, kicking up a cloud of dust and shouting, Captain, something's happened. Alamu frowned, a sense of foreboding rising in his chest. He asked, what happened? The team member, panting heavily, reported, there seems to be a mysterious incident in Kashang City. An unknown pathogen has appeared in the hospital, and all the patients and doctors inside are infected. The virus has already started spreading. Alamu was stunned. In all his years of experience, he had never encountered such a large-scale incident. After a moment of thought, he asked, should we request assistance from the special squad? But he quickly changed his mind. Forget it. It's just an infection. We can handle it with quarantine and screening. If we make too much of a fuss, how are we supposed to hold the off-road festival? That's a major source of income for the locals in Kashang City. Starting up his tractor, Alamu added, our job is to maintain social stability. This is just a flu outbreak, not a big deal. Remember, this is about human relations, not fighting and killing. You still have a lot to learn. Meanwhile, inside the gunship, Wang Shao sensed something unusual. He asked the pilot, "Is there an issue with the Thunderhawk?" The pilot replied, "Apologies, sir. The gunship seems to have a minor issue. According to Yuan Yu, the chief engineer, it might just be a little temperamental." Wang Shao walked to the cockpit and gave the control panel a light tap. Miraculously, the Thunderhawk systems reported everything was normal and ready for takeoff. Stopping the pilot, Wang Shao said, "Something doesn't feel right. The machine's spirit doesn't act up without reason. I'll take over flying. You go inform Li Liang and Deng Wei to begin the armor ceremony." Wang Shao skillfully started the Thunderhawk, its engines roaring as it ascended into the sky, heading toward Kashang City. After dealing with the Earth Dragon, a series of fragmented images flashed through his mind again, making him realize that Kashang City was on the brink of descending into hell. Before long, a sickly green hue began spreading from the hospital in Kashang City. Wang Shao's heart sank like a stone, and he immediately ordered, "Yuan Yu, activate the teleportation device. I need a barrier field. Estimate the dimensions." Fu Yu happily finished the competition. His manager praised his outstanding performance and handed him a 200 yuan bonus. To celebrate, he bought a small cream cake and rode his motorcycle back toward Kashang City. However, on his way, he noticed black pillars descending from the sky, embedding themselves around the city's outskirts. Moments later, a massive blue barrier enveloped Kashang City entirely. Stopping his motorcycle, Fu Yu stared at the strange sight in confusion. When he reached out to touch the barrier, it blocked him completely, immovable. His cake fell to the ground as panic set in. He banged on the barrier and tried to call for help, but his phone lagged frustratingly. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoed from the sky. A strange aircraft descended nearby, suspending a lizard-like creature beneath it. Three towering figures in green armor emerged from the vehicle, followed by two seemingly normal humans. Fu Yu immediately rode toward them, catching Wang Shao's attention. "Excuse me. Excuse me." Fu Yu stopped his motorcycle and fearlessly addressed them. "Please help me. I don't know why I can't get into Kashang City, and my family is still inside." Hong Ying and Wen Qima immediately stepped forward. "We're with the National Security Department. Kashang City is currently under emergency lockdown due to an acute bacterial outbreak. You must stay here and wait for further updates." Acute bacterial outbreak. Fu Yu was stunned. Everything had seemed perfectly normal when he left that morning. "Citizen, stay here. We'll do our best to rescue everyone," Wang Shao ordered through his armor, then entered the barrier with Li Liang and Deng Wei. "Wait, my family," Fu Yu shouted anxiously, but his phone lagged so badly he couldn't even dial out. Hong Ying tried to reassure him, "Don't worry. If they're handling it, they'll save as many people as possible." Yet, as Fu Yu watched the team carrying flamethrowers, hammers, and swords, doubt crept into his mind. "Ugh, this phone. Why is it so slow now?" When Shima glanced at it and suggested, "How about letting the tech crew on the gunship fix it for you? This phone is ancient." "Really? Thank you so much," Fu Yu replied eagerly. Meanwhile, inside the barrier, Wang Shao caught a faint, unpleasant smell in the air. His heart sank. Thanks to the genetic enhancement from the space wolf pre-March Lehman Russ, his heightened sense of smell confirmed his fears. If this truly was a plague, saving the city would require a prolonged purification process. The good news is that the city is contained within the barrier. Scans show the outbreak hasn't spread beyond the city. The next step is to locate healthy citizens, place them under strict quarantine, and send their coordinates to Yuan Yu so he can deploy additional containment fields to protect them, Wang Shao commanded. "Understood, Captain," the team members responded. "Captain, how are we going to rescue the citizens here?" a teammate asked as Wang Shao activated his psychic energy, glowing faintly with determination. "I'll do everything I can to eradicate the source of this plague," Wang Shao declared resolutely. He then activated his psychic teleportation and instantly landed on the hospital rooftop. With a deafening roar, the world before him transformed abruptly. Everything around was shrouded in a sickly green hue, as if he had stepped into a nightmare. Trees twisted unnaturally, bearing poisonous fruits. Flowers and grass mutated, oozing disgusting pus. Worms were grotesquely bloated, and flies had swelled to the size of footballs. Most horrifying of all, the hospital's patients had turned into bizarre creatures. Cancer patients had grown massive and grotesque, their organs bursting through their torsos. Amputees had sprouted grotesque, inhuman limbs, prancing wildly in the wards. The scene was both grotesque and eerie, filled with a macabre sense of twisted joy. Wang Shao let out a furious roar. Damn this plague. Psychic flames erupted from his body, instantly incinerating everything around him. The hospital's surroundings were reduced to a lifeless, charred wasteland in seconds. Is the plague demon inside the hospital? Wang Shao muttered to himself before punching through the rooftop and descending into the building. Countless plague-ridden imps swarmed towards him, but they disintegrated into ash under the force of his psychic power. This is the only way to save as many as I can, Wang Shao thought, continuing to cleanse the building floor by floor. After confirming there were no survivors, he gave a decisive order: destroy it. A massive bolt of psychic lightning descended from the sky, obliterating the entire building and even penetrating deep into the ground. As Wang Shao caught his breath, a report came in from Li Liang. Captain, after scanning with the life detector, I found no healthy residents in my area. Wang Shao felt a heavy weight in his chest, and Deng Wei's report only made things worse. Captain, it seems a worker from the city's central water source recently left the hospital. His presence has contaminated the water supply of this small city. I haven't found any survivors here either. Suppressing his growing despair, Wang Shao issued his command. Keep searching. Never give up hope of finding survivors. Understood, Captain. The team responded in unison. Wang Shao thought grimly to himself. Even with mild infections, even if citizens remain conscious, there's no way to cure them. Psychic energy has no healing capabilities. Despite the hospital being obliterated by psychic lightning, grotesque creatures continued to emerge from behind. Not in the hospital building, are they in the inpatient ward? Wang Shao activated his communicator and contacted Yuan Yu. Prepare the Hellfire thermobaric bomb and await my teleportation command. With that, he hefted his dragon-head hammer and headed toward the inpatient ward. Meanwhile, Hong Ying and Wen Qima anxiously waited on the outskirts. After receiving a distress signal from Alamu's team, all contact had been lost, leaving the situation unclear. Wen Qima couldn't help but ask, why aren't we allowed to go in? Is it because we're not strong enough? Hong Ying replied nonchalantly, I have no idea. But with Wang Shao here, this situation should turn around soon enough. Fu Yu took the phone, completely ignoring the technician's explanations. He immediately unlocked it and found countless missed calls from his younger sister. He hurriedly called back, and as soon as the line connected, his sister's tearful voice came through. Brother, there's a terrifying man made of steel outside, and I'm so scared. He's carrying a hammer and killing people everywhere. Fu Yu's expression turned grave as he glanced warily at Hong Ying and the others. He shouted angrily, I see you're terrorists. You're here to massacre people. Hong Ying and Wen Qima looked baffled. What are you talking about? Explain yourself. Fu Yu stepped back a few paces and spoke into the phone. Be good, little sister. How are you and Mom doing? Brother, Mom and I are hiding on the top floor of the inpatient ward. The steel man is still outside, killing people. He even has electricity on his body, his sister sobbed. Fury surged within Fu Yu as he drew a cake knife and pointed it at Hong Ying and Wen Qima. You're all liars. Call back your armored men right now, or he'll kill you. Hong Ying and Wen Qima tried to reason with him. There must be some misunderstanding here. Misunderstanding my ass. Fu Yu roared. He'll open a video call right now, so you can see your horrifying crimes for yourselves. With that, Fu Yu ended the call and started a video chat. The screen displayed the tear-streaked face of a girl, her skin green and covered in pustules, crying as she pleaded, Brother, please save me and Mom. The moment Fu Yu saw his sister, his hands began to tremble. Was the green, pus-covered creature in front of him truly his sister? He glared furiously at Hong Ying and the others, demanding, What did you do to my phone? Hong Ying and Wen Qima exchanged confused glances, clearly unaware of what had happened. Fu Yu struggled to accept that this bizarre creature was his sister. Son. A long-lost yet familiar voice came from the phone. Son, where are you? Mom wants to see how you're doing. Hearing his mother's voice, Fu Yu looked down at the screen. The figure on the screen resembled his sister but was now infested with maggots, her limbs decaying, bacteria forming colonies on her face, and grotesque gray-black horns sprouting from her head. Despite her horrifying appearance, Fu Yu could still recognize the mother he once knew in her oily green visage. Mom, why have you turned into this? Why have both you and Xiaoying become like this? He asked in despair. His mother replied, It's nothing. It's just that the one outside is about to come in. Listen, I don't have any other requests, just take Xiaoying away. Take her to another city where she can live safely. Fu Yu collapsed onto the yellow sand, overwhelmed by hopelessness. Why? Why did this happen to you? His mind was a battlefield of reason and emotion. These two figures, while outwardly resembling his sister and mother, were now far removed from humanity. Are you okay? Hong Ying stepped forward, trying to console Fu Yu. Can you tell me what exactly happened in there? Is it really like what the phone is showing? When Qima glanced at the screen on Fu Yu's phone, horrified by what he saw. Such a devastating plague infection could only have been caused by the intervention of the plague god himself. Looking at the bloated adult and the pus-covered child, even Hong Ying was shaken by the scene. I'll contact our team in the city right away and see if they know what's going on, Hong Ying said, quickly instructing the tech team to reach out to Wang Shao in an attempt to uncover the truth. Meanwhile, Wang Shao, who was heading toward the hospital ward, was distracted by the incoming communication and immediately answered the call. What's wrong? Has the plague spread outside? He feared that the plague had escaped containment and was now spreading, which would lead to catastrophic consequences. The plague of Nurgle was highly infectious, and with the Desert Off-Road Festival in full swing, an outbreak could spell disaster. No, Hong Ying clarified quickly. The man outside his family seems to be in the hospital ward. Wang Shao frowned. The hospital ward was the epicenter of the plague. and even if they managed to expel the plague demon, saving the infected individuals would be nearly impossible. Only the emperor himself could answer their prayers, but unfortunately, the emperor was not here. After a moment of thought, Wang Shao activated the holographic video link. This is the hospital ward, the core area of the plague outbreak. As the holographic projection came into view, Fu Yu finally confirmed the truth: his sister and mother had indeed been infected. My family in the hospital ward? Is there any way to save them? Fu Yu asked, his voice trembling with desperation. No. Wang Shao's reply was resolute. He raised his hand, ready to unleash a bolt of psionic lightning, aiming to obliterate the plague demon of the hospital ward in one strike. Fu Yu, standing nearby, watched helplessly as the thick lightning struck down, reducing the entire ward to ashes. However, when the dust settled, a greasy green barrier appeared before them. Wang Shao's dragon head hammer began to glow with psionic energy as he locked his gaze on the barrier. At that moment, a bloated figure rose and roared. No one will hurt my daughter. With that, the massive figure charged at Wang Shao, shedding various nurgling-like entities as it moved, screeching as it attacked. Fu Xiaoying clung tightly to one of the nurglings, nervously watching her mother rush forward. Damned plague. Only flames can purify you. Wang Shao bellowed as psionic flames erupted from his hands. But what greeted him was a spray of green liquid. The flames hissed upon contact with the liquid, instantly transforming into a cloud of foul-smelling steam. A decayed, muscular arm with sharp claws swung toward Wang Shao. The dragon head hammer collided with it, producing a deep, resonant sound. The strength of Fu Yu's mother, bolstered by the blessing, surprisingly matched Wang Shao's power at that moment. Fu Yu stared blankly at the battle between his mother and Wang Shao, his mind completely blank, unable to utter a word. However, Fu Yu's mother was not a trained fighter. Despite her strength, she lacked combat skills. In moments, she was struck down by Wang Shao. Die! Wang Shao roared as his hammer swung down, aiming to crush Fu Yu's mother's skull. Don't hurt my mom. Fu Xiaoying screamed, and the nurgling in her arms instantly grew into a formidable monster. So, the real plague demon is you. Wang Shao was stunned. He had assumed the plague demon was the mother, but it turned out to be the child. The nurgling roared and charged at Wang Shao, its body suddenly inflating before violently exploding. A torrent of thick green liquid splattered across half of Kashang City. When the explosion subsided, Fu Xiaoying and her mother had vanished without a trace, and the video feed on Fu Yu's phone was abruptly cut off, leaving him unable to see Fu Xiaoying again. Captain, it seems the infection in these civilians has worsened. They've completely lost consciousness, a subordinate reported. Listening to the update, Wang Shao realized the small city was beyond saving. All right, you two head to the previous entry point and wait for me there, Wang Shao instructed. Captain, are we giving up? Deng Wei's voice carried a hint of reluctance. Sacrifices are inevitable. Go now, I'll meet you there, Wang Shao replied, switching to another communication channel. Yuan Yu, transmit the Hellfire Thermite to these coordinates. Moments later, Li Liang and Deng Wei saw a flash of light as Wang Shao appeared before them, his Terminator armor corroded as if by acid. Cleanse yourselves of the plague virus, then leave, Wang Shao ordered. Captain, what will happen to this place? Deng Wei asked. Burn it all down, Wang Shao replied. The three were teleported out of Kashang City. Upon their return, Hong Ying and the others rushed forward. What happened? Is Kashang City safe now? Hong Ying asked with concern. Wang Shao removed his helmet and stared at Kashang City. Kashang City will no longer exist, he said. As his words fell, intense flames erupted from the hospital, quickly reaching the barrier and spreading throughout the city. In moments, the entire city was engulfed in a massive fireball. It's all burned. Hong Ying murmured, watching the raging inferno consume Kashang City. Her heart tightened at the realization that, at this intensity, there was likely no one left alive. Fu Yu sat silently to the side, speechless, unable to process how things had come to this. As the flames gradually subsided, the desert city was no more, reduced to a vast expanse of blackened glass-like crystal. A distant ta-ta-ta-ta sound broke the silence, the rumble of a tractor engine. Hey there, Special Ops friends, what are you all doing here? Alamo from the 201 Night Watch squad finally arrived, albeit late. A surge of anger flared within Wang Shao. He flung his helmet aside in frustration and strode toward the tractor. Wang Shao's entire body seemed to be engulfed in a raging fire of fury. With a sudden motion, he raised his hand, and with a deafening boom, the tractor's front was sent flying like a rag doll, flipping several times in midair before crashing heavily in the distance, kicking up a cloud of dust. Grabbing Alamo as if lifting a chick, Wang Shao fixed his furious gaze on him and demanded in a thunderous voice. Aren't you a member of the Night Watch team from Kashang City? Why did you arrive so late? Do you not understand the rules of the Night Watch? When faced with an unmanageable situation, you're supposed to call for backup immediately. The special squad was stationed right here. Why didn't you inform us in advance? His voice roared like a storm, each word laced with unbridled anger and reproach. The members of Team 201 stood frozen in shock, rendered speechless by the sudden outburst. One of them staggered toward the energy barrier, staring blankly at the ruins of Kashang City, now reduced to black crystalline remnants after the flames had subsided, and mumbled, "Wait, where is Kashang City?" At the same time, Redding was fuming with rage as well. The incompetence of Team 201 had pushed her patience to its limit. Her eyebrows arched sharply as she lifted her foot and delivered a swift kick to one of the team members. With a muffled groan, the unfortunate member was sent flying several meters before landing heavily on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Alamu stammered, "I thought it was just a minor flu outbreak at first, so I didn't think much of it. I went to finish fertilizing the fields, and then I rushed over." Hearing this, Wang Shao's veins bulged on his forehead as his rage escalated. Unable to contain himself, he flung Alamu away. The man landed in the sand, leaving only his head poking out. Amid the chaos, one of the Team 201 members discreetly took out a device and began recording the entire scene, capturing every moment of tension and conflict. Wang Shao's entire body trembled with anger as he roared at the top of his lungs. "Because of your gross negligence, 18,321 innocent citizens of Kashang City have all perished. Ask yourselves, have you truly followed the Night Watch's code?" At that moment, the team member who had been filming suddenly mustered the audacity to step forward, wearing a defiant expression. "Huh, now that Kashang City is gone, there's no evidence left. You can say whatever you want. For all we know, it might have been you who botched the mission and, out of shame, decided to silence everyone." "Exactly. Maybe they screwed up the mission and came here to cover it all up," a few others chimed in, seizing the opportunity to vent their frustrations. Whether it was the impulsive nature embedded in his space wolf genes or the last remnants of Wang Shao's patience with humanity snapping entirely, an uncontrollable surge of wrath rose within him. He felt an overwhelming urge to shoot the brazen man in the head. The recording team member grew even more arrogant, waving his phone around as he shouted loudly, "So what if you're the special squad? You've openly slaughtered civilians and assaulted us Night Watch members. I've recorded all your illegal actions. Just wait till you'll all be sent straight to the confinement center. To hell with you." Wang Shao could no longer hold back. His fury erupted in full force. A furious shout rang out, and a figure suddenly rushed forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent the night watchman flying. Everyone turned to look and realized it was Fuyu. In an instant, he was on top of the fallen night watchman, raining down blows with both hands like a storm. His palms slapped relentlessly across the man's face. The stunned night watchman had lost his composure, instinctively shielding his head. All his combat training was forgotten, leaving him struggling helplessly under Fu Yu's relentless assault. "What are you all doing?" The scene descended into chaos, a cacophony of shouting and cursing filling the air. Seeing this, Hong Ying quickly stepped forward, pulling Fu Yu back and creating some distance between them and Squad 201. The two sides stood facing each other in a tense standoff. "We must erase this guy's memory. He's already seen the night watchman, and we can't risk him spilling anything," someone in the crowd shouted. Wang Shao's tall figure stepped forward, his sharp gaze scanning the group. In a cold voice, he declared, "We'll take this man. You don't need to interfere. Your squad has truly disappointed me." Suppressing his anger, Wang Shao refrained from smashing their heads in. He turned away, leading Fu Yu toward the Thunderhawk gunship without looking back. The two boarded the gunship, which slowly ascended into the sky, disappearing from view. Meanwhile, Squad 201 dug their captain, Alamo, out of the sand. Spitting out a mouthful of grit, Alamo cursed, "Damn it, that guy doesn't hold back. Did you record everything?" "It's all recorded. Let's send it to the Night Watchman headquarters and report that the Dian Special Squad failed their mission in Kel City and, despite our objections, forcibly massacred the city," Alamo said angrily. "Captain, are we reporting it exactly like this?" "Exactly like this, no changes," Alamo snapped. Half-conscious, Fu Yu followed Wang Shao onto the Thunderhawk gunship, unsure how Head ended up on the spacecraft. But then he thought, with nothing left for him, not even Kel City, where else could he go? Besides, these people seemed anything but ordinary. "So what exactly do you guys do?" he asked, when Shima explained the Night Watchman squad and their purpose. "If you don't wish to join, we can erase your memory and relocate you to another city," when added. "Memory erasure?" Fu Yu shook his head. The memories of his mother and Xiaoying were too precious to lose. "I have nothing left. If I lose my memories too, I won't know what to do anymore," he said. Then, looking at Wang Shao, he asked, "If I join you, can I save my mother and sister?" Wang Shao paused, pondering the question. Could the Emperor forgive and save the original entities that had betrayed them? Was it even possible to save them? After a moment of contemplation, Wang Shao gave a vague response. "It's possible. Right now, I can't do it. But once I absorb all of the Emperor's knowledge, integrate the gene seed, and seal the 4 evil gods, there might be a glimmer of hope." Fu Yu seemed to cling to this sliver of hope. "All right, he'll join you," he declared. Back at the Dian squad base, Wang Shao instructed his team to send the Earth Dragon to the forge and told Hong Ying, start Fu Yu on basic training for now. He'll need some quiet time to forge the artifact. Just then, Li Liang approached and said, Captain, the Night Watchman leadership is demanding an explanation. They want a reasonable response from us. Wang Shao snorted, there's nothing to explain. Send them the combat footage. Once I finish forging the artifact, I'll confront them myself. The Plague Demon and the Blood Demon have both appeared, and the Deceiver Demon may already be making moves. Only the Pleasure Demon remains elusive. I must complete this artifact as soon as possible. Next time, none of them will escape. 6 months passed in the blink of an eye. The Night Watchman leadership repeatedly invited Wang Shao to attend a meeting in Shangjing, but Deng Wei and others declined on his behalf, citing a lack of time. Finally, on a dark night, a beam of light pierced the darkness as the first artifact was born in the forge. Wang Shao also crafted an entirely new suit of armor, replacing the corroded remnants of his last Terminator armor. Captain, the Shangjing squad has sent multiple messages urging you to attend the meeting. They're threatening to take strong action if you don't, Li Liang reminded him. They're still harping on about that? Fine, they'll go and have a proper word with them, Wang Shao replied, a hint of anger in his tone. With that, he boarded the Thunderhawk gunship alone and headed for Shangjing. At the headquarters of the Night Watchers in Shangjing City, Yi Fan was busy handling his daily duties. His gaze fell on a document in his hand, and one particular line caught his attention: the promotion and guidance of divine belief. Ever since Wang Shao proposed the theory of corruption through the worship of evil gods, Yi Fan had adopted his suggestion and began promoting the belief in divine beings among the populace. Initially, the upper echelons regarded the Shadi incident as a mere coincidence, believing that Shadi had simply awakened a forbidden ruin rather than receiving the so-called blessings of an evil god. However, the Shajiang incident undeniably underscored the grave corruption these entities could inflict on ordinary people. Despite this, the leadership maintained a conservative stance. Yi Fan, however, did not stop there. Privately, he compiled a promotional handbook on divine belief as a precautionary measure. After completing these preparations, he rubbed his slightly aching temples, trying to alleviate the exhaustion that had been building up over the days. Just then, the internal direct line phone on his desk rang abruptly, its sharp ring piercing the silence of the office. Yi Fan reached for the receiver and, with a hint of weariness, answered, "Hello. Old Yi, come to the 5th floor for a meeting," came a terse and commanding voice from the other end. "Got it," Yi Fan replied with a resigned sigh, muttering under his breath, "Meetings every day, always the same things. I wonder if anything worthwhile will ever come out of them." Meanwhile, on the helipad of the Night Watchers' headquarters, a Thunderhawk gunship landed with a deep, resonant thud. Nearby staff cast curious and astonished glances at the aircraft, intrigued by its presence and speculating about the identity of its passenger. The hatch slowly opened, and Wang Shao stepped out alone. Approaching him were 3 individuals, led by a figure exuding an overwhelming aura of power. The leader's presence carried the unmistakable intensity of the ocean realm, surging like relentless tides, a clear declaration of their strength. All 3 wore knives at their waists, their every movement imbued with a sharp, lethal energy. Code name Blood Slash, from the security division of the Night Watchers headquarters. Here to escort Wang Shao, the leader stated, their gaze casually scanning Wang Shao with an authoritative tone that brooked no dissent. "A meeting, right? Let's go," Wang Shao replied calmly, stepping forward. However, Blood Slash extended a hand to block him without hesitation, his expression impassive. "Wait, we need to confirm that you're not carrying any weapons. This is to ensure the safety of the Night Watchers leadership." Without waiting for a response, he turned to the 2 individuals behind him and ordered, "Search him." The 2 quickly stepped forward to conduct a search. "Raise your hands. Don't you know the rules?" "Hands up." Wang Shao complied without objection, quietly fixing his gaze on Blood Slash. Once the search was complete, no weapons were found on him. "All right, you're clear. Follow me," Blood Slash said with a laugh, leading Wang Shao to a first-floor conference room in the Night Watchers building. Inside the conference room, 4 elderly individuals were seated on one side of a long table, while a single chair was placed opposite them for Wang Shao. "Sit down," Blood Slash ordered, his tone commanding. He and the 2 others then stood behind Wang Shao. Even so, Blood Slash couldn't help but feel a twinge of unease sitting down. Wang Shao was nearly as tall as he was standing. One of the 4 elders, a bald man, spoke up. "Wang Shao, you really had the nerve to show up for this meeting." He glanced around the room and asked, "Where's Yi Fan? Why isn't he here?" Wang Shao didn't respond directly, but instead asked about Yi Fan's whereabouts. Yi Fan was occupied with other matters and, without a doubt, would not be present. A woman spoke firmly. Wang Shao's gaze swept over the people in front of him. A bald man with a face full of menacing flesh, an older woman with a stern expression, a bearded elder whose eyes gleamed with shrewdness, and an aged man with white hair, a solemn demeanor, and half-closed eyes. "This isn't a meeting, it's an interrogation aimed at me, isn't it?" Wang Shao's voice was low yet resonated clearly in the spacious conference room. The bald man's expression instantly turned ferocious, like an enraged beast. He roared, "So what if it is? In Kashang City, without approval from above, you burned 18,321 innocent civilians alive. Judging you is nothing but justice." His furious words seemed to condemn Wang Shao entirely, leaving no room for redemption. "You even allowed a criminal to assault a watchman and later shielded that very criminal. Am I wrong?" The middle-aged woman flipped through the papers in her hand, her tone icy as she methodically listed Wang Shao's alleged crimes. "And as a watchman, you dared to privately equip yourself with weapons of mass destruction, including that so-called powered armor, and even unauthorized aircraft. Who gave you the authority for this?" Her voice grew sharper, as if piercing through Wang Shao's very being. "You operated twice without reporting to your superiors, acting on your own initiative, and each time concluded with only a simple battle report. This not only caused widespread panic among the citizens, but also led to significant property damage," the bald man added, his words cutting like a blade as he sought to expose every one of Wang Shao's wrongdoings. "You conducted unauthorized human experimentation, violating ethical boundaries by modifying others' bodies, and even absorbed watchmen to form a separate faction," the woman continued, her tone filled with unyielding severity. A man and a woman, one thundering with rage, the other cold as ice, their voices intertwined, creating an overwhelming pressure in the conference room. "Wang Shao, you formed your own team, committed countless crimes, and the evidence is irrefutable. What do you have to say for yourself now?" Behind Wang Shao, Shuizhan looked puzzled. Despite the storm of accusations, Wang Shao remained calm, his breathing steady, his expression indifferent, as if the entire ordeal was nothing more than a trivial farce. "So, what exactly is your purpose in calling me here?" "To arrest me," Wang Shao asked calmly, his tone as composed as if this were a casual conversation rather than a trial that could determine his fate. His composure caught the man and woman off guard. They had intended to provoke him with their harsh accusations, hoping to make him lose his cool and expose a weakness. However, they had clearly failed. "Young man, no need to make it sound so unpleasant. There's still plenty of room for negotiation between us," the bearded elder finally spoke, his voice carrying a hint of warmth as he attempted to ease the tension. "We hold substantial evidence of your crimes. By the rules, sending you to the purification facility would be the natural course of action. But what we really want to know is the source of the technologies you possess, including those surgical modification techniques." The elder's gaze locked onto Wang Shao, his eyes betraying a hint of urgency. "Are you coveting the Empire's technology?" Wang Shao's piercing gaze swept across the group before him, his eyes brimming with profound insight and sharp questioning. The bearded elder forced a smile, attempting to appear amiable. Slowly, he spoke. "Ah, there's no need to put it that way. Everything you have now is thanks to the support of the Night Watchers. Without us, how could you have developed so much advanced equipment? So, you see, we could work together harmoniously." His voice was soft, yet every word carried a subtle undertone of manipulation. "No." Wang Shao's response was curt and resolute, like a hammer striking the ground, leaving no room for negotiation. "You lack even the most basic faith. Moreover, this technology belongs to the Empire. Offering you the technology for the night mechas is already a gesture of goodwill and cooperation on my part. Besides, your mortal bodies can't withstand the immense power of the Empire's equipment." His expression remained cold and his tone unwavering, leaving no space for compromise. "Then just give us the human enhancement technology, and we can handle it," the bald man interjected impatiently, his face eager, as if the technology in Wang Shao's possession was already within his grasp. Wang Shao slowly turned his gaze to the bald man, his eyes sharp as blades, piercing through him as if to see into his very soul. "If you hand over the technology, we can still work together. In fact, you might even secure a place among the upper ranks of the Night Watchers," the bearded elder persisted, his tone gentle yet insistent, attempting to sway Wang Shao with promises of power and status. Standing to the side, Shuizhan keenly noticed Wang Shao letting out a deep sigh, one that carried both weariness and disdain. "Such petty tactics," Wang Shao murmured softly, his words landing in the air like heavy stones. "What did you just say?" The bald man's face turned red with anger as he shouted, his indignation making him look even more absurd. "If you had made it clear from the beginning that acquiring this technology was to better protect the citizens, I might have considered opening up the Astartes procedure, expanding the core, and bolstering defenses against future invasions by the Chaos Gods. But you," Wang Shao's voice was calm, yet laced with unmistakable disappointment and anger. "All you think about is control. A group of people without faith or conviction, obsessed with seizing power over my strength. You're afraid, aren't you? Afraid that your so-called status will be threatened, so you're doing everything you can to try and control me. Isn't that right?" His gaze swept over the group, filled with scorn. "Child." An elderly man with snow-white hair, who had been silently meditating with his eyes closed, finally spoke. His voice was low and gravelly, carrying an undeniable authority. "You're young, but it seems you've experienced much. Still, you must understand, no one can truly restrain your power. The white-haired elder spoke slowly and deliberately, each word tinged with gravity. You keep saying the chaos gods corrupt this and that, but do you have any concrete evidence to prove that the incidents in Kashang City and the boxing gym were caused by the chaos gods? His sharp, eagle-like gaze locked onto Wang Shao. Xuezhan noticed a subtle shift in Wang Shao's posture at this point, a slight movement that revealed these words had struck a nerve. The elderly man with white hair continued to press forward, his words sharp as he interrogated Wang Shao. How can you guarantee that the Siri-level physical warriors you train won't be corrupted by the evil gods? His piercing gaze carried a hint of menace. Wang Shao understood all too well this man had struck at the heart of the matter, questioning his faith and loyalty. You always speak of the emperor you worship, yet we know nothing about him. Who is he exactly? Could he not also be an evil god? The old man's words cut like a cold blade, stabbing into Wang Shao's heart. Clenching his teeth, Wang Shao responded resolutely. My actions alone are proof of my loyalty and faith in the emperor. But everything you've done, aren't they all crimes? The bald man countered defiantly. Wang Shao's voice carried exhaustion and helplessness. I've already shared every piece of intelligence and information about the evil gods with you. Yet none of it can be verified. The middle-aged woman replied coldly. Wang Shao's emotions flared up. There have already been 2 corruption incidents. Isn't that evidence enough? And who can prove those were actual corruption incidents? The elderly man retorted calmly, as if he'd anticipated Wang Shao's argument. Furious, Wang Shao clenched his fists. Bloodslash, sensing the tension, instinctively placed his hand on the hilt of his blade, his eyes gleaming with vigilance. The group's political tactics were ruthless. First, they smeared Wang Shao with baseless accusations, branding him a criminal. Then, they used this to coerce him into surrendering his technology. Finally, they maliciously discredited his actions, attempting to break him psychologically. Whether Wang Shao resisted out of anger or succumbed in despair, the Night Watchers would find enough justification to detain and interrogate him, seizing his technology in the process. Silence hung heavily in the air. Just as the bald man was about to escalate his attack, Wang Shao finally broke the stillness. So, you never cared about the lives of all the citizens of Daxia from the start. All you do is lie. The elderly man smiled knowingly, narrowing his eyes slightly. His tone carried the weight of an elder's authority. Child, I've walked more roads than you've crossed bridges. I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. Think carefully between a powerful, uncontrollable force right before us and a vague, distant evil god, which truly poses a greater threat. We Night Watchers resolve mysterious incidents, and the people cheer. If we eliminate you, the people will cheer just the same. For the common folk, as long as they can continue living peacefully, they don't care who dies. That, my dear child, is precisely the Night Watcher's goal to maintain societal stability. Wang Shao's gaze turned icy as he stared at the group before him, his eyes burning with intensity. So, you have no real ability to eliminate the evil gods, do you? The bald man burst into laughter, as if he'd just heard the most absurd joke. Pointing at Wang Shao, he sneered. Humans fighting gods? Be grateful we can barely survive. You're unbelievably naive. Silence descended again, so oppressive it seemed to fill every corner of the space. After a long pause, Wang Shao spoke once more. His voice was soft, almost a whisper, yet it carried immense weight. I've been far too merciful to you. The bald man frowned, unable to catch the words clearly. At the same time, every muscle in Bloodslash's body tensed, his hand resting on his blade, ready to draw it at any moment. In his mind, with the distance between them, he was confident he could unsheath his sword and decapitate Wang Shao in an instant. Wang Shao's voice was deep and powerful, resonating like a giant bell throughout the conference room. I say, I've been far too merciful to all of you. The bald man exploded with rage, his face turning red as he screamed hoarsely. What right do you have to say that? Wang Shao's expression remained cold and stern as he slowly swept his gaze across everyone present, his commanding presence as imposing as a towering mountain, making it hard for anyone to meet his eyes. I had thought that you Night Watchers were genuinely, wholeheartedly striving to solve the problems of the citizens' lives. But now it's clear your organization is plagued by deeply rooted issues, Wang Shao declared, his words striking like a hammer, his voice carrying a chilling sense of authority. His calm, yet forceful tone was far beyond what one would expect from someone his age. The 4 of you have no place within the Night Watchers. Your actions are nothing short of an insult to this sacred organization and a desecration of the brave squads who fight selflessly on the front lines for the people. Disdain and anger burned in Wang Shao's eyes. Bring Yi Fan here. You are not qualified to negotiate terms with me. How dare you? The elderly man with white hair spoke slowly, his voice soft but laced with an undeniable authority. Are you trying to rebel? Stubborn and rigid, with no sense of sacrifice. For the sake of humanity, even if you die, it will be a deserved end. Wang Shao stood his ground, his sharp words cutting back without hesitation. Attack! The bearded man shouted, issuing the command to strike. In an instant, blood slash. One of the night watchers moved like lightning, his hand that had been resting on his blade springing into action. Tenfold boiling blood. Blood slash roared, activating his forbidden ability. In a flash, his body seemed ignited by a mysterious and overwhelming force, his blood coursing through his veins like a raging torrent. With this surge of power, all his physical attributes were dramatically enhanced. His vision became as sharp as an eagle's, able to detect even the slightest movements around him. His strength surged, his speed increased, and his reflexes far exceeded those of an ordinary person. At that moment, the distance between him and Wang Shao was less than a meter. Confident in the terrifying augmentation brought by his boiling blood, Bloodslash believed he could deliver a fatal strike within 0.5 seconds, taking Wang Shao's life. His long blade, like a streak of black lightning, slashed through the air with deadly intent, aimed directly at Wang Shao. But just as the blade was about to make contact, the crowd gasped in shock. There was only a blurred afterimage left on the chair where Wang Shao had been sitting. So, this was your plan all along. Wang Shao's voice echoed eerily behind Bloodslash, like a phantom. Feeling the immense presence behind him, even in his heightened state of tenfold boiling blood, Bloodslash was overcome with cold sweat. Beads of perspiration rolled down his forehead as his back became drenched. Impossible. A wave of unprecedented fear surged through Bloodslash's mind. He couldn't comprehend how, even in his enhanced state, his attack had been so effortlessly evaded. Stunned but not hesitating, he immediately reversed the direction of his blade, stabbing backward with the speed and precision of a striking viper. However, before his long blade could strike its target, a massive hand, as strong as an iron clamp, had already seized his arm with precision. In the next instant, that hand gave a slight squeeze, and with a sound as crisp as shattering glass, the sharp crack of breaking bone echoed through the silent meeting room, piercingly loud. Under normal circumstances, such an injury for a night watcher would not be catastrophic. Some rest and recovery would suffice. Yet, Bloodslash was in a state of boiling blood, his blood coursing through his veins at an inhuman speed. As his arm's bones fractured, the blood vessels burst as well, and the rapidly flowing blood erupted from the ruptured veins like a torrent. In an instant, his entire arm swelled and exploded, spraying blood everywhere in a gruesome and horrifying scene. This sequence of events, seemingly accidental, unfolded with jarring suddenness amidst the tense confrontation. At the same time, the other two night watchers, seeing what had happened, immediately unleashed their forbidden abilities' colossal strength. Their bodies swelled like inflating balloons, muscles bulging as a palpable aura of immense power surrounded them. They moved in a blur, charging at Wang Shao like two raging bulls. Given Wang Shao's towering stature, they initially aimed to grab his shoulders, but their hands couldn't reach. Left with no choice, the two wrapped their arms around Wang Shao's waist, attempting to overpower him with their brute strength. Yet, Wang Shao remained unshaken. With a calm but imposing demeanor, he extended both hands and firmly grasped the heads of the two men. As if picking up two helpless chicks, he effortlessly flung them aside. With two heavy thuds, their bodies slammed into the wall like cannonballs, leaving massive craters as debris scattered in all directions. In the blink of an eye, Wang Shao leapt forward, moving like a streak of black lightning, and appeared before the four men. His expression was stern, his eyes ablaze with fury. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and brought it down forcefully on the table in front of him. With a thunderous crash, the sturdy mahogany table shattered like fragile tofu, splinters flying in every direction, a clear testament to Wang Shao's wrath and inviolable power. Wang Shao, are you truly planning to commit open rebellion? The white-haired elder, despite the perilous situation, remained composed and undaunted, his sharp gaze fixed on Wang Shao as he rebuked him with a commanding voice. I follow the will of the emperor, eradicating all enemies that threaten humanity. And as for you four, you are no exception. Wang Shao's voice was resolute and unwavering, echoing through the space like a tolling bell, his eyes glinting with deadly intent. Do you really think we're so easily crushed? The bald man began to curse, but before he could finish, Wang Shao's claw-like hand shot out and clamped down on him. The man was hoisted into the air as if weightless. In the next moment, with a sickening thud, his head was crushed like an overripe melon. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere in a grotesque and chilling display. Witnessing this horrifying scene, the lone woman's face turned pale. Without hesitation, she activated her forbidden ability, optical invisibility. In an instant, her body seemed to merge with the air, vanishing without a trace. However, before anyone could react, a gleaming, cold long blade appeared suddenly behind Wang Shao's neck, as swift and deadly as a viper. The blade's edge aimed precisely at the most vulnerable spot of his cervical spine, and the air was thick with murderous intent. Yet, Wang Shao had been prepared. In that critical split second, his large hand shot out like lightning, gripping the blade firmly and stopping it in its tracks. The woman behind the attack exerted all her strength, but couldn't push the blade forward even an inch. Wang Shao let out a cold snort, his arm jerking with a forceful motion as if tossing away something as light as a feather. The invisible woman was flung into the air by the immense power and crashed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Though you can hide from sight, you can't deceive my sense of smell, Wang Shao said disdainfully, seizing the long blade. His muscles tensed in an instant, and with a burst of strength, the blade shattered with a crisp clang. The so-called indestructible star blade snapped like a fragile twig. Half of the broken blade, propelled by the tremendous force, shot like a deadly dart straight into the woman's skull. Blood spurted out, and she didn't even have time to scream before collapsing lifelessly on the spot. At this moment, the remaining two individuals finally snapped out of their daze, realizing the gravity of the situation. Fear surged through them like a tidal wave. The bearded elder's face turned grim as he immediately activated the Forbidden Ruins technique, Infinite Cloud Hands. This skill, known for its ability to neutralize attacks with precision and finesse, proved utterly useless against Wang Shao's terrifyingly overwhelming strength. With his muscles bulging, Wang Shao unleashed his volcanic power. The elder felt as though his proud infinite cloud hands were as futile as an ant trying to shake a tree, as if he had collided head-on with a 1,000-ton super truck. In an instant, his body was crushed like paper, reduced to a mangled mass that splattered against the wall, a gruesome and unbearable sight. How dare you murder the high-ranking members of the Night Watchers? There is no place for you in Daxia. Today, you will die without a doubt. The last man, an elder with white hair, roared with forced bravado. He radiated a golden light as he activated the high-risk Forbidden Ruins technique, Diamond Body. As a limitless-level powerhouse, he relied on his formidable Forbidden Ruins protection to give him confidence. Humph! With your meager strength, you'll never break through my defense, the white-haired elder shouted, attempting to bolster his courage. Yet, Wang Shao remained unfazed. In a flash, he appeared before the white-haired elder and delivered a mountainous slap. The elder felt an overwhelming force crashing toward him, leaving no time to react. His body was sent flying like a ping-pong ball, smashing through the half-meter-thick concrete wall of the Night Watchers' headquarters and landing heavily in the courtyard, raising a cloud of dust. The sudden turn of events threw the Night Watchers' headquarters into chaos. Piercing alarms blared, echoing throughout the entire base. High-risk enemy invasion. All units, prepare for combat, the broadcast announced urgently. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor, Yi Fan, who was attending a meeting, froze in shock and confusion at the alarm. What's going on today? A high-risk enemy invasion, he thought to himself, immediately deciding to investigate. As he stood up, someone beside him stopped him. Mr. Yi Fan, you're the commander-in-chief, you mustn't put yourself at risk, the person urged anxiously. Get lost. I'm one of the strongest out there, do you expect me to hide like a coward? Yi Fan retorted, shoving the person aside. In the next moment, he leaped out of the window, landing steadily on the open ground outside. The tension in the Night Watchers' base was palpable. Members grabbed their weapons, ready for combat, while armored vehicles were hastily deployed. The dark barrels of their cannons were trained on the large hole in the 1st floor where the white-haired elder had crashed through. Seeing this, Yi Fan's expression grew serious. Without hesitation, he drew his blade and shouted, "Who dares to stir trouble here? Show yourself now." The elderly man with white hair, despite being struck by a thunderous blow, managed to struggle and crawl out of the dust, all thanks to the formidable defensive power of his forbidden void. His hair was disheveled, his clothes were in tatters, and his appearance was utterly wretched, yet there was a glimmer of defiance and rage in his eyes. With a voice hoarse from shouting, he cried out to Yi Fan, "Commander Yi, act now and take this guy down. Wang Shao has murdered several high-ranking watchmen, and his plotting rebellion, his crimes are unforgivable." Yi Fan, who was just about to activate the power of the Forbidden Void, froze upon hearing the name, Wang Shao. A surge of doubt and shock filled his mind. Moments later, a tall figure slowly emerged from the swirling dust. That familiar silhouette left no doubt in Yi Fan's mind it was Wang Shao. Staring at the imposing figure, Yi Fan's face was filled with disbelief as he blurted out, "Wang Shao, what are you doing here?" The elderly man struggled to stand upright and urgently commanded those around him, "At all costs, open fire now. Eliminate this traitor to humanity right here and now." Just then, Yi Fan's figure flashed like a streak of black lightning, appearing instantly in the midst of the crowd. He shouted loudly, "Wait, there must be some kind of misunderstanding here." Yi Fan's brows knitted tightly as his eyes reflected his growing anxiety and concern. Wang Shao, with a piercing gaze, locked eyes with Yi Fan and demanded sternly, "Yi Fan, are these the watchmen you spoke so highly of? The ones who would stand above millions, wield their blades against the abyss, and stain the heavens with their blood?" Yi Fan was momentarily dumbfounded. He had no idea what had transpired, but from Wang Shao's furious expression and the palpable tension in the air, He could tell that the situation had escalated to an extreme. Everyone, lower your weapons. Yi Fan took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his heart, and issued a firm command. The watchmen exchanged uncertain glances, hesitation and doubt visible in their eyes. After a brief silence, they ultimately chose to follow Yi Fan's orders, gradually lowering their weapons. However, the elderly man suddenly stepped forward, raising his voice in protest. Yi Fan, are you out of your mind? This man has already killed 3 high-ranking watchmen, and you still want to negotiate with him? You're betraying the watchmen. Wang Shao, on the other hand, remained calm and spoke each word with deliberate clarity. Yi Fan, the watchmen's leadership lured me here with a trap. They tried to coerce me, then bribe me, hoping to extract more of my technology. When I refused, they even sent people to assassinate me. Is this what you call the watchman? Hearing this, Yi Fan felt a jolt in his heart, as if the pieces of the puzzle suddenly fell into place, revealing the bigger picture. Everyone, stand down. Yi Fan's aura erupted with an overwhelming force, sweeping out like a tidal wave and instantly intimidating all the watchmen present. One by one, they withdrew their weapons, and the armored vehicles that had been aimed at Wang Shao began to retreat. Yi Fan turned to the white-haired man, his gaze icy and filled with fury and reproach. He bellowed, Zhang Feng, what the hell are you doing giving reckless orders here? Then, shifting his focus to Wang Shao, he softened his tone as much as he could and said, calm down. We can still resolve this without further violence. Let's find a way to fix this. With Yi Fan's firm yet conciliatory words, the previously tense and hostile atmosphere began to ease. Yi Fan decisively signaled his subordinates to halt the alarm. His composed command quickly quelled the chaos on sight. Meanwhile, the watchman squad from Shangjing surged in like a tide, encircling the entire area. Among the elite group stood Yuan Gang, who froze momentarily upon surveying the scene. His gaze landed on Wang Shao, and an uneasy feeling crept into his mind. Why is Wang Shao here? Yuan Gang pondered to himself. Could he be the cause of this crisis? As the situation gradually stabilized, Yi Fan finally allowed himself a breath of relief, his tense nerves relaxing. Turning to Wang Shao, Yi Fan's eyes carried a trace of hope as he asked, Wang Shao, do you still trust me? Wang Shao's gaze flicked between the disheveled Zhang Feng in the distance and Yi Fan. After a brief pause, he responded coldly. Among the watchmen, you're the only one still doing something worthwhile. How about I take care of this guy? And from now on, the watchman will be under your sole control. At these words, Zhang Feng felt as though he had fallen into an icy abyss, a chilling fear climbing from his feet to his heart. Despite his Vajra body offering some defensive capability, he was utterly uncertain of his chances against Wang Shao's unfathomable strength. In that moment, Zhang Feng was consumed by regret, realizing they had gravely underestimated Wang Shao. Stop! Yi Fan quickly interjected, stepping forward as he pulled out the book on divine culture dissemination and guidance, presenting it to Wang Shao. We can renegotiate the terms of our cooperation. I promise you, nothing like this will happen again with the watchman. Look, I've already seriously considered your previous suggestions. We're just short of the implementation stage. Let's calm down and talk this through again. Wang Shao paused to consider Yi Fan's words and decided to stay his hand for the time being. With a stern expression, he strode toward the meeting room, where a massive hole had been blasted into the wall, leaving behind a curt remark. Fine, I'll give you one more chance. Yi Fan shot a sharp glare at Zhang Feng, reprimanding him harshly. Get over here. Let's renegotiate the terms. Look at the mess you've caused. In the blink of an eye, the area that once housed the watchman's upper echelon was reduced to just Yi Fan and Zhang Feng. The heavy atmosphere between them was almost palpable. The 3 of them entered the meeting room for the final round of discussions, where Yi Fan was forced to make substantial concessions. The final agreement included the following terms. 1. Selecting devout individuals from the army to be sent to Songnan City for training, with Songnan City managing their armament independently. 2. Transitioning Songnan City into an industrial hub, with all urban development under Wang Shao's sole authority. 3. Providing unlimited resources to Songnan City to support the construction of the Mortal Auxiliary Army. 4. Promoting the Empire's doctrine among the citizens. In return, the watchman imposed the following conditions on Wang Shao. 1. All operations must notify the watchman, and the Emperor's Flame Squad must abide by strict guidelines, refraining from any actions detrimental to public welfare. 2. Wang Shao, as the commander-in-chief, would be held accountable for the actions of the Emperor's Flame. 3. Equipment developed for the Mortal Auxiliary Army, after testing, would also be supplied to the watchman. 4. In the event of a calamity involving dark deities, the Emperor's Flame must take the lead and not stand idly by. This negotiation significantly enhanced the Emperor's Flame Squad's capacity for expansion and access to resources. Hearing the outcomes, Zhang Feng's face twisted with disdain, the corners of his mouth curling into a mocking smile. You've poured so many resources into this, building such formidable combat forces. Wang Shao's concerns about the Night Watchers were not unfounded, but he found it hard to accept their previous actions. Looking directly at Zhang Feng, he said slowly, 3 days from now, there will be a riot at the purification facility, and it's highly likely that forces of the evil gods will take advantage of the chaos. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's heart tightened abruptly. The purification facility was no ordinary place. It held dangerous criminals with forbidden ruin abilities. Any mishap there would have unimaginable consequences. He looked at Wang Shao in shock and urgently asked, "How do you know this will happen? Is it a prophecy?" Wang Shao's expression grew grave as he shook his head slowly. "No, this information came from a brother within the ancient god church. 3 days ago, a psychic apparition suddenly appeared at the base of the Emperor Flame Squad. That apparition gradually took shape. It was Shen Qingzhu. The figure said, 'I am Shen Qingzhu, here to deliver a message. 3 days from now, the ancient god church will attack the purification facility. Be prepared.'" Zhang Feng, after hearing Wang Shao's explanation, scoffed in disbelief, his face full of skepticism. "And we're just supposed to take your word for it? What proof do you have?" Wang Shao fixed Zhang Feng with a cold stare and said icily, "The coordinates of the purification facility, 102, 7688, 977. Am I wrong?" Hearing these precise coordinates, both Yi Fan and Zhang Feng were startled, realizing that Wang Shao might not be lying. After all, the exact location of the purification facility was known only to a select few high-ranking members of the Night Watchers. Seeing their reactions, Wang Shao continued, "Believe me or not, it's up to you. When the time comes, I will lead my team to the front lines." After much deliberation, Yi Fan finally said, "All right, we'll see if this purification facility incident is real. If it is, we will fully support the Emperor Flame." This negotiation has already established the Emperor Flame's status as nearly equal to the Night Watchers. And now, the purification facility is about to face its own storm. Lin Qiye has emerged from the illusion and returned to normal, with that persistent whisper in his ears finally gone. Meanwhile, Xingyu infiltrated the purification facility, and the two met, setting the escape plan into motion. However, Lin Qiye noticed that the prisoner leader, Han Jinlong, seemed increasingly irritable, his eyes gradually turning red. In the dimly lit, eerie hall of the ancient god church, Yu's heart was filled with anxiety and fear, surging like relentless tides. His connection with the nightmare god had been completely severed, leaving his strength barely at the Klein level. Anger burned within him like a raging fire, and his roars echoed through the hall, a reflection of his helplessness and confusion about the situation. One by one, his avatars were mercilessly annihilated by the spiritualist squad, leaving him feeling powerless, as though he were trapped in a bottomless abyss. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank. Below the platform, several messengers of the ancient god church had been urgently summoned. Their expressions were a mixture of reverence and unease as they watched Yu, like a caged beast, vent his impotent fury. Shen Qingzhu, with a calm and expressionless face, softly asked, "Is Lord Yu always like this?" One of the messengers hesitated for a moment before awkwardly replying, Not exactly, maybe he just has a few bad days every month, you know." Shen Qingzhu gave a slight nod, his demeanor as serene as ever. Inside, Yu was consumed by boundless fear. It wasn't the pursuit of enemies or the success of his mission that terrified him. What he dreaded most was the realization that the god he served had abandoned him. If the ancient god church or the Night Watchers discovered that he had been forsaken by his deity, the consequences would be catastrophic, leading him to an inescapable doom. "You three, listen closely. I'm about to assign you a mission of utmost importance," Yu said, suppressing his inner terror and doing his best to appear composed. He issued the order to the 3 individuals below, head to the fasting hall immediately, and ensure Wu Laogo is eliminated. At the same time, the Thunderhawk gunship hovered high above the fasting hall like a massive steel eagle. Below, the heavily guarded facility was laid out in clear view. Wang Shao, Li Liang, and another team member were already clad in battle armor, fully prepared. Nearby, Hong Ying and Wen Qima had also donned a uniquely designed set of powered armor, a paradigm feedback power armor, originally developed by the Empire for elite mortal support troops. This armor had been modified by the Mechanicus after the Emperor ascended to the Golden Throne and was subsequently deployed among the Sisters of Battle. Its current use by Hong Ying and Wen Qima served as a combat capability test. If they performed well, the armor would be mass-produced for future mortal auxiliary forces. Since the feedback-powered armor didn't require neural interfaces in Hong Ying, and when Kimo's bodies couldn't endure the nerve link surgeries required for such systems, the paradigm armor's reaction speed was relatively slower. While this delay was critical for Astartes, it posed little issue for mortals. Hong Ying and Wen Qima curiously examined their armor, feeling the unfamiliar yet immense power it provided, their eyes filled with amazement and excitement. "Commander, why don't we head down now to prevent the riot from escalating?" Li Liang asked Wang Shao, puzzled. Following the earlier negotiations with the Night Watchers, the flame of the Emperor had undergone a transformation. Once merely the 5th Special Operations Squad, It had now become a formidable armed force standing side by side with the Night Watchers, officially renamed the Flame of the Emperor Legion. Wang Shao's gaze remained fixed on the live feed of the fasting hall displayed on the monitor as he answered slowly. Sometimes, these Night Watchers need a profound lesson to engrave in their minds. If there's no intervention from the forces of the evil gods this time, we don't need to act rashly unless the situation spirals completely out of control. Just then, a crew member suddenly reported loudly, "Sir, the radar shows 5 suspicious individuals have landed on the beach of Zhaizhou." Wang Shao's heart tightened. The information Xin Qingzhu had sent back clearly mentioned only 3 individuals. This unexpected turn of events caught him off guard. Has the situation changed? He murmured to himself, trying to piece together his thoughts. No, it can't be. If there were any changes, Xin Qingzhu would have found a way to inform us. Li Liang asked again, "Commander, should we deploy now?" Wang Shao's expression remained grave as he kept his eyes fixed on the monitor. "No need. Let's wait a little longer," he replied. On the beach of Zhaizhou, Bai Li Tuming and Chao Yuan encountered Xin Qingzhu and the 2 messengers. Due to the power of the Jinshu monument, Xin Qingzhu and his companions were subdued by Bai Li Tuming. By a twist of fate, they then crossed paths with the traitorous deputy warden, who mistakenly identified Bai Li Tuming as a messenger sent by the Yu faction. Meanwhile, inside the prison, a far more sinister conspiracy was quietly unfolding. The messengers of the ancient god cult known as the 4th seat and 6th seat sacrificed the 12th seat to achieve their unspeakable goals. With a deep, muffled sound, the Jinshu monument shattered, unleashing an unseen force that reverberated throughout the prison. For the prisoners, who had long been suppressed by the monument's power, a surge of overwhelming energy erupted within them. In an instant, their strength soared to the high realm. These cruel and violent criminals, their eyes gleaming with madness and greed, began to recklessly assault the prison's defenses. Chaos engulfed the entire facility. Screams of agony, furious roars, and the sounds of fierce combat intertwined, forming a nightmarish symphony of destruction. The island's Night Watchers and soldiers, sensing the anomaly, quickly mobilized to suppress the sudden uprising. However, the Night Watchers, having long relied on the power of the Jinshu monument, lacked adequate training and strength. Faced with the prisoners' sudden surge in power, they struggled to hold their ground. The military and Night Watchers were quickly overwhelmed, and the situation grew increasingly dire. Amidst the chaos, one figure stood out: Han Jinlong, the former boss of the prison. At this moment, he was surrounded by the 4th and 6th seats of the ancient god cult. "You filthy brute. You used to throw your weight around here, relying on your brute strength. But now, everyone has the power of the Jinshu monument. What use is your pathetic strength now?" The 4th seat sneered, his lips curling into a mocking grin, his eyes filled with disdain. "We used to humor you, calling you Boss Han out of courtesy, but you really thought you were something, didn't you? Now, kneel and apologize to the ancient god cult immediately." The 6th seat chimed in, his gaze dripping with malice. It was clear that these 2 messengers, having endured Han Jinlong's bullying in the past, were now seizing the opportunity to exact revenge amidst the chaos, intent on torturing him to death to settle old scores. "Damn it. Come on then." Han Jinlong's eyes were bloodshot, like an enraged beast ready to fight to the death. His muscles bulged with immense power, veins protruding as if each one carried limitless strength. With a thunderous roar, his voice echoed through the chaotic prison, filled with defiance and rage. The 4th seat sneered coldly and waved his hands. The iron shards on the surrounding walls, like a swarm of frenzied bees, began spinning rapidly and shot toward Han Jinlong with a piercing whistle. Han Jinlong let out a muffled grunt, his body swaying slightly, but he quickly summoned all his strength again. Ignoring the danger, he charged at them with unstoppable determination, as if ready to obliterate every obstacle in his path. Inside and outside the prison, chaos reigned. The soldiers and night watchmen fought valiantly, suffering heavy casualties, yet continued to hold their ground with sheer grit. Meanwhile, the prisoners within the facility, each with their own motives, acted on their desires, creating utter mayhem. This frenzied and violent riot, like a blazing storm, caught the attention of a certain dark god. A sinister aura began to silently spread throughout the area of upheaval. At the same time, Yi Fan and Zhang Feng watched the scene unfold through the surveillance feed, their hearts filled with shock. The cult of the ancient gods had indeed attacked the fasting facility. It seemed Wang Shao's claims were true. The night watchmen had significant internal problems. Yi Fan frowned deeply, a trace of worry in his eyes. Zhang Feng, however, had a different perspective. Narrowing his eyes, a glimmer of suspicion flashed across his face as he spoke slowly. What if this attack was orchestrated by Wang Shao himself? Yi Fan turned to Zhang Feng, his face full of disbelief. Are you insane? Are you suggesting that Wang Shao is collaborating with the cult of the ancient gods? Huh. He claims to have an undercover agent within the cult, but have you considered the possibility that this so-called agent might actually be a double agent? And so far, Where is the so-called dark god he mentioned? Zhang Feng let out a cold laugh, his suspicion growing even deeper. Meanwhile, aboard the Thunderhawk gunship, Wang Shao suddenly sensed an overwhelming and dangerous presence, causing him to jolt in alarm. Open the hatch. Prepare for landing, he commanded sharply. Turning swiftly, his piercing gaze landed on Hong Ying and Wen Qima. Without hesitation, he issued orders. Hong Ying, Wen Qima, head to the front lines immediately and assist the troops in holding the defense. Li Liang and Deng Wei, you're coming with me. Prepare to land. Inside the fasting facility, a blood-red circle of light suddenly materialized out of thin air. The circle spun rapidly, emitting an eerie and intense glow that bathed everything around it in a haunting crimson hue. From within the circle emerged a massive figure, its entire body a grotesque shade of blood red, as if forged from pure gore. Sharp, menacing horns jutted from its head, glinting coldly under the light. Its fists were encased in heavy bone armor. What an amusing spectacle, came a voice, laced with a disturbingly twisted excitement. It was Shadi. The fourth and sixth seats were momentarily stunned the instant they saw Shadi appear, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. What on earth was this creature? The fourth seat was the first to speak, his tone laced with evident astonishment. Was this also arranged by Lord Whisper? He asked. The sixth seat's voice trembled slightly, a hint of unease flickering in his gaze. Shadi's eerie, crimson glowing eyes first glanced at the two of them before shifting to Han Jinlong, who was covered in blood and in a pitiful state. Shadi opened his gaping maw lined with razor-sharp teeth, emitting a low, hypnotic voice. Join the ranks of Korn, the blood god. Worship him with unwavering faith, and you shall be granted his blessing's limitless power. The fourth seat scoffed disdainfully upon hearing this, his face twisted in contempt. Where did this insolent mutt come from, daring to spread the word of your vile god here? We are loyal only to Lord Whisper. However, before he could finish his sentence, there was a sickening thud, the sound of a ripe watermelon being smashed to pieces. The fourth seat's head exploded in an instant, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. The sixth seat froze in terror, his eyes widening in disbelief. He hadn't even seen Shadi make a move. Everything had happened too abruptly, too unnaturally. And what about you? Shadi slowly turned his head, his gaze dripping with scorn as he leisurely flicked the blood off his fists. The sixth seat's body trembled uncontrollably. Bound by the soul contract imposed by Lord Whisper, he knew betrayal was not an option. Despite the overwhelming fear within him, he gritted his teeth and stammered, his voice quivering. I remain steadfast in my faith in Lord Whisper. At that moment, Han Jinlong, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly mustered all his remaining strength and shouted, I pledge my faith to the blood god. Shadi's sinister gaze landed on Han Jinlong, observing the man drenched in blood, who had been so utterly broken just moments ago. Shadi nodded slightly and said, Good. Though your courage is somewhat lacking, it is still worthy of a blessing. As soon as the words left his mouth, strange crimson light began to glow and ripple across Han Jinlong's body. The light flickered as his physique rapidly expanded, his already sturdy frame growing even more colossal. At the same time, sharp horns began to sprout from his head, and the ghastly wounds on his body healed at an astonishing rate. Pieces of embedded metal were forcefully expelled from his flesh, clattering to the ground with a series of metallic sounds. Anyone who refuses to bow to the blood god must offer their heads as tribute for a blood sacrifice. Shadi roared, his voice resounding like a hellish decree, reverberating through the space with an overwhelming sense of authority and bloodlust. Upon hearing this command, Han Jinlong let out a deafening roar, like a frenzied beast, and lunged at the sixth seat with inhuman speed. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to freeze. Han Jinlong, like a streak of crimson lightning, closed the distance to the sixth seat in an instant. The sixth seat barely had time to react before Han Jinlong's massive fist struck him. His entire body was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground, motionless. Without hesitation, Han Jinlong grabbed his head and tore it off, raising it high in the air. In an instant, both the fourth and sixth seats of the messengers met their demise, leaving behind nothing but blood and chaos. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Wu Laogo, Lin Qiye, and the others felt a chill run through their hearts. What power was behind this brutal act? Wu Laogo frowned, his eyes full of doubt, muttering to himself. Whoever they are, they're certainly no ally. Lin Qiye's expression turned grave as he fixed his gaze on the ominously radiating Shadi, replying firmly, It doesn't matter who they are. They're clearly not on our side. Before Lin Qiye could say more, Wu Laogo suddenly clapped him on the shoulder. In that instant, he successfully replicated the power of the dark divine ruins. His eyes were resolute as he turned to Lin Qiye and said urgently, You must go. Leave these guys to me. Hearing this, Shadi let out a chilling laugh, the sound akin to the screech of a night owl. Leave? It won't be that easy. Since you've come, let's make this occasion even more entertaining. As Shadi's words fell, the once contained red light began to spread rapidly, resembling a surging tide of blood. From its depths emerged chaos rage demons, their grotesque forms twisting and emitting a nauseating stench of blood. At the same time, countless chaos warhounds, massive and ferocious with glowing red eyes, charged forth like a tidal wave, growling deeply as they pounced on every living being in sight. Submit to the god of corn. Cease your futile resistance. Pledge your allegiance sincerely, and you shall receive the blessings of the divine. Shadi's voice, filled with a sinister allure, echoed through the chaotic space like the whispers of a devil. The prisoners, accustomed to opportunism and swayed by the blood-soaked, tempting scene before them, could no longer resist. One by one, they dropped to their knees, shouting their willingness to join the ranks of corn. In an instant, the blood-red light spread across their bodies like a sinister plague, engulfing them in an eerie transformation. Go forth, sacrifice your enemies' heads to the god of corn, and you shall receive even greater blessings. Blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne. Shadi bellowed with maniacal fervor, like a demon orchestrating a symphony of death. The bewitched prisoners, now empowered, charged at the army like madmen. The soldiers, caught off guard by this sudden and frenzied assault, crumbled into chaos and despair. From a distance, Yi Fan observed the unfolding carnage, unable to remain idle any longer. His face was filled with urgency as he shouted, "Night Watchers, mobilize! Stop these crazed prisoners at all costs. Show no mercy to anyone who dares resist." At this moment, the situation had spiraled far beyond Yi Fan's expectations. Watching it all unfold, he finally came to believe that Wang Shao's earlier warnings about the invasion of an evil god were no exaggeration. Beside him, Zhang Feng stood in stunned silence, his eyes wide with shock and regret. The gravity of the situation had completely surpassed his imagination. The facts were undeniable. Everything Wang Shao had said turned out to be true. In the blink of an eye, the space around them twisted, and the second messenger of the cult appeared in the prison like a phantom. As soon as he materialized, a figure with blood-red eyes and a face contorted in madness lunged at him. The second messenger frowned and let out a disdainful scoff, casually unleashing a sharp burst of power that instantly cleaved the crazed attacker into two. His gaze swept over the lifeless bodies of the fourth and sixth messengers on the ground, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Just as he was pondering this bizarre scene, an overwhelming sense of danger surged toward him. Instinctively, his body tensed, and he activated his powers, vanishing from his spot like a flickering shadow. Shadi, whose thunderous strike had missed its mark, grinned with a wild, manic excitement. "Interesting. You managed to dodge my attack. This is going to make things even more entertaining." At the same time, Wu Laogo unleashed a torrent of dark energy that surged around him like a tidal wave. His expression was cold and unyielding, his eyes blazing with determination and fury. Whether you're servants of the evil god or the ancient god, none of you will leave this place alive today." As various factions collided, the prison descended into utter chaos. Prisoners, driven mad by the blessings of the evil god, wreaked havoc everywhere. The Night Watchers and the military, grossly outnumbered, struggled to hold their ground. Lin Qiye, Li Tuming, and the others fought desperately to regain control of the situation, while the ancient god cult's messengers watched like predators. Meanwhile, chaotic beasts of the Corn faction rampaged through the prison with reckless abandon. The factions clashed like pieces on a chessboard, intertwining in a brutal and merciless battle. Amid the chaos, Yi Fan's voice rang out across the battlefield. "The Night Watchers are here to provide reinforcements." But before his words could settle, a more commanding voice boomed from the skies above. "Mortals, stand down. The Emperor's blazing legion is taking over this battlefield." The presence of the Jinshu steel was like an invisible shackle, firmly restraining the power of Yi Fan and his companions at the boundless level. Amid the chaos, the prisoners who were originally at the boundless level became even stronger under the sinister influence of Korn's evil blessing. Their eyes burned with madness, fearless of death, as though entirely controlled by some malevolent will. Ranged attacks and the power of the forbidden void struck these prisoners, but their effectiveness gradually diminished. Under the protection of Korn's power, their bodies grew increasingly resilient, as if clad in an invisible armor. On the battlefield, blood flowed like rivers, pooling ankle-deep around everyone. The lives of soldiers and watchmen flickered out one by one like candles in the wind. The prisoners were no longer content with simple killing. They sought increasingly cruel methods of slaughter. They severed heads from bodies, some even ripping out entire spines along with them, spraying fountains of blood. Severed heads, frozen in expressions of terror, piled into mountains, a grim monument to death and despair. Yi Fan radiated golden light from his entire body, pushing his strength to the absolute limit. Yet under the influence of the Jinshu steel, everyone's power was forcibly leveled to the same plane. Confronted with these frenzied enemies, he could only rely on his combat skills to hold his ground. Even after participating in divine wars and witnessing the cataclysmic battles between gods, Yi Fan had to admit that the scene before him transcended the term brutal. It could only be described as hell. His heart involuntarily trembled as he took it all in. Just as despair was about to consume everyone, a thunderous roar pierced through the blood-soaked chaos. Mortals, fall back. The Emperor's Flame Legion is taking over the battlefield. The voice carried an almost magical authority, prompting soldiers and watchmen to instinctively retreat. In the next moment, 5 figures descended like meteors into the fray. Leading them was Wang Shao, who landed with the force of a tiger charging downhill, crushing a howling prisoner beneath his foot. Li Liang and Deng Wei followed close behind, activating their jetpacks for a rapid descent. The instant they landed, their heavy storm blaster rifles connected seamlessly with the ammunition packs on their backs, unleashing a torrent of devastating firepower upon the enemy. Qiye! A desperate shout rang out amidst the chaos. One of the figures, spotting Lin Qiye, dove swiftly toward his position without hesitation. Lin Qiye, fully concentrated on fending off the surrounding threats, instinctively turned at the sound. Before him, a figure wielding a long halberd landed steadily, pulling off their mask to reveal the striking face of Hong Ying. Beside her stood Wen Qiye. You two came as well. Lin Qiye's face lit with surprise. In the midst of this chaotic battlefield, seeing 2 familiar faces filled him with both joy and a tinge of worry. Hong Ying responded loudly, her eyes gleaming with eager excitement. Wang Shao had called on them to join the battle and showcase the fruits of their recent training. How does this armor look? Isn't it cool? Wen Qiye proudly showed off his powered armor. Under the glow of the raging fire, the armor shimmered with a sleek black sheen, exuding an imposing aura. However, everyone's attention soon shifted to a more striking figure on the battlefield, Wang Shao. His armor seemed even larger. Lin Qiye looked up, his eyes filled with awe. At this moment, Wang Shao stood a towering 4 meters tall, like a walking steel giant radiating an aura of awe and invincibility. Wang Shao was clad in the Centurion-powered armor, famously known as the Fearless. During their last mission, his underworld-class Terminator armor had been severely damaged beyond repair. Without hesitation, he opted for the Centurion, boasting greater firepower and enhanced durability. The shoulder-mounted and chest-mounted bolters of the Centurion roared in unison, spewing tongues of fire as they unleashed a relentless barrage upon the enemy. Notably, Wang Shao had made ingenious modifications to the Centurion, enabling it to rival the speed of his previous Terminator armor despite its bulkier design. On his left shoulder, a massive dragon-shaped skull prominently hung, a testament to his glorious victories and a symbol of the armor's unique and extraordinary status. Hold the line. Only by banishing the Prince of Corn will these chaos beasts disappear. Wang Shao's voice boomed across the battlefield like a resounding bell. Despite the deafening cacophony of war cries and clashes, his commanding tone reached every ear with clarity. Having faced countless brutal battles, Wang Shao remained as calm as a rock in the eye of the storm, methodically directing the battlefield. Under his leadership, the tide of the battle quickly stabilized. Together with Li Liang and Deng Wei, the trio spearheaded the charge, cutting through the waves of chaos beasts like a blade, splitting the frenzied horde in two. Hong Ying's power halberd gleamed with an eerie blue light, as if brimming with boundless energy. She and Wen Qiye, whose powered sword emitted a similar glow, stood on opposite flanks, focusing on eliminating any chaos beasts that slipped through the defenses. With every swing of their weapons, flashes of blue light streaked through the air, slicing through the chaos creatures' bodies as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. After a fierce bout of combat, Yi Fan paused briefly to catch his breath. Fully aware of the ever-changing dynamics of the battlefield, he quickly issued a command. All sentinels, provide full support behind them. Do not let the chaos beasts breach the ranks. Just as his voice rang out, a deafening dragon's roar echoed across the battlefield, drawing everyone's attention. In Wang Shao's hands, his massive warhammer had undergone a startling transformation. Its hammerhead now bore an embedded blood-red gemstone, radiating a mysterious and formidable energy. Every time Wang Shao swung the rock dragon hammer, the earth trembled beneath him. This meticulously crafted artifact, which took half a year to forge, not only stirred up waves of rock and soil, but also crackled with dazzling arcs of spiritual lightning coursing along its shaft. The hammerhead was embedded with a crystal core smelted from the essence of a rock dragon, granting Wang Shao the extraordinary power to manipulate the surrounding terrain. With a commanding shout, Wang Shao slammed the hammer into the ground. In an instant, the earth around him surged upward, forming a solid wall that skillfully shielded the flank of the rear forces. Standing at the front line, he braced himself to face the enemy's charge. Push the line forward. Advance steadily. Wang Shao's roar reverberated like a rallying cry, instantly igniting the fighting spirit of the warriors. His presence was like a beacon of hope piercing through the darkness, reversing the morale of the night watchers and the army. United in purpose, the soldiers began advancing toward the enemy lines. Amid the fierce battle, Yuan Gang unintentionally glanced up, only to realize he could no longer discern the trajectory of Wang Shao's hammer swings. All he could see was a blur of motion, and any enemy who dared approach Wang Shao was instantly reduced to a grotesque, mangled heap of flesh. The sight left Yuan Gang deeply shaken, marveling to himself, how long has it been, and I can no longer follow his movements. On the other side of the battlefield, Shadi's spiked back was adorned with the severed heads of his enemies. He sneered disdainfully at Wu Laogo, who was now utterly exhausted from the fight. You're useless. Too weak, too boring. Just as Shadi prepared to deliver the final blow to Wu Laogo, the ground around him suddenly rose, encasing him in a tight enclosure. A flash of blue energy streaked through the air, and Wang Shao's figure appeared before Shadi in an instant. His eyes burned with determination, and the rock dragon hammer in his hands glimmered with a menacing light. Heretic, your opponent is me, Wang Shao declared in a deep, commanding voice, assuming a battle-ready stance. Shadi's eyes sparkled with excitement, like a ravenous wolf locking onto its prey. The bone armor on his fists suddenly expanded, turning his already massive fists into something akin to small mountains. With a deafening roar, he hurled them directly at Wang Shao's heavy hammer. Boom! The collision between fist and hammer was like two meteors crashing into each other, unleashing a cataclysmic force. The air ignited from the intense friction, producing an explosion-like roar as visible shockwaves erupted from the two combatants and spread wildly in all directions. Chaos beasts and soldiers nearby were thrown off balance, many sent flying and landing heavily on the ground. Only by banishing the Prince of Corn could the Chaos Beast's portal be closed and this battle brought to an end. Shadi's excitement bordered on madness, as if he had found the most entertaining toy. His fist swung wildly like a storm, each punch accompanied by an ear-shattering sonic boom that thundered ominously. Meanwhile, Wang Shao's rock dragon hammer lashed out with sharp, slicing sounds, as if trying to tear through the constraints of space itself. The area where they fought instantly transformed into a nightmarish vacuum, with violent energy surging outward and mercilessly repelling everything around them. Massive arcs of psychic lightning poured down from the heavens like a celestial river, accompanied by blinding flashes and deafening crashes, obliterating a swath of prisoners and chaos beasts in an instant. This sudden turn of events granted Yi Fan and the others a rare moment to catch their breath. At this point, all eyes were drawn to the battlefield. On the training ground of the penitentiary, a figure radiating an eerie red glow clashed ferociously with another figure emitting a mysterious green light. Their battle defied the limits of human comprehension, resembling a divine confrontation that shook the very soul. The once durable alloy ground was ravaged by the overwhelming power, left riddled with craters and scars like a tattered sheet. Buildings that once stood tall were obliterated in an instant, reduced to dust, and carried away by the wind. Lin Qiye and Bai Li Tuming had finally managed to restrain the frenzied Chao Yuan with ropes, tying him up tightly. They turned their gaze toward the breathtaking battle within the penitentiary, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. Lin Qiye muttered to himself, questioning whether the Wang Shao before his eyes was still human. Meanwhile, Xingyu stared intently at the two combatants, a glimmer of fervor and greed flashing in his eyes. It was nothing short of a miracle if only Wang Shao could be dissected, then. On board an aircraft, Fu Yu watched the earth-shaking battle below through a monitor, his thoughts racing. He mused that Wang Shao's Emperor's Blaze Legion seemed far more powerful, with better equipment and strategy. A crew member proudly remarked, "Of course, the Lord will lead us to ultimate victory." At that moment, Yi Fan's heart was filled with a complex mix of emotions. Witnessing the battle between Wang Shao and Sha Di firsthand, he finally grasped the terrifying reality of the demonic power Wang Shao had spoken of. At that moment, Yi Fan's communicator suddenly buzzed to life, and Zhang Feng's slightly sinister voice came through. "Commander Yi, take your people and evacuate immediately." What? Not a single person on this island can be allowed to escape. Yi Fan's brows furrowed deeply, his mind filled with confusion and fury. He couldn't comprehend why Zhang Feng would issue such an order at such a critical moment. "Whether you evacuate or not is up to you. I've already authorized a nuclear missile, and it's on its way." Zhang Feng's voice carried a resolute finality that brooked no argument. "Are you out of your mind? Have you completely lost it?" Yi Fan couldn't hold back his anger, cursing furiously. He could never have imagined that Zhang Feng would make such an insane decision. There was even a trace of smugness in Zhang Feng's tone, as if he knew that neither Yi Fan nor Wang Shao could handle the red monsters before them. If that was the case, then this sanctuary had no reason to exist. Rebuilding it later would suffice. "Abort it. I order you to abort it immediately." Yi Fan roared at the top of his lungs, his voice so loud it seemed it could pierce the heavens, drawing the attention of everyone around him. "The missile has already been launched. It's irreversible. 3 minutes remain. Good luck, Commander Yi." Zhang Feng's eyes gleamed with madness. In his mind, as long as everyone here was wiped out at once, the watchman would be left entirely under his control. What on earth is going on? Lin Qiye and the others, noticing the commotion, quickly gathered around to ask. Hurry, find a way to evacuate. A nuclear missile is headed this way. Yi Fan's voice carried an unprecedented sense of urgency, as though the end of the world was imminent. A nuclear missile. The faces of everyone present turned ashen at the mention of those two words. They were all well aware of the devastating power of such a weapon. After losing contact with the rest of the world, nuclear missiles, those catastrophic instruments of destruction, had rarely been used. Yet no one could have imagined that, at this moment, a nuclear missile would be launched toward their location. What? Lin Qiye's heart sank, a chilling wave of dread shooting from his feet to his head. He immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. How long until the missile detonates? Lin Qiye grabbed Yi Fan's shoulder, his voice urgent. 3 minutes, replied Xingyu, who had always been composed, offering a quick reminder. No, since your outburst, 32 seconds have already passed. That leaves 2 minutes and 28 seconds, she corrected. At that moment, time seemed to accelerate, with every second hammering down on their hearts like a heavy blow. Lin Qiye's mind raced, his thoughts moving at lightning speed. In this critical moment, he gritted his teeth and directed his consciousness into the mental asylum within him. Merlin, in this life-or-death situation, I implore you to lend me your soul, so I can activate the large-scale teleportation array and save everyone here. Lin Qiye's desperation was palpable. In this dire emergency, he unhesitatingly decided to channel the legendary mage Merlin's soul to activate the teleportation array. No problem, Merlin's soul responded instantly, descending like a spectral light and merging with Lin Qiye. In that instant, Lin Qiye's aura transformed, emanating a mysterious and ancient magical energy. Looks like there are a few small ones in the sky as well. Merlin's voice spoke through Lin Qiye, tinged with a hint of surprise. Accompanied by a dazzling burst of magical light that sparkled like fireworks, the enormous and intricate teleportation array was finally activated. As the runes flickered, Li Liang and Deng Wei felt their vision blur, and in the next moment, they found themselves, along with the Thunderhawk gunship, on the coastline. Li Liang scanned the surroundings and shouted for a status update. With a grave expression, Yi Fan explained, a nuclear missile is heading for the Astartes sanctuary. The situation is critical, and we had no choice but to evacuate. Deng Wei, upon hearing this, erupted in anger, roaring, why didn't you inform the Legion commander? He's still up there. Yi Fan's heart tightened as she quickly turned to Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye, shocked, looked at Merlin and asked, are there still people at the Astartes sanctuary? Merlin sighed helplessly and replied, the energy there is too chaotic, I couldn't sense anything. It was then that everyone realized Wang Shao had been left behind. Li Liang and Deng Wei immediately tried to establish contact, but were met with nothing but the despairing static of their communication devices. Meanwhile, at the Astartes sanctuary, Shadi and Wang Shao were locked in a fierce battle. Suddenly, Shadi heard a mysterious voice in his mind. Come back, child. A mocking smile spread across his face as he turned to Wang Shao and said, ha ha ha. Doesn't it feel awful to be betrayed by your own people? Goodbye. With that, Shadi's figure began to fade away. Wang Shao steadied himself but noticed an eerie silence around him. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air above. He looked up to see a nuclear missile detonating. In an instant, an intense light flared like the sun, and a massive mushroom cloud rose slowly, consuming everything in its path. From the coastline, Lin Qiye and the others stared in horror at the terrifying mushroom cloud in the distance. Li Liang and Deng Wei's voices were filled with despair as they shouted, Commander! Even Shen Qingzhu of the ancient god church felt a heavy weight in her chest. What exactly had happened? The hearts of everyone were filled with questions and dread. The chaotic battle was ultimately quelled by a nuclear bomb. The second seed of the cult of ancient gods sensed the threat of the bomb, tore through space in an instant, and disappeared with Shen Qingzhu. The aftermath of the nuclear explosion swept through the area, resulting in the loss of 30 of the Night Watchers' personnel and 50 of the Abstinence Corps' forces. The upper echelons of Xia were left in shock, and the atmosphere in the conference room was somber and heavy. Wang Shao's final report appeared before everyone, its words cutting like a blade. This was merely a small-scale rebellion and an incident of contamination by an evil god. Based on his experience, the true scale of such contamination would be measured in billions and span entire planets. However, Wang Shao's current whereabouts were unknown. Standing before the holographic projection in the command center, Yi Fan stared intently at the vast expanse of ocean where an island once stood, now reduced to rolling waves. Exhaustion and helplessness were etched across his face. The agreement he had just signed with Wang Shao seemed as if it still carried the scent of fresh ink, but it had already become meaningless. Suddenly, the door to the office was flung open. 2 men clad in power armor stormed in, their metallic suits gleaming coldly under the lights. They were Li Liang and Deng Wei, who had seemed inseparable from their armor since returning from the abstinence corps. Hand over Zhang Feng. Deng Wei's voice emerged from his helmet, cold and menacing. Yi Fan was momentarily at a loss for words. Zhang Feng's actions were indeed reprehensible, but he truly had no idea where Zhang Feng was. I'm sorry, I don't know where Zhang Feng went. The Night Watchers are also searching for him. Cut the nonsense, Deng Wei growled, his voice filled with restrained fury. The Night Watchers' credibility means nothing to the Emperor's Flame Legion. Let me ask you this: if we capture Zhang Feng, will you allow us to deal with him as we see fit? Yi Fan nodded weakly, the gesture seeming to drain the last of his energy. Good. Let's hope you won't regret this later. With that, Li Liang and Deng Wei turned and left, leaving the room in utter silence. Zhuqing approached Yi Fan and asked softly, Commander, what do we do now? Yi Fan rubbed his weary eyes, his voice filled with despair. I don't know. After the Thunderhawk gunship departed, Zhuqing spoke again. Then why not just hand over Zhang Feng? Right now, all of Emperor's Flame's hatred is focused on him. What's the point of protecting him? Yi Fan let out a bitter laugh. We have no choice. The higher-ups believe he contributed to quelling the evil god's invasion. Some of them think his decision was swift and decisive, and without that nuclear bomb, the situation might have been uncontrollable. So, they've decided not to reward or punish him, leaving things as they are. Zhuqing was stunned. But that bastard was trying to wipe all of us out. Not to mention the tens of thousands of troops on the island. The Night Watchers and the military were always meant to be sacrifices, Yi Fan replied, his words plunging the office into an oppressive silence. After a long pause, Yi Fan finally spoke again. Erect a statue for Wang Shao. Follow the previous agreement and promote his ideals. Since Wang Shao has already fallen, we can portray him as a hero to the public. He sighed deeply and continued, from now on, the Night Watchers' activities will be made public. We need to strengthen our defenses while also preventing incidents of civilian corruption. 3 days later, the new policy was officially announced. The citizens of Xia were mostly intrigued when they saw the brand new pamphlets. However, as they opened and read through them, everyone was momentarily stunned. The pamphlets boldly declared, the revival of deities, mysterious events emerging everywhere. Was this real or fake? Someone joked, haha, press 1, and Sadako will crawl out of the TV to find you tonight. Another replied, Sadako? If she really comes, I'll trap her. I'll stuff the TV under my blanket and wait for her to show up. The pamphlet also commemorated the heroes who sacrificed themselves in the war against the evil gods, specifically mentioning Wang Shao. The armor in the picture looked impressively majestic, seemingly it-generated, and it left readers in awe. The figure appeared almost as tall as a building, likely over 3 meters high. For a while, the streets, alleyways, and online forums were abuzz with discussions, with most people dismissing the pamphlet as nonsensical. However, only a small number of people took it seriously, those who had survived the Divine War in Songnan City. Among the few tens of thousands of remaining residents in Songnan City, most were elderly and students. Many of them had witnessed Wang Shao's towering figure standing against the heavens during the last Divine War. While outsiders knew little about Wang Shao, the people of Songnan City understood him well. When they saw the statue of Wang Shao erected in the city, many elderly residents from the slums recognized him. Isn't this Shao Wang? No wonder he left in such a hurry last time he went to become a hero. Sadly, Shao Wang had died so young, without even marrying. The people of Songnan City recognized the armor as belonging to the giant who had once stood tall in their city. The statue's unveiling ceremony was personally hosted by Yi Fan, who solemnly paid tribute to Wang Shao's life. Li Liang and Deng Wei, clad in power armor, clenched their fists tightly. 3 days had passed, and they still hadn't found any trace of Zhang Feng. This day marked the most humiliating moment for the Legion. Lin Qiye and the others, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but feel deeply moved. They hadn't expected Wang Shao to die so suddenly, especially given his immense strength. Ba, life and death follow their destined paths, murmured Chao Yuan, holding a string of prayer beads. Chao Master, can you divine whether Wang Shao is truly dead or not? Without a body, I can't shake the feeling he's still alive, Li Tuming asked, unwilling to believe the news. Chao Yuan sighed. I only chant sutras, I don't tell fortunes. You'd need to ask a Taoist priest for that. And Qingyu muttered, what a pity. If only we could find his body to examine it. But under a nuclear explosion, there wouldn't be much left. Her tone suggested she was reminiscing about Wang Shao. Hearing the others' remarks, Li Tuming silently gave up as well. Lin Qiye took one last look at the statue and said, let's go. With the 5th Special Squad taking over Emperor Jian's duties, it's time for our Nightfall Squad to handle our own missions. The statue depicted Wang Shao without a helmet, his resolute gaze fixed on the crowd below. Most of Songnan City's residents gathered to pay their respects to him. After the ceremony, the crowd gradually dispersed. Back at the Emperor Yin base, Deng Wei spoke calmly. You are about to undergo the gene seed implantation surgery. You can still back out now if you wish. Fu Yu, remembering Wang Shao's deeds, shook his head firmly. He promised to help me save my sister and mother. Now that he's gone, I can't back down. Let's begin. Even if it means death, I have no regrets. Deng Wei nodded, while Li Liang solemnly presented a gene seed extracted from Wang Shao. The surgery begins now, he announced. Later, under Yi Fan's leadership, Songnan City was transformed into an industrial hub. With Yuan Yu's involvement, new factories were rapidly constructed, and large-scale production began. After work, laborers passing by Wang Shao's statue would often glance at it. 2 months later, Lin Qiye and his team completed a mission at the northeastern border, successfully awakening Emperor Fengdu, Li Diang. They also gained a new team member, Galen. Everything seemed to return to normal until one day, on a deserted coastline, a massive hand gripped the rocks tightly. Moments later, a colossal figure leapt out of the ocean. The progress of the Vulcan gene seed incubation had reached 100, granting its host the attribute of the fire dragon's immortality. Wang Shao lay on the hard reef, gasping for breath. He had never imagined he could truly come back to life, let alone that it was the seed of his genetic father that saved him. Praise the Emperor above, and thank the genetic father. At this moment, his power armor had completely dissolved, leaving him utterly exposed, and the rock dragon hammer was nowhere to be found. After a brief rest, his spiritual energy had recovered slightly. Wang Shao reached out toward the ocean, and within seconds, the rock dragon hammer burst out of the water and returned to his hand. This artifact was not easily destroyed, though it was a pity about his newly forged Centurion power armor. He had no idea how much time had passed, or what had become of the Emperor's Flame Legion. With these thoughts, Wang Shao activated the teleportation device on the rock dragon hammer. Meanwhile, back at the Emperor's Flame base, an intense combat training session was underway. 3 burly men were locked in a fierce battle, and among them, Fu Yu, a newly risen recruit, stood out with his impressive performance. At this moment, he was evenly matched against the experienced Li Liang and Deng Wei. Not bad, Fu Yu. Your physical abilities have improved so much. The Legion commander will surely be pleased, Li Liang praised loudly while parrying an attack. Deng Wei seized the moment to ask, it's a bit strange, though why don't you use a power sword? Why do you seem to prefer that curved blade? Fu Yu gripped the nearly tumter-long curved blade tightly, its surface gleaming coldly. His agile movements and unique weapon kept Li Liang and Deng Wei on the defensive. After the training concluded, Fu Yu, slightly out of breath, suddenly asked, who's the strongest person in the Legion? Without hesitation, Li Liang replied, isn't it obvious? Of course, it's the Legion commander. Fu Yu, feeling the endless strength coursing through his newly enhanced body after the surgery, was filled with curiosity. How strong is the Legion commander exactly? He pressed. Deng Wei's expression turned serious as he responded earnestly, very strong. At least 100 times stronger than us. Fu Yu couldn't help but marvel at Deng Wei's solemn demeanor. 100 times? Could someone really be that powerful? All right, don't overthink it, brother. Even if the Legion commander isn't here, we must carry on his will, live up to the Emperor's expectations, and protect humanity, Deng Wei said as he walked over and patted Fu Yu on the shoulder, his tone full of conviction. Now get ready. Today is your armor ceremony, Li Liang reminded him with a smile. The trio headed to the armor factory, where the massive doors slowly creaked open, their heavy groans speaking to their age and significance. Stepping inside, the factory was filled with the unique blend of oil and metal scents, accompanied by the incessant hum of machinery. They made their way directly to the armor fitting room, where a figure could be seen working busily. Greetings, Great Sage, the 3 said in unison. The person referred to as the Great Sage Yuan Yue turned to face them, while the mechanical arms behind her continued moving methodically, seemingly crafting a new piece of equipment with great care. Just a moment. My latest invention is almost complete, Yuan Yu said with a hint of urgency and excitement in her voice. The 3 men stood quietly, waiting as time passed to the rhythmic sounds of machinery at work. An hour later, Yuan Yu finally lifted his head, his left electronic eye glimmering with an unusual light. That light brimmed with the pride and joy of having completed his masterpiece. He shouted excitedly, done? Finally finished. His voice was filled with uncontrollable enthusiasm. As his words fell, a brand new power armor slowly rose from the workstation, revealing itself before the 3 of them. This power armor was completely different from the familiar Mark III model. Its overall design featured smoother, more streamlined curves, less ruggedness, and a touch of elegance. The exterior was minimalistic, free of unnecessary embellishments, yet exuded a high-tech aesthetic in every detail. Li Liang circled the power armor, scrutinizing it with a puzzled expression. This is the new power armor. Exactly, Yuan Yu replied proudly, gently running his hand over the armor's surface as if caressing his most prized creation. This is the latest power armor, and more importantly, every part of it can be modularly configured. Deng Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? Of course it's real. Yuan Yu clapped Deng Wei on the shoulder. This is my newly developed Mark IV modular power armor. Not only does it perform on par with the third generation, but if any part gets damaged, you can just replace it. This significantly enhances its practicality and flexibility. He explained enthusiastically, his eyes shining with excitement. Li Liang smiled and turned to Fu Yu. Looks like you've got some luck, brother. Joining the Corps and already getting a new suit of armor. His gaze was filled with admiration and congratulations. Deng Wei nodded with a grin. Yeah, congrats, Fu Yu. Eagerly, Fu Yu donned the new armor, immediately sensing how much lighter it was. The interface was clearer, and his movements felt noticeably faster. Yuan, you spoke earnestly. Don't worry, the 4 Malawian Quatch's power armor will be rolled out for everyone soon. I wonder if the commander will praise me when he finds out. Just then, a sudden burst of blinding blue light flashed across the base of the Emperor Flame Squad. The light resembled a miniature stellar explosion, instantly capturing the attention of all 4 present. It came and went quickly, and as it faded, a tall and imposing figure slowly emerged. When the light fully disappeared, the group finally saw clearly it was none other than their long-awaited commander, Wang Shao. Though he appeared somewhat fatigued, his stature remained upright, exuding an undiminished aura of authority and presence. Commander! Li Liang, Deng Wei, Fu Yu, and Yuan Yu exclaimed in unison. Wang Shao gave a slight nod, his expression calm. Give me some clothes. Also, give me a detailed report on everything that's happened recently. His voice was deep and commanding, carrying an undeniable tone of authority, as if declaring his return and his control over all matters of the base. In the office, Wang Shao stared at the thick report in his hands. As he read further, his expression grew increasingly grim. After nearly 2 months of absence, someone had erected a statue in his honor, and Zhang Feng was still missing? What was this new battle armor developed by the Grand Sage Yuan Yu all about? He slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes landing on the brand new 4 Malawian Quatch's power armor worn by Fu Yu. A glimmer of approval flashed in his eyes. An impressive invention, Wang Shao remarked. Thank you, sir, Yuan Yu responded, her voice trembling with excitement. Gaining the approval of the Legion commander was undoubtedly the highest praise she could receive. Unfortunately, we still haven't been able to locate Zhang Feng. My apologies, Commander, Li Liang said, lowering his head slightly, his face filled with guilt and his tone laced with frustration and self-reproach. Wang Shao paused for a moment, his calm demeanor giving way to a sharp glint in his deep eyes. In a low, deliberate voice, he said, Humph, it's not that you can't find him, it's that Zhang Feng is being deliberately hidden. Could it be that the Night Watchers are actually protecting him? Exactly. Wang Shao's tone carried a clear edge of anger. Commander, what should we do now? Should we destroy the Night Watchers? Li Liang, Deng Wei, and Fu Yu were visibly galvanized, clenching their fists with unwavering determination, ready to leap into action at a moment's notice. Among the Night Watchers, only Yi Fan can be considered a competent leader. As for the rest of the senior members, they all need to be purged, Wang Shao declared as he stood, his gaze resolute. We'll prepare to set out immediately, the 3 replied in unison. No need. Wang Shao raised a hand to stop them. I'll handle this personally. As soon as he finished speaking, a strange light surrounded him. In the blink of an eye, his towering figure vanished from the office. In the next instant, with a faint ripple of spatial distortion, Wang Shao appeared in Yi Fan's office. It's been a while, Commander Yi, he said, his calm voice breaking the silence of the office, carrying an undercurrent of brewing intensity. Yi Fan, who was working in his office, was startled. Zhuqing instinctively reached for his blade, but was stopped by a single glance from Wang Shao. You actually came back to life? Yi Fan's tone carried surprise, but not complete disbelief. After all, Wu Xiangnan's Forbidden Ruin ability allowed for resurrection, though it came with a limited number of uses. That doesn't matter. You know what I'm here to say. Wang Shao's voice was low and commanding, exuding an undeniable authority. Yi Fan took a deep breath, exhaling slowly, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. I know. I understand it all, he said, pulling open a drawer in his desk and retrieving a neatly folded piece of paper. This is Zhang Feng's current location. He's surrounded by nearly 20 loyal followers, all formidable adversaries. Be prepared. Yi Fan handed the paper to Wang Shao with a grave expression. Wang Shao took the paper, carefully verifying the coordinates before looking back at Yi Fan, his gaze resolute and unwavering. After this, the Emperor's Flame will conduct a thorough purge of the Night Watchers. I hope you're ready for that. I understand. Yi Fan leaned back in his chair, tilting his head slightly to gaze at the ceiling, his expression a mix of complexity and resignation. Without another word, Wang Shao teleported out of Yi Fan's office, leaving him behind, lost in thought. Commander Yi, do you think Wang Shao's actions this time won't stir up some major trouble? Zhuqing asked, his face full of concern as he looked at Yi Fan. Hearing this, Yi Fan chuckled softly, though his smile carried a trace of helplessness and acceptance. And if it does? Honestly, I think the title of Commander Yi won't mean much in the future. Meanwhile, Wang Shao had already returned to the Emperor's Flame base. standing at the center of the operations command room. He held the piece of paper with the coordinates, his eyes sharp and focused. He then issued a loud command. Armored units, prepare for combat. The unified and resounding response echoed throughout the base. Apart from Fu Yu, who was already suited up, Li Liang and Deng Wei quickly moved, deftly donning their power armor. At that moment, Yuan Yu rushed in, an apologetic look on her face. Apologies, my lord. Currently, we don't have a power suit in the armory that fits you. Wang Shao's unique physique required custom-designed armor, which he always crafted himself, a habit he'd maintained since his time with the Fire Lizard Legion. Naturally, the armory lacked a suit suitable for him at this time. There's no need. For this operation, I won't require armor, Wang Shao stated calmly. He had now fully inherited all the genes of the Gene Father. In a sense, he was no different from Vulcan. No, to be precise, Wang Shao's strength had already surpassed Vulcan's. Although the genetic seeds of the other Primarchs were still in incubation, his current power already exceeded that of the Gene Father. Thunderhawk gunship is fully checked and ready for takeoff, came the report from the ground crew over the communications channel. Move out, Wang Shao commanded. The Thunderhawk gunship roared like a ferocious steel beast, soaring into the sky in an instant. Before long, the Thunderhawk gunship appeared near a rugged mountain range. Inside the cabin, the reconnaissance team stared intently at the display screen, quickly reporting in according to the coordinates. Zhang Feng's hideout is located in this mountain area. No sooner had the words been spoken than a piercing alarm suddenly filled the cabin. Beep, beep, beep. On the radar screen, 2 red dots were rapidly closing in at an alarming speed. Missiles incoming, the pilot shouted, gripping the control stick tightly and immediately pushing the throttle to its limit. The Thunderhawk gunship streaked through the air like a green lightning bolt, tracing an unbelievable arc in the sky. It was a maneuver no ordinary aircraft could execute, but the cutting-edge technology of this craft handled it with ease. The 2 missiles roared past, narrowly missing the gunship. With the immediate danger averted, Wang Shao's calm voice came through. You're clear to disembark. All units, prepare for landing. As a rookie, Fu Yu's heart raced, a mix of excitement and nervousness coursing through him. Without hesitation, the 4 leaped from the cabin, diving headfirst into the roaring wind. On the ground below, a dense web of machine gun fire awaited them, tracer rounds weaving a deadly curtain in the air. Wang Shao raised his hands, and a shimmering psionic barrier instantly unfolded, deflecting the barrage of bullets like raindrops. The team landed steadily, and Wang Shao gripped the rock dragon hammer with both hands, slamming it into the ground with immense force. In an instant, the entire mountain seemed to rise as if overturned by a giant. Rocks and soil surged like furious waves, sweeping everything in their path. Hidden automated defense systems were instantly consumed by the overwhelming force. As the dust settled, a heavy steel door came into view. As the group approached, a familiar voice echoed from the loudspeaker above. Commander of the Emperor's Flame Legion, Zhang Feng's tone carried a mix of resignation and bitterness. I've already hidden myself here, resigned from all positions, and just want to live in peace. Why can't you leave me alone? Wang Shao looked up at the camera, his expression stern. No betrayal will ever be tolerated. And you, as a traitor to humanity, must face judgment. Before the words fully left his mouth, he raised the rock dragon hammer high and brought it down with a thunderous strike. Boom! In a deafening explosion, the seemingly indestructible steel door shattered like paper. Zhang Feng's meticulously built doomsday fortress crumbled effortlessly before Wang Shao's might. As the door collapsed, rows of guns and cannons came into view. Zhang Feng's commanding officer tensed and shouted without hesitation. Open fire! Gunfire erupted, and countless bullets rained down like a storm. A rocket-propelled grenade shrieked through the air, heading straight for Wang Shao. He let out a cold snort and casually swatted the rocket aside with his hand. At that moment, 3 towering figures surged forward like lightning, positioning themselves in front of Wang Shao. Each held a massive shield as tall as themselves. The surface of the shields shimmered with a faint blue energy field, instantly dissolving all incoming bullets and shells. These were none other than the Empire's renowned equipment, the Storm Shields. Wang Shao's piercing gaze swept across the scene before him. His voice was calm, yet resolute. This is a siege mission, but it's also a test for you. Advance. If it weren't for the purpose of honing the skills of the newly recruited Fu Yu, Wang Shao could have easily brought the surrounding mountains crashing down, burying Zhang Feng and his followers alive as effortlessly as crushing a group of ants. However, Wang Shao would never allow these traitors to die such an easy death. They must pay a heavy price for their betrayal. In reality, the weapons of the enemy soldiers couldn't even scratch the power armor worn by Fu Yu and his team. This was the perfect opportunity to train Fu Yu and the others in boarding tactics and combat skills within confined spaces. The storm shields they carried were designed with a circular cutout in the upper right corner, perfectly sized to securely hold the explosive rifles. The three-person squad advanced steadily toward the enemy, firing and moving in a coordinated rhythm. The explosive rifles were devastatingly powerful. Once a shot hit its target, it triggered a violent explosion, leaving not even a complete corpse behind. The ground surged violently. One of the night watchers, seeing that their soldiers were losing ground, grew anxious and immediately activated their forbidden void ability, attempting to alter the terrain and trap Wang Shao's group within it. In an instant, the once solid ground rolled and surged like turbulent waters, threatening to engulf everything. Yet Wang Shao remained utterly unfazed. Raising his dragonstone hammer high, he slammed it into the ground with immense force. With a resounding boom, the chaotic terrain instantly returned to stillness, as if the upheaval had been nothing more than an illusion. The Night Watcher who had activated the Forbidden Void ability let out a muffled groan as the backlash from the mental strain overwhelmed them. Blood spurted from their mouth as they staggered, barely able to remain standing. Counterattack them. The commander, sensing the dire situation, shouted orders to launch a counteroffensive. The Night Watchers loyal to Zhang Feng drew their long blades from their waists and charged toward Fu Yu's team like a pack of ravenous wolves. Show no mercy, kill them all, Wang Shao commanded with a cold voice. Fu Yu took the lead, drawing his curved blade without hesitation and charging at the oncoming Night Watchers like a tiger descending from the mountain, slashing fiercely. Accelerate. One of the Night Watchers activated their ability, instantly tripling their speed. In the blink of an eye, their blade moved so fast it created a dazzling silver afterimage, slashing toward Fu Yu with lethal intent. However, to Fu Yu, it was as if he were watching the scene in slow motion, the attack so sluggish it even bored him. Scoffing in disdain, Fu Yu casually swung his curved blade. A flash of cold light streaked through the air, and the speed-enhanced Night Watcher was instantly cleaved in two, blood spraying across the battlefield. Wang Shao's eyes remained fixed on Fu Yu amidst the chaos, silently contemplating. Fu Yu's speed is even faster. Compared to him, Li Liang and Deng Wei are clearly lagging behind in their advance, and Fu Yu's blade strikes are astonishingly swift, each swing cutting through the air with a sharp, whistling sound. Witnessing the scene before him, Wang Shao realized that Fu Yu and the others were more than capable of handling the battle here. There was no need for him to intervene further. Tilting his head slightly, he sniffed the air, his acute senses precisely identifying Zhang Feng's unique scent trail amidst the complex odors. Down below, he murmured to himself. Before the words had fully left his lips, his figure vanished in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in a secure shelter further below. At that very moment, Zhang Feng, who was hiding in the safe house, was utterly shocked to see Wang Shao materialize like a phantom. His heart skipped a beat, but he quickly feigned composure, speaking with a tone that carried forced calmness and arrogance. Impressive. I didn't expect your DN squad to be this formidable, and for you to survive a nuclear explosion truly beyond my imagination. Wang Shao's eyes burned with rage as he roared, traitor! You heartlessly sacrificed everyone on that island. Zhang Feng merely chuckled coldly, his smile filled with indifference and resolve. So what? This is the duty of the Night Watchers. To defeat those mysterious creatures and evil gods, any price is worth paying. Wang Shao shook his head slowly, his gaze filled with disdain and contempt. Traitor, you have no regard for humanity. You have no right to utter such self-righteous words. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Shao charged forward like an enraged lion, launching a ferocious attack. Seeing this, Zhang Feng decisively activated his final trump card, swallowing a mysterious substance without hesitation. Instantly, a surge of powerful and sinister energy coursed through his body, forcibly enhancing his strength. In mere moments, Zhang Feng's power skyrocketed to a level just shy of Klein class. Simultaneously, his Vajra Forbidden Ruins activated, enveloping him in an even more dazzling golden light. His entire body appeared to be cloaked in golden flames, his muscles swelling as if inflated, each one brimming with overwhelming strength. His aura surged, resembling a ferocious beast poised for battle. Come on! Zhang Feng bellowed provocatively, charging fearlessly at Wang Shao. Wang Shao moved like a streak of lightning, dashing toward Zhang Feng with an almost imperceptible speed. Despite Zhang Feng's enhanced abilities from the drug, he could still feel the immense pressure from Wang Shao's relentless assault. Clenching his right fist tightly, Wang Shao didn't even rely on any spiritual energy. With a thunderous shout, his punch shot forward like a cannonball aimed directly at Zhang Feng. Refusing to back down, Zhang Feng activated the full power of his Vajra Forbidden Ruins. The golden light around him intensified, making him appear like a golden war god. Raising both arms, he braced himself to meet Wang Shao's powerful blow heat. Boom! The clash erupted with a deafening explosion, shaking the entire safe house to its core. A mighty shockwave rippled outward from the two combatants, sending furniture and equipment flying across the room, shattering into pieces. Zhang Feng felt an overwhelming force, like an ancient beast, surging from Wang Shao's fist, crashing against his defenses with ferocious intensity. Although his arms had become as hard as iron due to the activation of the Vajra Prohibition ruins, they were as fragile as brittle branches in the face of Wang Shao's terrifying physical strength. Crack! Accompanied by the chilling sound of bones shattering, Zhang Feng's arms twisted and deformed instantly, his bones reduced to fragments under the immense force. His entire body was flung backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the wall of the safe house. The impact left countless cracks spreading across the wall like a spiderweb. Blood trickled from the corner of Zhang Feng's mouth, and a flicker of fear flashed in his eyes. He could never have imagined that even after taking medicine to enhance his strength and activating the Vajra Prohibition ruins, he would still be so powerless against Wang Shao. But Wang Shao did not stop there. He strode toward Zhang Feng with heavy steps, each one like a hammer pounding on Zhang Feng's heart. Seeing this, a glint of determination appeared in Zhang Feng's eyes. Enduring the excruciating pain in his arms, he once again summoned the strength within him for a final struggle. Golden light flickered around his body as he tried to gather the last of his power for a counterattack. However, Wang Shao gave him no chance. In an instant, Wang Shao was in front of Zhang Feng and delivered another punch, shattering Zhang Feng's right arm. Then, his left arm was torn apart as well. No! Zhang Feng screamed in despair, but his voice was quickly drowned out by the ferocity of the attack. Wang Shao's fists landed squarely on Zhang Feng's chest. With a sickening thud, Zhang Feng spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground like a broken doll. A physical powerhouse nearing the level of Klein was defeated just like that. The safe house fell into a brief silence, broken only by Zhang Feng's faint, labored breathing and Wang Shao's steady exhalations. Wang Shao looked down at the crumpled Zhang Feng, his gaze filled with disdain and icy indifference. Traitor, this is your fate. Anyone who betrays humanity will face the punishment they deserve. Zhang Feng lay on the ground, his eyes brimming with unwillingness and despair. Gradually, his consciousness began to fade. At the DUN base, Wang Shao dragged the barely alive Zhang Feng before Yuanyu. Come, Wang Shao said coldly. While this traitor still draws breath, let me teach you how the Empire prevents electronic devices from being corrupted. And this is called a wetware computer. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.